I'm bored. You must be super bored, though. Ready?
What is up, guys? It is Sunday, March 1st, one day, 24 hours after, well, a little longer than that, but let's say a little longer than 24 hours of Trump rocketing the fuck out of Iran from multiple angles with multiple high precision, new, much newer weapons than we've ever seen. But they like to tell us it's the same weapons, but clearly it's not because they all landed within 30, 45 seconds of each other. They want to say a couple minutes. But dude, I'm telling you right now, with that many radar jammers and blockers and what else, they had a bunch of drones going first. So all the Iranian tech was like, what the fuck is going on? They got more drones than planes, but those are drones. And then the fucking planes came in. We're talking warthogs. We're talking raptors. We're talking, well, I'm not doing a full analysis on the attack, okay? Right, I'm trying to do an analysis on the soul of what's happening on a soul level to our thinking, feeling, and what we will after all of this is transformed. And you guys got to remember that I'm a retired player. Some say, hey, he just came in with the Tate wave because he's CIA. That's why Zherka disappears a lot because he's on a CIA budget. I am not on a CIA budget. I just stay in Brazil and travel the world on someone else's dime, someone else's coin, and I'm not a chaos age. I'm none of those things you guys accuse me of being. I'm just a man who makes way too much money. I make way too much money for someone who is. I was never interested in money. I swear I was never. You know what's funny is I was never interested in money. I find that those are like the most impressive stories to me, where it's like not only is this guy going to talk about the Iran thing, but he's going to he's going to wrap it up in a way where it's like, hey, that was kind of like some self help thing. That was kind of cool. I like the Zherka guy because I need you guys to tune into these because that helps my soul, right? And if you don't know what I mean by soul, is some of you guys are probably too young for this. I was like in grade 4 when all the Bush stuff was happening. That I was, I have a conscious memory of all the Bush stuff happening. And I just remember my soul being so agitated. I'm so pro Americana. I'm all about USA, And I have a feeling that even if I was born in China, I would always love the US because there's certain angel systems humans are, that fly overhead of them, kind of like oversouls. There's certain angel systems that people just naturally gravitate towards. There's even a lot of Persian guys throughout history who grew up in Iran but just always loved America. Even if they had beef with them, they always loved America. And if you find yourself as one of these souls that's like you're hyper linked to America, maybe you went through certain things like me, or maybe you just grew up in, let's say, somewhere bumfuck nowhere in China, let's say, and you just love the American spirit. And you'll find that there's fans of America from all across the world, including Philippines, China, all these places that you think stop thinking about America. Why do they think about them? And what is the thought world? How's that connected to some of these spirits, right? We're not going to go into all that, but I just want to tell you that if you are one of these people like me, then you'll understand that, Zerka's not evil. It's just everything Zerka says will be pro-America, even if he's against what they're doing. I'm always, till the day I die, gonna sound pro-America, right? You can't, if I try to hide that, then it would be like snaking myself. It would be fake. So I have to really hammer in the points of clarity here because remember, if you've got a big fault, like there's been a lot of kick streamers and Twitch guys, there's been a lot of people who have had a little bit of a clout buzz and then they go away forever and they never get popping. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who actually got a shit ton of Twitter followers, not Minecraft, not some gay ass. who people who leave their dent on the world, where huge groups of people, I'm talking about over hundreds of thousands of people, listen to Zherka speak, meaning I am affecting them even if they're not conscious of it, meaning that I could suffer a lot more severely. And forget suffering, we're all going to suffer in certain ways, but there's something worse than suffering. It's delaying your evolution. For example, if Zherka was ever pro-war when he was at that age that he mentioned in grade 4, grade 5, where Bush is doing this, and I was on funnyjunk.com and all the good old days stuff, and my older brother was showing me Red Hot Chili Peppers, and back then it was like Dragon Force, dun, 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 Dragon Force. What else was it? Bunch of TV shows, right? The main one, Dragon Ball. And if you don't know what Dragon Ball is, it's the archetypal energies, right? They're linked to the gods, even though it's not the gods of ancient pagan times. So, they push out. Well, now you guys have Marvel, which is so depressing if you grew up with Marvel. Like, there's whole, let's say, last 10 years, you grew up with that stuff, right? You're a teenager watching. I know a lot of people talk to me about Infinity War and stuff. These are the worst movies of all time, by the way. And I'm a super American kind of guy. My blood is American. Everything about me is America. I don't even think of other countries. I don't give a fuck about them. I only care for the most evolved because I am the most evolved. So I walk with the evolved. And, that's cruel to say to billions of people on earth that it's like, dude, Zherka, you should love these, what Scorsese calls them, theme park movies. You should love these theme park movies. Like Marvel. Marvel's so American. It's got Captain America, and it's really not. Marvel is gay. It makes people weak. And if you don't know what I mean by this is, okay, look at the generation that grew up on Marvel. You guys make fun of them for being the gayest fucking American generation of all time. We all look up towards Zoomers because they're gonna inherit this AI legacy. But in reality, we make fun of Zoomers the most. Like, as much as we make fun of millennials for being gay and cringe, right? And by gay and cringe, we mean very almost introverted in a weird way, especially compared to the boomers. It seems like every generation's like locking themselves up more in their room, in their ego consciousness, like I talk about, right? The soul examination that I try and drill in your head. So every day of your life, you go, oh, wow, reality is fun. Zerka's right. I am entering higher levels of loneliness because of ego consciousness. It's not a horrible thing. He's right. The soul is evolving this way. Of course, I'm right. But yeah, if you look at these generation that grew up with Infinity War and Avengers, I guess I am with I think I was in grade 10 when the first Avengers movie came out. In Metalworks, I heard about it, Mr. Keneally's class, and I just remember thinking like, oh, this is the best cinema has to offer. But man, was I fucking wrong? Because I think 2013 Wolf of Wall Street came out. Maybe I'm wrong. 2012, 2013. And that movie blew me away. Scorsese flick, like true American movie, like the most American film. Well, maybe it was about the 80s and Jordan Belfort and Wolf of Wall Street and all that. It was about all that, but there was so much more to it. It was like pointing to the future with the Quaaludes and the drug culture and what it's going to evolve to into the Adderall culture, where people stop the painkillers to become more efficient machines and the coke and all that. So to me, the most American movie of all time is like Wolf of Wall Street for the newer ones. I consider that like a new movie, believe it or not, because nothing really came out after that. To me, that's an American legendary flick, right? Where when you watch it, you just know not only did all of it happen like they said it did, it was less extreme than the real version, right? Than the book, than whatever. And I remember being so innocent, so pure first watching that movie. And I never said this on a call or podcast or anything, but I should have, because I'm like, that movie had such a huge impact. There's a lot of memes that liberal women and feminists would say, he's a red flag if he enjoyed the Wolf of Wall Street movie. And it's like, dude, that movie shaped my mind. It was like, everything I watched in that movie, it was me and my like 8 of my buddies in a rec room. We watched it at my buddy's rec room. And we're not like the cool kids, but we were watching the cool kids in the movie, in The Wolf of Wall Street. They got the money, the toys, all that. And I remember that movie, just my pupils were dilated. Like my eyes were ripping out of my skull compared to my buddies. I was the only one hyper fixated on this movie where the American spirit is pushing through the television right into my soul, where everything that I never experienced, I didn't even get 1% of it. Or maybe my buddies got 5% of it or whatever, partying and stuff, but I didn't get any of it. I was very just into my own gaming world. And I had a I had a bad boy streak that was coming on me, but I'd suppress it. And so when I watched this movie activated evils in me. Now that I look back, I don't know about evil. I took it to the evil realm, but it activated something in my soul. It was so fucking powerful. Like Scorsese's so good at doing whatever the fuck he does. Like all of his movies are so good. And that led me to become like this John fucking Zherka type. What is that? It feels so foreign. Like people want to say, oh, that's the real me. That's the dude. That thing has wings. That thing flew out of my heart. That thing was so awesome that I forgot who I was for a bit. I'm like, whoa. And it's also a part of me, whatever that is. And it's linked to this American energy. So every tweet I ever make, even when I critique the US, it's always going to be from an angle of supporting the US because my whole destiny is shaped with this country. I'm going to die with this country. This country not only did it do all of this for me, like the nails on the coffin is that I go to US for a week, and then international level dreams are coming true for me, and in a way where you could see on my face with the shades on that I knew this is coming to me. I knew that I'm never working a day in my life again. I'm doing other things with my life. You guys have to work. You are not the Americans. You are Americans on passport, on citizenship, but you are not an American in the fact that you're a rock star. You don't own a shotgun, a big house, and nothing. You don't own your own fucking car. You're poor. You're broke. There's nothing American about you, right? What they say, like 1 in 5 Americans is a millionaire or whatever they say. You're nothing. You're none of that. And I only count the successful ones, really, because a low level American, I will never count a low level incarnation. It's like, bro, if you're unsuccessful and your incarnation is to be successful, no wonder you have a fucking neurotic problems and you hate your fucking life. It's like you have all the tools and energy to do it. You're in the right place to do it and you don't do it. I walk around in LA and I go, why is everyone such a fucking broke loser? I've been here for a week. Like this shit's easy. This shit is easy because people are like, well, Zergo, you suffered so much. So how do you give it to the US? All that suffering had to be transmuted. And I'm like, the reason I don't talk about my suffering is who the fuck hasn't? You think those guys at the fucking LA Fitness and that fucking club out there and everyone on the street, you think Zerka's the only one who suffered, therefore he goes up? Are you fucking retarded? Everyone in this call has suffered. You're not supposed to calculate suffering like, well, actually, Zerka suffered the most. That's why he went up, which is probably true, right? There's a lot of you guys who just play frisbee at the park, don't suffer much, never pop off in life. You're never successful in life. And it's like, yeah, you're having fun. How the fuck are you gonna be successful if you're having fun? You haven't transmuted any pain. A lot of that doesn't happen. Then there's other people like Tommy Innit and Minecraft guys who make millions and millions of dollars and are depressed in their room playing Minecraft. That's like a much worse prison. So you should never see it this way or that way. But to think Zerka's not gonna tweet about the US in a positive way is fucking lunacy. And it's so hard to tweet in a positive way. I mean, it's easy, it comes out of me, but it's so tough to speak the way I speak on calls or spaces because I don't want to confuse someone. I don't want your souls being, you might have zero American energy to you, right? And remember, there's guys in Afghanistan who are just love everything about America. They know a lot about it. They're on YouTube too. So I'm not saying that you have to be from there. I'm saying this is a spirit you're linked to. And if you're linked to this spirit, then chances are you're like me. You see Trump fucking lasering Iran out the fucking sky. And I'm not talking about easily. I'm talking about so ferociously. So much more powerful than what anyone else expected. More powerful than I think the military expected. I mean, this is it. Unless there was nukes, it couldn't have gone better. And I'm talking about like this is no Bush. This is a Trump presidency. And it seems like Trump, the only way he wants to get this done, start off This World War III is if he gets the first perfect blitzkrieg. And I'm talking about not only is this a perfect big blitzkrieg, but even Hitler would say this is better than his. Why? I would never, ever go against the chancellor. But why am I saying that? Is because in the age of this level technology, there's no way it should have been that fucking easy. And when I say that Muslims, no matter where they're from, are at a lower level of consciousness, doesn't mean they're worth less, doesn't mean their soul is worth less to God. It means they don't have the fucking technology to fight Atlantis. The shit that I've been telling you about for years. I've been telling you, US is Atlantis. It's being revived slowly. And I'm telling you, this is US could fucking rocket Russia, China, Iran at the same time and they'd win easily. Easily win. I've been saying this for 7 years. No one believed me. And I didn't even want to be right. I don't want to see this shit on TV, right? No way. If you support the Christian mysteries, you are anti-war no matter what. But man, was I right, then you guys wrong. Haas is a fucking idiot. I talked to Haas. He was so embarrassed. He was so embarrassed in the DMs. I felt bad for him. It was like I was bullying him. I was like giving him advice to live too. I was like, enough the tanky cope, the delusions. You saw what happened. Russia didn't step in. They're faggots. They're cowards. China didn't do shit. They're fucking chinks. I'm not a hater of other people, but man, did those fucking tankies lie to everyone. They kept lying and gassing. Zherka, what do you know? You barely pay attention to this stuff. And I'm like, I know technology. You're never going to touch the white man. Not you Asiatic whites like Putin with your weird looking faces. You will never touch the white man. You will never get close to the white man. The white man is leading the world into the future. Your people are pushing it to the past. And yes, the red pill guy who shits on women wants women to be liberated and free. That's fucking facts, faggot. Your fucking faggot ass countries that want to put women in burqas and don't want to evolve. Well, it's in your scripture and it's in your and all the whole church talks about the evolution of consciousness, you fucking idiot. They don't stay in the past. They talk to any of the popes, you fucking monkey. The fuck are you talking about? Now, am I a war hawk that I wanted Iran to get fucking hit? Fuck no. I'm anti-war because I know what that does to my soul. I know, I've known since a child. I even before I knew, I had a feeling. I had a feeling that hey, your thoughts are not in private. They're joining the world thoughts. They're getting mixed up there. You know, you want to be responsible for your thought forms. I always knew since a child. But let me start this space off by saying I feel bad for you fucking tankies that went to Haas and Jackson Hinkle. And you guys were like, well, Zherka, we love you, but we can't stay with you because you're too what? I'm too right. You guys turned out to be the greatest gaslighting idiots on the. You guys told us Russia and China would get involved. They did nothing, and that was an irregular attack. That is worse than a hot war. There's nothing worse you could have done to a nation, bro. When I say the world is not ready for Atlantis, the Atlantean powers, America. I've been saying this for 7 years that the US can beat the world and win. And people are like, you're saying that as a NATO fanboy. You're saying it. No, I'm not. And I'm not a NATO fanboy. I call Europe faggots all the time. Right? As far as I'm concerned, NATO is the US. I don't look at fucking, you think I give a fuck about France and Italy? Are you retarded? And it's not just this incarnation that's always been pro Atlantis and Atlantean powers, man. I'm telling you right now, you cannot be a civilization of higher consciousness, believe it or not, which is the American. That's why they have the freedom impulse. Do you think they're going to sit around and let you kill motorcycle riding women just because they didn't wear a hijab? Did you really think Iran's going to get away with that regime forever? And this does sound like Jew dog language because we know Israel pushed US to do this, but there's something that Nick doesn't know. There's something that none of you knows is that there's also a freedom impulse to evolve. It's not just the Jews. Yes, the Jews they got their fingers in all this, and you don't want to go to another Middle Eastern Jew war. Yeah, you want to be against all this, especially on Twitter, where you're making a big impact, right? Like, retweet, all that. But you got to remember that even if Israel didn't exist, you, humans cannot remain at lower levels of consciousness for too long. For example, Iranian women cannot be suppressed for that long until a higher level consciousness, a higher level soul, like the white man, says that's enough. And it doesn't sound like the white man is doing it for the women at all. It sounds like it's imperialism, but behind the impulses, behind the spirituality that corresponds with all this, behind all that are impulses of freedom, where the women are saying we want to be free, and telepathically the rest of the world joins in. Now, does that mean Israel is not fucking bloodthirsty? Oh, dude, they are. They are very bloodthirsty. They are doing it all for the wrong reasons. But let me tell you, even if they weren't involved, this would have happened. Oh, yeah, this it just would have happened maybe 30 years from now. They're making it, they're forcing the US's hand. This is the most evil shit you can do, right? A lot of people are saying, oh, it's because the Epstein files. It's not because of the Epstein files, you fucking monkeys. They've been, General Wesley Clark was talking about this like 20 fucking years. They've been talking about this forever. This is the final country, too. And so we've been just waiting this. We've been waiting for it. And when I pointed to you guys and said, hey, Netanyahu is evil, this is what's going to happen. The reason I knew this would happen under the Trump presidency is because Trump is the Jew dog. He is not he's not a little bit of a Zionist. He's trying to beat his predecessors. It's like who can suck off Israel the hardest, right? So yeah, Nick was 100% correct by not voting for Trump. And I remember thinking, I'm like, oh, it's going to look stupid. It's going to look stupid. But man, how fucking retarded would it look if Netanyahu gets away with murdering all those children in Palestine? There's no way that could happen, right? There's no way, because this is the first time it was digitally broadcasted to the world that, that accurately. So I was banking on there's too much pressure for Trump to do this, it might be a president after Trump. Boy, was I wrong. Holy shit, his first year and he rockets the fuck out of the last puzzle piece. And I remember thinking to myself, like, damn, that stings. Because remember, we put him in power. It's a part of our karmic stream, even though he came into power saying, what did he keep saying to us? No new wars. I will be a peacetime president. There will not be a new war. So not only did Trump snake the fuck out of us, he snaked us so quickly, so bold faced that you don't realize what you and your loved ones have to suffer through. And the suffering part, as bad as it is, there's more to it. How much your soul is going to be delayed on evolution now. Yes, one man takes the whole people's will and then he, forces his own. And, because you guys all voted, we all vote, we're all pro Trump. He forces us, down that spiral. And, a lot of guys are DMing me saying, okay, in the esoteric, explain how do I get out of this? And it's like, you don't. You don't. Bad things are going to start happening to you. Very bad things. And it's not something you can get out of. You can't. If there was a magic trick, if there was a ritual, I would tell you there's nothing you can do. There's no one you can pray to because you voted him in, just like I voted him in. I said, hey, this is the no wartime president. We're not going to trust these Democrats. They're just as fucking bloodthirsty as the neocons. At least Trump stood up to the neocons during the election. It's a promising thing there. And no, who the fuck would have guessed? Nick is so smart for this that he said, no, I'm going to go with the fact that, Trump's a lot more bold than you think. And that instinct, remember, you could say, oh, Nick just got it right because stop coping. He got it right while weighing the options of, wait a minute, Netanyahu, who murdered all those children on camera, is going to get away with a World War III. And he's getting away with it. It's mind blowing that everyone just forgot, like everyone on Twitter. And even my language is so fucking anti these primitive goat fuckers, right? I don't support that at all. I don't want that linked to me at all. But man, look at the support. First of all, it's a confused subject because Iranians on the street are dancing. Anyone who tells you they're not is a fucking monkey. Don't you have Persian friends? They're dancing on the streets of every city on earth, not just Iran. And they're doing it without their hijabs. And if you've ever spoken to Persian people, I've met a lot. They cannot stand Islam. And when I say all this bloodshed has to do with Islam, it's not just Trump. I'm correct. It has a lot to do with this primitive, backwards culture where it's like, dude, if you're not evolving for 60 years, what are you doing? Even a bloodthirsty Israel can party with faggots and gays. Okay, if your country can party with the gays, right? If it welcomes the gays, like, hey, we're not going to kill you, then it's more evolved. Period. Point blank. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you will Zherka, but you're anti-Jew and blah blah blah. I'm giving it to you from a Christian perspective. It is about evolution. That's why time marches forward, right? You have to see the whole picture. You can't just say, "Oh, Jew this, Jew that." The Jews made me do this. First of all, as much as you want to blame the Jews, it's also the regime that is primitive. Okay? Consciousness will not keep evolving unless everyone's going up together. That's why you feel a need to liberate piece of shit regimes. That's why even if Israel and Jews didn't exist and they didn't force us into this karmic stream, which is evil, I don't know, they think they rule the world. The Goyim can just get forced into disgusting karmas. It is evil what they're doing. But even if they didn't exist, that regime wouldn't have stayed. I guarantee you. It might have took 20 more years. It might have took whatever. It would have been a different thing. But this is just basically spirits move through the air and drive impulses to larger nations to move into weaker ones to get them to evolve. And this is how bloodshed is spilled because nobody wants to evolve. They want to protect their own land. Can you just walk in there and make everyone evolve? No. Bloodshed is that's how it works. Like humans will always fight for their own land. So it's not like not a perfect system. And even in genius Atlantean times, there's the Atlantean disaster. Like even in the genius times, people can fall off and they're more spiritually inclined, way more like metaphysical superpowers back then, and they still brought the great flood. So imagine these fucking monkeys. And I'm just here to remind you guys that it's like just because you're being forced by Jew dogs and Trump to go down this karmic rabbit hole doesn't mean you have to go as down as everyone else. Though there's some people who are going to be pulled all the way down, and I don't recommend that. Um, and remember, all world wars is a bunch of unconscious people being, given, their intellect is absorbed by the leader, and then he tells them go fight here, and unconscious people kill unconscious people, and there's nothing you can do about it. Actually, you'll be activated as an unconscious soul too, and you'll be activated in the negative direction, and you will do what they say, and some of you might even fucking die. Who knows how crazy it gets. But this is the part where you actually fight for more consciousness. This is the part where you say, I'm going to use my Twitter, use my platform, use everything to be anti war as the first posture. Everything else will make sense after I am fulfilling the Christian mysteries. There are very few times in history you can be anti war, right? I mean, you're given a huge chance right now. And a lot of you guys are like, nah, fuck that, fuck those goat fuckers. And it's like, bro, I'm with you. I get it that they're primitive. But in 10 years, you don't want to be those, like those guys who are like, here's $10,000. I need to talk to you. My life is this. And I'm like, bro, I'm not here to listen to your fucking karmic garbage for the last 10 years of what happened to you. I don't give a fuck about how much money. You think I'm going to link to that for some money? All right. I don't want these kind of emails. Just protect your own soul and protect your family souls. Be anti war. You could be pro America and anti war very easily, like me. Should you fall for the trap that Sneeko and all these guys are like giving you the truth? These people want you out of power. There's the Islamic truth. Okay, not to turn any of you into Zionists, but look, just because you're gonna be anti-war doesn't mean you have to join goat fuckers and their jihad. Those people are unconscious too. They're gonna try and pull you in that way. And this is how it works, right? So always have your own side. Your side is not with me. It's not with Nick. It's with the Christ. What does the Christ want you to do? Do you notice how me and Nick are anti-war, right? You notice how Myron is anti-war. The free speech channels who believe in the freedom impulse are anti-war. Put the fucking pieces together. If there's a couple free speech channels, there's a couple of them. You could say Sneako's a free speech channel because he spoke about the Jews. Oh, wow, we got him to speak about but he's actually an Islamic channel, right? And Zerka's not promoting a fucking a Christian whatever, right? I'm saying look into your heart. It'll be very easy to decide there. Go inward and realize you don't want to be stripped of your soul freedom. Your soul says no to war. So just remember that's your posture throughout any of these. And there are wars that you have to fight. You know, if they come to your fucking doorstep, that's a different thing. This is not that thing. And what else did I want to add? Right. So tankies, everyone was wrong, right? Everyone you trusted was wrong. I was right. Even though that fucking Albert Pike quote, they say it's a fake letter, but I was right too. I still put it. I think it's 2018 I first said it. In 2023, I really hammered it in that the final war will be against the Zionists. And I mean, Wesley Clark could have told you this. And everyone knew this. This is coming. Now, what else do you do after you're anti-war? Once your posture is anti-war, what do you do? There's nothing you can do, right? Then everything unfolds how it unfolds, and you must remain conscious around your buddies where everyone's arguing like a chicken with their heads cut off, and you're smiling and you're calm because yes, you can smile in times of war. You can watch the unconscious chickens with their heads cut off running around, and you just have to understand that there's an individual power to consciousness. Focus on that power and make sure you remain just put in your head that politics is jester. You remain who you are throughout this, and you'll see much evolution. You'll see huge steps in consciousness where, hey, wait a minute, I didn't get sucked up into the like. It's really easy to get sucked up into the memes. The memes are awesome. They make us look like badass as fuck, right? But the memes, you got to remember, are generated not by humans, but by spirits and mischievous things in the ether, in the air. They're not your ideas. So you got to remember, like, yeah, you can play with it and stuff like that, but make sure you have a strong anti-war posture. You don't want to be remembered as some fucking homo in 10 years from now that was pro-war and then something horrific happens to you and you become the thing Zherka channel reacts to. And I go, oh, look at this. You know, a lot of people are like, well, how do you keep predicting karmas? I'm like, I'm not predicting karmas. I'm telling you how they get balanced out, you know? And you'll see a gold medalist win gold and then they lose their grandmother. And it's such, I'm giving you a theme of how the world unfolds, how your life will unfold. And you have to keep going back to the middle of the Christ force in everything you do. This is something that has to be repeated and whipped into you. And without listening to my spaces, you should just know if you get emotional and go, I'm on this team, I'm on that team. It's like, no, you're on team Christ, okay? The Christ force in the middle, not the upwards Christ force where these Christians just pray to the sky and hope something happens. The inward force that it's like the effort you have in your inward activity is what shows in the world. And your inward activity should be peaceful, right? And it's really hard because, like, right before all this happened, I really went off on these Muslims because I can't stand them. They're anti freedom, they're anti everything. You know, a lot of these people are deeply unconscious. Does that mean I'm getting dog walked by Jews? Fuck no. You got to remember that bloodthirsty look in the eye of the Muslim is within the eye of the Jewish man as well. Make no mistake about that. They want to kill each other. Neither of them are peaceful. They want to bring the Christians to their death, both of them. Okay, it's in their fucking books. And remember, Christians listening, there is no reason you should let memes dictate your karmic outcome, right? There is no reason you should be a war channel or any of these. And a lot of you guys message me later and say, dude, you really saved my ass here. Dude, I'm retired. This is not my job to fucking go on spaces, interrupt my life to do this for you guys. This is really not my job. And I can't even do it for you. It's inward activity. It has to come from within you. Now, with that being said, was it badass that US could do this? I've been saying to these stupid fucking tankies how powerful the US actually is. It's a technology game. China could build as many LED towers as they want. Their technology, Russia's technology, Iran's technology. is not up to par with Atlantean technology. It never will be for the next 250 years. The only time we'll ever see maybe a close in the gap will be when all of that energy in China and all those resources start getting dominated by the white man that is in Russia, if you want to consider them white. I guess they're by DNA white, but not exactly what we consider white. And so it's like, yeah, and in 250 years, you can see Russians carrying the impulse with all that Chinese tech around them. But that's a long time away, bro. And yes, the top dog is usually doing it to evolve consciousness. That's how it works. Um, can I say whether it's a good or a bad thing? No, you're not supposed to make moral judgments. The only safe thing you can do in navigating the cosmos is be anti-war, right? Just like every time something pops off, we go on spaces, we go on streams, and we say, "Oh, Zherka's anti-war. He's a war channel that's anti-war. What the fuck? He's all for it, the war of the soul and everything you're supposed to do as a man." But when it comes to political wars, Zionist wars, this is a Zionist war. He will stop you in your tracks there. And I think within less than a couple months, you'll see why. And you're going to be like, "Well, I'm so glad that I didn't get infatuated by memes too hard." Because you remember, money, women, good looks, tall, 6'5". You want all that good energy. All the shit that I have comes from strong karma because I'm not a fucking sap. When I was 8 years old, I didn't fall for this shit. Like, "Do you like Bush? Do you like this?" I was always inclined to like Bush, the American energy, but I always knew, I'm like, no, 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 no. You cannot be a wartime president. And I fuck with that. You just can't, unless we're talking about in history, black and white history. But in a living time right now, in reality, no way. And so I just wanted to put that in you guys' heads because a lot of you guys are like Team Iran, Team US. And it's like, first of all, if you're going to pick a team, just know that it comes with consequences, especially if you're posting and stuff like that. And I don't want that for my followers. I could see like political channels getting the horrific karma, and it's like, yeah, you deserved it. Your political channels. But my channel is a spiritual channel, so it's all about me getting you guys smiling around women, doing hard things, leveling up, and prepare for the stars. Like the more important things. Um, like a lot of you guys get really confused with their. I get these questions about reincarnation. Never think of reincarnation, you fucking idiot. Just think of it as one life, because that 500-year period, the dream life you're gonna have that you go into, the heaven or hell state, that's next. It's not reincarnation that's next. When you sort all that, then you can have more. But until then, this is gonna feel like infinite to you. It is one life. Just focus it like that. Actually, you should really see it as one day at a time, right? Master the day. Don't get your mind hijacked. Don't go unconscious because of the news or the memes or the people you follow. Have strong discernment and judgment. Be like, why are the only freedom channels, Myron, Nick, and Zherka? Why are these vicious guys, very red guys? Why are these guys anti-war and everyone else is pro-war on all sides? And then you'll quickly realize, oh shit, there's a moral core to these degenerate type channels, like these people who shit on women and stuff like that. There's a moral core to these guys. There's more than just what the personality we see, the memes. There's something deeper, that these are more mature souls. Now, why can't I say this about someone like Sneeko? It's not that I hate Sneeko, it's that he is pro-war. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, he's talking like a fucking Houthi crazy motherfucker. He talks like a radical. That Myron and Nick and Zherka, no matter how crazy they get, they don't talk like that. There's a reason for that. Is Sneeko does not have a moral core to him, right? If the shoe was on the other foot and Muslims were winning, he would stomp you the fuck out, right? He would stomp out the white people. You could see it in his eyes that something happened to that kid. Something a long time ago racially happened to him. And I don't think it happened to Jared Taylor. I don't think it happened to Nick. I don't think it happened to Myron. I don't think it happened to me. I think we have other traumas, right? I think we have other wounds, but we don't have this racial superiority complex that Sneaker has. So be careful with that, especially if you're a sneaker viewer and he's dragging you into perpetual thoughts of I hate this guy, I hate that guy. You got to be careful with that, right? You should be able to smile at the Ayatollah as much as you smile at Trump, both sides, because you answer to the Christ. You don't answer to Trump. You don't answer to these people that, bro, these guys have so much aura. Trump and his team is like fucking badass as fuck, but they're degenerating your soul. So it's like, yeah, this is the time where you say, hey, man, the next 4 years cannot be my mind hijacked by the aura, right? A lot of aura monsters will hijack you, right? It's like you meet Zherka in person. You'll be so charmed that your mind will be hijacked. And Zherka is not a nice guy. He will take your mind and, take you for a spin. He will not to take money from you, not to do this kind of stuff, but just for fun. There are people like Trump who says your mind is mine and you're supposed to say no. No, it's not. This is where you draw the line. And welcome to World War III. Whether it's a bumpy start or not, you are 100% within it. And there's nothing you can do. Trump did it to you. He's kind of doing it to you against your will. Not kind of, he actually is. You shouldn't be angry about it, but you should put your boot on the ground and say, this is not who I give my mind to, right? That's the all of scripture is about not going unconscious. Scripture doesn't tell you what to do as much as people like to say it does. It's more about don't go unconscious and then you'll know how to be free. That's what it's really about. And that's why, Muslims have such fucking horrific karma is because they're anti-freedom in every metric, right? And the less conscious you are, the harder it is to aim for a freedom, right? It's very tough. Does that mean all of them? No. I'm sure everyone knows a Muslim guy in America that he doesn't subscribe to the Islamic thoughts. He might call himself a cultural Muslim, but he just doesn't subscribe to it because he's just at a higher level of consciousness. And a lot of people are like, he's just saying this to make me think Christians are at a higher level of consciousness than Muslims. I'm not. I'm saying that atheists are at a higher level of consciousness than Christians, right? Because Christians need to believe, atheists need to know. They're more Gnostic about their energy. So you must realize that I'm not saying it. If I said this just to like fool some of you, if I was about the tomfoolery, then I would say that Christians are at the highest point of consciousness, and they're not. Atheists are. That's like a proven fact. It'll be Democrats too. They will be blue voters that are at the highest levels of consciousness, which is brutal, right? Because a lot of these guys aren't family oriented. They have some family quirks or stuff that allows. Remember, anytime you have a family problem, you've suffered much more than someone else. Let's say you don't talk to your family anymore, and it makes you swing blue. Remember, suffering leads to much higher levels of consciousness, so that's why it'll look like that. Even though when it gets balanced out, people will go back to family. But at the current timeline we're at now, yes, atheists who are bad with their family members usually suffer a lot, high levels of depression, despair, and a lot of them go to Silicon Valley with that and pop out the other side as successful, mega titan, strong ass incarnations, good at three things at once, and then they even fix it with their family, although they can never fix it with God because of the suffering they went through, which is tough, right? Again, it's normal, right? For the last couple hundreds of years, religion has taken a backseat, right? So it's more about self mastery because, scripture is about a man who's already mastered heading towards higher worlds. That's when scripture gets very methodical, very, must be sharply read. But again, most people follow religion without self mastery. So therefore, they hate their religion and their addiction to fapping and all that. So, they're stuck between that, and which is fucking hilarious. That's why I say if you're not successful, there's no point to religion, right? You're just building nasty shadows. And that's why just get your dreams done fast, early, like me, 25 years old, boom, 28, everything's done, right? 30, you're just traveling the world at this point, and you should know what you're doing for the rest of your life after that. And I'm saying this, that, yeah, it's less than 1% of the population that can do this. I get what you're saying, like, hey, Zherka, you're asking for too much, but My channel will never be about talking to fucking retards. It'll be about the fucking elite. That's all we ever want to hear about is the elite, right? I want to be a part of the elite. That's all I give a fuck about because the elite, and I'm not talking about the business elite. I'm saying I do whatever the fuck I want to do whenever I want to do it, and that's it. And that's, you should be striving towards that, even if it's a fucking delusion, right? It should be your morning sun, your morning star. That's how you want to move. Why is that? It's, you will be inexhaustible when that's your position. You will always feel like me if that's your position, and you will get there. Make no mistake about that. It's like, yeah, is 10% of the people listening to this gonna get something out of this that changes their life? 100%. Is 90% of the people listening to this gonna be more confused than when they started? That's normal. But years later, right? Years later, some of these words fit into their little miniaturized skulls, right? If you, like, for example, if you guys send me clips of, yo, this guy said his whole life got changed by watching Zherka. Why are these clips coming out 2 years later? Because that's how long it takes. That's how long it takes for my words to actually penetrate you when you're at like teenage levels of consciousness, let's say, right? So everything I say is going to hit much later, but it's still useful because it's like, I'm not saying that it's always going to be slow motion. It's just going to be the beginning that's like this. And then what? 21 to 28 years old, everything I say you'll absorb easier, right? But let's bring some people in. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard what you said, and I think it's true. The pendulum has to swing one way or another. If it wasn't going to be the Jews, it was going to be the Muslims, and it wasn't going to be the Muslims, it would have been the Christians. And yeah, this is just the beginning. I mean, any retard can see it. And yeah, I think it's all downhill from here. But what can what can any average person really do?
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead, Charm Hole. I think you're a tanky, right? Turns out you guys were wrong about everything. That's crazy, dude.
Jesus is king.
Hey, man.
Hey Zherka, bro, good stuff. When you went on your Jesus is King run in 2023, you changed a lot
Hell
of
yeah.
lives back then,
Oh, thank you.
and
Hell yeah.
you definitely helped me. Um,
And
yeah, I
it's
mean,
fun. Like, I don't know why people act like it's a sad thing. Yeah, coming to religion is a sad thing. No doubt about it. Like Buddhist, Islam, all this stuff. Coming to religion can be a sad day in life. But coming towards Christianity is actually, even if you're going through it, it feels like a sunrise. No matter, it feels like a never ending sunrise. So, because I hate that I'm linked to people's most where they're suffering the hardest, right? Which is usually a Christian channel will be linked to that. That's how people click on it and go, "Hey, this resonates." But you'll find it slowly entering this lifestyle where, hey, I'm a crazy person like Zherka, but I also have something limiting me from going totally fucking savage. And this thing limiting me, it feels like it's my most valuable possession. And this is my soul. And this is my soul. It shines towards ego consciousness. And by ego consciousness, I mean the Christian mysteries. Like, this is the direction I want to go. This is awesome. This is fun. Like, I hate people who don't understand the scriptures. Also fun. Obviously the hard parts is hard, but talking about interpreting scripture and finding those hacks, there are hacks in scripture for how you should live your life. That's the most fun. I that is the video game of life.
Yeah. Yo, thank you so much. First off, I just gotta say, guys, Charmo, thank you so much for doing this.
Bro,
For
Charmo, you've been around the communities, all of our communities since 2018 or 19, right?
I'm fucking old, dude. I'm turning 40 next week. I'm gonna die soon.
Dude, you've been in my community, Jackson's, Hawes's, Raj Patel community. You were a part of that
Yeah,
too.
bro. I can't believe you remember that shit.
Yeah. No, because you would beef people on the calls too, like a bunch of e-girls and all that. And there was also another guy called Jordan Peterson is God. Do you remember that guy?
Oh man, dude, that's a callback right there.
Yeah.
All
Yeah. See,
I got too many hits to the head, man. All I remember is Alabro about that back then.
Ala, bro, holy shit. He was great content. Why did we try and kick him out? He was fucking awesome.
Oh, he was perfect. He was the blob in real life,
Yeah.
incarnate. Like,
He was Jabba. But yo, you became a tanky at one point, 2022.
yeah, a little bit.
And,
Well,
and how did they suck you in there? They said something about Russia, China being the top dog, right? I think Haas said China is going to be like the leader of the free world. And
yeah. Well, it was just the turning point because that was the moment Twitch finally pulled the trigger and said, if you talk bad politics, we're kicking you. We don't care if you never said a slur. We don't care if you never said anything like that. That was the moment where Twitch was officially. I got banned too. That's why I jumped on that bandwagon.
was that Ukraine war stuff?
Yeah. So right when that shit popped off, exactly. So I got banned too. Of course, it was only for like a month or something. They got banned permanently. I don't even think Hinkle's allowed back in the fucking United States right now. Shit. But like, yeah.
Which is such a depressing trade. Like if you've ever been to one of these countries, bro, I'm not just being a hater. Imagine not being able to come to the US. You have to hang out in Russia. You know how boring that is?
Oh, it's cold. It's like Minnesota. Like
No, all the old parts of like Europe is so much fun to travel as a vacation, but old Europe is really boring. Once you're done the fucking tourist shit, you're really bored.
yeah, seeing sheep and corn is like the highlight every day. No,
Yeah.
it's wait, hold on. We're getting too sidetracked. Guys, fucking share this, like this, bookmark this shit. Seriously, everything Zherka said tonight is more than true. More than true. Okay, you really don't understand what the layers, not just philosophically, not just spiritually, right? Physically, okay? You stop thinking about audio as something that you can't see and can't prove. It's more than real, and you've been injecting it into your pain brains for God knows me, at least 2018, right? Take this
Yeah.
to heart, please.
No, memes can fucking be like spirits in your head. They can take over. Bro, I had memes of just Trump nuking the world and I was smiling. I was like, holy shit, this Twitter's got some hard ass memes, bro. Like, what the he hijacked my mind.
That's so true. I was just talking about the mycelium network today with my boss, right? Saying how, so like how we're talking right now, of course, over radio, electrified crystals. That's literally how we're speaking right now across the world in real time. Well, our brains do the exact same thing, except bioelectrically, right? With mushrooms, right? We're walking fucking mushroom stalks, okay? You have to understand this. And when one mushroom dies, gets eaten, farts, right? Another mushroom will smell it, will cry, will eat it, right? It almost instantly because it's part of the exact same network. We now, for God knows how long, 30 years, right? Internet has just existed. As humans, we've now sucked this up. And to Zherka's point earlier, I don't want to brag, but I'm Aryan as fuck. Okay, I am the Wigger. You understand? I am the Wigger. Seriously, I'm not even joking. I'm 6'3".
That's right.
I'm 300 fucking pounds. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, white as snow.
Well, how are you 300 pounds?
Brother, ask the homeless
Dude,
guys that fucking speak
you're
to me
you're
when I'm
a
drinking.
bodybuilder?
Okay.
Are you a bodybuilder or a fat ass?
I'm literally both. I'm
Yeah.
I bodybuild so I can eat pizza every fucking day.
Yo, first of all, can you explain to people the kind of appetite a man has? Because, bro, 5'5" people, humans, male and female, they don't like. You know, when a 5'5" guy gets hungry, it's not a big deal. But when a big guy gets hungry, yo, you can drop from blood sugar issues. You can literally drop and break your head. Like, bro, imagine having a 5'5" body to take care of. It must be so easy.
I was
It must be like you get a little peckish. Like, who gives a
I'm
fuck?
at the
If you
gym
get hungry as a big guy, you're like, oh man, I'm fucking dying, man.
I think that every single time I see a little bitch do a pull-up, I cry because I'm built
Yeah.
like a T-Rex. I can kick
Yeah.
you to death with one
Dude,
kick.
it's always midget. It's always
Yeah.
midgets who say I can do a lot of
Yeah.
pull-ups. Like no fucking
Bro,
shit. You can do a
bro.
lot of pull-ups, you little
Wow,
faggot.
Peter Dinklage, shit, more like fucking Big Dick Dinklage. Look at you fucking getting 500
Yeah,
reps of yourself.
yeah. It's like
Big
if you have
5-pound piece of shit.
if you've seen these T Rexes, they don't have long arms and they go, I can bench a lot. It's like you're not even benching. You're barely
You're
moving the
breathing.
fucking weight.
You might as well stand
Yeah,
on your
look.
chest. Is going up.
Ask Michael Jordan to do a bench press. That's rough. That's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you always see big niggas squat. Okay. I was telling these kids
Yeah.
earlier, I can do 900 pounds easy. They said, no, you can't. I said, brother, I'm doing 300 right now. When I fucking go to take a shit, I do a quarter, like, a quarter of that. Like, it's so easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So the homeless guys, I'm riding my bike on the fucking streets, and the homeless guys are like, hey, girl, and I look back and they see a big ass beard. They're like, oh, fuck. They fucking chase me down. They throw bottles at me. They literally get mad because my fat ass is male, right? So this is kind of
Yeah.
like that kind of flows into the entire reason.
Bro, I like to get fat 2 times a year. And bro, getting fat
So
used to
it's
be
possible.
impossible for bro, getting fat used to be impossible for me. But if you've ever done aggressive, not regular, but aggressive ass steroid cycles, your appetite expands. Like it takes 2 years till it goes back to normal. It takes some people say never. I don't think that. I think that's just bad eating habits. But man, if you've ever done an aggressive gear cycle, and let's say you're a fat ass I had a fat ass buddy who did that. He was obese for the rest of his life after that because it's like a desire body issue after that. But which is horrible, by the way. Like people think they want a giant skeletal frame to take care of until you realize everything is annoying about that. I look at some of my buddies who wear the same t-shirt for 48 hours and they don't have sweat on their shirt. They don't even have to do laundry. Some of these guys pretend they're doing laundry, but smaller human beings don't have to do laundry. Do you know how I know they're not doing it? They're nasty because they don't notice that they're sweaty. They don't sweat that much. You know what I
They
mean?
exist in
So that's why
space.
I look at I look at smaller incarnations and I go, they're less
Yeah.
hygienic because a bigger guy is always worried if he
This is
smells
why
or not and all that
this is
shit.
why it's so easy to believe that Nephilim exists now. I am a Nephilim. You are a Nephilim. Like if you're over 6 feet tall and you meet someone who's a
Yeah,
pygmy, right? Like
yeah,
they are literally a tiny person. They exist on a completely different wavelength, physically, mentally, in every way than you do.
yeah.
Like, and it's hard.
And you got to remember the cosmic joke of why we laugh at a short person is because their thoughts didn't grow with them, so they held themselves from a tall incarnation just by their own mind's capacity. That's why you look at a tall guy, he always goes, maybe I can be president. He lets his mind
Oh my
expand way
God,
more.
that's wow. You just blew my mind. Luckily,
And I just don't
I have the
charm.
ramp.
I don't
Well,
like
no,
short people, bro. I've given. You ever give a million short people chances, and they always have this thing like you're better than me. Yeah, of course I'm better than you. What the fuck?
forever, forever for
And-
nothing other than the fact they have to
yeah,
literally look up to you. Act.
and they do weird guilt trip tactics. Like when you're at a bar with them, they go, "Must be cool being up there." Like the chicks like you, and it's like, why are you guilt tripping? You're the one who chose your incarnation. You chose
You
that
just
shit, bro.
unlocked a fucking core memory I totally forgot about. I was working at Olive Garden. I'm a server. This girl, oh my god, she's like this tiny little Jew, fucking so hot. She could have been IDF. I don't care, right? She was so beautiful, right? And I see this guy, right? This bald fucking short, whoever, right? Scott, right? Goes up to her. He's an actor. Hey, you want to go see the new Bond movie? Right? And I walk up and I go, she's like, well, and I go, hey, I'll go. Hey, I want to see the new Bond movie. And Scott looks at me like he could kill me, but I didn't pick up on that because the girl immediately said, yeah, let's all do it. Right? And we go,
There it
he
is.
sits in
She
the
wants to
middle
feel
the
safe.
entire time.
Wants
The
wants
entire
she
night.
wants to feel safe because she can't go with a short rapist.
Well, right. Yeah, I was gonna finger her if she nods
Yeah.
off in the middle of the fucking movie. Yeah, whereas me, I'm gonna be like, hell yeah, Daniel Craig, this fucking shit's tight. Hey, have you heard about Jesus Christ? Like
I have met one or two short guys that never mentioned height about my height or their own height, and I always respected the fuck out of them. Like they don't even think of it, but that's so rare. You'll meet two of those people your whole life.
Oh, absolutely. Oz, unfortunately, is not one of those people. But
Haas loves to mention height. He loves to just anywhere he goes, everything is height cope maxing, bro. He's
when he had that height off with Destiny, and it turned out they're twins. They're fucking twins.
Well, in a weird way, Destiny and I are cool now. We unblocked each other, but in a weird way, Haas is the whole beef of when he was beefing with Destiny with who is more masculine. I remember thinking, I'm like, the fact that Haas is entertaining this makes him look bad. I wouldn't entertain it. I would just laugh, right?
Very
I was
no,
like,
absolutely.
Destiny knew that he's making himself look jester so long as he gets to take Haas down with him, like on kamikaze shit.
Yeah. Oh, who cares? Because he gets to suck all the fucking girl toes all night.
Yeah,
Fucking,
there you go.
he's
There you
snorting shit off their fucking toe jam, right? Meanwhile,
go.
Haas, what is he gonna do? Oh, he's gonna go pump about it at the gym. Well, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
pump about it. It's like, yeah,
Charm, are you pro America or no?
bro, I am the American. I'm literally the heart of America. You said earlier, first off,
You,
try.
you knew what I meant when I said that you can be born in Indonesia and have an obsession for America. You've seen those people,
Yeah,
right?
and Marabou's, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
Hassan.
And people don't realize what
True.
that is.
Absolutely.
That people don't realize that's a spirit. Like it's contagious. It's super. Once it's on you, you cannot get it out of you.
No, absolutely. I'm fucking heart of America. This is why Fuentes is so hard. This is why Ye is so hard. Is because
Yeah.
Chicago land area, Chicago mafia land, American mafia, the American mafia. That's what Trump is. We don't care about Jewish mafia, Italian
Yeah.
mafia, Rome mafia. Fuck all that.
I go as far
Immigration
as
mob now. Like,
people are like, you mean all the cool things about America? I'm like, no. The fact that you can go trans as fuck is so badass to me. A lot of conservative channels attack me for this. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, the fact that the freedom impulse has so much electricity that there's a risk you could chop your own shit off.
yeah,
That is so fucking bad. It's like Goku doing Kaioken where it hurts him. It hurts him, but he has to do it to win the fight.
your motorcycle girl analogy earlier was spot on. That's why I was saying like that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that it's like, dude, as a man, if you feel women should be covered up on the streets, right? Like not in some kind of beautiful religious way, but in a way where they don't even want it. It's like just to oppress them. If you have an impulse of that's cool, there's something really backwards about you. And a lot of people are like, well, look at the old scripture. And it's like, no. We're looking at evolved consciousness to 2026. Like, for example, you can make so many arguments it's okay to marry a 14-year-old and all that. But the fact that consciousness by group in the West evolved into saying, no, that's a little weird, then you should have the DLC pack of what's weird, bro. You know what I mean?
This is what I was speaking to earlier when I said we grew up on the internet. This is why I love Zoomers so much, because as a millennial, as an old fucking asshole, I got the internet when I was like 10. I was a teen. I was right in that area, right? But basically, I grew up with electronics. Zoomers, you kids grow up with iPads. You're
Yeah.
already in the holodeck as a baby. This is
I
why
would,
we
I would, I would, I would never consider like the MP3 player generation, the iPod Nano. I don't consider that as a screen generation at all. But these guys who grow up with iPads, they're different animals. Where it's like, yes, they might be better at the workplace as just computer robots, but I genuinely believe in my heart, though, that this iPad generation will have the highest risk profile for suicide by far.
well, because all they have to do is flip a switch, right? All
Well,
like
it's
all
because they
and
think
these
it's
AI
because they
guys,
think
like
charm
we've heard
charm.
of
It's
gang
because they
stalking. We'll
think
think of AI gang stalking. Like,
they literally think they are a switch. They press so many.
they're all, yeah.
They press so many buttons. They think they are a button. It's like a lot of people don't realize. Like Zherka, why are you against smokers? You can smoke a pipe for so long that you think you are. You start identifying with the pipe. You forget you are conscious. You become the pipe. You don't feel good unless the pipe is around. You become whatever you're doing. You could be a gamer who games so much that you drop out of the incarnation and you identify with GTA, and now you're suicidal because you're no longer in the world. You will identify with what you're obsessed with, which can be very dangerous, bro.
So you don't think you're being played by somebody in the future? You don't.
I think if you smoke a pipe long enough to the point where you are a pipe, you're in danger. If you play a game long enough to where you are the game, you're in danger. Like that's how fucking Club Penguin pedophiles were born, bro. And remember, you can identify with things in a badass way, right? Like Logan Paul identified with wrestling, and now he is a wrestler, but he's much more than that too. And there's some wrestlers who identify with wrestling so hard that they want to win, they want to be successful, but they have to take painkillers to keep up. And now they're addicted to Percocet and they ruin their lives. Then they kill themselves because they identified with wrestling too much. That's why the name of the game, every single mystic throughout history said, don't identify, use. Use the thing in front of you. Don't identify. Use the motorcycle, enjoy it. Don't be the motorcycle to the point where you're fucking dead from riding all day.
This is why Spielberg is kind of empty now, right? You think of Steven Spielberg, he abused Drew Barrymore, right? There's no doubt in my mind. I do think that you're right. You're, which sucks because I was hoping to, like, I don't know, become like a gamer incarnate, right? But that is a really good point, because once you are it, then you are the object. Same thing, relating it back to smaller people not being able to grasp bigger ideas. First off, I just have a large head. I'm literally, when I was in football, I had to have a huge helmet because I have a big head. I have big thoughts. I have more
Which, by the way, girls love that way more. Have you noticed that? If you there's a website I forgot that checks large head celebrities and how many chicks they have
Oh,
compared
no.
to small. Dude, you could be a good looking guy with a smaller head. You get way less women. Like it's a thing.
Damn, man. Because now Hassan's
Yeah,
on Suicide Watch. Shit, Ayatollah Hassani.
yeah,
Maybe he
yeah,
can be the new Ayatollah. No, but
yeah.
yeah. So, oh well. So yeah, but with children, when you have children, you'll notice that they really are slaves. Like they're your slave. They're you, but they're,
Where are you going with this?
well, look. Oh wait, hold on. Whoa, 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 wait. No, I mean in the mental sense, right? Like they don't have choices.
They
I
are.
don't think of thinking,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
I mean, they're good slaves. They mimic too.
yeah. Well, tabula rasa, right?
Yeah.
There is nothing, but it will get written, and you might be able to wipe it away again, but eventually you lock in, literally, like very much so, into who you are. And then that comes freedom, right? This is why I told CNN, right? I'm hanging out with Haas and Hinkle. Meanwhile, this little brownoid's trying to kick me out, right? He's like, "You're terminal. You said a slur." I'm like, "You're tiny. I will eat you. Like, shut up," right? Like, there's when I was there, I said time and time again, freedom wills freedom. Hegel said this 200 years ago. It's my favorite quote. I love him more than anything. The more I think about it, just think about this quote: freedom wills freedom. Your freedom to choose will allow you to choose more, which will allow you to become really who you are. Not, oh, I'm the guy that can quote every single South Park episode and every single Simpsons. No, like you you will then be able to truly move beyond who you were born as and then create
Yeah.
unto yourself. You can be reincarnated in your own lifetime. I think you said
Yeah.
like that's
It's like you can have, it's like God says you can have any, if God came down and said you can have any gift you want so long as it's freedom, and everyone would be like, what the fuck, that's the only thing, I want something else. And people don't realize that that's the one that morphs into anything else. That's literally that thought perception right there can transform how you see the world. That if you aim for freedom, it can turn into anything you want to do. But if you aim for being a billionaire, now you're limited, and now chances are you'll never make it. Right? When you aim for freedom, it's like an everlasting spring of energy. You can just keep saying to yourself, wait a minute, if I keep maximizing freedom, I get closer to my incarnation task. This is so fucking strange. This is why most breakthroughs happen for most people. They quit their job. Have you ever quit your job and then breakthroughs start happening? You're like, what the fuck is going? Everything's shifting, and you're like, whoa, fuck that job. That job was shit, but it wasn't shit when you were just out of it, right? There's breakthroughs that happen in the soil of freedom, and a lot of people don't realize that the Iranian people, they want that freedom too. As much as you guys want to suppress women and stuff, it's not going to happen. A lot of these people are making, some people are making that argument that And the pendulum's going to swing back to being conservative. And it's like, the more conservative it swings in the future, the more women will be free. That you cannot stop freedom. The freedom impulse for men and women is going to keep increasing until it rapes and destroys. And this has to happen. I'm not saying it's evil, until it destroys all the foundations of marriage, where humans cannot even live together, right? And not even you and your buddies will be able to live together, right? Ego consciousness is going to get that hyper individualized. And a lot of you guys don't realize that it's like the more you try and suppress the woman, the more miserable you'll be. But when you say, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want, she will like you more, that you don't give a fuck. When you say, hey, I need you at this time, at this time, dude, you're not married, bro. There's no rules to this shit. You just met her. Like you look like a desperate freak right now. Now, if you're at a higher level, let's say status network looks, yeah, you can get away with bigger rules. I do it all the time. So I'm like, my number one rule is, hey, don't embarrass me. And I like to be, sometimes I do like to be embarrassed. Have you ever met someone that's good to argue with on stream? That's a fun type of embarrassment where it's kind of embarrassing, but also it's going somewhere, right? It's good content, whatever. The chat is buzzing, and you look at the money, you're like, this is much better than applying effort, you know? So let's get Charm back in here. What were you saying?
Yo, Zherka.
Yeah, what's up, man?
So I've given up on Sonny and Sneeko. It just seems like they're very deep into like the Arabization.
Well, I'll say this. Have you noticed that those two are more extreme than the average Muslim? Have
Why
you
do you think
noticed
so?
that?
Why do you think they're more extreme?
Something clearly happened to them when they were young, and for Sonny, it's more of a father figure thing, where the Christian mysteries are not father figure enough for him because he wants a higher level of strictness, right? Remember, when you grow up without a father, the strictness has to be there, and Christianity does not have the strictness because it's evolved towards the freedom impulse. Like that's what the Christ force is freedom. That's why people, even Christians, go, I don't know what I'm really doing with my life. And Jesus Christ isn't going to come down and say, you have to, work with, you have to be a tax broker or whatever the fuck. He's not going to do that for you, right? It's a freedom impulse. Whereas Islam doesn't have the freedom impulse. So, there are lower levels of consciousness. It's going to be one of those things, right? It's going to be an insecurity thing for Sonny, that freedom impulse is way too scary. And but by the way, you can become an alcoholic with the freedom impulse, where it's like when the Christ says all doors are open for you, go, like there's no way to living life. You just the way is the one that allows you to generate the best loving thought forms. So it's not like scripture will ever tell you what your career is or whatever, which is like the hard part for people. So that's where it gets confused. For Sneeko, I said this many times when I first met Sneeko too, and he thought I'm joking. I think everyone knew I'm serious. Sneeko has something in him that is rotten. He has a soul defect where
I
there's
agree.
evil. There's evil in his heart. There's hatred in his heart, and that's why you can always see it because it's like a Ted Bundy thing that you want to show to people in a interesting way. Like for example, have you seen Sneeko talk about Indian people? Like as funny as he is as a comedian, when Zherka shits on Indian people, everyone's laughing. When Sneeko does it, you can tell he wants to butcher them with a knife. There's this hatred of the Indian person, and you can see in Sneeko's eyes, nothing happened towards him and Indians. He never got hacked by them. He never got stopped on the streets and attacked by them. But it's a superiority thing that he wants to be like, I can't say it to the white guy because technically on the hierarchy he's above in the social status, but I can be the white slave owner against the Indian because I'm technically at a higher. I'm in the West, so Sneeko like becomes the Nick Fuentes archetype around the Indian, which is crazy to me because it's like that means Sneeko actually believes in these color things, like there's a color hierarchy and all that, right? But it's not just that. You can see that in his career, he's beefed literally everyone, and I'm like, he doesn't even have a warlike disposition. He doesn't have that war thing. Sneeko doesn't have the war thing in him. Everyone likes to say that the war is in Sneeko until he gets checked. When Sneeko gets checked, he immediately goes back to being a bunny rabbit. So he doesn't have the war in him, but he has the torturer archetype in him. If it was a thing where he Sneeko doesn't take pleasure in war, because if they hit back or if it's too much, he'll always like do something else or go regroup Muslims to help him. But he has this archetypal energy that he gets off on torturing souls. Like he has a power. It's a power vacuum where it's like he feels no matter how powerful he is, it's never enough. He always something happened to him. Like did you kill someone? Like what the fuck was that? But something happened to him where a kid kicked rocks in his face as a child, and instead of him getting over that or getting strong, he needs to kick rocks in other children's faces. And it's really weird because you can see Stinko always retreating to, hey, we should be friends again. Hey guys, we should be allies again. We should be this again, and we should do it. Hey, if we collab, we're cool. And it's like, dude, we cannot collab because your whole incarnation is to increase primitive Islam, not even the higher levels of consciousness of Islam, but the primitive side. And here's the crazy thing is his whole career, his whole money-making system is connected to that. That's like, is Zherka's channel connected to Christianity? Does Zherka make money off Christianity? Like, I make zero. I make money off Red Pill. I make money off other things that I talk about. I don't make, the Christian stuff is always the free stuff. It's not hidden behind a paywall. It's always on a Jack Neal podcast. It's always the stuff forward, but it's not linked to my money. His religion is linked to his money directly, which makes it so easy to corrupt him. Which also makes it so he can never take breaks either. And I don't think he's maybe type A personality that can take a break, but it's so dangerous how in 5 years you guys are all gonna say, "Oh, Myron's pretty cool, Zerka's pretty cool, Nick's pretty cool," but Sneeko went off the deep end, and all of you are gonna be like, "How did he get radicalized that much?" And it's like you can see when humans don't learn their lessons, they're going further and further into the mud. Like, for example, Sneeko avoided all the Islamic podcast channels that are chill, and he went right to Mohammed Job, right to the extremes and the crazies and the ones that the outrage, the clickbait ones, right? You could say it's for clickbait, it's not. The soul loves extremes. Like, think of Sneako's cocaine being Islam. He likes the bad stepped on cut up bags. He doesn't like the pure powder. He likes the cheap stuff you get on the street that's mixed with speed and meth and all that. He likes the shittier, lower level consciousness versions of Islam. And it suits him. Remember, he only joined the faith. I don't know if anyone realizes this. He only joined the faith so they can help him with a wife because he didn't like the dating scene in Miami or something. And that's what all these trips are about. And so it started off as a wife thing, and then he gave up on that, and now it's more like a war thing, and then it turned into like a Christian Islamic hybrid channel, and then it turned into convert Zerka's fans, which I didn't even realize he's doing this until you guys brought me to consciousness with this, and I was like, I really didn't think a human could be all this sneaky. Like every move he makes is in his head, it's for God. No, it's not. He's not even religious, bro. All of this is a system to keep him guarded. And people are like, well, why can't you just be homies for the sake of being homies? And it's like, you will never convert one of my children and have me be cool with you. It's like if Myron was converting my fans on the low to join some temple. I would say, Myron, what the fuck are you doing? It's the dirtiest thing you could do because these fans are thinking, oh, I only went to Sneeko because Zerka green lighted him, right? Zerka green lit him. Oh, Zerka stopped going on the Sneeko shows. Oh, it's because Zerka doesn't want to green light him. And it's like, that's why he's angry. It's like, yeah, dude, if you understand how all this is tied, who would have thought that in less than 2 years he's the most radical channel where he's saying some shit that's just fucking embarrassing, bro. Like there's blue pill and then there's green pill, which is the blue pill of the fucking Islamic world. He's You can tell it's embarrassing because if you noticed, even Sneeko supporters get on his ass. Like his own supporters who rock the same faith, they get on his ass when he's fucking up. And it's like, when you see higher levels of consciousness from Aiden Ross recently than Sneeko, it's like it's a big problem. And I guarantee you, in 2 years, you're gonna see he's gonna be one of the most radical channels on earth, right? And all of that has to happen to pull the evil out of you. You have to kind of ride the wave of it, and it'll purge itself eventually. But man, what you're seeing is like what a week ago he called you guys satanic for being followers of the Christ,
Yeah, and he made that
and
tweet the
then
other day saying, "Oh, we need to be friends. We need to unite."
yeah, he said we gotta all be friends, and it's like, dude, you are not the friendship channel. Like
He,
you're not Myron, you're not Nick. Even Nick did a good job of gluing both sides, even though for 6 months I said this is like hopeless. This is a stupid strategy, and I was right. It was kind of crazy. It's crazy to think that.
yeah, it's just I can't pick a side whether like, oh, you know what, we've got our main enemy, which is the Jews. Let's team up, us Christians and us Muslim. We've got our common enemy. When like, they say these other things like, because with Sneaker, for example, he shits on Christ all day long, right? Like, how do you have the audacity to come out with a tweet like that saying we need to unite? It's like, are you trying to be manipulative on purpose? Like, are you taking the piss? Like, what's going on there? And you know what's funny? In the Quran, chapter 5, verse 51, it says that don't take Christians and Jews as friends because they're friends of one another. It's like, dude, your own book condemns you for that, right? But I wanted to speak on Myron because I think Myron has potential. But what do you think Zherka is going to take
Yeah.
Myron to like come to Christ? I don't know what sort of conversations you had with Myron Gaines.
Yeah.
But what do you think it's going to take Myron to come to the truth, man? Like, what's your analysis on him?
Yeah, I've always maintained no matter who I'm around that you have to be an idiot to think that everyone goes to the Christ in this incarnation. It's retarded to think that. Myron will die a Muslim. That's like how he came in the game like that. He's gonna leave like that, and that's extremely normal. Like you shouldn't even be worried about that. Same with like a native guy will die native. A Chinese guy is gonna die. What Buddhist or maybe Shinto Buddhist or atheist or whatever. That's like totally normal and throughout history, you can see this that many souls have died the way they were born. And that's just totally fucking normal. It's total. If you understand anything I teach, you wouldn't even be worried about those people at all. Who you should be worried about is the people raised Christian, love Christianity, and still run away from it. Those people are in danger.
I think with Myron's lifestyle, like I was binge watching Fresh and Fit for so long, right, for like 2 years until you came onto the show, started talking about Christ, and then I was pulled to your content. But seeing Myron still doing after hours is like, bro, like this is like proper hustle from him. And I'm thinking like,
What do you
Myron,
mean by that?
like the fact that like it's still going on, like the after hours show. Like I thought that'd be dead by now, but it's still like popping off and it's still like even bigger than what it was before. And I think with Christianity, right, because like do you know what repent means, Zherka? Like the Greek word?
Yeah, go ahead.
It means like to change one's mind. So with Myron, I feel like with him, well, I think you're partially right with what you're saying, is that he needs to like literally change his lifestyle, meaning no more after hour shows, no more all the stuff that he does. Like you literally you don't change your outer, but you have to change your inner. Like Jesus says, you have to come to him with all your heart. So I think Myron has to literally transform for him to come to Christ. And I don't think he's ready for that. Like he's too deep in his ego and too deep in his identity of being this podcaster, Miami guy who gives advice on women and stuff. Like it has to be a complete change of identity for him. So I think
Well,
that's
I think the opposite would happen. That if he did come to the Christ, his podcast would be even more liberal, more bitches, more because it's a freedom impulse of like We're saved. It's one of those things. But if he went to his religion, it would be like more strict. I think he'd be like, But again, who would Myron be if he didn't have that show? He wouldn't be the Myron we all know. The whole point is that you play the cards you're dealt, and eventually you fade out the bullshit. That's why you can really judge someone as they're getting much older, like for when their hairs start graying. Like that's when you'll see someone's genuine interest shining. But usually in their 20s and their early 30s, it's like I don't know how much judging I would do. If, like, for example, I wouldn't judge Jordan Peterson when he was 35. It's like we don't see the total. Right now, he's a lot older. We see exactly what his soul is about, which is weird. He became fucking evil. Like, he totally became about, dead kids. And I think Peterson was my favorite incarnation in 2015. Is like huge inspiration. It was like, it's like I felt like he's only speaking to me. He's like mentioning Jung and stuff that people don't know about, and I was like, "Wow, this is awesome." And then he just became this like, a dude all about like pleasing Netanyahu and stuff like that. And it's like it's a cool reminder that you can fall off from the top. Like Peterson was the highest level of consciousness we've seen, and then he fell off the top. He got bitter and angry, and it could happen even to me. That at the top I just say fuck these goat fuckers. It's easy for me to get bitter. It's easy for bro. If I could have a bad day and be worse than Hitler. I could literally. I get so angry when I see people justifying this whole like wrap up a woman and keep her at home all day. It's like, bro, first of all, you can only do that if their heart's in it, right? You can't force that shit.
Oh, 100%. And yeah, I remember your first appearance on Fresh and Fit. I think one of the first things you said was like, you were born Muslim and you came to Christ. Like that for me, like me being a Muslim
Yeah,
back then, I was
yeah,
shocked, bro. I was like, what? Because I felt like your energy was good. Like
yeah.
um, like you were spitting a lot of game. But the fact that you came to Christ, I was like, what the hell? Like that's so weird. But for some reason, I kept watching you. I don't know why. And I think any other Muslim that would hear that, uh, a Muslim going to Christianity, they'll instantly turn you off, right? And I don't know what your opinion about this is. Like, why do you think some people who are Muslim would continue listening to you despite you saying, like, F the Muslims,
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah.
Christianity, and other people will just switch you off, and others will continue to watch you? Like, why do you think people have that sort of like?
Yeah, yeah. I know what you're asking. It's almost like, well, why do people pay so much money to listen to my inner calls in dzerkofficial.com in our secret society? There's a lot of Muslims in there, and we try and squeeze them out, and they hide and stuff like that. And I know what the real reason is. It's not because they love me. It's not because of all the sweet, warm stuff. It's because their lives are genuinely better listening to me, better than when they listen to their parents, better than when they listen to their cousins, their uncles, better when they listen to their own God in their own scripture, better than when they listen to regular scripture from regular Christians. When a human's life tremendously benefits listening to one voice online, and usually it's that voice that kind of disappears. If you like, even Peterson would disappear on me. I'm like, where the fuck's this guy going all the time? He's so good. He should be giving us more content, and he'd take like long breaks and stuff. I don't know. He's like battling a drug addiction and shit. But yeah, if your life benefits, if Zherka tells you what's happening when you're dreaming, and you go to bed and start realizing, oh shit, he's not lying to me. He's kind of scaring me with how much truth he's bringing. When you start seeing it in your world, you're like, holy shit, that little one habit Zherka drilled in my head changed my whole life. It's impossible to drop Zherka. They make Zherka their god. And I don't mean like they pray to me, but everything I post, their notifications are on so they can get the latest update. They want to be the first one there. Now, for someone like you, it's like, yeah, I was targeting you. It sounds almost like methodical and evil, but I come from an atheist background with atheist parents and atheist family. But on the checkbox, if you say what country you're born in, you got to say, Kosovo, Albania, whatever, from that region. And what is that country's religion? That one that you're born with, you got to say, you're a Muslim. But were we ever Muslim in the sense of like actually being Muslim? No. Did I platform that as in, hey guys, I'm from a shittier place, like a much shittier place where people are really confused about where the God energy is on earth. I'm from that place. If I pop out into ego consciousness, you can too. So it's like a bat signal, right? And I knew that Muslims aren't going to turn me off. They're like, oh, he kind of reminds me of this guy, or he kind of looks like this and stuff like that. I knew it was like a signal of, hey guys, if you guys are ready to cross the road, you're going to go so much further in life. And I didn't take them to know, like for example, if I took them to regular Christianity, oh my God, would that'd be the most evil thing you could do, because they not only do they ruin their relationships with their families for switching faiths, but it's not even the truth. Like, there's no modern Christian channel that tells the truth. They don't talk about the freedom impulse that the Christ brings. They talk about everything antithetical to freedom. They actually try and tell you that the Christ force is some kind of like fatherly force of like, no, it's about freedom, right? And then you choose. And if you don't teach this correctly, you're fucked. And you can't teach this correctly unless you do 1 year of red pill, crazy ass content, screaming at the top of your lungs. Why? So people go, oh, he lived his freedom. He lives his freedom. He's showing us that you can have, like, for example, sounds fucking crazy to say, but I can't imagine, I can't even name one influencer who has had stronger karma than me. Women, money, looks, every fucking, they say it's all of it, to the point where I'm getting fat. Like, I don't know what to do with all this, you know? And it's like, it's so simple to see how this happens for someone like me. You just study Zherka at 5 to 10 years old. If you saw what my soul is like, you'd be like, oh, he's really gentle. He's for the Christian mysteries. He's actually a sweetheart. He doesn't lie. He doesn't. Oh shit! That it sticks onto me from previous energies, and that inner child that I have is my guiding star. That when no matter how much I sin, I can always go back to, hey, young man inside of me, what do you want to do? And he always says, I want to go on a Twitter Spaces and tell these people to be anti-war. And it's like, yes, you've got to be like a child to inherit the kingdom. You are my guiding star, where it's like you are the true Christian. Because as an adult, you can do a lot of sinful shit, but your inner child's usually going to be like, I want peace on earth. And that guy has to be involved, right? And for me, it's always been like, I don't want to be like Gary. Like Gary's such a conflicted, horrible karma soul. Like, yeah, I don't mean like I know what happened to him. It's just anytime he's talking, he's like always being cooked alive by his own thought forms. And Gary also is like stares off into windows a lot. I remember he used to stare. Gary reminded me of me on drugs. I don't not the weed like a drug, but he'd stare off into windows filled with regret. He's like, oh, I got a bit of money, but I was just so angry. I was always beefing people. And I'm like, bro, Gary, usually it takes drugs to beef that many people. You're not even on drugs. Like, you're just a tormented soul. So Gary's just like someone who I feel like is such a child soul. He's like such a childish soul, and which is why he's entertaining. But yeah, I got to take him under my wing, man. The guy I got to teach him shit, because it's almost like, what the fuck is Gary doing, bro? Like, what the fuck? Let's bring him in. Charm hole first.
Oh, Zherka, are you still into numerology or?
Oh yeah, bro. I love it, man. It's like, dude, I've been with an 11 recently. Not to
What
tell you
about
the
mine?
truth, bro.
I'm
It's
September.
a joke. It's a joke.
Oh.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Like, I always say I'll bring back numerology if I'm live, if it's on stream, if it's one of those, but never on
Can you do my
Spaces.
one? Can you do my one?
Bro, are you kidding me? Like, you're gonna burn in hell for this? No, no, we're not. And what's crazy is like, I like the animal stuff. Like, if you ask anyone, they'll be like, Zherka doesn't give a fuck about my numerology, but he does ask me what animal I am. The animal one is cool. I like asking, not that I believe it, but I like the animal shit. Like, if I meet a chick who's an ox and she starts acting stubborn, I like having something to blame it on. Like, oh, it's because you're an ox. But no, I don't think I will ever promote that. Like, that shit is hilarious to me. That, like, what is it? Just Gary? It's just Gary. Everyone else under Gary is like ruining their lives with that shit. It's like Gary's the only one who, in his matrix, numerology is working, right? he's he's got a show with Fresh. It's got to be working if your business partner is Fresh, right? Always got to shit on Fresh because they shit on me on their show. So fuck them.
Are you cool with? I don't know when you started to not be mates with Sneeko. Like when did that
Oh,
happen?
it's when the Aiden Ross clip where he calls me a pedo and everyone defends me except Sneeko because he's sitting next to him. And I don't watch the clip. It's like muted. So I let 8 months go by until you guys send me the clip again, which is I commented on the clip, but usually I comment without even watching the clip because it's like I already know what these guys are going to say. I want to go back to my day. I use Twitter like quickly. And that's my mistake. When I saw the clip, like, was it 4 months ago? I was like, and for the first 2 months, I didn't care. I was still on vacation mode. But man, it just cooked me. I was like, what the fuck kind of job interview could Aiden have for you that you don't stand up for me, you fucking cocksucker? And you've stood up for me before. It wouldn't even be inconsistent. It was like, but standing up for me doesn't matter if you do it on your channel. It's not a big deal. But if someone is blatantly calling you that, I don't know if he's a pedo, but he's saying shit like that. And I just see him sitting there, and in a weird way, you know, when you're homies, it's like, yeah, my homie doesn't stand up for me, but at least he got the job. You know, I have that thing where it's like, at least Sneeko made some money off that. He didn't even make money. He didn't even get the job interview or whatever he was trying to do. So it was like a double failure. Not only did he not defend me, but he didn't get the job he wanted with the Aiden thing. Aiden fucked him over, and he starts crying to me. And I forget about it. I still help the guy out. And then the clip resurfaces and my anger fucking explodes. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing defending this clown of a human being? And it's one of those clips where it's like, yeah, I could be cool with him in the future. Not that I want to, but he is so weak and so like in front of Aiden, he's so weak. Aiden is my mortal enemy. Like, what the fuck? He's so weak in that clip that I cannot wash it out of my head. You know, I can't wash the weakness out of my head. And then I forgot about the clip, to be honest. Like, I really forgave him and didn't give a fuck. But he started doing the Mandani thing with Islamic thing. And for me, nothing gets me more angry than Muslims pretending they believe in God. No Muslim actually believes in God. Like they're coping animals. They believe in their hierarchy. It's like a war religion. They're trying to implement their fucking Sharia deep down. They don't they you know what's funny is they're conscious enough for the war aspects of it, you know, and they can be so dangerous as people to be around. Like if you've ever seen Speaker's Corner, they turn into a group soul very quickly, unlike the whites. And it's just fucking embarrassing how if you've ever seen lower levels of consciousness group up together, you cannot feel bad for them. Well, you should feel bad for them because, you know, if you're a lower level of consciousness, chances are you're going to suffer a lot. You know, like you're not going to suffer towards evolution. You're going to suffer in a different way, which is sad. If you're like, if you tell a human, hey, you're suffering, but you're evolving, they go, okay, I'll keep going. But if you're suffering for other reasons, it's like, whoa, dude, like those people turn to animals, they'll kill you, they're fucked up in the head. And you got to be careful with that. And the cool Muslims you meet, you'll probably forget that they're Muslim. But the worst Muslims you'll meet, they'll keep reminding you. So when Sneako's channel turned into just reminding us, it's like, even if Sneako was like a Christian today, I wouldn't be cool with him because he's so weak. He could just snake. They're under the floorboards. Like he'll snake your whole friends and family, and it's just someone that weak is so easily corrupted. Especially like if the meme in your community is Zherka can be a reckless asshole. Okay, yeah, I'll hang out with Zherka. Myron can be this and Nick can be that. Okay, yeah, they all have their own kind of contradictions and memes to them. But if the meme in your community is that you're a chameleon, like Sneeko, if the meme in your own community is that you don't have truth, you just follow the red pill way, follow this way. If the meme in your own community is that the creator is a chameleon, then that's a dangerous human being to be around. And, you know, like that's like my big regret is not that I have regrets, but I should have known. Been like, you know, they're gonna multiply, they're gonna outbreed, they're gonna be around all that. Like, we should have never done that. We should.
I think with yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think with Sneeko, what you said about him having this rotten nature, I mean, it goes to show, I mean, how he treated you compared to Aiden. I mean, you did so much more for
Yeah,
Sneeko
I
than
did too much, bro.
yeah.
I did way too much.
And then he turns his back on you. It's like, dude, like that run you guys did in 2023, bro. Like you can't top that collab that you and Sneaker had. And you probably taught him a lot of things about just everything in life, right? And you tried your absolute best to bring him to Christ, but he just, wasn't going through his thick skull. And for him to just do that, I mean, yeah, you have every right to just like,
I mean, to tell you the truth, I didn't try to bring him to the Christ because I still have personality defects. One of my personality defects is if I know someone's like a weakling, like their mind can be changed. I don't want them on my team. I would much rather he comes to the Christ at 40, 50 years old. I genuinely, anytime I was alone with him, I would never preach to him. I just said God, the God of Earth evolution is the Christ, and that's all I ever said. I never repeated it. I never wanted him to join. I felt like he's like on shaky grounds with his soul. He doesn't know where the fuck he's going in life. And another thing, he doesn't want something that involves ego consciousness. He wants group consciousness. That's why he wants to be around the Muslims so much, and which is sad because how can your religion ever be sexy to someone if they don't want to be alone? They want to be around sweaty Muslims, and that's probably like the biggest turnoff of Christianity is that it's towards ego consciousness. Solo player. It's not towards group player as much as people want to say it's group player. It's not, and that's why it gets. No matter how you slice it, it's always going to look like a lot more lonely of a energy than to be around some sweaty goat fuckers. That's the truth. But it's also kind of embarrassing to say, you're going backwards in consciousness, right? And it's not even going to fully fit. Like, I have a feeling the Muslims are going to turn on Sneeko and expunge him. They're going to pitchfork him. And do I want Sneeko on the Christian side? No, because he has a problem with like white people, and he no matter how much he says he doesn't see it that way, he associates that with the Christ force, and it's like that's not normal. Like Myron doesn't have a problem with white people. It's like that's a you thing, and psychologically speaking, this thing only has one flaw really, and that he has a lot of evil, like pure evil, where you can see it when he's talking about Indians. You can see it when he's talking about certain things he doesn't like, and like in a weird way, when Zherka insults Muslims, it's kind of like a group hug too. Like it's kind of like me helping them towards their evolution. But when Sneeko does it, it's very different than when Nick does it or Myron. He does it when he goes after a group of people. He's doing it like in his head. He's fantasizing about turning the knife in their stomach. Um, and there's evil in Sneeko's eyes too, in a weird, not all the time, but he has 1 hour of the day where he thinks he's Genghis Khan or something. He gets possessed by something, so you can see some dark circles under his eyes, some
Zeka, did you
darkness.
see my photo?
Mm.
You commented on one of my like my before and after, like when I was a Muslim, I had like those dark circles under my eyes, and
Oh,
then
that
like,
was you.
yeah, that's me, yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah. You can tell, like, it's definitely something spiritual. Like you can see it in the eyes, and Jesus says, the eyes are the windows of the soul, and if you've got darkness in you, it's going to show it in your eyes, and
Yeah,
you can see that in Sneaker and like all these other Muslim guys. Like they've got this rage,
yeah,
bloodthirsty. Like as much as like they appear righteous outwardly, but in the inside, there's like so much evil. Like they want to do this Sharia law stuff, take over the world, and subjugate Christians. Because that's what I think Islam is here in the first place. It's just to destroy Christianity and to have them
Wait.
humiliated.
Can I chime in on this?
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just curious. Okay, so
Make it good content. Tell him,
yeah.
no, I disagree, bro.
No, this guy's ancestors converted mine. He's Turkish, isn't he? Are you Turkish? Yeah, you're Turkish.
Yeah, look, I'm
I'm
Turkish,
Bosnian. Yeah, I'm
born in.
Bosnian. So you fuckers. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm curious. So like Christ is God. Why would he create 2 billion plus Muslims? Like make it make sense.
Yeah, it's really easy. If you ask a modern Christian, they'll say something like, "Well, everyone stuck on an island has been gifted scripture," and that's actually wrong, right? If you look into the esoteric aspects of Christology, A Muslim has to remain a Muslim. I'm sorry to hurt your feelings, Christian. A Buddhist has to remain a Buddhist. And depending on where you incarnated, that is your moral framework for your evolution. You chose that because it's the most beneficial to you. That's why you defend it so hard instinctually. Now, in the future, which one is the highest level? If all these pieces towards God are somewhat of like guardrails of how the soul evolves, which one has, the most pieces, or let's say the total answer? The total answer would be the one at the highest level of the pyramid of consciousness, which is Christianity. So that's why your people, Bosnians, Albanians, whatever, are more primitive than Germans. That's just how the game works. And a lot of people are like, well, this sounds like soul science is racist. It's not. For example, why is Zherka not a racist? Like, does Zherka genuinely want the worst for black people? No, because Zherka knows he can be incarnated if he wants a certain skill set as a black guy in the future. And if black people have major problems in the future, Zherka's incarnation is going to suck. That's why you want every color to do good in society. How do you get every color to do good in society? Let the white man lead because he's at the highest level of consciousness. That's how it's always been. In ancient Indian times, we'd let Indians lead so we'd get the new fucking power ups, the clairvoyant power ups. And this has been talked about by many people, although it always turns into white man bootlicking. And I'm not saying it's a white man bootlicking thing. There's a lot of white people who are fucking their cousins. There's a lot of, those kind of people in trailer parks. But I'm talking about the highest levels of consciousness, though, which are not really the Christians. It's going to be the atheists again, right? Or it's going to be mobilized Christians who are not really preachy. But if you look at the pyramid, what's under, let's say, the atheist for the religious people on earth? Yes, Christians are at a much higher level of consciousness than Muslim people. And that's not something that you should ever be like, well, let me see Dr. Steiner's work to understand this. You should know this by opening your fucking eyes, you idiot. You should open your eyes and say, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Right.
No, no,
And
I agree with you because, like you were saying earlier, it has like the freedom consciousness. Like Christianity does have that, which kind of like makes me gravitate towards it. Since I grew up in the West, I'm living like a free lifestyle versus somebody that's like growing up, fucking Pakistan. I don't know. I feel like they're more stuck. They're trapped in that consciousness where they don't have the freedom.
yeah, and it's not just humans. There's also animals are at different layers of consciousness, and then it goes into sub, which is unconsciousness. Animals who are pretty much unconscious, right? There's so many of these layers. Now, check this out. Why it's super dangerous to be racist, and why the Lord hates racism, is because some people have head starts and others don't, depending on the age, like what you've gone through, certain experiences you've had. So like, for example, at the end of all this, when you're at the end of all the self-remembering journey of evolution, when humans are like godlike in power, they would find everything Zherka talks about right now in this period of the timeline, 2026. They would find me to be a demon because they'd say, oh, Zherka still divided people on race. But yeah, at the end of the timeline, that's how it works. At this part of the timeline, you got to divide people. If Zherka held a conference with just Muslims to talk about this, they'd fucking kill me with pitchforks. Obviously, to stay alive in the incarnation, I have to talk like this, where I go, I'm not going to do a Muslim meet and greet. I think that's a horrible idea, actually. And why does Zherka even add the racial remarks to his free speech channel? It's just so you guys can all be shocked when Zherka's the only channel that's not pro-war. You go, that guy's so filled with war. He'll fight on the streets. He'll do whatever. Why is he telling me to be anti-war right now? Oh, because he actually wants to evolve my soul. He actually understands his karmic effect. He's not just winging it. And a lot of you guys are going to realize that, yes, Nick, as much as Nick has many reasons why he's anti war, something he can never tell you about because he's just too young to understand this is, and I mean like spiritually, I'm saying Nick doesn't realize the real reason he's anti war, anti Jew war hawk agendas for the Middle Eastern wars. The real reason is because Nick has a moral core to him. that won't him, that, you know, he'll justify it and say, I love war, but this is the reason I'm against this one, and it's the Jews. And he'll justify it in a million ways. But the truth is, he's a moral character on earth. And Myron is anti-war. That's a moral human being on earth. Sneeko is moral right now, although a few weeks ago he was sounding a lot different, right? Or if Muslims came into power by let's say by sword, Sneeko would be all for it if his side is winning. Whereas if Zherka's side's winning, Zherka would still say war is wrong, right? And people would be like, well, it's because you incarnated in a war zone. And no, that's not the real reason. The real reason is some people are more in tune with their souls and others are more in tune with their personalities. And by the way, all those personalities that you have that form into one eventually has to fuse with your inner soul. Like the outer and the inner is the same, and they cannot be contradicting each other, because you will, you know, by the end of it, you will lose your fucking soul doing that. The marks you make on your subtle energy body when you take a firm stance against war, these are the most important soul marks you can make. And if you don't know what I mean by soul marks, is look at a human's face. You can see what they think about. Have you seen those channels that talk about psycho-spiritual health and wisdom, and you laugh at them? You go, well, how come Zherka, the whole internet loves when he talks about it, but when other people talk about it, it's cringe. And it's because their facial features don't match their soul. Basically, you can see through their facial features what they think about. If someone looks very goofy on the face, you definitely don't want to trust that person for any kind of wise advice, because you can see their face hasn't rested in any kind of pain, any kind of crystallized suffering. You can see that their face is not a wise face, right? It's kind of like when you see monkey traits on a face, and you know, big bug eyes and all that, and you go, you know, I don't trust this guy for this stuff, but when he plays Minecraft, he's very funny. I can trust him for his Minecraft content, you know. And it's kind of like if Zherka's laughing all the time, his face would change. It would literally change into a more jester, joker like face. The lines on your face show to people what you think about constantly. And so how can you trust someone? How can you trust someone? For example, if someone has a really evil looking face, not that you should judge them, but they also have evil tendencies and they speak in an evil way, you can see it from the face, but you probably had a feeling before they even opened up that fucking mug. And so if you see someone's face is rested in something goofy energy, chances are they think of goofy things all the time. If you see someone's face, like a Zherka can talk about perverted things all day and he doesn't have a pervert face. Why doesn't he? It's because he doesn't think of perverted things and he doesn't actually chase the women. You know, if he does, it's for content, it's for other reasons, but he doesn't occupy himself with women at all. You could see it in Zherka's face. Now, if you look at Heel Mike's face, you can see he only thinks about women. And it's like not a bad thing. He's in a phase of his life or whatever, but you can see people's faces change shape with what they think about all day. And it takes not months, it takes years, but it gets carved into the face. That's why some people look like shaman leaders. You want to hit follow on them. Other people look like jesters who are just chasing tail. You're like, oh, you know what? This is too much girl content, whatever. And believe it or not, everyone you meet in life, you're judging them off their soul, their face, right? It's not the best thing to do if you're a paranoid fucking schizophrenic, but it's also kind of like, not to shit on my dad here, but Alex Jones. Look at his face. You can tell that that's not an honest face. I'm not saying that he's lying. I'm just saying that he's speaking before verifying the fucking truth. And you know that, remember, when you lie a lot, that it looks like a pent up thing, like a pent up face, like a constipated face. Same with the sleepy eyes phenomenon. You know, you meet a lot of wise people who have that sleepy eye look, that almost like that stoner look. And you know, you walk around, follow them around. You want them like as a big bro, and you want to be around them. They got that sleepy look, meaning they're really been traumatized by how their thinking is developed, how their consciousness is going. And but you know that they've gone far ass places in their thinking, and you try and get the truth out of them and they never give it to you. Those sleepy-eyed motherfuckers will never give it to you. Have you ever noticed that? And because they want you to get there yourself, or else there's no point to it. There's also guys who have you seen Sneeko when he thinks of anything warlike? he turns into us versus them right in the face. Is very different than when Nick is talking about us and them, right? And I'm talking about degrees that, there's degrees of evil, and Sneeko can go to very dark places. He's a very dark incarnation, very low levels of dark, high levels of dark, but where it's like, I'm not talking about like genius, dark scientist, evil. I'm talking about like he can easily be manipulated, like to the point where he's more dangerous than a nuclear weapon. He's super dangerous to the youth. Yeah, the way the way Sneeko's trajectory has been the last 2 years compared to Myron or Nick, it's shocking how much Myron and Nick have matured, right? Where Myron's actually the fun channel for Jews. A lot of Jews watch the channel, him dancing and all that, and it's a fun thing. It's not hate filled, even though it's very easy to go that way. It's really not. And then Sneakos is something about power. Something happened to him as a kid. Is very like taking you to hell, but not in a he's snaking you kind of way. In a he's already there himself. Like you can tell Sneakos in
Yo,
hell.
yo, Zherka.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
met
What's
I
up?
met Sneeko 2 summers ago. What was your first impression of him? Because I only met him for a couple minutes, and I thought he was pretty nice and genuine. But then again, only a couple minutes. So what the fuck do I know, right?
Yeah, I remember meeting him with Arab and Yassine, and they were being treated really poorly by him. But I didn't know that at the time until they told me later, like that he was. I guess he's a bigger YouTube channel or whatever. But I just walked in, and back then I was doing my push-ups and shit. And Sneeko looked up at me. He's like, "How the fuck are you jacked as fuck if you don't work out?" And back then, I guess I was a little more jacked, although not really compared to the good old days. No, it was like computer jacked. It was like we were doing some push-ups and streaming. But I just remember Sneeko the first second he saw me was, oh, this guy's taller than me. I think we're the same height, but he feels that. He feels like, oh, this guy's taller than me and more jacked, more heavy. And his first thing was an outer thing. He didn't look right into me. He looked at the external too much, right? And for me, I was going through a breakup, so I ignored Sneeko. I was like, what up, man? And I ignored him. I kind of got through the content, like, let's get this over with. And I was dealing with a breakup, and I put her on the TV. She was like, she had her mom on the screen and all that. And Sneeko, Arab, and Yassine and me were watching me go through the breakup. So all three of the boys could tell that my heart's not really into the content thing. I was going through my own kind of phase in life. And so my energy was more like ignoring them. I had a war with this bitch. If she's trying to fucking leak me, I'll leak her, shit like that. It was just like high school shit. And which is the greatest way to meet Sneeko. Because if you ever meet Sneeko and ignore him, he becomes your best friend. And I'm ignoring him for this fucking chick that's lying about me online. And I was like, bro, I don't want to do fucking YouTube with you guys. I want to respond to this bitch on my shit. And they're like, dude, do that after, do that after. And obviously, I want to defend my name because Twitch admin's going to ban me quickly. And she's saying, oh, he abuses me. He says this about me, but I'm going to meet him. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. And so I ignore the fuck out of Sneeko. And I don't ignore Yassine or Arab because I knew them, right? So they're a part of my life a bit from the TwitchCon. And I totally forgot that I ignored him. It was like a rude thing. But anyone going through that much trauma would have ignored the fucking Sneeko in the room too. Like, come on, like, he just walks in. You would ignore it too if someone's trying to get you banned off Twitch, right? You would be hyper focused on what is this bitch lying about? What's the tweet I'm going to use to defend my name and shit like that? And Yassine's helping me and all that. And then I just do the favor because Yassine's like, hey man, Sneeko came here, he needs you to do some content. I was like, all right, let's go do the favor. And the whole energy is this guy's ignoring the fuck on me. This guy doesn't give a fuck about me, and I just got banned. So I guess Sneeko saw me as a really cool guy because he loves people who don't like him. He's one of those weirdos who, like, if I meet you, you don't like me, I don't fuck with you at all. But Sneeko's those kind of people that if you meet him and you don't fuck with him, he goes, wow, you are like a mystery, bro, or some shit like that. And I pick up the chicks, and this is all external too. He's floored, he's shocked by it. Like that I picked those two girls up, I put them on their knees, and he's like, dude, they're blondes and I'm so used to that. And then I go back to my drama, and he's shocked by it. And I remember making a mental note where I'm like, why is the most important thing in this guy's life women? Like, because at that point in my life it was more content oriented, so I was like, they respect this guy's been in the YouTube game for a while, we can learn stuff. And his was all about women, 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 because he's bored of the YouTube game by then. And I remember thinking it's all external. He doesn't know anything internal about me. It's just what he saw on the outside, picking up chicks, all this shit. And then I got to read that this is all he cares about, and that's what makes him successful. And you meet a lot of like characters. Like I like Logan Paul a lot, but you meet a lot of the guys at the top. They're really about the external, how things appear, not the internal. They're not going to do a deep dive analysis. They're not like that soul. They're not about soul science or any of that, right? Which is how you stay guarded in the world. And I still remember thinking like, Sneeko reminds me of like this. If you could have a twin brother incarnate with you, that he reminds me of like a twin brother that went into a different universe. He went a total different direction, but he was so fucking into the red pill and in a fanatical way. Like he had that look, that ISIS look in his eyes. And because I still remember he found my opinion so fucking mystifying. Like, well, why do you think that? Or why this? Why? And it was all off camera too. So I'm like, oh, this guy's like, maybe he's one of those gay zoomers who are like new to the red pill and he's rabbit holing it fast. And I saw so much potential in that because I back then I didn't think people transform. I was so new to this, so I didn't think people have. Have you noticed like streamers have many? You watch Zherka for the last 7 years, you know what you're getting, but you watch streamers and you don't know if they're in a like red pill, purple pill, blue pill. You don't know what. You didn't know that they transform, and you're supposed to transform for the clickbait and shit. So I didn't think he transformed that rapidly. But man, I've had many of my buddies transform. It's not the worst thing in the world when they go their own way. But he went to sweaty Arabs, and these same kind of Arabs that like clown this guy. And dude, my whole fan base is like, "Well, can you make it work?" And I'm like, dude, if this guy understood, if this guy ever read a book, if this guy ever experienced any part of the world, if this guy has ever done anything that involves truth, he would know he's going down the darkest rabbit hole. Could you imagine a worse rabbit hole than Islam? Like, there's the worst one. It's so bad that rockets hit Iran, dude. Imagine being part of that iota. Dude, imagine being part of that. And Iran was like peaceful. They're not doing shit for like many years. They're just chilling and they still got rocketed because they build up such negative karma, right? Not that you should ever try and see the world as good and bad karma. You're not God. You're not supposed to ever play that role, right? That Christ is the Lord of karma. You should never think, oh, Iran got hit, so they have bad karma. But yes, it's this. These spiritual wars are not random. They're driven by impulses and spirits and thoughts like that. So it's like I guarantee you that in a year, Sneaker will be in over his head so hard with this Islamic shit that we got to pray for the guy because he's gonna put himself in danger. And it's like I never thought he'd be the largest channel. It felt like Sasuke and Naruto. It felt like Sasuke and Naruto. I'm like, wait a minute. My whole channel is to defend against these stupid goat fuckers, and my good friend that I came up with, Sneeko, is on the other side. He's like the Senju clan, and we're the Uchiha. And it's like, wait a minute. I built the Frankenstein's monster. Like I emboldened it, although Tate is really to blame, right? Tate, Nick's friend, Tate. Like, what the fuck? We should have never been friends with that fucking bald clown. But I guess it's smart because he has a lot of followers. I guess it's smart to play it like that. But I'm just saying, he's just done so much evil with that Sony and stuff. And then Sony starts going, well, my YouTube channel is not growing. So if I become a radical meme, it'll grow if I'm a radical white meme. And so he goes down that path where he thinks that he's getting likes by sweaty Arab guys. So therefore he has clout. Remember, if you get a lot of likes on your tweet, because of your being yourself, because you're being yourself, that's super attractive. Everyone goes, damn, he has a whole community. But if you're getting a lot of likes because you're parroting talking points from like an Islamic regime, you're a propagandist. No one respects you, especially the people liking your shit. And I think Sonny's like in a weird place where he needs the likes, like he needs to be like the ratio king. He needs to have the lower levels of consciousness in his corner, which is crazy. But man, they picked the word. There's so many. I think the transgender rabbit hole is easier to get out of than
Okay,
the
but
Islamic one.
Sonny and Sneeko are very different. But Sneeko often talks about like God can't die, God can't be tempted. Jesus was a man. So like, how do you respond to that? Like, how is Jesus God argument?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I always refer to all true Christology. Do the research in a way where no one can take the truth from you. So, for example, the truth is an inward experience. When I refer you guys to Dr. Steiner's Christology and say, go enter your self remembering journey right there and really dig into it. How can just start with ChatGPT? Just start with ChatGPT. Say,
Wait,
Dr.
Rudolf Steiner?
Yes,
Okay,
if
I'll look into it.
you go right into his Christology and you say, "Answer me, how can God die?" And every single answer, not that it'll make sense to you, but every single answer will always be that you have to. It has to be an inward experience that one day you will understand it. One day you will meditate and self-remember to this point. All of it is on you. It should never be on Zherka to explain how does God die. But when you understand that the Christ dying, that in the spiritual world, everything is different. There is no physical might. There's no physical might. There's no body to be, this is my bicep is stronger than yours. It's not matter, it's spiritual. Meaning, the strongest thing you can do in the spiritual world is sacrifice, is die. That is the strongest, highest power level. That is divinity. That is the highest thing you can do. We're not even at the resurrection part, right? And a lot of humans confuse it because they talk about might being a bench press. Yes, on earth, who benches the most is the strong one. But in the spiritual world, it's who sacrifices the most. That is not just the strongest individuality, that is the only individuality because you all have to sacrifice yourselves eventually. You can't, it's like the thing of Muslims don't actually answer the death question at all. And the Christ says, hey, just like how you are driven around by, hey, one day I'm going to die, the Christ has done it before you. As in, it is your story. You get to enter into this story as well. And all these other religions, they don't dare talk about death. They give you vague, stupid shit. They don't tell you that your soul has to become something you sacrifice as an offering. They don't tell you none of that. They don't tell, for example, they asked Steiner, why does the soul desire this? I want this, I want that. All desires must become the opposite of a desire. It must become an offering. Every desire you have eventually has to transform into an offering. That doesn't mean you run from it in the beginning if you have a desire to play football, but it must become a love offering. Like Ronaldo desired playing football. Now he's at the point where his desire transforms into offering. He offers his skill set to his children, right? He like passes it on and they go enter higher levels of ego consciousness with this loving principle where it's like you're passing it on. Same with Khabib training. He's now a trainer, but he used to love fighting, right? And then now his desire turned into an offering that he's offering that skill set to his team that he's training. Everything you do is going to evolve in this way, but ultimately it's going to be you're going to tap out of earth. You're going to die. And when you die, it has to be a part of the Christian mysteries. It cannot be no Islamic shit, cannot be no Buddhist shit. That's why we all, as men, fantasize of going out by sacrificing ourselves for our friends and family. Like everyone has that fantasy, right? You just get blasted inside of a church protecting a child. Everyone has that fantasy. Why? Why does everyone have that fantasies, that desire that transforms into sacrifice, right? Into offering, that's being fulfilled at the highest archetypal level in that fantasy. It's different for everyone because, for example, a golfer, a tennis player, an army guy, and surgeon, they all have different sacrifices they're going to make. So a lot of people try and ask me, well, what should I do with my life? And it's like, dude, you have to self-remember what you're supposed to do. I can't self-remember for you, you fucking idiot. Right. Or you could do, like, for example, a lot of people don't realize, Gary, as dumb as you guys think he is and all that, he actually is doing what he incarnated to do. Like the numbers, he is loving thought, or his Swedenborg would call this his love is numbers. And so you don't dare take that love from him, right? Especially a part of the Christian mysteries. It's like if someone has a love of football, you don't dare take that ball from that child. If someone has a love for something, the number one Christian rule is you don't dare take numerology away from Gary. Now, it is bad if he's like misleading people, but I'm saying Gary's love for numbers when he's alone in his room, that is Christianity in its totality, where it's like you don't tell a young Gary to not be obsessed with numbers. Same with Epstein. He loved numbers, right? I'm saying your love in private cannot be taken from you, you know, and the love can change. You have love for other things, but you look into Swedenborg's writing, right? Your love at your current moment is connected to your faith, right? It's your everything. Like a young Zherka's love for Dragon Ball. I know a lot of people get angry with this. They're like, why always Dragon Ball? And it's like, well, I don't know. What did you grow up? You know, some of you guys grew up with Power Rangers. Like mine is Dragon Ball. And I don't mean just Dragon Ball. I mean, mine is Dragon Ball to the point where it's philosophical, where my adult brain is into Dragon Ball more than my child brain, which it's almost impossible to say that because if you ever see a child's eyes watching Dragon Ball, and because you're really constructing what your future is going to look like, and you need those archetypal energies. Like, for example, the love a man has for Vegeta is mediated by the Christ force. So your love of skateboarding is a Christian love, even if you're an atheist, right? That's why God is called love and life. If Tony Hawk says, "Hey, you know, I'm on here to skateboard and I can't tell you why I do it. I love to do it." Well, he's telling you he spent 40, 50, 60 years of his life with loving thought forms freely skateboarding. He's telling you what his life is. Why is Jesus Christ called the life? Because anything you love that becomes your life is your path, you fucking idiot. I feel like Nick is the only one to understand this, where they're like, you should have become a priest. And he said, I love politics. And what was he saying there? That my life will be politics. My Christ will be politics. And Nick could he even says he could sacrifice himself for his love. Mossad could kill him for it, right? Which is fulfilling the mysteries totally, right? Not that, knock on wood, that should not happen. I always got to knock on wood for no one else but Nick. But I'm telling you guys that when you say, "Oh, I hate my life," you're really saying you hate the Christ, right? You guys don't realize your words. You don't realize what you're doing in the world. And your love, whatever it is, some people say, well, what about World of Warcraft? Zherka, I love it. And it's like, no, you don't, because you didn't get anything from it. You can tell someone loves it because it pays back. There's World of Warcraft channels who they loved it so much, but they couldn't go pro. But they started talking about it on YouTube and they have 10 million subscribers. Do you see how they loved World of Warcraft? That's why it comes out as 10 million. You don't just listen to someone talk about a game for no reason. He loves the game the most. That's why he gets all the views, right? And you're going to see that for a lot of things. You're going to be like, whoa, what the fuck? So then God is just giving people infinite levels of blessings all the time as they're evolving towards the light. And it never ends, where you can always get more blessings. There's higher revelation always. Yes, even beyond the stars, even when you don't look human anymore, when you start to look like something else. Even when you start to look like an Atlantean, it keeps going. That's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is about meaning. It's connected to love, where you don't realize the blessings a human can get because you think of it as a human blessing another human. And it's not, that is not what's happening. You know, you could bless someone, you could love someone. You will never bless someone or love someone the way God does the game. The game that God does is very different from the way like for you, it's like, oh, I bought this guy a Ferrari because I loved him. That is not divine love. Divine love is not only does he get the Ferrari, but he gets infinite worlds of just succession and progression towards higher thought forms that build flying Ferraris. That it just keeps evolving and it spirals into a higher octave. So a lot of people are like, if it spirals, can't you get bored of it? It's like, no, you could get bored of it if it was spiraling, but it's at a higher octave every single time, right? That's why you didn't get bored of Super Saiyan 1. Even when it became Super Saiyan 2, it became more awesome. Then Super Saiyan 3, and so on. And you're like, well, it's got to get boring after 3. And we hate GT, but holy shit, is Super Saiyan 4 badass. And well, it's got to end there. It's not like they could just change the color. And no, we love Super Saiyan God blue. We love red first, then blue. And it's so on. And when Goku comes out with a rainbow aura, new transformation in 10 years from now, we're gonna love that too. Because we talk shit about Ultra Instinct, not the first one, but not signed, but the mastered. But we love that too. We just keep loving things, unless you're those bitter people that, you know, like I say, a real Dragon Ball fan says Super Saiyan 1 is always going to be the most badass form. That's, if you're a real fan, the Super Saiyan 4, and if you're a true fan, Kaioken's even cooler. In a weird or a false Super Saiyan in the Lord Slug movie is just so badass, right? But if you're a real fan, you also want your children being a part of it, and children need the blue and the red forms and the new shit and the Jirens and all that. So you want to spread that love. And people don't realize, they're like, well, Zherka, isn't this kind of hippie that it just never ends and this loving architecture has to just keep growing? And it's like, you know, you'd be shocked if you lived my life, because you'd be like, dude, he has everything. But there's still more to Zherka. Like, what the fuck? And it's like, you can close yourself off from blessings too. Did you know most Muslims they close themselves off, bro? They look at Chinese people who are very spiritual, even though they're atheists. They live in quiet homes. They're in a meditative state all day, even when they're working. They're higher levels of consciousness. They get a lot of things done. Dude, I'm telling you, don't think you're born into. If you're born in some Islamic country and you listen to this, just go to the further steps of ego consciousness. Don't get stuck down there.
Yo, John, about that, I was thinking a lot of your content is based on individuation. And if you come from a group that's not all that religious, how does their, what's it called, the group collective unconscious affect you in your individuation process?
Well, it depends. Are you talking about Swedish people?
No, like, I mean, I'm Albanian. Let's say
Yeah.
Albanian.
Albanian. So what? A lot of people say that's like a Muslim place. Although if you ask an Albanian guy, they'll say they're not really religious at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're not like a religious people all that much, but like,
Yeah. So what it becomes about folklore and more gossip in the town of what's going on. It becomes more tribal like that. You guys talk about the money and all the like lower level consciousness things. We talk about that. So especially me when I'm back home, I hear people talk about the businesses and who made money and who did this. And it's like, there's nothing, if you're popping out into ego consciousness, you're going to have this disdain, almost like you find your people to be kind of not beautiful anymore to you, because it's like, oh, they really just want to drink their tea and gossip all day. And you see this with a lot of humans just grow up one day, and they 21 years old, they go, I don't really like where I'm from. It seems like everyone's like, they think backwards, they're into stuff that I'm not into. That's a lonely thing to experience, man. Because, bro, once you're at that level of consciousness, people are like, oh, this is so cool. Now I get to do what Zherka did. No, now your life gets extremely lonely. You get really depressed. I mean, what is the first few years of ego consciousness, the worst years of your fucking life? Because you can't explain your ideas to people. They'll just look at you like a monkey. You cannot really love anything because you're like, oh, I don't really know what love is. You don't know nothing. And that's why every single human being, including Logan Paul, if you hear him in the new podcast, they only have one thing they can do from that lonely position where they feel, on their own 2 feet in the world. And it's a terrifying feeling. The only thing that ever makes that feeling better is becoming extremely successful. Like I'm talking about these people put their, have you seen a lonely human being when they start working on their YouTube channel? Have you seen how many YouTubers, Twitch streamers talk about the loneliest, most lonely period of their COVID? They become the biggest channels on earth. And it doesn't really go away, the loneliness thing, not for a long time. But yeah, once you feel that you're into ego consciousness, where at a point where you can't hang around your friends, family, your tribe, you can't do none of that, then that love you have, whatever it is. So for Ronaldo, it was football, right? That's the only way you can communicate love to the world. It was that. And for a lot of people, it'll be like the best example I always talk about is the YouTuber, because holy shit, is it lonely becoming a YouTuber? Do you know how fucking alone you have to be to talk to a camera all day before you even have some people in your chat? And you gotta make that shit work. And all those weeks and months, sometimes even years of loneliness turn into like this blur. And you just get through it to the point where, oh, I made it on the other side. That now I've got a bit of a chat. Now I can, and you realize, oh shit, I didn't have a girlfriend, I didn't have friends, I didn't have anything feeding my soul for those years because I was trying to make YouTube work. And you freak the fuck out thinking to yourself, like, what other choice did I have? And you look at your hometown buddies and they're still doing the same shit, and you immediately realize, oh shit, dude, you don't want to be your hometown friends, but they're not lonely. You know, they're playing cards at a cafe at Starbucks. And so it's crazy to say, but the most lonely time when you're in an extremely lonely period of your life, if that's not getting transmuted and you're just spinning your tires, you don't know how much harm you're doing. That's how people jump off bridges. But if that loneliness is transmuting to something higher, you can actually go to bed with a smile and say, you know what, not today. Man, I don't need those thoughts today. I'll put them. And man, the whole world bows at you. Women, like everyone fucks with you. Everyone wants to be your friend because they go, he's turned to stone with his loneliness. His heart is cold. He is crazy. This guy's a man. But yeah, what do I tell people who are like from a small town or a small country or whatever? Your country is gay. All right. Anything that keeps you in group consciousness is gay. I don't care if it's Islam. I don't care. Whatever it is, anything that keeps you at lower levels of consciousness is horrible for you. It's disgust. It's like you want to go play mahjong all day with your Chinese buddies. You want to go play cards all day with those fucking Albanians. You want to play cards at the fucking ice cream shop. And no, you don't want to do that, right? Is Elon Musk at higher levels of ego consciousness? Yes. How do you know that? You can tell he's been very alone in his life. Even when he speaks, you can hear a lonely guy talking, right? Or the way, the amount of partners, the amount of girlfriends he's had, he's been very alone, Now it's like, now he's coming back into it. Now he's trying to build a family and all that, for the last 10 years. But that's why I tell people, I'm like, ego consciousness is never a good thing. It's a terrifying thing. If you don't have a symbol for your libido and your energy and where it's pointed to, you are so fucked, man. You don't know how Dragon Ball has the answers. In Dragon Ball, before you look at Dragon Ball, Google Dragon Ball characters before they transform. If you see what they go through before they transform, for example, everyone says, why is Vegeta the most poetic story ever told? Is it a Dragon Ball story? It's not an anime story. The story of Vegeta is not poetic because it fits like some Shonen Jump framework that I'm trying to make it fit. None of that. I'm talking about look at your life. Have you ever worked your ass off, lost your friends, family, everything, your lineage, your bloodline, everything instinctual, even your sanity, for one thing to happen in your life? So, for example, for Vegeta, he loses all of that in order for him to become a Super Saiyan at a higher level of consciousness to reach Goku, a low level, someone who's not even inherited this energy. How the fuck is a low level beating him? This is madness. And Vegeta is the most poetic character, not in anime, but in all of fictional history, which it's not even fiction, it's real. If you know what Jung, it's like, if you understand world thought, you know that these are spirits. You'll understand that when Vegeta, at the age of 33 years old, like Jesus Christ, right? No, not that I'm comparing, but when Vegeta finally enters ego consciousness and turns into a Super Saiyan, the first thing that happens when the whole world bows to him and says, holy shit, all of that 33, not 5 years, but not 10 years, not 15, 33 years of suffering. He lost his whole family, every friend he had, everything for this transformation. As soon as he gets this transformation, what happens to him? He has a smile for the first time in his life, a huge grin, a grin that says, it was worth all that pain. And what's the first thing that happens to him to make him the most relatable human character? Not saying to us humans. Why is he so relatable? A woman flies up and breaks his fucking arm in front of everyone, and his ego shatters. As soon as he comes into ego consciousness with his Super Saiyan transformation, Android 18, who's half human, half android, she flies up as a new character and snaps his arm in half. It falls down limp. And do you know what that does to a misogynist Saiyan who says a woman randomly flew up and broke the strongest character? He was the strongest character in the universe at that point. So 33 years of him busting his ass to be ruined in 5 seconds where she didn't even break a sweat. I think one of the strands of her hair moves. It is the most, when as a child watching that, everyone in my neighborhood said this level of writing is higher than Shakespeare because Vegeta going through all that for 33 years, why it feels so heavy to anyone who grew up watching it is because there's a lot of filler too. There's a lot of push-ups and all this stuff we have to get through. There's so much shit. It felt like we're 33 years old with Vegeta, even when we were 10 years old. We were like, dude, it took so many episodes for us to get a cool episode of our favorite character, right? It took, and remember, the good guys are murderers in this show. Like when they get the upper hand, they kill people. So this show's extremely realistic. Just like in history, the good guys would, chop your head off, right? What do you think Alexander the Great would have done if he, this is Dragon Ball's the only show where the good guys will enjoy murdering someone. You should see the good guys get the upper hand. They enjoy murdering people, and you're like, well, not all of them. Not someone more conscious like Gohan. Even look at Teen Gohan, the most pure character. Look what he does to the Cell Juniors. He doesn't even think twice. He just knows he has to murder. And I'm talking about he's murdering children. That's the poetry of the show is that Akira is like the most pure of heart Saiyan Gohan, who doesn't even like to fight. He only transformed to Super Saiyan 2 to protect his family and friends. But the most pure of heart character murders children. This is why we love Anakin Skywalker. He murders younglings. Not that that's a good thing, but that it shows what the human's capable of if they snap. And it always has to do with the fragmentation, the disintegration of ego consciousness. But why I always bring it back to Vegeta is, dude, just like the man putting the boulder up the hill, that is your life. That when you achieve what you're trying to do in life, some random woman's gonna come and snap your heart in half, just like 18 did Vegeta. And bro, before you guys who've never watched the series, you guys are like, well, that is, good. That's better than the Iliad with Achilles. That's really good writing. It is good writing, but let me tell you why it's good writing. When this woman breaks the strongest character's arm in 10 seconds, she does it as someone who we have no idea who the fuck she is. Like, no, we know some androids come, but they're just new characters. And she does it without, they can't even power up. These androids don't power up. They don't do none of that. She does it on a whim. She does it on a whim. Like it's that much of a power difference. That's exactly how humans go through life. Like, dude, whatever you're trying to do, for some reason, when you pop off, horrible shit's gonna happen to you, like freak levels of shit. And you're gonna be like, this pain shit never ends. And yeah, at the end of Z, is it worth it? No, because Vegeta looks up and he says, Goku, he says, Kakarot, you are better than me. He literally gives it to Goku that his the only thing keeping him breathing is trying to beat Goku. And at the end, he admits it, that he's inferior. That is the greatest writing of any character in history, because a lot of you guys are gonna go for it in life. You're gonna maybe make $1 million, and then you're gonna lose it all, and then you're just never gonna recover, and your life will be shattered, and your life will be a tragedy. And a lot of people don't realize that, yeah, life in 1 week can go from something normal to a huge tragedy, and you can go to 70 years old without ever fixing it.
Yo,
So many fucking people go their whole lives never fixing that one tragedy. And it's like, what do you tell those people? What can you tell them?
all right, so that actually just happened to me. The whole losing the million, blah blah blah. I'm kind of stuck in the rut. So what would you recommend? Would you recommend like study philosophy and shit like that, or what would you do?
Yeah, it's always an answer of time, like you guys who lose it all, win it all, shit like that. When has anyone ever answered something that's sufficient? You ask for help. When has anyone ever been able to give you help? No one can give you help. It's an evolution of the soul thing. Like, for example, if you lose all your money, all of it on whatever, did you know that's the best thing that ever happened to you for your soul? Even though superficially, just on the finance side, it's the worst thing. you know like, for example, if you could see things from the other side, or with spiritual vision, you'd be like, oh, I'm glad it happened to me. But you also have to live with the fact that you're broke for the rest of your life, so don't forget that part. That's the tricky part, that your inner man will be calm, where it's like, okay, this was supposed to happen to me. But your outer man will say, hey, my personality says this fucking sucks, I wanted to buy shit. I wanted to buy shit. And a lot of these people, like I always say, you can tell someone loses all their money when they're ruled by it. Like, it's very hard to imagine a Zherka going broke because he doesn't care about money. But it's very easy to imagine Andrew Tate going broke, dead broke. I don't know why. He's good at making it, but he values it too much. So there's a huge lesson he can learn from having it stripped. Like, he goes to prison forever, right? So you can see what people are ruled by and how things can go in their life. Like, is if you know what's ruling you, let's say it's your eating habits, let's say that thing will never go away until you evolve, right? So for some people, it's even women, right? They're just horrible woman after horrible woman after horrible shit like that. And it's like, sorry to tell you, but you're a piece of shit. If all the women you're around are shitty, it means you're a piece of shit. Take some accountability for that. And a lot of people don't realize that it's like, dude, it's always going to be like, for example, let's say you hate Arab people. Like, if Zherka actually hated Arab people, how would you find out if Zherka actually hates them? Zherka marries an Arab woman. There. That's how it works. Like, if you truly hate something, you'll be paired up with it. It's like a cosmic joke that's what it's like an angelic thing, that it's like, okay, you have to learn love from a closer angle from it, right? Or like the Jews acting all crazy, and then the Christ incarnates as a Jewish man. And so that's why I tell people, be careful. When I say politics is gesture, I mean, you could talk about hating black people all day. There's a lot of you guys who do that, and no influencer is going to tell you this, but you are going to attract a lot of black people in your life to learn that lesson. And, for me, it's like, I don't really want to attract black people. I want to attract, whatever is normal in my matrix in my city. I don't want to have more blacks just for the sake of me learning a lesson. So I'm not racist to blacks. That's really that simple. The more fear, the more energy you have. Like, for example, Nick Fuentes, he's a smart guy. he has the same problems as me with, you know, a lot of black guys tripping out, and his whole career is to say, hey guys, you're doing black shit in Chicago and black guys are wilding. And then Nick is paired with Kanye, so it's a blessing and a curse, because it's like also they give him the most black guy ever, you know, like the most crazy, hey, I gave my cousin head, you know, it kind of also gets wild too, but it's a karmic lesson. You know, or let's say Zherka has problems with certain types of women, he's going to be around a lot of hoes. Those kinds of women that piss him off, he's always around them. It's a karmic thing. You're going to find that every single soul is dealing with their contradictions all the time, nonstop. And that's why Zherka shits on women and they keep chasing him and want to be with him. Right? That's why that thing happens there, because those women, they have problems with men like me, and they're attracted to that as a karmic thing. It's not for marriage. Like people love to drill into your head, oh, it's because they actually genuinely want to get married. And no, they have things to work on. It's not actually, you know, a lot of people say it's just because the red pill guy can get all the women because they're blue pill and they secretly want a red pill guy. It's like not all are like that, bro. Some of them actually get with more nerdy, good-looking guy. There's a lot of these nerdy, good-looking guys who go under the radar. Like no one talks about them. Like what the? You just look into that. So, or like everyone who says, "Oh, she secretly wants a caveman." No, not all of them. You fucking. All of them want the caveman. Real, even the ones who like the K-pop guys and shit like that. I would say that. Let's say they're attracted to K-pop singers, right? Korean pop singers, she would still be, you know, they'd still be mostly attracted to the most caveman of those singers. So, for example, the one that speaks the most red pill, that's human nature, that's fine. But to say that they just want the Hulk Hogan, they don't actually want the K pop guys, just cope. Like an Asian girl doesn't want Hulk Hogan, you fucking idiot. Maybe they could all cope. Maybe there's an argument there. But if you start seeing things as you know, their dualities and opposites, and how they grind into a new synthesis, like on some Hegel shit, you start realizing there's like, oh, so that black guy making Nick look bad, you know, Kanye just screaming, "I gave my cousin head, I gave my cousin." That's not to make Nick look bad, but it's more like because his show's all about, let's say, 1 month of Chicago black guys, or the Zherka is talking about Chicago black guys, let's say, and let's say I do 30 episodes in a row, you guys are going to be like, oh, Zerka's doing content with black guys now. It's like the Matrix is designed for you to develop love with what you're really contradicted against. It's designed for that in every single way possible. And a lot of people don't get that. That's why my dating program that I teach works, because it's bringing you that synthesis of she thinks you're red pill, you think she's blue pill. There's synthesis there. That's why. eh, That's why Jungian psychology is the only thing you should focus on in 2026, because you're going to see that you're not supposed to hate humans for their contradictions ever. That's not normal. You're supposed to accept their contradictions. That is to be a Christian, right? You're supposed to accept, oh, this guy could be very deep and he can run around with bitches. He's both. He's not one or the other. He's both. You know, see it as a complex kind of soul. And you'll stop hating people when you go, you know, I love Zherka and everything he talks about, and he runs around with bitches. I don't know how much I love that, but that's just Zherka. Once you start thinking like that, you stop hating the world. Once you start seeing your dad and your mom and your brothers as just souls with contradictions they're working through them, you get in the middle, and that's how the Christ sees everyone, sees all the contradictions and just accepts them. That is what you're on earth to do. And I thought it was like very obvious. Like I thought it was obvious because every streamer has something they talk about and then something that contradicts it. Right? Like Nick will talk about white identity and he'll be 25% Mexican, which doesn't really count, but they say it counts. It's like that thing that everyone loves to mention, which is very stupid because his experience is of a white guy on earth. You should go by the experience too, right? Like how are people seeing you in the Matrix? Is like, do they see you as a it's kind of like when people say, Zerka, how do you know someone's white? I'm like, you'll know someone's white if white women are attracted to them. That's like rule number one. First of all, if you look at studies, it's not what you've been told on Twitter. It's like people mainly stick to their races, bro. Like look at the studies. Um, but yeah, when you see humans filled with contradictions, the world is fun. And if you watch, let's say Hassan Piker is a loving channel. He likes to portray himself as like inclusive, but he abuses a dog or whatever the fuck. Everyone, every YouTuber you watch, Logan Paul is like a loving channel that like goes to Tokyo. And every channel, or you know what I mean? Like Zherka's talking about Christianity, but there's a 16-year-old trying to date him on his lap, and it's all a big mess. There's contradictions so people get less sloppy with the way they move. For example, successful people get really sloppy with their incarnations. Have you ever noticed that? Like the Logan Paul Forrest thing. It's really easy to get inflated ego consciousness and say, oh, I'm doing everything right. And, I'm just going to do things however I want. But it's all like learning lessons, and these learning lessons humble the soul extremely. Where when you start seeing every human on earth as just like a parody, a cartoon of contradictions, and the cartoon's meant to be enjoyed. That's why a lot of like white identity channels have Asian wives. And I've always maintained that that's really weird. Like a lot of guys who are all for making America white have an Asian wife. Have you ever noticed that on Twitter? It's like there's always something in the closet like that. Have you ever noticed that? And it's like you just have to love humans, because the things that they talk about the most, they love the most, they're contradicting the most. And they're not meant to run away from the contradictions. They're meant to embrace them. Because you can get bored of your contradictions. Zherka can get bored of bitches. It happens. It happens. Zherka would not be into 3 days a week, 4 days a week of poetry and philosophy if he was actually into bitches. He would just run around, you'd run around for that. But if he has time, so much time for poetry and philosophy, if he has so much extra time for this kind of stuff and he needs it to feed his soul, it shows he's really bored of the bitches. That's a healthy motion. Would he have been bored of the bitches if he suppressed it? Fuck no. He walked towards it, right? Now, a lot of people are like, what happens if you walk towards a desire and it starts dog walking you? That's not that's addiction, dude. That's something completely different. If you're addicted to something, then, whatever that is, it's linked to your trauma, you're fucked. If you're addicted to something, you are screwed. I think it was Tate talking about something about cigarette addiction. Dude, if you are addicted to anything, figure that out first, man, because that is fucking horrible. It's like, for example, if you're addicted to doing drugs all the time, you're really telling the world that there is a la la land in your mind you're going to that is better than reality. Now, are you wrong about that? No, because you're actually ditching the world for that land. Is it genuine spirituality there? Yeah, it is, right? You're using your spiritual powers to go there. It's just you're using drugs to get to those spiritual powers because you don't have the inner effort yet. You don't have the discipline. You don't have the years behind it. You don't have enough self-remembering to back you up. That's why a lot of people who do drug channels ruin their lives and others pop off into like some rock star lifestyle. What's the difference? It's, who's more conscious. If you're unconscious, then what does unconscious really mean? Means you're addicted. You're in la la land and you don't understand the polarity of cold and hot, of satanic and luciferic forces, that you're not supposed to be one-sided ever. And a lot of my best students, they're like, the greatest thing about your teaching, Zherka, is that I can do drugs sometimes with my buddies. Like I've got a lot of people who go to business guys who go to festivals, and they're like, I look forward to doing drugs with my buddies. I'm like, what the fuck are you giving? Why are you blaming me for your whatever you want to go to drug land in your head? And they're like, no, it's just I've always been a kind of guy that I don't do drugs because it'll ruin my life. But listening to you, I can indulge here and there. And these guys never really ruin their lives, to tell you the truth. It's like there are humans who can just dabble and get out of it, right? The only difference is they're conscious. They literally tell themselves, after this festival, I have other things to do. I'm not suppressing, I have other things to do. That's an adult. An adult can have every experience on earth and walk away from them. A child is addicted and obsessed with just staying on Neverland forever and never growing up. And it's like, I've never done that, you know? Like, I don't even remember. I'm like the most liberal guy when it comes to drugs. I'll try it all. But I don't remember ever doing it twice or three times. You know, it's more like an experiment of where to go in consciousness. I want to try every angle of consciousness, which is weird. You'll only know sobriety dominates all of the states if you've actually ventured off and had, you know, my favorite types of people, they venture off and become alcoholics for a bit. They get into drinking and then they drop it and they never try anything else because they go, oh, well, they're all going to be kind of like that, which is so cool. Imagine if you told yourself every kind of state of consciousness is going to be like drinking. I'm not really in control, but things are happening like this. And that's so cool that, you know, some people learn it with just alcohol. Then you have the more American kind of souls. Like an American kind of soul is like a Wolf of Wall Street soul, where it's like, actually, I have to try all the drugs, all the drugs, all the drugs. And what do you tell those people? A lot of them die, you know, a lot of them fuck themselves up. But do you tell them, no, you cannot? Well, that makes them want to do it more. You know what I mean? But when you find a human that's in the middle of himself, he usually says, you know, it's really hard to be addicted because it's just an experience I'm going through. It's like, yeah, 100%. You don't have to go full Connor Murphy on it, bro. Now, how do you help someone in their life if they're asking you for experience? You don't. You know, like, could this Zherka really teach a 21-year-old Zherka? Fuck no, he couldn't. Like a 21-year-old Zherka would be like, you're motivating me to do more Tren below. That's what I swear to God, even if I told him that's not the path, he'd say, not for you, but for me it is. And so it's the name of the game. And when you find out that's what religion is, real, genuine religion is explore everything. And then you come back all scarred on your prodigal journey. Holy shit, when you find out you have that levels of freedom, you will never want to do drugs again. You'll be like, well, if I have freedom to do whatever I want and still be a part of the Christian faith, then how about I don't do that stuff and I just get out, you know, get moving with my evolution. It's like, yeah, that's the best place to be in. How are you ever going to learn that in modern religious frameworks? You will never meet a priest who looks you in your eyes and says it's about free will. You know, step one is self-mastery, and you know that comes with, you know, that starts with freedom. You will never meet a priest who looks you in the eyes and says, go do cocaine at that festival, right? But again, priests are talking to you from a 55-year-old incarnation. So I always maintain that the biggest losers, the dumbest people on earth, will be at 55 giving you a 55-year-old perspective to a 21-year-old kid, right? The smartest people, right? The best mentors will always talk to a 21-year-old like they are 21 themselves. So they know what impulses, what archetypes are pushing through them, right? So that's why when a 21-year-old says to me, hey, I make this much money, but I have a drinking thing. And I go, you know, even though I didn't really, you know, I've had a drinking phase, but I think I just skipped it for drugs. I mean, drugs are so much more fun than drinking. Let's be real. Like drugs, you fight dragons and shit. Drugs, you can break into schizophrenia. Drugs is so much more. Drugs is the only thing in the world where you can die, but no one on earth knows you died. So, like, you could, let's say you do some nasty ass drugs and you break your mind and no one knows you broke it. And you know you broke it just enough to where it's like, hide this from the world because they'll put me in a nut house. I went too far. So, to me, that's always been the enticing part, the most exciting part is that you can die without no one actually knowing it, right? And with the alcohol, it's kind of like you're dying with the, you know, being a conformity channel where you're just conforming. How many new kick streamers are like drinkers and they look like such faggots, right? You know, Clav is interesting because he make his own fucking meth. And there's something interesting about watching, you know, I don't want him to be on that, but there's something interesting about a kid taking it further than a Zherka channel. I always found that interesting. I'm like, you know, because everyone's like, you're not going to see a more extreme channel than Zherka's, and it's like when he's active, he's active. No, dude, I never did meth. I've never done meth. What do you? I would not do meth today. Are you kidding me? I've been around it, even I've seen it through a glass pipe by a buddy of mine driving a caravan, Dodge Caravan. And I remember looking at him and I'm like, yeah, this is totally not my incarnation. Like, I'm all for being the most degenerate of the American energy channels, but this feels like Hunter Biden territory. And there's like I have an ego thing about like being higher status than people. For me, meth, crack, and heroin, I don't care if it's prescribed. These are low levels of class. It's just unattractive, not cool, very, very weirdo behavior, you know? And to see someone break through that, and Clav said, "Fuck it." This is, he said, yeah, Clav is, he's just, he reminds me of me so much. I was like, he said recently, it was so sad, but he said, I'm so introverted and so not a talkative person that I do meth to talk to people. And I'm like, that is just the most relatable. I still remember working at a nightclub and I'm like, dude, I don't want to talk to people to make money. And my buddy's like, well, if you put this white substance in your nose, you're going to be able to talk to them. And I'm like, no, there's no way. I've seen a lot of people do that stuff and they still remain quiet. They get fidgety. And they're like, yeah, but they don't have that thing, bro. You're funny, Zherka. You're funny. And I'm like, all right, I try this shit. And I try it. And I was like, okay, I step away from it. Then I went through a really dark depression. I lost someone close to me in my life. And then I loved numbing my face. The idea that you can numb your soul, that's so fucking cool. You can numb your heart. You're going to feel the pain, but you can postpone the pain of your soul transforming. You can postpone that for later. That's so cool. And it's not really working. I keep drifting off into thoughts of this person that I loved and I lost in my life. Now I'm drifting with the drug. The drug's not working. I don't think it's working. I'm gonna do more. Oh, it's still not working. I'm gonna get into fights. I'm gonna do whatever I can to forget my problems. Dude, that shit goes so quick. You start fucking losing yourself. And in a weird way, nobody would slow me down because they'd be like, he's really intelligent. He meditates. He does this. He has so many formulas of staying healthy when he's not doing crazy amounts of drugs. It's like, and I always felt that too. I'm like, I have so many systems of keeping myself sane. There's no way you can go insane doing this. Bro, when you see how many years you spend pissing away, like, dude, years and years you can piss away, you start to really feel bad for someone like Clav. That it's like, you know, how the fuck can he make How the fuck do you even make streaming fun without the drugs? Like, let's be real. Destiny only streams that many hours because of Adderall and amphetamines, right? XQC only does that many hours because of his Adderall addiction. I think he takes like 3 orange 35s a day spread out, which is disgusting if you think about it. And Varys, you are who I worry about, that you're getting into the streaming thing and you're going to be in an energy where it's like, the cameras are boring. I'm going to start doing drugs. And I'm worried about that, bro. I don't want you to go down that path because, like, what did I see a clip of you saying something like you want to be an airplane pilot? That's so fucking badass. I can't imagine a more
Yo,
badass. Varys, I can't imagine a more badass incarnation than if you became a fucking pilot, like a badass with the aviators and all that shit. That's
I study
don't
aerospace,
let.
bro. I want to make the planes.
Well, then why do this social media thing that's going to give you a bad resume for that?
I mean, honestly, bro. I mean, I'm not gonna speak on it, but I'll have a job no matter what, bro.
What the fuck does that mean? That sounds like some. That sounds like you've already got the job right now.
Kinda. But
And so what's with you and Androgenic? You guys are friends now. I thought you guys hate each other.
nah. I fucking hate him, bro. I mocked him though. You seen that shit?
I watched the clips and I'm like, are we supposed to believe the clips? Like one clip said you got jumped, but I don't believe that. Did you actually get jumped?
Nah, I did get jumped, but it was like 2 days ago. But they didn't do shit. They just kind of
So
like
it's
pressed a
not
button.
just clickbait, it's real?
Yeah, I went
Bro,
to
they
a
were
frat
eating
house,
pizza
a
together,
ZBT
bro.
frat
Like,
house.
chill. What the fuck?
Oh,
I
they
mean,
actually jumped you, these fucking frat faggots.
yeah, they fucking jumped me. But it wasn't like they didn't throw any punches. It's just like I brought a bunch of bitches to their house, and then they were salty. The bitches were taking pictures with me, and they were kissing me and shit. And then they just like tried to press me out the house.
Isn't that how it always goes? It's not even if you have clout. It's like if the
Well, I
chicks
mean,
are around the one dude.
it's just insecure men, bro. Like if you get no hoes, like obviously they're gonna be insecure and try and kick out the fucking star of attention, bro. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I saw the. I remember I'm like, okay, we for sure I support another Albanian, but one thing that blew me away, where I really said, "Yo, everyone has to support this kid." I don't even know if it's real, but it's your before and after photos. Were you actually that fat?
Yeah, I was 270 at 17.
How? What the fuck were you eating?
Too much burek.
But you were that fat with that, like your genetics look so fucking garbage. You'd think this guy'd never make it. And you don't have any like loose skin issues or anything, but you came down
Well,
quick, right?
yeah, I mean, I kind of have some loose skin on my lower belly, but I mean, I'm just trying to
Really?
build it with abs. Yeah.
So the reason why I baited you into leaking if you have loose skin is to find out if you use peptides, and now I know you did.
No, I'm natural, bro.
No, you're
That was
not.
all
You came
that.
down
I'm
too
natty,
He's
quick,
bro.
always
bro.
talking
How do
I'm
you
about
have
it.
natty.
loose skin? You came down too
Bro,
Always
I
quick,
came
talking
bro.
down
about
too
it.
quick because I worked my ass off
You,
every single fucking day, bro. Every single
bro,
fucking
come
day.
on. You're not on anything.
I promise. I worked my ass off every single day. I was in the gym.
But you got. I could imagine you being more natural because it's not like the traps are up, but you do have the capped delts. You have the capped
It's
delts, bro.
genetics, bro. I'm Gag Albanian, bro. I'm Northern
No, we
Albanian.
saw your genetics are 270 fat, bro. You're on
Bro,
Tide. You're on what else are you on?
look at my fucking like I still had the clavicles, bro. I still had the frame even when I was fat. I was just fat.
What was your diet like?
When I was cutting,
Yeah.
just eggs and steak, I swear. Just eggs and steak. I didn't eat any carbs. I completely cut out the carbs.
And what did you didn't rebound? You didn't get you turn into a fat ass at all. That kind of shows that you're using something. There's no rebound.
What do you mean? No, there was a rebound. I got fat again when I started
What about
working out.
Ozempic, Tide, any of that?
No, Ozempic makes you blind, bro. I'm not injecting snake venom into my fucking belly, bro.
I thought that was a meme. Didn't someone say that's a meme?
No, fucking Ozempic is snake venom, bro. Like, I'm not. That shit can make
Is
you
it
go blind.
really? What do you? Send me the clip. I saw some doctor talking about that, and the comments were saying, "No, you're wrong and shit." But hold on. So you're telling me you took no peptides, no nothing?
No, I'm natural
Well, then
completely.
you got good genetics, bro. Do you got any brothers or sisters like you that are jacked as fuck?
No, I don't, bro. They're all
It
babies, bro.
is
They don't lift.
how fast did you go from 270?
It took me a year to go from 270 to 180.
How much do you weigh right now?
Right now,
180?
right now I'm 217, but it took me a year to go from 270 to 180. I got
How
really
are you
skinny.
270? How tall are you?
Like 6'3".
No, you're not. Get the
Yes,
fuck
I
out of here. You're
swear
not
I am.
217, bro. No, you're not,
I'm
bro.
217 right now. I can hop on the scale and send you a video later. I'm 217.
What is it? Well, aren't you shorter than Clav?
Me, no. Clav was wearing hype boosters, bro. They all wear fucking hype boosters and shit. Like, you know
Okay,
this, bro. They all
I feel
frauds.
like you're. Aren't you? I thought you were the shorter one. Androgenics, the taller one.
Oh no, I was shorter. I mean, I don't care though. Androgenic has
You're
boots
not
on.
6'3", bro.
Androgenic has
You're not
boots on
6'3".
with
Come
hype
on.
boosters. Clav has hype boosters in his shoe. They all fucking fraud, bro. I just hit the gym. I'm not a looks maxer, bro. Like
Yeah,
I'm a
no,
normal ass
it
skinny
hurt when I
pug.
was like,
Like,
bro, when I saw an Albanian on the scene, I'm like, dude,
yeah. I mean,
because check this out. I was rooting for Androgenic to win.
that's fake, bro.
He was my guy.
That's
He
fake.
said something about
That's fake.
taking. No, bro, that's before I saw the flag. Now that I saw the flag, I'm with you, bro.
I'm
Okay,
100%
what did
Northern
Nick say?
Albanian.
You're a Muslim
Yeah,
Albanian,
he
huh?
called me a brown Slav. Like, yeah, I'm Muslim Albanian.
But you know why he does that? The reason why Nick keeps all the Balkan people away from his movement, it's actually really smart. It's because he doesn't want Orthodox people bleeding into the Catholic movement because the Orthodox were conquered by Muslims. So it's like huge, it's a perfect argument, really. And And bro, that broke my heart when you guys were arguing. I'm like, damn, that sucks, man.
Bro, I thought he'd just be
I
busy
mean,
that shit.
it's just like anyone that just starts arguing about my name just instantly just gets like 3 million views. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why.
Yeah. What was that? You were on TikTok? You had like 150,000 followers on TikTok
Yeah, before I blew up, I had like 150K.
for fitness shit?
Yeah, just gymming. Me and my boys just hit
Okay.
the gym out here.
I think you hit the jackpot because you went viral for more of the streamer thing. Because if you, let's say you remain viral just for fitness, you would never make money ever. And now you've got the streaming door open for you. There's a lot of money in streaming. Like, this is fun.
Yeah, I mean, streaming's fun. I heard you talking about taking drugs and shit while streaming, but I mean, I honestly,
Yeah, I saw that clip of Clav. He said that he takes drugs to talk to people, and I'm like, dude, that is so. Who the fuck wants to stream sober? Like, that shit's
I
hard
mean,
as
I do
fuck.
stream sober, but the thing is, like, even like anyone that knows, like, even at ASU, like, I never drink. I just have fun on my own, bro. I'm just high on life. I don't take any kind of drugs to have fun, bro.
See, you could be a huge success story because, bro, if you don't drink and you enjoy being in front of the camera, just like chilling.
Well, I mean, I just kind of like I do the same shit every day. I just stream what I do. Like, I go hang out with bitches at night. I go party with the boys. Like, it's just shit that I
You
do.
you know what I would do if I were you? I would just get on a massive cycle and just go bald and jacked. Like,
Yeah, I know, bro.
bro,
But my parents don't like that shit. That's completely why. I'm gonna be honest with you.
are
I
you
like
from? You're from Arizona, right?
I was born in Detroit.
D-Town, what the hell? You're a nigga, bro. It's a Detroit Albanian. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was
Bro.
born in Detroit. But no,
You
my
know what?
mom's strict. She's old school Albanian, bro. So it's like
Yeah, yeah.
they don't really like anything, I'm gonna be honest.
I'll tell you this, they probably hate the streaming thing, right?
Yeah, they probably do, but
Bro, they hate it for me too. They're like, all you do is run around with bitches. I'm like, bro, this is our blood. This is what we incarnate to do as Albanians. Like, what the hell? But I was going to ask you, like, how do you not see in the future you getting cucked by doing this kind of content? Like, imagine doing a airplane interview for like some airline and they say, dude, you're like running around on social media with clavicular and like we don't want you as an airplane. But aren't you worried about that?
well, I don't know. I'm not working with Clav anymore. I mean, it was just like the only reason why I blew up in the good light was because like I mogged him. Like I literally preached on a stream about not doing drugs, not drinking. Said that shit makes you fat, makes you a loser. And
Yeah.
like, I mean, I really said nothing bad, so there's nothing they can really say.
Yeah, because I feel like you've collabed with enough people and none of them told you to guard that. You're supposed to say on every stream you're sober. Because it's so easy to be like, yo, this guy's got sunglasses on. This guy's doing drugs, bro. It's so easy to go that way.
I know, but that's just like my style, bro. Like I wear jeans in the gym. I wear sunglasses in the gym. I was doing this shit before I even met them.
That's crazy. And were you making money on TikTok?
Yeah, I was. I was still making money and through clothing and I do have a peptide deal.
There you go, Chad. There you go. I'm too good at this shit.
Hey, that's
I'm
chill.
way
That's
too.
chill though. That's
Yeah.
chill. I was training. I was training.
Yeah. What's the deal? What's it look like?
Nah, I can't say, bro. I can't leak the deal on live, bro.
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if you start losing hair, we'll be like, this guy's saucing hard.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think,
there's a lot of shit you can tell if a guy's saucing.
yeah, I feel like, but you don't have a natural look, do you? You have a more cosmetic look, a more social media look.
I just train for aesthetics, bro. That's all I do. I don't really train for like the monkey
Yeah,
physique.
I saw that. I saw that clip of you saying, "I don't want to grow my traps because it's not aesthetic." And I'm like, "Bro, there's nothing gayer than a physique without traps. Like, you want traps, bro. What are you talking
Bro,
about? You don't want an NFL player look."
no, bro. I want an aesthetic fucking Greek god look. That's what I want, bro.
Think of Z's. He had good traps.
I mean, yeah, but like he didn't train traps, but like when you're blasting, you build the traps no matter what. Your
Yeah,
androgen.
that's all the androgen receptors right there just exploding. I saw androgenic. He looked huge, bro. He looked like, how tall is he?
He's like 6'5".
Yeah, and it's funny. Everyone makes fun of him, but his clips are his clips are all fake. They're like trolling. Like, people don't realize he's trolling the public back. He doesn't. People don't get that. They think that the wig and all that is like real. It's like he's had many clips of him showing that he wears a wig, right?
Yeah,
Is
it's
I
true.
don't. I feel like that. I've never met an Australian I don't like, and yeah, I just feel like Androgenic's a cool guy. But man, the internet loves to attack that guy. Like, what the fuck is that about?
Yeah, I know. I don't
I
know.
feel
They
like
just hate on him. But
you got this wave of love I've never seen by the. It started off as a meme, but you got just everyone riding your dick. I was like, what? Why? Just because he's like a little fit? But dude, they loved you. And then I saw the Albanian flag, and I'm like, oh, they did this to me. They love our people, bro.
yeah, I know. Just take the kindness pill, bro. Just be nice.
That we can't say things like that here, okay? We cannot say gay shit like that.
I'm being true though.
So.
Like it's like, bro, like just nice to everyone. Like
I saw Sneeko talk to you. What did he talk to you about?
Sneeko wanted to do a Europe trip with me, but I asked my parents and they said no. So
What? How old are you?
19.
That's so crazy. You asked your parents and they said no, they don't trust Sneeko.
Well, they don't. It's not that they don't trust them. It's just like they just don't want me going out because like they just worry. So I mean,
Yeah, yeah. If you could do the social media thing without destroying yourself, bro, you'd make so much money, bro. You like how much are you making right now?
bro, why are you asking these federal questions, bro? Just know
Because I
money's
want
good.
to know if you're gonna.
Money's good.
I want to know if.
Money's good.
Because every time someone says they want to become an airplane pilot, but they have something else going on, they usually give up on the first dream, right? That's what they
No,
do.
well, I mean, the only reason why my parents came to the United States was so like I could be successful in life, and it's like, I mean, they struggled raising me, so I mean, like, I owe it to them to get my degree. At
And
least
who?
they told me at least get your degree. So
And you're not even from ASU, are you?
no, I go to ASU.
Oh, you're okay, but you're not in a frat, right?
No, I am in a frat.
Oh, so you're actually the meme. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm in Pike.
That's okay. And so did your buddy say, "Hey, Clav is here. All you got to do is stand next to him, and you're gonna blow up"?
No, like he just came to the house and like if you watch the clip, I just like, yo, can we get a picture, bro? And then we got a picture and then it blew up. So I was like, oh shit.
And then there was that clip of he took your bitch from you. Was it one of those clips?
Uh, uh, well, yeah, it
There
was
was a
like his
bitch at
girl.
the house. There was a
Yeah,
bitch
she
at the
was just
house.
looking.
And
Like I was in the back standing, and then she was just looking and smiling.
that's crazy, bro. And what are you guys like? You guys are not friends anymore?
Well, I mean, he's cool and all, but I mean, like off stream, if you want to talk about it, I'll let you know like kind of what happened. But
Oh shit! No, 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 bro. Bring the drama here, bro. Tell us what
nah,
happened.
bro, I can't, bro. I can't. Like he's
Nah,
cool.
nah.
He's cool,
Clav's
but
my favorite dude, bro. He's the best guy ever, bro. Like, I feel like Clav is spiritually an Albanian guy. Because if you ask Albanian people, do they care about degrees, money? Bro, Albanian people only care about looks. Like, for the first 20 years of their life, they're obsessed with looks.
my
You
dad
could,
was a looks maxer. Like
there you
he's
go,
doing
bro.
that shit before looks maxing.
Bro, you don't know how many Albanians will marry a psychopath that stabbed them with a knife just because she looks good. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
No,
Like,
Albanian girls are hot.
yeah, yeah. Do you visit back home?
Yeah, I go every summer for 3 months.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird because it's like now that you have clout and you go to Miami and shit, Europe's gonna be boring to you, bro. I'm telling you, you're
I
gonna
mean,
get bored.
can you hear me?
Yeah, say again.
Yo,
Go
I
ahead.
said I had fun though. Like I still had fun, bro. I was going to the beaches, like I was going to the nightclubs. Like it's still fun. It's just like I'm not gonna lie. If you're going to like fuck bitches, like it's not gonna happen in Albania, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah. And you can't get red tree tied there.
You can always find a way. You can always find a way to get some shit, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. No, it is interesting because it's like, bro, I've seen many people pop off, and you popped off for literally nothing. Like, what did you just stood there, right?
Yeah, I just stood there and then took a picture, bro.
That's gotta make you cocky compared to your friends and peers who, like, your friends are nothing compared to you. They're like human scum.
Nah, nah, bro. I don't think with this like superiority complex, bro. Like
Yeah. What did you think of Sneeko? Were you thinking like, why is this black guy talking to me? Like, why
Sneeko's
is
sick.
this
Well,
Zazak talking to me?
I heard you and Sneeko are beefing, but like I mean, he was nice to me, so it's like I can't really say anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're trying to claim you as like a Muslim Aryan Chad, right?
Muslim Aryan Chad, respect.
Yeah, yeah. Which is, it's funny for for you and me. We've been around so many Albanians our whole life. You don't know, like we're used to this. There's so many of them that have blonde hair, blue eyes. Like this is like a normal thing back home.
Yeah, it's true. Everyone just copes, and it's all the fucking Serbian haters that can suck my fucking dick. Number one, all
Exactly.
these
Exactly.
fucking
Oh, this guy's so
Chetniks,
big.
Chetniks,
Exactly.
Shki, they can all hold my fucking nuts. Fuck those motherfuckers.
And in a weird way, I feel bad for the Serbs because they don't have famous people in Hollywood. They don't have.
Hit the back of my car, did you?
No, I didn't. I just got here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who's that?
Some girl just got in an accident and asked me if I
Bro, pick
saw
her
some.
up. What are you doing? You gotta pick her up.
No, bro. I'm done with the hoes, bro. I've been hanging out with so many bitches. I'm going home today. I'm gonna chill with my parents. Like I'm done. I need
Right,
one
but
day to chill.
bro, you gotta give us a Jack Doherty collab. We want to see you with Jack
Bro,
Doherty.
I asked him to fight for Brand Risk. He said no.
He wouldn't fight. What the fuck?
He doesn't want to fight. I
Dude,
asked him.
go.
I said, do the Brand Risk. I literally don't know who to fight for Brand Risk. I asked Andrew Janik.
Dude, I'm
Can't
gonna tell
fight
you
the
the
East
truth,
Coast.
bro. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I guarantee you're getting snaked for that deal. They're not paying you enough. Brand
Trust me,
Risk
bro. This
pays
dude
very
Hooperify,
little.
this motherfucker Hoopervi or Hooperville, whatever the fuck he works for overtime. They were trying to broadcast the whole Mogoff scene, and I was like, pay me 5 fucking bands and I'll do it.
For
Said
5K is nothing, bro. What are you
and
talking?
they
You're like
declined
the
the 5
biggest.
bands. They declined the 5 bands, and then they went online and they were like, yeah, he asked me for 5 bands, didn't do the collab. These motherfuckers are trying to Jew me out. What the fuck? Oh
Well,
hell
how
no.
much are you? How much are you gonna fight for on Brand Risk,
I can't say because I'm working some shit with Aiden Ross, but
bro? If it's anything under $50,000, you're getting screwed,
bro,
bro.
you're talking small numbers with the 50K, G. Trust me,
Yeah,
G. I know.
please tell me you're not getting screwed because, dude, I felt like every Brand Risk guy, they don't even pop off after that promotion. It's like a garbage promotion.
I know, but the fucking Albanian Aryan knocks out someone. Oh my god, I'm gonna make headlines for the next year, bro.
Yeah, and you know what's weird is you know exactly what to do. You're like, the kind of content you want to do. You're doing some desktop streams. What did you have it in your head that one day you're gonna do this, or you just copy pasting what Clav and them are doing?
Well, my boys like always told me, they're like, bro, the second the camera goes on you, you're gonna pop off. Like my whole life, they've always been telling me it. I was like, nah.
Yeah, because you had a TikTok following. That's why they said that.
Well, they just know my personality, and it's like they were like, dude, the second you get a camera on you for a day, you're gonna fucking blow up. Because I don't know, I kind of do lit shit every single day. So
That's crazy, bro. You do lit shit every day, bro. When I was your age, I didn't have peptides. I had steroids, so it was a little different. Say no, bro. You're supposed to say no.
you gotta run a little bit primo, a little bit test. You gotta run some bar with the clenbuterol.
No, do you know what I like about your generation is I can see you guys are hair conscious. You guys want to preserve your hair. You're not going to do the
No,
stupid
bro,
shit.
I'm not going bald, bro. That's the last thing I want, bro. I'm not going bald.
Yeah,
You
what do you
get
guys
old
call
bitches,
it? You guys say hair is life, right?
bro. The girls now, like in my generation, if you're bald, you're getting no play, unless you're
Yeah,
unless you're juiced up, Chad. But
yeah, yeah. I do feel. I was gonna say I do feel bad for the Serbs because they don't have Hollywood people. There's so many Albanians in Hollywood. They don't have
they're
singers. They don't
jealous,
have.
bro.
We have so many in Hollywood singers, movie
Isn't the
actors.
guy who made Hollywood Albanian?
Holy shit! You sound like my dad right now.
What's his name? Rob Bellucci. What's his name?
Really?
Yeah, isn't the guy who made Hollywood Albanian? I swear.
That would be so. Yo, chat, find me that. That
What's
would
his
be so
name? Rob
cool.
Bellucci.
Damn, damn, that is crazy. But you look at these Serbian guys, and I love Bosnians, but you look at a lot of Bosnian guys, they don't have famous people. Like only Albanians have famous incarnations. Have you noticed that?
No, I didn't
Dude, I want to be the first. I
notice
want to
it.
be the first famous Bosnian. How the fuck do I do it?
I swear to God, the number one rule is you have to be taking a risk. Like Varys doesn't want to admit his risks, but there's a lot of people like Clav took risks. Nick Fuentes took risks. There's every Sneeko took risks. Humans who take risks, the public loves watching those people. They're like, holy shit, this guy could die on camera, right? Not that you should always like Varys. I don't want to see you getting into street brawls.
Well, I'm
That's
smart
crazy,
now
bro.
because my cousin, my Albanian cousin, he's my first cousin. Like he's a straight thug. Like this motherfucker is a thug that moves dope. He doesn't give a fuck. Like he doesn't give a fuck. He's licensed to carry. This motherfucker can fight. Like he's just a straight YN Albanian. So I have him as
Yeah,
security
that's
now. Like just in case. Like all I know is like he's ready to die behind me. That's what I need. Like
that's a horrible idea. That is the worst fucking.
he's ready to die behind me, and I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. So
Yeah,
I know
no,
I'm safe. I got family next to me, so I'm chilling.
that's crazy, bro. You need to just focus on the money, bro. Because I feel like there's a lot of guys who come in the game and they ruin their whole lives quick. But dude, you're sober. You have no excuses. You're not on drugs. You're not on alcohol. You can do this shit.
Yeah, I know I can't do this shit. I'm trying, bro. I've been trying.
Yeah. I mean, the content for you would be we want to see girl content. The girl content goes crazy.
Tapping my streams, bro. I got bitches in the hot tub every night.
Bro, how weird would it be someone my age actually watching not clips but streams, bro? That's some pedo shit. That's some freak shit, bro.
If you trust
I
women, you
watch
can join on my
I
stream,
watch
bro.
I watch the clips, and to be honest, I feel like I really want Androgenic to pop off too. Like I want him to be in America and you guys get a house together. You,
Yeah, I
Androgenic.
told him he can move in with me if he wants to pursue his career. Because he's here. Well, he was gonna leave in 2 days, but his visa's for 3 months, and I was like, honestly, if you want to move in with me, because I'm not even home half of the time. I was like, honestly, bro,
Yeah.
you can just sleep at mine. Like, just
That'd be awesome because you're gonna find collabs so hard to do. But you guys literally had the internet making clips about you. You didn't promote those channels. They're random channels making clips about you guys nonstop. And I felt so bad for you guys because I could tell you guys are not monetizing it. You're still new to all that. So I'm like, bro, you need to come out with you need to have shirts and hats and just go crazy on the money part of it.
yeah, I know, but you have to think of it like this. First, we
Like
start off.
why has no one made a hat that says Mog?
I don't know. I kind of need to make my own stringer line. Like that would be fucking dope. If I had my own stringer line, I feel like that shit would pop off.
Yeah, yeah. And what's funny is everyone would buy it, but most guys are not under 10% body fat, so they just look like shit wearing it.
Hey, you can still rock a stringer, bro. You need to be like 10% under 10% body fat though.
Bro, I would be so mad if I meet you and you're like 5'5", bro. I'd be so
I'm 6'3",
disappointed. Like
bro.
how
I'm fucking Malsor, bro. We're tall.
there's
Built.
no way you're 6'3" because Androgenic's taller than you.
Yeah, he's 6'5".
Oh shit, you're next. He's 6. Oh, he's wearing his shoe things. Right, right, right. Right.
He
Yeah.
has the
Yo,
boots with 5-inch soles. Like, come on, bro. It's like,
right. Let me get get Androgenic on my spaces tomorrow. I want to ask him some questions because he
yeah,
said
well,
he,
I'm gonna see him
bro,
tomorrow.
that guy is extreme. He said they asked him in chat in one of his comment sections. They asked him, "So what do you do for confidence after you've built yourself up externally? What do you do for inner confidence?" And he said, "Honestly, man, I did LSD." He's like, I
Bro,
did LSD, and I'm like, holy, that's like the worst advice you could give to like a 15-year-old who wants to ascend. Because now you have a teenager doing LSD to get confident. Like that's how people jump off bridges, and I'm like, this guy's way too extreme, man.
bro, that's what I noticed. So, like, everybody that's like high up is promoting drugs, and I'm just like, bro, like,
Yeah, no, I would never. I would, dude. I would talk about cocaine as a joke. I didn't actually promote it.
nah. I mean,
It
it's
was
chill,
kind
but it's like,
of.
bro, like, what the fuck, like.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, bro.
But
I
I
don't know
mean,
how
people
people
like
do
wild shit.
drugs. Yeah, no, let's get
That's why.
Tyson in here. Yeah. Go ahead, Tyson. You want to ask him a question, huh? Varus is the TikTok name, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. What's your real name? Do you give that out?
it's Varys.
Oh, really? Is that an Albanian name?
No, I don't have an Albanian name.
Okay, and both your parents are 100%, right?
Yeah, both my parents are 100% Albanian.
Nice. And you don't have siblings, eh?
No, I don't.
Right. And what year did you guys get there in U.S. in
My parents got
Detroit?
here. My parents got here in '99.
Oh, right from the war. Me too. Let's go.
Yeah.
Damn.
Detroit.
Okay, Tyson, bro, don't you have beef with Looksmaxers? Like, let's hear it.
Bro, Varys egoed my podcast actually like 4 times in a row.
What a
I'm not gonna
fucking
lie.
guy.
I know, what a guy. No, I fuck
Oh,
with that anti-drug
it's no
stuff.
hate.
though. I
It's
fuck
no.
with that.
It's no hate. It's just like, bro, like everyone's trying to get me on a podcast, and it's like, bro, like hop on my podcast. You know what I mean? Type shit. Like hop on my stream, bro. Like, not trying to be mean, but it's like, bro, everyone wants me. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to like boost up my own name, bro, not other people's. Like, sorry for being selfish, but like, it's like, bro, it's like at the end of the day, I'm in it for me, bro.
No, that's fair. The
gotta be
only thing
hungry.
is though, like I DM'd you on Instagram and you're like, yo, like bet, let's run that shit. And then it was like time to do it, and then you just like didn't respond.
I know,
Oh,
bro. I've been
Rodkari,
telling you this shit,
Varys. Oh, Rodkari, why'd you block me?
bro. Get this jester out of here, bro. I'm
What
not.
up, little
I'm
bitch?
not
What up?
talking to this fucking loser.
Yeah, that guy's a jester, bro. Who is
That's
that?
some random fucking Northern Albanian that's just trying to get clout off of me, bro. Like, I
Yeah,
blocked him.
bro. There are some Albanians on Twitter that are so cringe. You gotta avoid some of these guys, bro. Like they're a dick riders. They dick ride Sneeko. They dick ride. I'm like, bro, Sneeko ain't got nothing for you, little boy.
Nah, that yak guy's he's a boner, bro.
Yeah, this is, bro. We want to see you on a Sneeko stream. Okay, when are we gonna see that?
We need Sneeko stream.
Yeah, did he invite you or?
He invited me to Bosnia to do a IRL streaming, but it's just like, bro, like I can't leave right now. I have to go to the Arnold because I'm gonna be
Right.
promoting my clothing brand out there. So I'm going to the Arnold. They bought my ticket and they bought where I'm staying at, and then me and my boys were just gonna make content at the Arnold, and then after that, I'm going back to IRL streaming.
Yeah, we want to see you compete, bro. When are you gonna get in a physique show?
I mean, when I'm ready to hop on the test and primo and fucking go all in.
Bro, we
Yeah.
gotta see you on Fresh and Fit too. That'd be fire.
They hit me up.
Yeah, that'd be fire.
Yeah, that would be really good with the girls. And he's like a cool guy. He's smooth. He's not like he's shitting on them, right?
No, I'm not gonna be shitting on them. If they start talking shit though,
Bro,
I'm
you
about
gotta
to,
put one of them in a headlock. Since you're 18, you can get away with it.
nah, my best friend that I stream with, like he's actually a billionaire Jew. Like he's actually a billionaire Jew.
Dude, I just keep thinking when they replay this on your fucking airport interview, like you gotta stop talking like this, bro. He's
I mean,
actually
no,
good.
like it's fine. Like I'm not saying anything bad towards Jews. I'm just saying like he's a billionaire Jew. Like he's a shark.
Right. Right. I'm just like Tyson, you can tell I'm trying to protect this channel, right?
Dude, I know. I'd
Because
say, bro,
Tyson,
you
my,
have
my
the
parents would
clout.
kill me if I got this kid in trouble. They'd kill me. They'd be like,
Yeah.
why everything you touch, you turn to.
Yeah. Dude, I'd say Varys, like, you have the clout. Like, fuck the airport shit. Fuck the airplane stuff. Just, like, keep popping off,
Nah, bro, I need to get my degree, G.
Bro,
But why would you still be in college if you're, like, this, like, worldwide famous? Like, bro, everybody knows you. What's the point of college now?
I can do both though. That's the thing.
Varys, how the fuck are you gonna manage fucking aerospace degree and fucking content creation? That sounds like fucking.
I've been doing it right now.
Yeah,
Like
but
right
you're
now, I
like a
have all A's.
freshman, no?
No, I'm a sophomore.
Yeah, but so you ain't even get into like the hard shit yet, no?
I'm already in the hard shit, bro.
I mean, if you can do it, fair play, smart ass.
Yeah, I want to see him go all the way with that because I feel like his generation is going to be so, their heads are going to be so up
Everybody's
social
like,
media.
the thing
Everyone's going to do the social media shit. He's not going to feel special.
people don't realize about Albanians is we do shit, bro. Like we do shit. Like my dad came from fucking Albania straight to USA. Woke up every morning 4 a.m. He was fucking painting. They do shit. They they grind. Like they don't give a fuck.
Hell yeah. We got the rags to riches story. We take over Hollywood, man.
That ass.
And I always found it strange. Like everyone's like, yo, Zherka, how are you the only YouTuber that good with women? And I'm like, dude, go to my country. You'll meet people like
Let's
me.
go hang out with some hoes, bro. I'll pull up.
I don't know if I can do a stream with you guys, Cloud. You guys are too young. I can't be around that. Like that's crazy,
Then
dude.
come to Old Town
Zherka, you
Scottsdale.
streamed with me when I was 17,
Yeah, I feel like because these guys like. First of all, if they ever got into drugs, everyone says Zherka got them into it. I want to avoid that. I want to avoid that mess.
That would be bad looks.
Be like, what did Cloud say? He said recently, streaming is so boring that he does drugs to get talkative. I'm
Bro,
like,
that
damn,
was kind
that's
of
crazy.
sad. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, it's like it's somewhat relatable because after a while, like, who the fuck wants to just like be around people all the time? Like, I hate that shit too.
Yeah, Varys, isn't your whole generation on like Adderall?
Honestly, I don't know, bro. I mean, I think they're all on like cocaine and Adderall, but I mean, I don't know. I learned to say no, and like honestly, like I just kind of want to stay away from shit like that.
Yeah, I like this fitness angle that you actually go to those gay little expos and shit. Like that stuff's so boring. Like you got to talk to Larry
Nah,
Wheels and
bro. It's
shit.
like all my OG fans, bro. They want to see me there, bro.
Yeah, no, I thought that was so cool. I'm like, oh, this guy's got the fitness angle, and then he can do streams on the side because most fitness channels are so boring on camera,
Well, I
bro.
mean,
Like
bro, it's
you
just
know what
like
I mean?
they're just like in it for lifting, but like I like talking to bitches too. You know what I mean? Like it's
Dude, we gotta get you on. I gotta get you Bradley's number immediately.
like these guys love talking about the gym and like building their physiques, but they can't talk to no hoes. They're all like, oh, like I want a relationship. I want to what? Nah, motherfucker. I want to bang as many hoes as I can bang before I get a wife. That ass. I want to
Yeah.
bang as many girls as I can before I get a wife.
And
That's
then
my goal.
he's gonna fly
And then I
away with her.
find and then I find a little fucking virgin wife in Albania, and then I'm straight.
This guy's so fucking based, man. Holy shit.
That's the goal. I'm dead ass. I'll find a little fucking village girl that doesn't even know what the fuck social media is, marry her, and then spoil her. Like, but in the
That's right.
meantime, I'm not gonna get married till I'm like 25, 26.
Yeah, yeah. Right now, you're just intimidating them with your serratus. You're like shredded in their face. They're like, "What the
Bro,
fuck,
when I
bro?"
go back to Albania, they're malnourished, and I'm there looking like the fucking Greek god, bro. I'm not trying to be mean. I feel bad and shit too. Like it's like fuck.
Yeah, just pick up a girl on the side of the road selling watermelons. You'd be like, "Come with me."
Nah, she used to be bad. I'm gonna maybe like a little.
We got badass village girls, bro. Like my parents tell me all the time. Eventually, I gotta go back and do that.
Bro,
Nah, you
I'm
got to,
telling you,
bro.
village pill is it's not it, bro. I'm telling you, the time has changed, bro. They're not they. You think you're gonna get a virgin? It's not gonna be the case.
They say that
My
about
uncle got married off of VHS tapes, bro. Like they showed him 5 girls on VHS tapes, and he said, "Pick the sexiest one." That's how he got married. I'm not joking. Literally, my uncle Muiko. That's how he fucking got married. They showed him 5 girls
Yeah,
on VHS tapes from weddings, and he picked the sexiest one. That's how he got married.
Respect, but like,
that's based. That is based, man.
I feel like you're not gonna
Like,
find it anymore. Like, I feel like even in those villages, they're gonna be ran through.
bro, I was there. Like I saw it. Like I know it's still there. Like I go every summer. Like I know.
Yeah, I go often too, but like,
These girls aren't American sluts. Like they have shame. Like
I will say it's not as bad. Like, you're more likely to find it there, but like, even there, it's more degenerate and Western than it was even like 5 years ago.
I mean, I don't know. In my village, at least, like it's like all these bitches have shame.
Varys, do you watch Dragon Ball as an Albanian?
Yeah, I do. I watch.
Look,
My
if
favorite.
that is, it's like every Albanian and Bosnian guy knows what Dragon Ball is. It's actually
My favorite
awesome.
anime is Berserk, though.
Yo, everyone tells me to watch. My whole fan base says, "Dude, you gotta watch Berserk."
Berserk is the most testosterone anime you'll watch, bro. That ass.
I think
Most testosterone filling anime. Like every single day, like while I was watching it, like the
the
episodes would
nigga with the
drop.
sword, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and I also watched Bleach. Bleach is fire too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Soul Reapers. I remember that. Yeah.
Is that stuff actually worth watching? Because for me, it just seems like cartoons and stuff. But everybody hypes it up like it's like transformational and stuff.
I don't know. You got to ask, is it a part of your bloodline? Like, you ask any Albanian, Bosnian, anyone from the Balkans, they'll say Dragon Ball is like their religion. Like, we're
bro.
black. We're like black
Something
people.
about that Kamehameha, like it, like
No, it's also like the story of the Saiyans, like these hairy warriors. It just feels very Albanian, you
yeah.
know.
It's just testosterone fucking fueling. Like the
Yeah,
fights too. Like
yeah.
the
Like Tyson, you're much whiter than us, so you're probably into Power Rangers.
Nah, bro. When I was a kid,
Your
all I
mom doesn't
watched was
let you
fucking
watch Dragon Ball.
bro. All I watched was SpongeBob when I was a kid, bro. That shit kind of cooked me, bro.
No, I watch SpongeBob too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know everything about SpongeBob. That's why I actually watch Nick Fuentes because he makes all those SpongeBob references.
Yeah.
bro, isn't that one?
And Varys, you beefed him, huh? What's that? How'd that start?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna let anyone shit on me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah, but that's what he does. That's why we watch him.
Bro, why was he going after you so hard though? Like, what's the point of
Because
that?
he's just like, he sees a fucking kid blowing up that's blonde hair, blue eyes. He's Albanian Muslim. Like, everyone fucking shits on us. They're just mad they're not us, bro.
But he glazes Clav, so why doesn't he glaze you as
Well,
well?
to be fair, he glazed Varys in the beginning. He said, "Oh, it's white people fighting each other, mogging each other. It's great." And then he finds out he's Muslim, and he's like, "Fuck!" He's like ruining the movement.
Damn,
Bro, if
that's
Varys
fucked
was
up.
Catholic, Nick would fucking love him. But
First, yeah. Well, if Varys was Catholic, he'd have like 1 million more followers right now.
I mean, it's chill, bro. Everyone shits on Muslims, but it's like, bro, like, you guys just
No,
gotta live.
Varys, no, you can be Muslim and it's cool, but you can't just be surrounded by Arabs. Like you're a white boy, you got to
Bro,
be
I'm
around
surrounded by white
white.
boys.
Yeah, that makes more sense. That's a lot cooler.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean towards Arabs, but like, honestly, I don't want to be Arab.
Yeah, yeah. It's you got to be your own thing, where it's like Sneeko's surrounded by Arabs, and it's like, bro, we want to hear a Haitian take. We don't want to hear an Arab take. Like you're Haitian, give us a Haitian take.
Yeah,
Dude, I
bro.
feel like
Arabs get so annoying. Like they're so like group think. They have to always be in groups and stuff. That's the thing I always notice. So
Nah, Arabs are
it's too
cool.
much. Yeah, no, they're good people.
Arabs are cool, but I think Sneako's around like Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I've
You're
met a lot of cool
Albanians.
Arabs. I've met a lot of cool Arabs, and they're never on Twitter. Like, they're never on.
Cause bro, they're smoking hookah and drinking a fucking Turkish coffee.
Yeah, yeah.
there's a lot in Detroit, no, Varys?
Yeah, there's a lot, bro. Detroit is the most ethnic place ever, bro.
Yeah, it's just depressing. Like, why would anyone live in Detroit? Isn't that like the shittiest part of America?
Nah, Detroit is lit as fuck, bro. I wish I could
Nah,
move
it's
there.
Really?
pretty good now. It
I
kind of
thought
got
Clear.
better.
was the Boondocks from where the Boondocks was shot? Or the anime was from Detroit, right?
I'm not sure,
Would you
but
guys have
my dad told me like,
Eminem? You guys have what else do you guys have? Big Sean. What else? What is Detroit known for?
I don't know. I just know
Black
Detroit
people.
for the. I just know Detroit for the high Albanian population.
Right, right. And black. There's a lot of black people there.
There's a lot of black people in Detroit, yeah.
Mm,
But it's chill. Shout out to my Zucks. Respect.
yeah. Yo, is that Elf? Yo, Elf, get in here, bro. We gotta get JW on.
Yo, we need a J Dub versus Varys match right now.
Oh, dude, JW sent me a whole message that he hates all these looks maxers and shit like that.
Bro, apparently next time I'm in Miami, J Dub's gonna pull up and slime me out on the
The
streets.
thing is, I'm not
Oh
even a
yeah,
looks maxer, bro. I just hit the gym, bro. I'm a gym self, not a looks
Yo, what
maxer.
up, Zherka? How we doing, my man?
Elf, bro. Where's
Bro,
JW?
spawn in J Dub, bro.
Nah, bro. Dude, I can't deal with JW. Every time he comes into space, he just threatens to kill me. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Did he pull a gun on you?
Yeah, he pulled a gun on me in Vegas.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I'll tell the story to the space real quick. So, I had a fight in Beverly Hills. I was fighting this poker player, and that's where I met the Tates, right? So I needed a security guard. So I'm like, all right, JW, he'd be a good security guard. My community likes him. He's energetic, whatever. So we do an in-person stream, and people start talking shit to him on stream, right? And I'm like, all right, it's kind of funny, whatever. And he starts getting heated. So he pulls a gun out and he's like, pussy motherfuckers, like you talking shit to me. And he points it at the camera, but I'm holding the camera. You know what I mean? So I'm like, bro, what are you doing? And like, I'm not a fucking gangster. I'm a mathematician, right? So like, I've never had a gun pointed at me in my life. So that shit was crazy.
Yeah, when you have a gun pointed on you, that's when you pipe down. That ass.
Yeah, and he did it fucking twice too. The second time he did it, he was just waving around again, and he's like holding it at his fucking hip, and he just like turns it sideways, and it points it at me again. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man!
Was
It's
it
fucking
fully
wild,
loaded and like the safety off?
bro. That shit was loaded, Tyson. I'll send you the clip after once I find it. That shit was loaded.
Bro,
You
this
have
You
you
guy
know?
have
said
to
he's
leave the
gonna
clip.
try
You have to
to
leave the
use.
clip unloaded, bro, if you want to be licensed to carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never even held a gun or nothing. Yo, I never said what's good to Varys, my G. This guy's blowing the fuck up. What's good? I see
Oh,
you
bro.
got what 3 followers on this app. Let's go. That's hype. Building.
I'm the next gen, bro.
Yes,
But what
sir.
me and my
Next
homies are
gen.
trying to do is we're trying to turn into the Nelk Boys. Because the Nelk Boys aren't even in frats,
That's
bro.
fire.
They're not even in fraternities, bro. Like, we need to show the actual fraternity life. But the thing
That's facts,
that's hard
bro.
is fraternities are, like, mad discreet. And, like, you can't really, like, film what's going on. Like, you know what I mean? It's just secretive.
Nah, fuck that. You got to find the frats that'll let you film and make lit ass content. Ask, don't ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness. That's how I
And the
used to
reason
do
why I
it.
don't film at my frat much is because, like, I'm not trying to fuck them over. The thing is,
That's true.
I'll go to another frat, though, and fuck them over. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. So that's the plan. That's the plan for you. Just keep making content at the frats and shit and show the life.
I'm just going to keep gymming, fucking bitches, and that's it, bro.
Let's go. I saw that shit with Andro the other day, dude. That guy's fucking
I think
hilarious. I
Andrew
can't
Tate wants to
lie.
see me next. Like, he commented on the... He said this can't happen anymore. Androgenic got mogged.
Didn't you beef Tate? I saw some shit on your Instagram where
Yeah,
you're
bro.
beefing
Tate
Tate.
doesn't want to see me, bro. But it's some.
Wait, why would you beef him though? You could set up the collab.
No, we're gonna do the collab.
Yeah, that's good.
Bro,
Definitely
Nah,
the
low
right.
take
key,
got
bro.
men off. What?
If you finesse some waivers to like frame Mog Tate or start some sort of beef with him or something on some low key shit, get a clip or two, could be the
No,
move.
I'll
But you
I'll
got to
see
keep it
Andrew Tate
slight,
pretty
you
soon.
know?
I can kind of tell that it's gonna happen soon.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he kind of like done his shit, but he comes out of hiding every once in a while to like clip farm and stuff. So he's still active in the scenes. That'd be lit. If you bring him to like an ASU frat, that shit would be hilarious. Oh my
For sure,
god.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what's this Chad ranking shit? You're number one. Androgenic fell back.
yeah I'm number one ranked Chad right now. Dude, I
That's
didn't even know
crazy.
that ChadScan.com was a thing, bro.
Yeah, I saw George Floyd was on there. I was like, what the fuck is this, bro? It's crazy.
Yo, what the fuck? What's he ranked?
They had Hitler ranked number one for like a minute.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Bro, we gotta get George Floyd up there too. No, we need Derek Chauvin in like number one.
Oh my god. It's such brain rot activity. Peak brain rot.
Nah, the whole app is just kind of brain rot.
So Varys, you gambled all your sports bet?
Nah, bro. I
Nah.
don't.
Word. I'm a pro sports better, by the way.
nobody gives a fuck.
I mean, I don't really watch sports, bro. I just kind of think they're gay.
Me neither.
Yo,
Watching sports
Varys,
is gay.
repeat, bro. You gotta repeat that, bro. Watching sports is the gayest shit you could do, bro.
Bro, I dead ass think watching sports is gay, bro. Like, it's just a waste of time, bro. Like, go do some shit. Go hit the gym, bro.
That's
You're
based.
watching other people fucking be great. How about you be great your fucking self, bro? Go do some shit.
Yeah, dude, they wear other people's jerseys and shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's like full dick sucking. That's like cock and mouth dick sucking.
yeah. Like do that in private. Like, and if someone walks in, switch to gay porn immediately.
Yo, Varys, are you natty? Don't bullshit me.
I'm natty.
You
Oh,
don't take
he's
any peptides, nothing?
Nah.
Creatine?
But
oh,
soon, I'm not gonna lie.
he's clearly not natty.
I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna hop on Tested Primo like pretty soon, like, probably in like the next 3 months.
No, you look like a TRT guy with a bit of var, like Clav.
The thing is,
Bro,
I crash out
Tested
too
raw to
easily.
the
The thing is, like,
hose.
I don't want that to affect my relationship with my family. I don't want
Wait,
to
why
Yeah,
are
go
you
no,
gonna
go
you're
full
natural.
cycle.
You're 100% natural,
why are
bro.
you gonna hop
Yes,
on Primo?
Primo and Test. I want to fucking build the frame, bro. That's what's gonna do it.
You already have a frame.
Dude, you have a fucking frame.
Yeah, what the fuck? You
No,
go to
I
the
need to
frame
fill out the
logger.
frame. I have the frame, but I need to fill it out.
Nah,
How
No,
do you,
hard can you
Varys, you
like
know what'd be
fill it out?
sick, bro? Get a real good coach and actually compete, put on 25 pounds and fucking go hard at that shit.
No, I mean I can do it. That's the thing with the streaming shit. That's like I can't do that if I'm gonna be streaming.
Well, that's the thing. If you go fully into the fitness route, that would be so sick to see your transformation, bro. Like with a real coach, like a expensive coach.
Yeah, that'd be sick. But it's
Yeah,
also like a lot of money,
they
bro. I
would
got
put him on primo. They test and primo him all the way up there.
Ferris, do you know what your numerology is?
What's good, niggas? What's good, Tyson? What's good,
what do
Varys?
you
What's
mean
good, Alpha?
What's up,
numerology?
Noxer? Yo, Varys, what's your numerology number? What's your life
Let me
path?
see it.
Nigga, that shit's so fucking gay, Tyson. Come
Bro,
on,
I
bro.
gotta hear though. I'm curious.
What the fuck is numerology, bro?
Okay.
Paste. Max Prime? What's Max Prime?
Don't go down this rabbit hole, bro. It's too funny.
Nah, don't say his name. He's gonna spin in.
Max
Yes,
Prime?
basically, you're gonna be meeting a lot of schizophrenics in the community, and they all got their own things going for them, and they're gonna tell you that you've been sent by God because of when are you born? What's your birth date?
I was born in '06.
What animal is that? Elf. Google that.
Bro, I don't. All right, I'll Google it.
It's,
What is it? What animal? What
yeah,
animal is?
what animal is each at?
You're the
Dog.
fire
He's the
dog.
fucking dog. You a
He's born
dog?
year of the dog. No wonder I like the dude. He's born year of the dog. See, we're falling
Yo,
for
Varys, who do you have
Gary's.
beef with, bro?
Hey, Gary's gay as shit.
Who you beefing with in the space right now?
Just androgenic, I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, you guys did a whole stream together the other day.
What'd you say?
Didn't you guys just do a stream together?
Yeah,
But it's still beef with him?
bro, it's on site, G.
Bro, Varys, what are you choking on this clip? Like, are you okay, bro?
Bro, I was eating pizza and I fucking started choking.
That you know why you're choking? Because of the fucking peptides and shit. They got you cotton mouth.
Nah.
You're
I was just choking, bro.
dehydrated,
I was
bro.
eating
You're
too quick.
literally you're dying, bro. What the fuck is this clip?
Nah,
Yo, he's dying. What the
I was just
fuck?
eating too quick, bro.
Yo, look, man. Don't get on trenbolone, but like, get your coach to put you on EQ and get fucking and growth hormone. You got to get
Bro,
on a bunch of.
EQ makes you age though. I don't want to age like a monkey.
Can you afford growth hormone right now?
Yeah,
Yeah, bro. Get on a bunch of fucking GH.
I know, but I don't want the GH gut, bro. Like
That's not a real
the
thing,
most.
bro. You don't even have the frame for that. You know how many calories you have to eat to get that? It's like you trust me, you're good.
Well,
You
people
eat
get
you eat like
GH
a
gut because
bird,
they
bro.
eat.
You're keto. You eat like a bird.
Bro, I eat like 4,000 calories right now.
Oh, you're definitely on shit, bro. What the fuck?
Nah, I'm natty. I'm natty.
You 4,000 calories, you're lean. What the
I'm
hell?
natty. I'm natty.
Yeah, okay.
I eat 4,000 calories a day though, and I carb
Jesus
cycle too.
Christ. 4K, that's crazy. Zerka, didn't you used to be on your bodybuilding shit, bro? When you were
Yeah,
like
dude,
younger?
dude, I used to love steroids. Like, man, the idea that you can see daily transformation, you can see daily change, not weekly. If you take enough gear, you can see daily changes to your physique. And I'm 6'5", so it looks awesome on me. Like tall, everyone wants to be around me, shit like that. They're like, how the fuck you get that big? And Varys, you're actually 6'3". What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even want you to do the social media shit. I want you to get a coach and just get fucking
Well, that's the thing, bro.
huge.
It's
Like,
too
if I
late
start
now.
competing and I really fill out and like I take it, I go all out. I bulk up to 280. I'm gonna look like a fucking like I don't even know what I'd look like.
Well, we got to see if you even have the genetics because some people don't respond well to high cycles.
Yeah, that's true. But that's why you
But
start lower and then that's why you go higher.
if you're one of those people that can stay healthy and you just keep putting on size, that would be sick. Although I'm not gonna lie, your competition will always like look at the competition for men's physique. There are genetic phenoms. There's so much. They're like gifted for that. But I'm just saying, your community seeing you go up 25 pounds in like 6 months, dude. Everyone would be like, "This is the best content ever."
Yeah, I know. I could probably do primo, D-ball, and tests.
Yeah, but the test and D-ball can get a lot really estrogenic, bro. So you just check with the coach because I don't think you can get gyno. You're not one of those people, right?
No, I have gyno from when I was fat.
Really?
But the thing is, like, I would get the surgery, but it's just like I don't like. The thing is, like, my parents helped me out a lot. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't want to go to my parents and be like, "Yo, can I get like 8 bands for gyno surgery?" You're gonna say, "Go fuck yourself." Like,
Dude, you can come up with 8 bands yourself. Like, come on.
yeah, I know I can, but the thing is, you can't lift.
And you're not supposed to get the surgery until after you cycle your ass off so it can grow even more. Then you get it all out. You cut it all off.
Yeah, it's true. But the thing is, if I cut it all off right now, then I can't get it if it's a good surgeon. But I want.
I don't think it's even noticeable right now. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
Like
it's
what?
not really noticeable right
I
now.
think Arimidex is gonna guard you, and that's about it.
No,
And
but a
be
remix
careful.
is so much.
Don't crash your estrogen. You need that for learning and
That's
health. You
why I
know
wouldn't
that.
take a remix, though. I would just do Primo Volume.
Yeah. Oh, like a down pressure on the test. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dude, that would be, bro. Just set a date. Tell your audience, hey, I'm gaining 25 pounds in this much amount of time. Do your blood work, and here's Gary. Here's Gary. Yo,
Oh god.
yeah, Gary. He's a dog. He's born year of the dog.
The numbers guy. What up,
Yeah,
Gary?
Yeah,
how we
he's
do? How we
born.
doing today,
Veras,
yo?
what day are you
What's up,
born?
Gary?
I don't know. I don't really want to say my full birthday. That's chill.
Wow, wow, that's crazy, bro.
But
Hey,
yeah.
I have a question for Varys though, real quick before Gary hops in. Do you have like a thesis for your content? Like, are you just trying to make lit fucking content to entertain people? Or are you trying to like inspire your audience to get in shape, be better
Bro,
men?
he
I'm
has a
trying to make
sober
good content.
message. He has a
Yeah,
sober
what's his
message.
message? What's his message?
Stay sober.
Okay. You don't drink or do nothing?
No, he's healthy, man.
That's lit.
That's why I feel like he can make a lot of money with sponsorships if he stays
Yeah.
on this track.
Well, he's trying to be fucking Nelk and him and his boys. So they just start their own brands, right?
No, but he's a healthy version of Nelk. Like Nelk is out of shape, bro.
Yeah, they're DJing. They're DJing. So
Well, the thing is, like, all
his
my
whole
boys
thing.
still drinking shit. It's just,
Do you guys understand? There's literally a couple years left till fucking AI takes over, takes all your jobs, and all you niggas
Okay,
are broke.
boomer.
it's not
Okay,
true,
Do you
boomer.
bro.
guys understand that?
That's not
Do
true,
you
bro.
guys understand that? Yo, Zherka.
Here
There's
we
not going to
go.
be anyone to buy your dating IQ pretty soon. Not going to have any
Please,
money, bro.
please. I got more money than you and your old lineage, bro. Your
You,
old bloodline.
you, you I make more money in a month than you make in your whole
I
fucking life,
could buy
Zherka.
you. I could buy your children
And
off of
that's
you.
that that
I
that's
could
that's why
buy
you
you.
used to sleep on my couch, Zherka.
Nigga, I had every room with every bitch, bro. You were with your
Yeah, okay.
wife. You were with your wife.
I know. I'm a good man
Yeah,
who's with kids.
this is what I'm
You,
talking about. The
what do
good
you have?
man fucking shit. Fuck that bullshit, bro.
I mean, you guys aren't gonna have a fight. You guys are the fucking reason the white race is gonna fucking die. You don't even have fucking kids talking all this white supremacist shit. You don't even fucking fuck white bitches to have fucking babies. And then you're
Listen,
talking all
bro.
this shit
Me and my
about white
homies are gonna do the
supremacy,
Sweden
white
trip.
people.
We're gonna do the Sweden trip. Every girl from the club, we're gonna nut inside of them, and my lineage is gonna fucking spread on, bro.
But you know what the problem is? If you fuck whores, your kids have low IQs. Uh-oh. Now what?
Bro.
Well, they can be looks maxers.
Yeah,
Oh, I
okay.
bang all of them and I leave.
Yo,
Man,
we should
Peter
have.
Thiel is putting major money into Clav, man. Peter Thiel
Yo,
is fucking spending like $2 million a month to clip that guy up.
yo, Gary,
Good
you
for
could
him.
learn a thing or two from Varys, man. He could help you out, get you in shape real quick.
Yeah,
Sober
get some
lifestyle.
push-ups on.
Do you know if anyone gets me in shape, they're automatically world famous. So I will decide who gets that, and I'll get a cut
I'm
of
already
whoever
world
fucking
famous
does it.
myself,
I'm
brother.
not just putting someone on.
I'm already
Why
world
would I
famous
just put
myself,
someone
G.
on? Uh,
I
I'll
think
decide.
you're already in great shape. Brown's a
Bro,
shape, man.
bro,
Don't
Gary,
forget it.
Gary,
Circle is the perfect shape, Gary.
Gary, he's born year of the dog, so this is his year, right?
I mean, depends what his numerology is. You know, you just got out of your 7 year cycle, so
No,
if you're in a
he's
7 year
18.
cycle, that's not good.
He's 19. He's fresh.
No, good for him, man. Wish him luck this year. Go out
He's
there and
gonna
get it
he's
done.
because you said the Clav is nothing and Clav blew up, so you were wrong.
I mean, I wasn't wrong about Clav. Peter Thiel is fucking funding him with millions of dollars every fucking month.
Peter's not funding them.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Why would Peter Thiel be funding
I
Clav?
actually know things. I'm actually connected with people. You
Actually,
guys are
I
that's
just fucking
funny.
influencers.
I know a little bit. He's not funding them. I've seen the books.
This nigga
Okay.
crazy.
Okay.
No,
I
Gary,
mean, you
Gary,
know Peter Thiel lives in Miami, right?
I do. Gary, DM me. I'll let you
Okay.
know. No,
Okay.
seriously, I'll let you know. Behind the
Nah,
scenes,
they,
I'll let you
they
know.
built they built Palantir right next to where bro lives.
Gary,
I
give
got
us
no
your
problem. I got no problem, Palantir. Let him move in,
Gary.
bring more money to
Gary, give us your Jewish take on Iran. Like, what's happening, bro?
my Jewish take. You mean my American take? This is
Yeah,
my American take.
give
You
me your
fuck with
Jew
Donald
blood
Trump, he'll
take.
kill you. You fuck with Donald Trump, he'll
Yo,
kill you.
beast.
You know, yeah, I'm just going to keep it like this. If these Muslims are so right and Allah loves them, how come these niggas keep dying? I'm being dead serious with you now.
I mean,
Like these like Nick Fuentes, all these guys said as soon as we go into Iran, it's World War III. We took this nigga out in 12 hours, and the fucking guy who replaced him, we took him out too. No one wants any smoke with Donald Trump. Nobody.
Hey,
okay, but using that
And,
logic,
and by the
why did
way,
6 million Jews die?
Cuba's next. Cuba's next.
communism.
And then it's Colombia. This whole hemisphere is ours. I love fucking Donald Trump. That's the goddamn American Caesar.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's true. That's true. That's so true. He is
I've
moving
been
like
backing this guy
Caesar.
since 215.
But are
Only politician I ever backed, by the way.
Gary, are you pro-war though? You like the new war thing?
I mean, I'm pro-America. Let me tell you when
There's
America
tweets.
first. Let
There's
me tell you when
tweets he
America
made.
first is,
He
Zherka.
said Trump will keep us out of
Let
war.
me
Now,
tell you what America first is. I want to make this clear. America first means we will burn the rest of the fucking world down as long as we get to be a fucking superpower. I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to let every continent on this fucking earth burn to make sure America stays number one.
Except
That's
Israel.
America first.
that's a masculine position, bro.
Give a fuck about, and you know what? In all honesty, I don't even believe in democracy. Why should these fucking women be voting? Why should these low IQ fucking people have the same fucking voting power as
Don't
me?
you want your wife to vote, Gary?
Hell no, I don't want my wife to vote. Are you out your fucking mind?
Really? Are you willing to say that in front of her eyeballs?
I do it in front of her all the time. What's wrong with you, Zherka?
Okay, so
Forgot who the fuck you talking to?
would you strike her? Would you punch her?
No, of course not. I don't need to hit a woman.
Okay, so what? So what? You're afraid to hit a woman now?
No, I mean if it's your sister, that's a different story.
Right, right. What if it's your wife? Like you've never
Nah,
struck your own.
I'm
You've
not gonna
never
hit my
hit
wife, bro.
You've never hit your own wife. What
I
kind of
mean,
Russian? Aren't you
I have from the
Russian?
back. I have hit her from the back, but you know,
That's
not with my
crazy.
fist.
That's crazy.
Not with the fist, brother. No need
Is
to hit a woman with that. I mean,
Elf?
listen.
Elf, what year are you born? What animal are you?
2000. I don't know animal. What animal's
No, he's a
2000?
dragon. He's a dragon, Zherka.
I
Yeah.
knew I didn't like him, bro.
What the fuck?
I
That's
knew I didn't
sad,
trust
Zherka.
this guy. You look like a dragon. You fucking lizard face.
You don't even
Fuck.
know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
You're
You're basing off
gambling
if you
dragon.
like, bro. I'm
Did
not
you pop off in 2024?
2025.
Oh, so
2025. Yeah,
numerology's fake.
I was a nobody in
How
24.
is numerology fake if that's astrology and you got your ass whooped in 2024, Zherka? Why don't you cry to
Please,
us and tell us how bad it was in 2024, your enemy year?
please.
And before you do that,
But
tell them
Gary,
who
Gary,
fucking
when
warned
Gary,
you
sure,
about that shit.
Gary, sure. Everyone says, yeah, your arm exploded 3 times in 2024, which is crazy. But I also made the most money ever in 2024. So how is it a bad year?
So you're telling me money is the only thing that matters, huh?
Well, I'm just saying I didn't go
Okay, Jew.
broke. You said
Okay,
that year
Jew.
I'd lose. You said I'd lose
Nigga,
money.
you were sleeping on my couch in 2024. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I was the only one on the bed.
You were sleeping on my fucking couch in 2024,
No, I
nigga. What
was.
are you talking about?
Bro, you're the only one who came up and said, "Hey, I'll pay the Airbnb. Just stay with me.
I
Just
mean,
stay with me,
you
nigga."
were doing content.
Yeah.
Wait,
No,
hang on a second, Gary. You say money isn't the only thing that matters. So what do you quantify as more important? Status,
Well,
power?
I'll tell you
well,
what's
no.
more
He said I
important.
would
Hold
lose a
on,
lot of
hold on.
money. You
In
you said I would lose
2000,
money on my enemy year. I made money.
and then you lost it since. In
Shut the fuck up.
2026, what is the most valuable thing is not the same thing that was valuable in 2010 because it's all about supply and demand. Right now, the
Just
most
making shit up.
valuable thing you can have is a virgin wife. That's the
Oh my
ultimate flex.
fucking god.
That's the ultimate flex right now. You have a virgin wife. Now you could be like Zherka and fucking marry some ran through whore who's been fucked with some niggas and some Muslims and shit like that. You can do that. But let me tell you something. If you have money and you ran through whore, you're still fucking taking an L in life. But see, in the 1910s, 1920s, before the Jews rewrote the fucking Bible, we had a class where even poor people had virgin fucking wives. So, like back then, being rich was the most important thing. Now it's having a virgin wife because it's always about supply and demand.
I feel like you're just saying that just because
Hey,
Zherka don't have a wife. That's why you're
hey,
saying
No,
that.
hey, Gary. Hey,
I'm saying that. I'm saying that because I'm better than all you niggas and I married a virgin. That's why I'm
hey,
saying that.
hey,
And
hey,
I'm rich.
Gary. Hey, Gary, check your DM from me, okay? I just sent it to you.
Hey, Gorilla, what are you flirting?
Yeah, I am Floridan. What's up, Zherka? How you doing?
Gorilla, who
Yo,
are
yo,
you? You're
yo,
like a
yo!
gay cowboy.
Listen. If you can put library on a card, feel free. I'll go down there and whoop his ass, bro. That fucking Mexican midget. Are you kidding me? He's like 5'6".
Yo, you and Library go way back, huh? I could
No,
probably set
no,
that
no.
up in Vegas in August.
Listen.
I don't know where you live though. You're in
I
Miami, right?
wish, I lived in fucking Mexico and my enemies were in Mexico. I promise you, I wouldn't be talking about this on the phone. I just do it like the cartels do. That's the ultimate way to do it. But we live in
Bro,
a
you can't be
country.
threatening people on my spaces, bro.
And that's not threatening. I'm just telling you what I would do in a different country. We're not
You're
in
saying you'll
Mexico.
kill someone. You
I
got your
never
Twitter
said that.
banned. You're gonna get ours fucking in
I
trouble.
never
Chill out.
said that. Look at this guy. Oh, damn, Zherka, you turned into a little puppy.
What the hell, bro? We're trying to guard the money, guard the bread.
Guard the money. This guy, man. Listen, Zherka, if you had money, you would be talking like that, man. You
Gary,
got to have
listen,
I don't
Gary,
give a
I
fuck
made your
attitude.
career. Never, I fed your children for you. I
What?
fed your kids and your family.
Bro,
I made your career. You
you're
said,
literally
what
my
year you
only
pop off,
loss.
Gary? Gary,
You are
what year
literally
did you
my
pop
only
off?
loss.
What year did you pop off?
You're literally my
You
only
popped
loss
off
in this
with me.
game.
I pulled you and Steiny up from the
I
gutter.
popped off when I came to Vegas. I mean, when I came to Miami before I even fucking met you. 6 months
Yeah.
before I met you, I popped off, nigga.
Nigga, you had
The
bots in
fuck
your
you talking
chat.
about?
You talking to robots.
I have 150 million YouTube views. What about you?
I mute you. That's all, folks.
Man, he ran him. That's crazy.
What is up, boys? It is Thursday, February 26th. Couple days after my birthday, in case you haven't sent me a present. It's been years since I said, yo, pass a donation. I want to be like Gary and beg for donations because I'm broke like Gary. Like, fuck that shit. I don't want a present. My nigga, I have multiple passives of income. I will never ask for a donation. Even when I'm live, I won't ask for one. That is weirdo shit. And what the fuck am I saying? When I'm live, if this was a live stream, I would accept the money. I wouldn't. That's just free money. Why would I not accept that? But I don't think I would ask for it. Is what I'm saying. I wouldn't like. I wouldn't do the Gary Fresh method. It's like, dude, after the age of 25, you should have like your business going for you. It shouldn't be. I mean, I guess it's if I'm live on my YouTube channel consistently, yeah, I'll take the fucking donation because I'm forced to talk to them, right? But I don't think I will ever do what these OnlyFans women do. They have you seen women on Twitter that add a little present box DM where you can only DM them if you send money or something? I don't know how that works, but it just makes you think of like who invented Twitter? Who the fuck created? Is it Jack Dorsey? Who invented that little gay faggot COVID button where you you cannot reach out to her like, but you can send her money, and that button's not made for men. That button is not like you'll never see it on a male account. It's like the gayest. Whoever invented that just to help women out or help OnlyFans whores out, it's like I love that they get trapped in their desire body and they spend all their money, even if they're millionaires, they spend their whole energy just chasing women, chasing women. It's like when people tell me they're like, Zherka, how come you'll do summers with a lot of women and then some months with zero women? What's up with that? And I'm like, you can tell I don't chase them. If they're around, but I will never, ever chase them. Chasing implies you're Elon Musk's buddies or Elon who messages Ashley St. Clair. I love Elon, but messages Ashley St. Clair and all these bitches and sends them. Well, how much was she making off off Elon? Like she's making a lot on Twitter. And that's all in the chasing department. You know, that's all in that's not a neutral zone either. That's a gay zone. There's nothing gayer than chasing. Like when people ask me about how do I approach it, dude, it's Zherka. I only I don't even give good advice. I only give the advice I follow. So if there's some bad advice that is just suited to my life, but it's not really good advice, but I follow it, I'm not going to tell my audience, hey, do this. Here's the good advice. I will never give the good advice to my audience if I'm not behind the scenes taking it myself. You know what I mean? I will never, and some people are like, whoa, shouldn't you see your audience like children that you give them the good advice always? And it's like, how would I even know it's true? If I give someone good advice, but I don't follow the advice, how do I know it's true? I'm not even following it. So when people think like you can't even picture it, like me on the streets or going to nightclubs chasing. That's never like try and find one stream where I'm chasing. That's why I say set your life up. It should everything should be done from your hotel bed, from your office desk, from whatever, and it's a passive thing to DM a chick and you talk to them and they come over. It's not a go after them and find them. It's not a go after them and find them thing, you know. Anyways, I just want to relate that to Gary and Fresh because I'm like, I don't know. There's something about, hey guys, donate for this. It's like some donation button streams kind of feel like e-girl energy. And I'm not saying you shouldn't start off like that. You know, on Twitch, you get your subscriptions. If you guys are on Twitch, you get your donations, you do that stuff, but eventually you have to evolve. Or you could be those people who don't evolve and you're stuck on the platform of Twitch, right? Like I always say, if you cannot make it on your own without the platform, you are fucked. You are so fucked, dude. And and you guys are thinking like, whoa, Zerka's so cool that he no. My first few years on Twitch, when I would get banned, I was fucked. I was really fucked. For money, for everything. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm banned for a couple months? Or it said perma on it, right? So if you can't pop off on your own system, if you don't have your own system going for you, first of all, if you don't have your own system going for you, what are you kind of telling the world? You're telling the world that you're not going to be a success story in the future. Like if you have 1,000 viewers on Twitch and 5 viewers on Rumble, then did you really ever have an audience? Did anyone ever trust you? You know, did anyone's life get better following you? It's like, no, dude, your audience will follow you wherever you go. If you're not even if you're telling the truth, it's more like if you've benefited them. Like you don't understand how important it is to set up your whole life so it's you're going by the rhythms of the universe. So for example, when the universe says less bitches, it's winter time, less bitches. When you sense that energy of like, it's not summertime, you should be happy. A lot of people are like, wait, but I don't get that. Aren't you like hooked? You think I'm going out in the snow during the winter to chase bitches? Like, what are I'm not neon, dude. What are you talking about? You got me confused. You got me confused with neon. And every call is going to start off with the anti-simp message because there's this thing that there's this tweet I saw from some dude. He said something about like leave your mom, and it was just like this. I think he was like some black guy talking about leave your mom. She's gonna hurt you. She's gonna teach you how to destroy your life. And I'm like, you're such a fucking idiot, dude. No, the psyop isn't if you leave your mom that things go correct for you. It's the psyop is women. Women is what you're not supposed to be around. And here's the crazy part is I would say this in front of the Lord too, right? I mean, just think of how we started as if you even believe the hunter-gatherer story, right? But just think of like our primal instinctive nature was never to hang around with women all day. It wasn't like this in the 50s, yeah, in the 1920s. It wasn't like this in ancient time. It was never like this. This is the first time in history that you see men in pottery classes with women, and I've always had this aversion to anything like, oh, I don't want to. If that class is all women, I don't want to go. You know, I just don't want to go. It's just too much yapping, too much annoying shit. I've always had this aversion to feminine traits, and I still remember when I started Twitch. I was like, it feels feminine always getting the donations. In a weird way, it felt feminine. Not if you do Twitch for like a year straight, maybe then you're in this illusion. But if you get banned and your money stops coming in, you feel like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm an employee of Twitch. I don't have that confident freedom. I don't have that. I don't have that. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say and still eat food. Maybe they could do some damage, but you still can eat food saying what you say. And I talk to my close ones, and they all tell me the same stuff. They're like, no matter who you respect, whether it's a doctor, lawyer, whatever, they're not allowed to say what they want to say for that paycheck. And I saw someone say, Clav makes 100K a month. And I'm like, that was so impressive until I heard his expenses for running that stream. What did he say? His expenses were like almost half. So what? But the upside is Clive is saying whatever the fuck he wants. He's on kick, right? And you could say, oh, he apologized for the Jewish thing. Like, come on, bro. Clive is doing what he wants. The lawyer, the doctor, the whatever that we respect in society is not. So if you have this freedom impulse, clearly you have to see Clive's path as better. And I'll just word it like this, man. If you're past the age of 28 and you're not making bare minimum 65, 70,000 a month, what the fuck are you doing on social media? Like, honestly, what any other job would be worth it? Like, an electrician would be worth it more. Like, what the fuck are you doing arguing with retards all day for anything less than that? Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. Maybe that's a lot of money to you guys, but I always see it like this. If you spend 28 years on Earth, you're telling me you haven't mastered anything? Like, people don't come to you for anything? You like if you spend 28 years on Earth, you have to be good at something, or else you're mentally ill. If you spend 28 years on Earth and you're not good at anything, what are you telling us, that you chased women and wasted your whole life? I've always maintained, even if I'm wasting my life working at nightclubs, that I'll just be the best at that. I'll always be the best at whatever I'm doing. That's the whole that consumes me the most. It's like people always ask me, um, how do you have ups and downs and seasons with your women? And you'll fly around, but you don't get lost in the sauce. I'll get lost in a drug sauce before I get lost in a fucking woman sauce. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, the idea that I'm not the best at what I'm doing, even in my head, I have to be the best at who Zherka is at 40 years old. Believe it or not. Yeah, I do think that far sometimes, when I have like nice positive thoughts. It's not like you guys, how you plan it, but it's more like every year I have to be the best at what I do. And it's really simple. It's like I have this weird energy about me if I wake up next to a girl and laying down next to me, and I'm not wanting to smash her. I'm not that guy that always wants to. I like to play up that thing, that energy in me. It keeps me healthy. But yeah, I'm not like you guys who you guys told me you smash 7 times a week if you live with someone. I've never in my life gotten even close to that. Like maybe twice a week at the most, because when I'm not in the mood, something occupies my mind like a demon. Like, I love to preach about consciousness and being in control of your thoughts, but let's be real. That success demon, nobody's in control of that. When that thing comes onto you, have you ever woken up next to someone you really care about and you don't feel whole? You don't feel seen and loved and all that. You feel like something is heavily missing here, and it boils in me within minutes, to the point where if she touches me, I go, don't touch me. And it's not to look cool or any of that. It's more like, you are the reason. Obviously she's not the reason. Get your life in check and balance. But there's this energy of you are the reason I am not where I want to be, right? Whether it's financially or whatever. Well, it should be clout first and then finances. But that energy, that demon in my head, it's been there since like a kid. And obviously I wasted a lot of my life, but it set up my life to be fun always. Like when I say I wasted my life, all my teen years, I was so sporty and athletic, and then let go of all of the sports to be addicted to an MMO uh, video game, like a computer game. And that thing of like I had more respect for the Dragon Knight in the video game than the top leading goal scorer in our team, which was my twin brother. He was hyper athletic. He didn't even have to train. He's just like he is the leading goal scorer. And I just remember thinking like I had this immense amount of respect for the Dragon Knight on the map, and I had a lot of guild members from my high school, but also worldwide, and it was a community game, right? It was an MMO, but so was football. But in a weird way, football ended. We'd have soccer practice, and then we'd have games on Saturdays or Sundays. I can't remember. It was Saturdays, and it was a demon in my head. Like I couldn't understand how the other people, the other friends I had on our football team, they all played the same game as me. But for some reason, they didn't feel a massive level of disrespect when someone said noob. It's a fucking noob. Shut up, nub. There's all sorts of words for being called like low level. And all my buddies would be like smiling if a Dragon Knight walked into the map and called them that, right? And I'm talking about even before 2007, when I was like 5 feet tall. I was like 4.5 feet tall back then. I was tiny, and I remember how much it hurt my heart. I've never spoke about this on a call either, and I didn't think the call would be about this, but this I'm going to tie it up perfectly. Watch. It broke my heart when a hundred and let's say a level 100 plus Dragonite walked into the map way before 2007. This is like early days, right? Maybe grade 4, but or grade 2, or I don't know what it was. How's it work? In 2007, I was like 10 years old or some shit. But anyways, it's too early. Let me drink my coffee here. It shattered me, bro. When someone said I'm having a bad day on the field, it didn't hurt that bad. It hurts like, you're a competitive young boy, but whatever. But when someone said I was low level and in my MMO, it shattered me. It's like I want to skip homework, skip school, call in sick, call in every favor from my mom. When you're like the youngest and you can just start staying in sick a lot of the time because the parents just don't get strict around the youngest. I don't know what that is. That's why the youngest is always like a Jack Sparrow fucking drug addict destroys his life type shit. The youngest is always, you got to watch out. I feel like every youngest child should be beaten harder. And I mean that. Like, they should be beaten into smithereens because if they don't, they'll do it to themselves in weird ways. But yeah, I remember calling every favor from my mom. It's like, I don't want to go to school, mom. And I'd have like a pale, white ghost face, like I'm sick. And my mom could tell that I just want to stay home and level up and play the game. And my parents were very strict for my brothers, but not for me because they could just tell that the teachers would say this guy is really dissociating from his work and school. He just doesn't want to do anything. It's almost like I'm threatening my family with a deep depression, but I'm not saying it out loud. I'm just saying I'm not good, mom, and I don't know why. And it's like a 9-year-old saying this. And my mom would just be like, okay, stay home, because my parents were shook. It was like, this was like, what is it, a couple years after 9/11. A lot of freak shit was happening when you turn on the TV. Although it was the greatest time to live. It's not like today. It wasn't like a circus today. And so obviously my mom would, take my brothers to school. But for me, she'd be like, until he's healthy mentally, he can stay. And so I would get a lot of like maybe once, twice a week, a lot of times, anytime it would slightly snow. Back then it used to snow anytime it was like raining hard. My mom just was, when you can gaslight your mom with a look of, you could just put fear in her, like, hey, I'm not okay. And you don't explain further, and you're not trying to be manipulative. You're telling the truth that you want to play your video game, and that's all you want to do. And she knows that you're not like a scholar. You don't want to be a part of the educational system at all. You don't want to level up in life at all. And your path is not going to be mathematics and all the classes you're missing and all that, which is weird. In high school, I couldn't do this, but in grade school, it was okay. And it was crazy because it was crazy because I really started to level up fast. Like when I push down people's throat that I was a gamer, people think I'm doing this to relate. Other people think I'm doing this as like, oh, this is actually cool. He's telling the truth, but blah blah blah. No, I'm saying there's once a time. I'm not going to mention this ever again, by the way, right? Because being a gamer is a faggot. It's not something you mention, but it is motivating to hear that there was one point in my life where whatever level of consciousness I was at 10 years old or whatever, my ass bled from sitting down so long. Have you, I didn't even think this is fucking possible, but Google it. Your ass can bleed from sitting down too long. And I don't know what the fuck that was. Maybe I was a little slightly heavier, chunkier. I don't know what it was, but maybe I just didn't, yeah, I didn't get up to stretch my leg. I was locked in, and I mean frozen with that nerd faggot energy. And I always remember, I'm like, I could have just easily stayed with my buddies on the field being slightly popular, or I could play this game and this game would consume me, dude. It was like it didn't even suit me to sit down and be a nerd, you know. I'm more of an adventurer. I'm not a fucking nerd, right? Like I yearn for a Pokemon adventure. I don't yearn for a fucking video game, but the adventure I kept seeing in the game. It was a side scroller game, 2D game, and the whole world was playing, so it felt really global back then. And I learned everything from this game, like the way I navigate in the world today. Everything I learned from this game, I apply to my Twitter, YouTube, all that shit that I do. And I loved it to death. I loved it to death. And this game was everything to me because I kept seeing myself in it. And I kept wondering if when you do reach, let's say, a Dragon Knight status, if you actually feel genuine happiness from reaching that level. And I still remember thinking like, yeah, I did. People say, oh, it's all about the grind. It's like, no, dude, when you're the first one up there and you've busted your ass, yeah, the grind was better, grinding at zombies, whatever it was back then by the mines and all that. And it was great, Elnath, and then it turned into Aqua Road and all that. It was awesome. The grind was obviously the better part because you just get immersed into that world. And back then it wasn't just grinding like video games today. There was a community aspect to the game. You make friends and all that. And I just remember thinking like, I think it was when I turned 21 years old. So I had a couple years of no video games. I was going to the gym, doing normal stuff, and this hollow feeling came across me where it's like, have you ever seen the whole world moving, going to their jobs, and you're at that age of 20, 21 years old, where the whole world's going to their job that fits in as a puzzle piece to their career except you? That is a rough feeling, by the way. That is like when you see the whole world going to a puzzle piece where I fit in this part of the community, I fit in this part, and you're just doing odd jobs. Like, have you ever seen those meth heads who take jobs on Craigslist? Not that I went that far, I didn't even touch alcohol or drugs until like 19, I think, or 20. I don't remember, but it was like super late because I know I've dabbled, but in a strange way. It was like if I could explain how I dabbled, it was in such a controlled manner that you'd be like, you're not even in public doing it. You're just like doing it in your like fucking little bedroom and shit like that. Anyways, this uncontrollable fear came over me that the world just moves on without you. And back then, just like any 21-year-old, you don't hear God at that age. It's very different when you're 31. It's extremely different, actually. And not that you're a schizophrenic hearing God, but you don't download meaning in the moment. And like right when you're in the moment, you can download meaning. Like for example, if I sit down for 10 minutes, I can start downloading the meaning of my obsession with that MMO. It has nothing to do with what people say. The reason I love that game is because it's my skeleton of how to live a productive life. It's my guardrails. That if the Zherka with the checkmark character, the Dragon Knight, if he's not progressing, things are horrible, you know. And it's not just the superficial side of the internet side. It's also the real life side. It's like, are you progressing in consciousness? It's like that game made it so I have guardrails, so I never waste minutes of my life. And every human has something. Like for example, the guardrails for my twin brother, they have to be football because that's all he fucking did. He's like a fanatic. He's so good. He's like the best. He's just freaky talented with that, right? And obsessed with it, you know. And he'll never talk about it. He's just always in that world and playing games and all that. And or he's juggling nonstop for like 2 hours, juggling with the ball, and you know, just he gets immersed in that world. And I'm like, oh, his guardrails have to be that, you know, athletic football thing. I know mine was gaming because the gaming gave me this weird fucking insecurity where when successful people would walk up to me in person around age 20, 21, I started seeing them as the Dragon Knight. For once, it wasn't a digital thing; it was in the world. And that shit stung, bro. That shit, the idea that in reality, there's nothing Dragon Knight about me. I'm just like a cool guy. I was just like a normal guy. Normal is such an ugly word. But yeah, I still remember being puzzled. I'm like, how come none of my friends give a fuck? Like, you even see this on clips where a clav will go outside of a nightclub and everyone goes to take a photo with him. And all the men realize that Clav is, you know, shining and they are lesser beings. You know, as superficial as it sounds, that's what they look like. They're like trying to like suck him off and all that. And they don't. They'll even say it out loud, like "You're the man, bro," and they don't realize what's happening in their reality. Like they're just waiting for something to happen that's never gonna happen. There's a lot of people who wait for something to happen and it never happens, and they get nervous disorders, alcoholism, destroy their lives, whatever. And some people point to me and say, "What about you and drugs?" And I've never done drugs at home. I've never done drugs being a druggie. None of that. I've only ever done drugs for adventure. So, and I think that's like a really good excuse, by the way. You know, there's like, talk to a cokehead who's doing lines in his room, and you'll see the worst thought forms on earth. You'll be like, well, that guy's gonna kill himself. And then talk to a cokehead that's at a festival because, you know, they're a part of an adventure, you know, and it's more to do with the festival than the fucking drug, really, right? There's the community aspect of all of it. And and yeah, you know, that's where I've always divided it, where it's like, dude, you can easily let go of any drug. People always ask, like, how can you just be normal for 2 years and make money and stuff? It's like, dude, drugs will only appeal to you if you start doing them from your room, which I've never done that. That's like how an addict moves in the world. I will never put a supercharger, a twin turbo inside of me if I'm just sitting in a room. I don't care if it's Jameson, I don't care if it's liquor, I don't care if it's drugs. That's like doing steroids and sitting in your room. Like, what human would do that, you know? Now, if you're injecting in the gym bathroom with your buddies in the stalls and you're all like, holy shit, daily, you're injecting so much that you're seeing daily changes, which you know your body's dying. Because remember, even with gear, it's monthly changes for the average guy. It's weekly changes for the athletic guy, and for the guy really blasting his socks off, I swear to God, every steroid guy is gonna disagree with me here. They're all gonna call me crazy. But you ask any of my buddies, anyone in my close life, I maybe just me, but it wasn't my peak wasn't even impressive. You know, like I'm sure Ronnie Coleman's peak is impressive when he's on gear, when he's on a fat cycle. So I'm not talking about the peak. I'm saying the speed. The speed when you have daily changes in front of the mirror, not weekly, not monthly, daily changes to your physique, and big enough to where, you know, within 1-2 days, you're like, what the fuck? Now that's how you know you're blasting. That's how you know you're putting way too much shit in your body. Super dangerous. For most people, they don't even get results doing this. But if you're getting them, you know, I've like I always said, I was never impressed where I went to with gear until I saw the stats of what the average gear abuser looks like, and it looks like trash. It looks like they don't even lift, like dad bod or worse. But yeah, for me, it was the daily changes where at 21 years old to see myself morph, daily changes was holy shit. And I lived in a gym. I lived inside of a gym. Like I did not ever go home. I lived inside of a gym. And then I'd go to my dad's and be like, yo, check this out. And my dad was like in utter shock of how fast I was changing. Like he was like, whoa, what the fuck? You know, to go from like a 6'5" cutie pie in Tokyo, that photo, to like hyper masculinization and it's just becoming a serious problem and with no anger. You know, in the beginning it's so much fun. You wake up in the morning because you're dying, you're going hypo, your blood sugar's dropping, you're starving. This is why dangerous are so steroids are so dangerous for a 6'5" guy, right? If you're a short guy, it's not, how bad could it be really to manage a short body? If you're 6'5" and you fall asleep on steroids, you wake up so hungry that you could fall, slip your head, and die from the low blood sugar because your body says it doesn't wake up on the high levels of Tren. Your body doesn't wake up saying, I'm hungry. You wake up, I'm in fight or flight. I don't know what's going on, and then you try and move. Like maybe there's an animal in the house that's trying to kill you. You don't know why you're in a fight or flight state. You don't know why your anxiety's up, and it's not. You know how they say mental anxiety when you're walking around town? No, from sleep it feels like a body anxiety, and so you wake up, and when you try and move, your body doesn't move. It starts falling apart on you and you go, oh, my body doesn't move because, oh, and you feel the universe shrinking within your stomach. And it's a freaking scary ass feeling to go hypoglycemic. If anyone's ever like dropped in blood sugar, naturally dropping in blood sugar is not really that dangerous. Well, you know, but with gear, it's like you have minutes to eat a banana. You need that, and maybe you don't even like bananas, but you just go to the counter and you fucking slam a banana, and then euphoria starts rising where it's like the highest level of I'm back, but then you go hungry again and it's fucking incredible. And all that's why I say, like, you know how humans with ego consciousness, you're aware that you have a body, you have to take care of the body. You know, if you're a short guy, you don't know what I'm talking about. Like if a short guy goes hungry, nothing happens. Have you ever noticed that? When short people go hungry, look at when a NBA player goes hungry. It's actually extremely dangerous. It's like everything is harder to maintain on a like bigger machine, right? So that's why I always say, like, no one can make steroids sound attractive except really, really big bone people, because they're getting that full experience of what is this shit. What this shit is hard to use, they're getting all the water retention, they're getting all the fucking problems, um and all the women and all that. But yeah, it was, to me, I still remember thinking, this is not like the MMO video game where you build up into the Dragonite. You're skipping the grind phase and you're going hard, you know. And as much damage as it did to me, it punctured a hole in my heart. It's like tried to kill me. It did so much horrible shit to me. It was the best times of my life. right? Not the puking parts. Obviously, I don't want to go back to that. Not to all the legal trouble and all that, but I'm just saying the idea that that is my path. You know, I would watch Pumping Iron and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And when I was in grade 10, 11, 12, I would just watch Z's videos. Even though I didn't work out, I was totally in the gaming thing. And then you know, and then he died, I think, when I was in grade 11. And a couple years later, I mustered up the courage to you know, everyone was talking about how these things kill you. And I remember thinking to myself, and I've never mentioned this on a stream or anything like that, but I remember thinking to myself, and this is like a sad day in your life when you come to this door, you know, you come to this gate, but I remember thinking to myself, so be it, let me die then, you know, like I'm not working at a warehouse. What the fuck? You know, so be it. Let's see what it's all about. And man, that was so stupid. It was so stupid, and yet it was the most free I've ever felt. You know, it was the most. You ever do something fucking extreme, and you think to yourself like, "Whoa, nothing else matters." Now, obviously, if I could go back in time, I would never have done Trenbolone, right? I would never have. But, but I think I'm lying to myself too, because wouldn't we all have done it? Like, think about it really. If I knew what I was doing, I still would have ran the trend because it still has that this whole curiosity about it. You know, this whole how this is the most powerful gate you can go through. And I just remember thinking like that was the first time I stood on my own 2 feet where actively dying and rotting from the inside was the most liberating experience of my life. It was like, you know, everyone went to college and you went to Trenbolone. It was like, wow. And I still remember thinking like it it was interesting to me that I still wouldn't go out and party. Like I was just so into the hard work thing. Like back then I used to believe humans are supposed to work out 7 days a fucking week, which is so stupid. You could get more gains with on gear, you could get more gains with 4 days a week and having lesser stress levels and eating a bunch. But it was like, what the fuck are we doing? You know, oh, high volume, high volume. Man, shut the fuck up with that shit, bro. I would have done so many things different, but I was just in my grind phase until the grind became something fucking nasty. You know, when you lose sight of why you're even doing this shit. Because you know, you say you want to get ripped, you get ripped. Then you say, nah, rip's not enough. I want to get big. Actually, I want the word jacked. That's where I want to be. Then you get jacked. Then you say, I want to. It keeps morphing. It's like playing tag with you. And if I understood what I understood now, I would have been like, damn, I missed a lot of the enjoying shit phase. You know, the enjoying shit. And that built up such a nasty shadow that I just had to enjoy quitting bodybuilding and just, you know, living in nightclubs and partying. And then I enjoyed that for a long time. And I just remember my life coming in waves where I don't want to be social. I want to game. It led me into an extreme. Well, I don't want to be social. I want to bodybuild. It led me to another extreme. I don't want to, and then eventually it exploded where I can only be social. For 5, 6 years, I didn't know what a Logan Paul was, and I wouldn't spend time on anything. Just imagine the Clav clips you see, except 7 nights a week, nonstop, and sleeping at the clubs and my buddies' places, and it felt so fucking normal to get no money, very low money for 6 fucking years, 5 years, not six, 5 years. And it felt so normal. It made sense where people were stopping me everywhere I went. They're like, you're a security guard? Shouldn't you be in Hollywood? I'm like, oh, they're just being polite. You know, my big puffy face on gear and all that shit. No, they're just being polite. And then it was like a demon in my head. I'm like, wait a minute. There's something off about me getting paid $12 an hour and I'm I'm the only human in my whole city that's actually a human. Like, I do what I want. I don't have a boss or any of that gay shit. I don't fit like a cog in any machine. I get fired from even these jobs. So I'm like, wait a minute, something is way off. I should be getting paid to be myself, like like all the superstars. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that obsession I have with being number one that was transferred from the video game to the nightclubs. Thank God I went through that, because it built me, right? I always say this, but it built me into having skill sets that people want to trade money for the rest of my life. And I get to build off that skill set. It only, like, you get to buy off me when I'm 40, more passive streams of income by then. And it just gets better and better. And I'm like, that mastery where you don't want to call it mastery, but you got your whole life to adding to the project. Like, I'll be adding to even my red pill takes, I'll be adding more red pill. I got the rest of my life to not worry about just by being number one at something. Just by being number one at something. What the fuck? I got the rest of my life to not worry about. Just, I got the rest of my life. I got the rest of my life to not worry. And I wake up every morning confused, like, wait a minute, before I start my day, shouldn't I go to work? I still have that instinct, like, wait, don't I have work? And then I start bubbling up with joy. I'm like, I don't have work. I don't go to a job. I don't do any of that. And freaky things happen in my life where, and this is obviously for most people online, they're like, well, Zherka, you just sound like another, guy on Twitter. And yeah, but those guys went from like a regular paying job to, let's say, their Twitter or whatever the fuck they're doing. So to them, it's not that impressive. To me, from the nightclub, $12 an hour to this life, it's mind blowing. I talked to my accountant. He says, hey man, you have to spend more money so you can save more money. I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of, I'm not used to that. Or the idea that, hey, these expenses are going to go here anyway. You might as well just keep traveling the world. It's the same shit. Or don't go live today, Zherka, because if you disappear from the internet for 2 weeks, your sales will jump up 30%. It always happens. You can't just keep giving them and all that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not used to that. Because I come from the grind mindset of Maple Story, the video game, the computer game, where the grind mindset is the more you do, the more, the more, the more. And then the bodybuilding mindset was the more and more and more. And by bodybuilding, I mean I wasn't a gym rat. A gym rat is like someone who takes steroids, goes to the gym. I was a bodybuilder in the sense that 7 days a week, I would do 3.5 hours. That half would be cardio. I was like overcooking the turkey, and I loved it. Right? I loved it. Um, but and that's what I mean by bodybuilder, like not competing, but actually living the life where there's nothing else happening. Like the 8 p.m. crowd would see me, and so would the some of the morning crowd that stays till noon. So every worker at the gym knew me and all that shit, and we're all tight, and everything was gym related. Didn't watch YouTube for however long, and it started mixing with the nightlife stuff because for some reason gym rat life goes so fucking well. My bad. Gym life goes so fucking well with nightlife. I saw Patrick Bet-David say he was a bodybuilder and then he was addicted to clubbing because he's on gear, and I guess that's in his home country, right? And that's exactly what I mean. There's like it was connected, but it went from MMO gaming, right? Just my big MMO. That I need this MMO in my life to fitness, right? Into what? Into women. It was like a stepping ladder, and none of it paid me a fucking dollar. None of my mastery, and mind you, I'm 25 years old at this point. I've done everything you're supposed to do. I'm 26 almost. And so by 26, I made $0. Zero. Even with the drug dealing and stuff, it's always just breaking even, doing stupid shit. Um, I had enough, but I had enough to look cool in the city, I guess. But just enough to look like. I mean, come on. Enough is always bad. Enough means one tragedy and you're fucked, right? So it was cope. It was cope. I'd have. It's like starting. It's like when a drug dealer tells you how much they make in the starting of the year, and then for the rest of the year they do bad, or the winter they do bad, or whatever, right? It was like that. I still remember thinking like, okay, I have 3 masteries. What's my next mastery? And it was women. It was just naturally. I shouldn't say naturally. I forced it. Let's be real. I was obsessed with the only natural part of my game was the funny part, which is huge. Which, believe it or not, funny doesn't mean they let you smash. I don't know why everyone says if you're funny, you get to smash quick. And really, how many funny fat asses there are in the club coping, and I'll just drive her home. Like, what are you talking about? Like, stop regurgitating what your grandparents told you, man. So, anyways, I obsessed over the game. I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna be this broke guy that loves my life, because it would get depressing too. It was like nothing's happening adult wise. Everything else is happening, right? The will forces, the muscle, the all that, and the money was up and down. And when you don't feel stable, you don't wake up correct. I don't care how well you slept, you don't sleep good. You convince yourself you slept good, you don't sleep good, man. And I remember I'm like, well, fucking mastery's never paying. I'm approaching my 26th birthday or 25th. It was like the tail end of the 25th, and I'm like, wow, mastery does not pay. It does not pay. And I had my rock bottom moment, and I was pissed. When you're pissed at the world, you're pissed at yourself, you're pissed at God, and you're one of those people that you don't have faith when you're down there. When you're at the fucking rock bottom, you don't have faith in anything. You're just an angry person, and you'll put substances in you to keep that anger going. I was there, and because 25 is really late to be unstable with money, to be extremely owing people shit like that. I was paying back fucking drug lords and shit, because I wasn't those guys that's like, oh, I'm gonna just live a fancy life and then owe people money. No, I would pay them back as soon as I could because I hate someone being over my head with some dead shit. I've always hated that. There's no way to live, And because I saw someone say like they thrive off being on the edge of owing someone big money and this investor. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, what kind of, you like going bald, worrying about money? Like, what? And I just remember thinking like, wow, this world sucks. This world sucks. I'm the joker of the city. I laugh at everything. I laugh, but really, what I'm laughing out of pain. Like, it's everything I mastered didn't get me anywhere. But I got buddies who mastered nothing and they had more stability. And it was just nasty, And then my health issues were popping up and all that negative karma, right? By karma, I mean the word karma doesn't mean that Eastern thing. It means creation, what you're co-creating. So if you put trenbolone in your body, you're creating a new matrix where your body is dying. You're co-creating something bad. It's not the Lord doing it to you. You're injecting it into yourself, right? And don't forget the benefits of it too. You're enjoying it when it's up. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, there was also this fear of getting someone pregnant because became really fucking good with women. Where it was like, I remember my family and friends being around me. They're like, "Whoa, that's like a Casanova incarnation." They looked at me like I was someone else. They're like, "When the fuck did this guy come out of the shell like that?" They looked at me like, "Does he study that?" I was, when I say good, I mean like entering celebrities nightclub and leaving with a girl within 5 minutes of meeting her, smiling, all that. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach, and they know what I want. And it was so fucking ogre, instinctual, raw. And everyone uses these words like, "Oh, it was so beastly," like to sound cool. But when I use the word beastly, I'm coming at it from an intellectual point of view. Beastly is a bad thing, right? Beastly. When I say beastly, I'm doing beastly activities. I'm saying uh, nothing else is going in correct in my life. So I'm turning into this animal where, when you have the animal inside you, it's cool, but when it's like start pushing out of your skin and ruining your life and you're not in control anymore, that's not masculine. That's like you're turning into a savage. That's, savages were never cool throughout history. I don't care which gladiator you point at. You want to point at the gladiator with ego consciousness and, someone more intellectual, not even intellectual, someone more morally upright, right? And I just remember thinking to myself, I wonder if anyone else in the world tried 3 different things, mastered 3 things, and didn't get paid for any of them in any way. And so people are like, well, you're grabbing ass, you're getting the girl. I guess I got paid for that. That's what distracted me. It always felt great taking home to my buddy's place a hot chick when I didn't have money because it kind of felt like that's what the rich guys are going for anyway. They're at the club. I see them. I interact with them. They tip us and they want the chicks and they can't get the chicks. We got them. And so it felt in a weird way like the woman is reminding me that something is happening in reality when in all truth 25 years old, that's like 7 years of fucking suffering. That was like brutal, man. And I remember taking so much joy in Burger King. I was really addicted to fast food because I remember my coach, which was just a drug dealer back then, my coach said, Zherka, your metabolism is pretty high. You can eat and get away with it even naturally. How about you just to fill out more, eat more junk food, don't waste the drug because you're not growing anymore, you've kind of baseline. And I always wanted to progress, so I started doing junk food for years. Even though I was down for the rice and chicken protocol, it wasn't working. It started flattening out. It's like, when you're on so much gear that it's like, dude, if the food is not matching you're not growing. And for you guys wondering, it's like, isn't the goal for a fitness model to get leaner and not grow? It's just about shreds. Yeah, but the reason I'll always use the word growing, even if I mean getting leaner, is because we're talking about high levels of trenbolone, really high levels of trenbolone. So yes, you can do both at the same time. Even if one's happening when you're sleeping, I'm cutting when I'm sleeping, but when I wake up, I'm putting on tissue. And however you want to word it, you can. And on paper, obviously, it doesn't make sense. You can either grow or break down. You can't do both. And it looks like you're doing both over a 24-hour period, but really you're choosing one side or the other. I've heard all the scientific arguments, but I'll tell you this. Fuck science. When you have your first week on 600 mgs of Tren, and then you go up higher than that, you're doing both at the same time, right? You just look in the mirror day by day, and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And here's the crazy part that no one ever talks about, because every gear user is too traumatized to admit this. You don't keep your gains on Tren. Maybe on other compounds. I've heard of that. I can so believe keeping test gains and whatever. And I do believe that high levels of androgens, let's say high levels of Tren, I do believe your frame is changed for life. You do keep like a new level of tissue for sure, even though you don't look like you're on gear when you're off it. But you do have the higher appetite, higher weight, more tissue and more fat after and all that. So you're a different person, even though this doesn't happen to most people. Most people just shrink back to normal, which is hella depressing. And for me, my normal is still better than where I started off. It still feels like maybe I'm coping, but to me, it's insanity how a testosterone cycle can be somewhat kept in a weird way if you keep benching, you do everything right. But the trend cycle, the appearance will never be kept, right? It will never be kept. That when the traps start turning into a legit triangle, which doesn't even happen on tests, you can take as much tests as you want. They'll always be kind of smoother and different shape, and you could diet, you could do everything perfect on test. The traps aren't going to be like a perfect triangle. They're going to be more rounded triangle or whatever. You're going to look jacked and big, but that thing where they're ripping off the shirt going straight up, which you don't get to keep at all. Like they drop down and it's a depressing thing when they drop down because then your body's shut down. It's over. But that insane cartoony look where you look like an action figure, that is Trenbolone. Make no mistake about that. And obviously, if you diet and train, you don't need Tren to look really good. Like for example, Chris Bumstead doesn't even use Tren. He just relies on his genetics and compounds that lets him eat and grow and all that. But for me, all the bad stuff before it happened, it was all the good stuff first. And I'm like, okay, I have a trinity of gaming mindset, fitness mindset, and getting some gigs here and there, and nighttime mindset for women. Wow, none of it paid me. None of it paid me. And when people freak out at 21 when their life is a shit, then they're going nowhere. But at 25, to throw everything you can, and obviously, if you guys could watch that my lifestyle back then, you guys would all say the same thing. Zherka, you didn't even try. You're supposed to go to more of these auditions and do that. You didn't even try. You're kind of just fucked up and partying. And that's true. But I thought in my head, hard work pays off. It has to pay off. I've been taught this. And that's like the one thing my dad instilled in my head. He's like, you'll never know when you get paid, but you will always get paid. And I was always like, wow, what kind of cope is that? Right? And it was the worst. It's like, imagine Zherka who doesn't like weed and I'd smoke just to forget. I just smoke to forget that it's like, there's no way I'm good at 3 different things, high level at them. The whole city knows who I am. We're having a bunch of fun. And I still have to talk to certain dudes about, hey, can you drive this to this province? Actually, if you get it through the States, we can give you $70,000. If you could, don't open the trunk, don't check what's in the back, just drive here, meet the guy, and listen, you'll be safe. But in case things don't go your way, you're gonna have a gun in your. What the? Who am I? What am I talking to you for? Like, what? How did we go from a Maple story like a World of Warcraft type game? How do we go from that to talking about this shit that is so not me? Like, what is this, bro? It's like I don't even need the money, bro. I'm eating Burger King and loving it. So I had this addiction to junk food, like this massive addiction to junk food, because it's the only stuff that would fill me out. Every time I ate um, 2 Baconators. Every time I ate over 5,000 calories, I would finally stop looking skinny and start looking muscular again because that's how much trend I was on. I kept going flat. And when you go flat on gear, it doesn't look good at all. It looks like shit. But when you're full on gear, everyone says, dude, you're on gear. What the fuck? And I was running no tests. I was like, so it's just a nightmare, right? Just nightmare with no water in me and crashed estrogen and all that. But it's still this weird blocky look to it, right? This cool look, opposite. And I remember I was like, oh, I'm living a good life at least. I'm eating junk food every day. I had no idea how much bad thought forms a human accumulates eating junk food, And I love junk food to this day, right? Like I always say, if a human has a good fasting protocol, you have clear skin, you have a nice square head, you're lean. Obviously, you can eat junk food almost every day. Like, what are you talking about? If everything else is perfect, then that's fine. Whatever you get away with is fine, right? Just don't overdo it. And it was so weird how it was drilled in my head that life sucks in every way, the women way, the this way, and this is before women were even on OnlyFans, the whole COVID thing. And it was a fun life, but when you're having so much fun and the only cost is that there's no future guaranteed. It's like when you go to a big music festival with your buddies, it's so much fun until you have that flash thought of my future isn't being developed and God will not develop my future for me and no one will do it for me. God already gives you the heartbeat, then no one's going to do the willing part of your actions. No, so you could party, you could do MDMA at this rave, you can party as much as you want. Nobody is doing your life for you. Nobody. And there's so many people who follow me and think one day you get called, like some of you guys think you're prophets where one day you'll wake up from bed and get called by God, right? And that's not how it works at all. Like you can grow to 72 years old all the Christian channels you watch, all the motivational shit, all of it snakes you. You're raped and destroyed your whole life. It's over. You're never gonna make it. If you don't set up your future for yourself, God never comes down from the clouds to help you. None of that. You have already been gifted the gift. The idea that you're just sitting around and it's gonna magically happen, it did. Here's how scary this is, bro. It didn't magically happen for me. And I did every extreme. I threw the fucking kitchen sink at being successful. All the extremes. Everything you can imagine. And it still didn't. I woke up one day, I'm like, oh, there's no future, which is the opposite of how I wake up now. I wake up and I go, well, all I can see is the future. I'm not a future oriented guy, but that's all I can see is, building more of my Twitter, more of this, whatever, tightly building my cult, right, to the very end. And all the pieces are, I can see all the pieces of the future, right? I can't wait to fill them in like Tetris. But back then it was the opposite with that super Captain America look. It was like awesome to look in the mirror, but a human when they don't have, I'm not saying like a future to look forward to, but I'm saying like when you don't even know the next step, is there anything more paralyzing than that? If you don't know the next step, because think about it, Zherka taking Tren and talking to bitches and doing all that, that's 1,000 steps that you didn't take. And I still felt lost. That's and it's not to do with sin or anything. You've been taught of this stupid shit that this word sin makes you guys stay home for the rest of your life. It's like, stop it, dude. Just you don't even know what sin means. You're just pretending. Okay? It's like what? But this whole idea that holy shit, one day I'll get activated. It never happens. You will never be activated by a human being, by Zherka, by no one in the world will activate your will. It will never happen. You can see people at a park bench feeding birds. You can look in their eyes. If they look sad, they never got activated, right? Then you can see people who are slightly activated and they're suffering, and dude, I'm telling you right now, what the fuck are you doing? You're saying you haven't taken a step forward in life, but it'll happen for you. But when Zherka took 1,000 steps forward and jeopardized his health, nothing happened for him. And that's the scary part, that you turn 24, 25 years old and you start thinking of like suicidal thoughts and all this crazy shit. Not that you're suicidal, but you have these flashes of, so what if I fucking croaked right now? So what if a fucking train hit me? I've got nothing else going for me. I did everything. And it's crazy, like, when I first popped off 25, right, just like a month away from turning 26, I said, oh, here's my gate. Here's my gate, finally. Then my prayer worked. And, I've known this stuff for years. I just could not, when you know how to pray, but you don't apply it because you're like, I don't deserve this. And it works. You're at rock bottom, it works. And then it's like, here's the gate. Everyone fucks with you and all that. Life is zooming. And the first thing you think of is, oh shit, they want to ban me. There's more problems now that I've awakened. Now I can see my path kind of, but they just banned me. Like there's even more problems when you see that first step, and people are like, well, I mean, so what? Now you can calm down, Zherka, right? Now that you're in the first step, and it's like, no, the ban says indefinite. It says permanent. Then years of trying to build the channel in the right way by getting banned and all that, even more anxieties, even more problems. And then you just one day wake up and realize, holy shit, all my life suffering since I was low level before turning into a Dragon Knight, all of it can be linked to I'm not in control. It's always someone else's control over mine, whether it's the platform banning me or someone higher level than me doing whatever. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? So by the time I'm 28 years old, I start coming into way deeper levels of consciousness where I'm thinking to myself, this shit never ends. Like, if you make it, you get more problems than you started. Like, Clav pops off, and now he has a case where they're trying to put him in prison for running someone over or whatever. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? And you tell a young guy this, they get discouraged. They're like, I don't want to even enter ego consciousness if it comes with more problems. And it's like, yeah, it does. It fucking does, dude. You're going to see how hard life constantly, violently rapes you again and again and again, unless you have a system. Yeah, you can't. If you have a game plan at a young age and say, I want all of Zerka's problems except the part where another Dragonite can do this, uh, this platform bans him, these girls say, don't let him in the club because he punched my boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. It's always a top down control. You go, wait a minute. The one missing variable to being inexhaustible has always been the freedom impulse, right? It's always been a freedom impulse where if you couldn't ban Zerka, he would just be zooming. That is true. If you cannot ban me, I am just zooming like the last 2 years, right? How can you ban me if I don't even go live? I have my own thing I built up. And you guys listening are so stoked to enter this world, realizing, well, I'm a Zerka follower, so I probably sound like him. I'm probably going to get banned like him. They're going to bring me back, blah, blah, blah. You're going to go through all that turmoil, or you're going to have the executive idea of, I'm going to build my own True Social, and I'm not going to let Twitch run the show for the at least the money aspect, at least so you can feed yourself. And that's how important when I talk about business, I'm not talking about like sleazy sales shit. I'm talking about it is so important to be independent so you can be free. When you're free, what does free mean? It means creative. It also means creative. Did you know that? Free means all directions. You can pick a direction you want to create in. You can have more of those, oh, I see the future. I can see what I want to do. That is the freedom impulse. But man, if you really think that your office job, your lawyer job, your doctor job, your whatever faggot job is going to give you the freedom impulse, you're a fucking idiot. Clav is more free than you, and he's under many pressures still, right? Hang on. There's so much, there's so much time. When I look at and obviously people say, well, the bad parts where you're banned, obviously you deserve to obviously the bad times reoriented me. Like I was so fucking animalistic that getting banned actually calmed me down where I'm like, wait a minute, be a little more chill when you're setting up these podcasts on Twitch and stuff. But if it was the other way, if it was my own website from the get-go, holy shit, would be knocking shit out the park nonstop. And I'm like, holy, if you look at any human's life, whether lawyer, doctor, whatever, video game player, whatever, freedom is where when the freedom is maxed out, that's where the human being shines. When a human being maxes out their freedom, and I mean, can you feed yourself without your lawyer boss, without your doctor boss, without your engineer boss ruining you because you made a fucking weird joke? And all of you who are going to school and getting ready for the world are so fucked when you face my problems, but you don't have that breakthrough energy that I have because let's be real, you guys are going into the real world. What advice could Zerka ever give you to go to the real world? You're fucked. You are so fucked. Like, I'm going to tell you how to be an engineer, lawyer, doctor. Fuck no, I'm not. You have to be a little fucking bitch and bite your tongue. You have to be that no backbone faggot in life, and you gotta just take it on the chin. Like, what else can you do? What is the advice to not do that and get fired? You can't even feed yourself. You are so fucked because the wild guy they tried to restrain. Imagine you guys that are like, okay, yes, sir, yeah, I was making 200K a year, and most people think 200K a year is a lot of money. Maybe it's a lot if you keep it all and you have no expenses, but it's not a lot if you're fucking just breaking even. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. And anyways, like, however you want to slice it, you have to remember that yeah, up until the age of 25, like we always talk about with every call, it's everything but inspiring. You know, there's nothing inspiring about 20 to 25 years old. It's the opposite of being inspired. It's nonstop bullshit after bullshit, and you think it slows down when you pop off, but it amplifies and it just gets bigger. And you look back in your life, you go, anytime I've cut my own freedom, I have suffered in a way that I didn't have to suffer. You know, there's a lot of unnecessary suffering. It just feels unnecessary, but in the grand scheme of things, it's necessary. But man, it's like, could you tell a 21-year-old? Can you give a 21-year-old a freedom lesson? No, you cannot. They don't even get it. They don't like, well, I don't even get what you're saying. You're just hyping me up, bro. And it's like, dude, make sure you do it on your own, whatever you're doing. Even the people you're around, like, make sure you are doing it on your own. This world has ways of putting you as a cog in the machine. This world has a way of making you a little bitch. This world has a way of there's systems involved where, yeah, Zherka, Sneeko are chill to each other, but the machine forces Sneeko to say certain opinions, right? Have you noticed it's like a machine talking through him? It's like a political machine. It's not. There's no jokes here. There's none of that. It's a machine talking to him because his oversoul is the Islamic oversoul, and so a puppet starts talking every time. I green flag this that. It's always a machine talking through him, and you start realizing, oh shit, humans who feel insecure have machines over their heads to feel safe. Like, machine protect me, and it's like, dude, you guys don't understand that these machines, as much as you want to be the good guy who loves everyone on earth, I recommend that too. Love will set you free. But the idea that you're getting conquered and building a shadow you're building a shadow where you hate Muslims because they're conquering you and your land, and they're multiplying and they're breeding like animals and they're doing all this disgusting shit. And yes, it is disgusting to have 12 brothers and sisters. That's not fucking normal. That's actually fucking weird. Okay. That's really fucking weird. And just look at the history of just go search up countries that have a lot of kids. Like, the more primitive you are, the more kids you have. The more intellectual you are, the less kids you have. That's just how it works, man. All right. Sorry to burst your bubble, right? But that's just how it works. And honestly, let's just say this, man. Why do Muslims start acting a little more Americanized when they're in the US? It's because they know that they come from a shithole. You know, why do Chinese start acting more American when they're in America? Because they know they're from every human wants that Western energy. Like, even Westerners, meet a really Western white guy, he sounds like a cartoon. He sounds too white. Why? Why does he sound too white? Like almost like a cookie or whatever, just like a golf playing nice guy. It's because everyone wants the highest level DLC package. The highest level DLC package on earth is not incarnating in Pakistan or in Arab country or any. It's being born in the U.S. That is the best. That is the best. That is the best for your freedom, right? For your future freedom, for freedom to even destroy yourself. And you guys don't realize that spirits are speaking through the creators you're watching. If you don't think spirits are speaking through Sneeko, remember, Sneeko's a guy who built up his audience by going around red pill channels like Myron, me, Nick, all that, and then he'd soak us all up. He'd soak, oh, Zherka's got 200,000 followers on Twitch, so maybe I can red pill his audience a bit, and we play ball, and that's how you cross pollinate viewership and whatever. And that's why I was like in his list of, oh, I'm gonna collab with Alex Jones, Zherka, all these red pill right wing guys. And you don't realize what's happening when a grifter is doing that. And by the way, someone's a grifter if everyone's smiling. Like, if someone says Sneeko's a chameleon and everyone smiles and laughs, even Sneeko, it's kind of like, what's in the air, bro? It's everyone knows it. And obviously, he's such a good chameleon that when he is red pill, we like him because he's a comedian. He can make red pill awesome. But we should never ever actually support someone who wants to turn America brown because he got insecure that someone called him a brown clown or whatever long time ago. Maybe when he was 8 years old, something happened to him, and he's had a hang up over that, and now he seeks power from brown skinned people to hey, if I can make America completely brown, then I have a better chance at the system. I have a better chance with women, with everything. It'll be normal. Everyone will just be brown. Everything, it's kind of like the infinite Tsukuyomi in Naruto. In high school, when I used to watch Naruto, it's like he wants to put the world under a spell that makes everyone brown. I'm not talking about like Guido brown. I'm not talking about like a tanned Mediterranean olive look. I'm talking about a different kind of brown. All right. I'm not talking about you're going staying at the sun beach. I'm saying you're under the sun in a desert with a camel type brown, like a different kind of brown, a kind of brown that's so respectful to everyone until they're given freedom. Like Muslims are so respectful in their own countries. And then as soon as they're in the US, they're like, well, I have freedom to do whatever I want here. I think I'll conquer this place. Because they wouldn't have the balls to do that in fucking China. Muslims acting up in China, I dare them to fucking pray on the streets of China, see if the CCP fucks with that shit, right? They don't have the balls to do that. They get whipped around like slaves there. And they're like, well, the white man's generosity, we have to just and it's not really generosity, bro. You can slice it however you want. It's subversion by Jews. That's the truth. Okay. That is the ultimate truth. That if Jews weren't there, you could think, oh, white guys are so nice. No, they'd say, get the fuck out of New York immediately. That is the greatest city on earth. That humans who are not even born in New York have an emotional connection to New York. That's how powerful New York is. Humans love the movies, the culture, everything comes from New York. And to see Muslims bowing down praying and right-wing channels cucking out and saying, well, we're gotta be friends with these guys. Fuck no, we don't. If something's organized, that implies that it's evil. You're organizing teams of people to not go to a mosque but to pray there. You're organizing it in a different country. You're saying it's not a Christian nation, but anytime they're at Speaker's Corner having their debates, they always say Christian countries are gay, Christian countries are transsexual, Christian country. They have so many insults for your country, insult after insult, insult, and each insult they start off with, your Christian country allows this, your Christian country allows that. It's all an insult to Christ until they want to flip the script and say it's actually a secular country. We only call it Christian to insult it. What? So millions of hours of footage in Speaker's Corner of them insulting Christian countries for being trans is now it's not an attack on the cross anymore. Now it's a secular nation. What? You think George Washington wanted you brown motherfuckers in the country? And some people are like, well, what if you're a brown American? Isn't Myron and his brother, isn't he on our team? They're saying common sense shit. They're saying you have a mosque to go to. Why are you getting organized right? Why are you getting organized at that part of town, Times Square? And, they love to shove Mandani in your face and all that, even though he was like a Jew dog, immediately exposed as a Jew dog. And it's just like, dude, you can you can be like Zherka. Since 2012, I've been yapping about the Jews. And I lost a lot of friendship from my family members because they thought I was crazy. I was crazy, let's be real. I was not yapping about Jews in an intellectual way. I was more like, I got a feeling, bro. So that's fine. And now it turns out I'm correct and everything, but hold on. Let's just focus on the goal here. We have to stop talking about Muslims because Jews. Okay, here's the truth, man. Okay? I'm just going to say it right now. The only reason I was pro-Palestine was to stop babies from being killed. Because if it was the adults only, I wouldn't give a flying fuck. That's how evil those pieces of shit are. Are you fucking joking me? These hook-nosed motherfuckers? You think some of you guys are convinced? By the way, all these years of being pro-Palestine, and who attacks me the most is the Palestinian flag on Twitter. I'm not taking it personal. After you see 5,000 flags attack you over a span of 2 years, Nick, you sound crazy. You sound like, hey, we're going to keep talking about the Jews. No, we're done talking about the Jews. Actually, Nick wouldn't even want to live in Palestine. He would choose Israel instead. That's the fucking truth. All right? That is the fucking, all of you would. Every one of you would rather live in Israel than Palestine. That's the fucking truth. You know that, right? All of you who have met Jews in person, yeah, newsflash, you got along with them better. Even if you told them to their face they rule the world, you got along with them better. You've never been shifty-eyed around a Jew. Stop fucking lying. Maybe a billionaire Jew, maybe an Epstein, a Weinstein, but not a regular Jew. Get the fuck out of here with that. You've never even been snaked by a Jew, you fucking idiot. Are you kidding me? You've been snaked by Arabs. Even when you don't get snaked by them, you avoid them, they take over Times Square. Because the Jews, Zherka, because the Jew. If Jews didn't exist, what do you think? The Arabs would just go home? You fucking idiot. You stupid fucking idiot. You stupid fucking idiot. You think if Jews disappeared from the earth today, that those Arabs in New York would, I'm going to go home. I'm going to just go home. What a great political strategy. It's like if you could Thanos snap Jews disappearing from Earth, take them to Mars, you think those fucking Arabs will not be on their knees in New York? How fucking stupid are you? Well, no, then we would have power and we would, then what? We have to play nice with Sneaker. We got to be friends. We always got to be nice. What does Nick force us to be friends with? Andrew Tate, Sneeko. Not Sonny Fast, thank God. But what? Why? Why? What is the point of doing you 1,000 favors? What is the point of backing you up for all these years if we have to be friends with Sneeko and Andrew Tate, who turned young American men into Muslims? Like, what is the besides the he has 1 million followers? Andrew Tate has more followers. Besides that strategic, which, by the way, that's Nick's strategic strategy. That's his strategy. Nick's strategy is Andrew Tate and Sneeko have a lot of followers, so I got to be friends with them. Sure, you could be friends with them. We're not going to fucking watch them insult you all day. All they do is insult Christians all day online. We have to sit here and be like, oh, well, I guess it's just jokes. I guess it's. And it's like, I don't care if we pressure Nick into saying all that stuff about Muslims yesterday because it's still just one guy. Nick is just one dude. They're surrounding him. They're multiplying. They're outbreeding him. They're literally multiplying, and no one talks about that. Well, we're going to talk about Jews now. Dude, we're done talking about Jews. Like, what the fuck is this? Fucking dude, this whole talk about Jews don't stop. What has it done besides embolden Muslims into thinking, yo, look, we're teaming up? I've been saying this for 2 years. There's no teaming up with more primitive soul. You have to just let. That's why they're born in certain nations. They have to work through whatever they have to work through. Okay, they're born. If you're born in a certain country in Yemen, you gotta go work through that, bro. You're not evolving towards the Christ force. You're not nowhere close to that. Okay, this idea we gotta play nice. Hey, John, can you just play nice? No, I've done you 1,000 favors. How about we don't lick Muslim ass? How about that one thing you can't do? We have to fucking just because you what they had like a nice friendship around Yay? Is that no? This is every clip is Sneeko being smug for the last 6 months. And I open my Twitter, I'm like, look at us looking like little bitches again and again and again. How is no one gives a fuck? But I guess we could play Fortnite. Nick and Sneeko can play Fortnite, and I don't want to see that content. Actually, it's actually weird. It's always subversive. It's always Nick on the back foot, Sneeko just saying things, or waiting to go live earlier than him to say things. And it's like, dude, it was cute for the last 6 months, right? Everyone played nice. But right now, you've got Sneeko shitting on Myron. When he's not shitting on Nick, he's shitting on Myron. And Myron does nothing. And people are like, why don't you go at Myron? Why just Nick? Why just Nick? I did go at Myron. I said, defend yourself. Defend yourself, because when Myron and his brother are two Muslims saying, hey guys, we know what you're doing in New York. You guys are doing that thing where you're conquering and taking over and getting organized, but you're pretending, oh, we're just praying. We're just praying. It's like, bro, how does no one give a fuck? Right? Like when I open my Twitter feed, it's beautiful. I block everything that I don't like. Even someone said I like pineapple pizza. I block that guy too. I block anything I don't like. And for the last few months, it's like every fucking clip has to have a Sneeko. You know how many Sneeko channels I've already muted so they don't pop up? And then he starts shoving his face on the Nick clips, and I'm like, all right, what do I have to just watch Alex Jones all day? Like, what do I have to? Where do I have to go? They're literally multiplying, and it's Zherka. You just feel like you're being suffocated because 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 I'm telling the truth. They are multiplying. That New York thing. This is not something that's going to slow down. Okay, that New York thing is, but the Jews want you to argue and fight with the Muslims. Dude, dude, 2026, let me tell you right now, man. The gayest shit I've ever done was become pro-Palestine. Even though, if I could go back, I wouldn't take it back, right? I believe, saving children from dying is the right thing to do. But I cannot stand that those adult savages with the Palestinian flag on their thing that always attack me. I cannot believe for the last 2 years I was like, don't respond to them because they're going through a crisis. And now that this is over, now I'll tell you the truth. I would much rather hang around Jews. I would much rather be around a fucking a Steinberg. Him and I always argue. He always pisses me off. He always snakes me somehow, right? But I would much rather be around him than, bro, besides Myron and his brother, they are not sensible people, man. They'll look you in the eyes and say, we're just doing dawah and praying 5 times a day in the middle of Times Square after Mandani, and there's nothing going on here. Go back to your little church. And dude, nobody sees what's happening. And the ones that are not doing that are having fucking 10 babies, right? Because their fucking wives are literal cattle to them. Like they're going at a insane pace. And as their pace increases, we have our side saying, hey, no, Zherka, be friends with Andrew Tate for the last couple of years. Don't hold it like a secret grudge. And I'm like, bro, I don't hold a secret grudge, but that did secretly piss me off. It's like, do your thing, Nick, but I don't have to be cool with Andrew Tate. And I'm not a politician. I don't have to be cool with fucking Sneeko. I don't have to be cool with these people just because what kind be cool with them because something happens. What happens? Nothing happens, bro. What are you talking about? Nothing happens if you're cool with them. What happens? I'm cool with Myron and his brother, but I don't get credit for that. Those are Muslims. Why don't I get credit for that? I gotta be cool with Sneeko. What the fuck? There's nothing gayer than internet politics. Everyone is trying to push their truth, and well, he's my friend. But there's no friends in this game. Your friends, well, dude. I'll just say it like this, man. Right? They're trying to be so nice to Nick, but I don't think Nick is going there in his mind. I don't think, because remember, he's like a genius, and a genius can be cocked. He can be blindsided. He can be, oh, I didn't see that, right? A genius can be so focused on one thing that he doesn't see it, right? I don't think Nick is seeing an American Islamic caliphate and what they would do to him. I don't think Nick is seeing that Nick Fuentes laughing at the word brown clown on a TTS. Sneeko would remember that. Yeah. You think Sneeko, when they're trying to chop Nick's head off, do you really think Sneeko's gonna stand up and say, he's my friend? he's my friend. Nick Nick said it to Zherka. He's like, well, Zherka, you're too evil. You're always attacking Sneeko. It's like, don't be gay. Don't be gay. I'm not. We haven't attacked Sneeko. We laughed at him. Now we're attacking. You really think in an Islamic caliphate in America that Sneeko would stand up and say, not Nick? Sneeko would be like, they did call me brown clown on a TTS that one time. And it's like, bro, this whole juggling friendships don't make me choose. Bro, no one is forcing you to choose a side. We're forcing you to look at the clips of them attacking and insulting your side and you. Okay? And you're seen like as also as a little brother in this too, in a weird way. Watching them all fucking jab at Nick, it's like, first of all, it always looks weird because Nick is alone. Who, don't think of me as a political guy. Who else is on Nick's side politically? It kind of feels like he's alone and the rest of them team up around the Sonnies, the Knicks, you have to outbreed us and do everything. And Nick is just alone and we have to sit there and be like, that's just Nick's strategy. That's the gayest strategy I've ever heard. Like you're closing your eyes and thinking Sneeko is gonna protect you. If they let's say Warner, one of the generals, said cut Nick's head off, Sneeko's gonna stand up, raise his skinny little arm and say, wait, Nick is my Kanye friend. That's what he's banking on. He's like, yo, if things went to shit, Sneeko would have my back. Sneeko would. No, he wouldn't. Right? No, he wouldn't. And honestly, it's because Sneeko is different skin color. That's the truth, Nick. I know you don't want to hear this, but he thinks whites are out to get him. That's what Sneeko actually thinks. That's how it works. Well, we can be friends with people we disagree with. Sure, yeah, until they cut your head off, right? You can be friends with Myron. You should promote Myron and his brother. Those are two Muslims who say don't go to New York and do that shit. Every day we gotta open these clips, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm not even a political channel. I have to talk about this alone. Can I get some backup? Or have I done enough fucking favors on this side? Can I get some backup? No one wants to back me up. It's like, what the well, excuse me, you guys did back me up, but I'm talking about Nick's crowd. You guys want to do the brown clown shit? You guys want to do this fucking Arab shit? Hell no, we're not doing this shit. And I'll even double down further. I can even see Nick partying with some Jews, some fucking Israelis, some fucking even some international Jews. I could see him partying with Jews. I could never see him partying with those fucking Sneeko's friends who want him dead. You can see in their eyes, their dark circles. They want Nick. They want anyone white skinned dead. You can see their primitive lower levels of consciousness. And I'm not doing this to divide. Them praying on the streets of New York, that's division. The fuck are we talking about? And I'm not a political guy like Andrew Tate, Nick. They all have these polite ways that they tell someone to snap out of it. I don't have that. I don't have a polite bone in my body. I just hold it in and I go, this guy, he's got to be going somewhere with this, right? Oh, now we're playing Fortnite with Sneeko. This is great. And it comes to the point where it's like, am I skipping Nick clips? That's not like me. Like that guy's so funny. He's really funny. I like the way his brain works. He's like a genius. And then you realize, oh, wait a minute. The genius can be cucked. He can go soft. It happens to everyone, right? It'll happen to anyone. You fucking play Fortnite with a Chinese guy. You start going, yeah, you know what? Maybe these Chinese guys aren't so bad. It'll happen to anyone. It just sneaks up on you. It's like you hang around a homeless guy who's nice and you go, oh man, maybe the homeless need more. They're doing fentanyl and crack. Like they're not just homeless, they're doing some demonic shit too. Help them out. But like I gave $200, 200 USD to a homeless dude because I have a rule. If they have a horizontal spinal column or anything fucked up with their spine, and they're not faking, it's like you can see it. That's the homeless guy you cannot skip. You have to give that guy the big bread, right? Anyone with a fucked up spine or wheelchair or just, and you can tell it's real. Usually you can tell, well, I mean, just, always give it. And I remember giving it to this guy and my buddy said, why would you do that? You killed that guy. You gave him $200. His spine's all fucked up from all the drugs and all the stuff he's done to himself and probably been through car crashes, whatever. That guy's going to buy fentanyl and die. You killed him by giving him that much money. He's going to overdose. And I'm like, well, I thought I did a good thing. Like, what are you talking about? And yeah, it's like, how do we have to see Muslims in New York is like homeless people, right? It's like you can help them if they're in trouble. You can be nice to them. You can be a good Christian. You can be friends with them. but are they friends with you? And I'm not saying this to manipulate you, like, oh, I don't know about this brown guy. I think Myron is your friend. I think Myron's brother is your friend. I think when they say they don't want to see New York like that, Myron's brother has a master's degree in theology. So you'd think he's the most brainwashed, but he's not. He's an American still, and he's like, you know what? That is way too weird, right? So now we're gonna see, what was it, Nick, Myron, everyone just Jews, talking about the Jews nonstop, and it's like, okay, bro, but we're living next to these Arabs. Like the Jews you don't even see. There's like a million top Jews that you don't even see. They're not even in the ether. They're behind they're behind the scenes. They're pulling the strings, but you don't even see them. And another thing, you have another problem, like I don't know how Nick didn't think of this, is like if you did kick out the Jews in America or did anything to stop all this shit, those Muslims will pull out swords. They're not leaving without a fight. Are you kidding me? What do you think the Jews gonna be like? Hey, Muslims fight. Okay. That's not what's happening. Like, dude, be real with yourself. It's like, and they're both Semitic people, let's be real. Like they're the same fucking Jews, Muslims. It's like, you can try and be friends with this, but and I recommend you can be friends with these people unless you have an online platform. If you have an online platform, he's using you to subvert you. And Nick's like, oh no, this can't be that bad. Dude, Sonny Faz, an Italian Catholic boy, got converted by Sneeko. And they forced it in the beginning. It was on camera, remember? So, and that should I'll say it like this, man. That's Nick's blunder because that's Nick's audience. Like an Italian Catholic boy, same DNA as Nick. Nick should be like, how the fuck did he sweep him under the rug? Because when Sonny Faz was hanging out with me, he's like, I was thinking of having Nick on my YouTube channel. I'm like, yeah, do that. And when we asked Sonny if this happened, when I told Sonny that, I was convinced, oh, he's gonna come more to the right, and he's maybe gonna be more political. And then he went completely the other side, and not because he wanted to, because Sneeko did that thing to him and just smiled. He smiled when he did it, and people don't realize that you you could say, sure, Nick lost one person Nick lost Sonny Faz to Sneeko, but Sonny Faz has a huge following. So how many more white boys followed? And all of that is downstream from Tate. So while you make good connections with Andrew Tate, he's fucking raping you, and he doesn't even care if you're Muslim. He's just converting people because that's what he does. Like he wants a bigger army to protect them from all those cases and all that. And you don't realize that it's like, dude, they're playing chess. You're playing checkers. And it all comes back to Nick's green eyes. Like my older brother. Look at the photo I just posted. Like my dad. They are so moral that they can be tricked, right? They are so. Meet a person with green eyes. They are so moral that they can easily be fooled, but not. It's not like you're fooling them intellectually. You have to be friends with them first. And Nick has that thing just like me, where if I'm friends with someone, I stop seeing all the bad. That happens all the time. That's why you'll see a lot of arguments with, hey, we're super cool now. Now we hate each other. Where did that come from? It's the fact that they used you to do something. I'm going to convert Sonny Faz. I'm going to do this. They're doing things in the shadow. And look, if Nick says, hey, let's go to the church, let's go to whatever. Let's say you join Nick. Let's say he meets you in the street. He's doing his thing. It's not a forceful thing he's doing. But when they bring the imam to the back room for Sonny Faz and they do all that on camera, I'm not even making shit up. It's on camera. They pressure him and he's at the lowest point of his life. No money, no clout, lost everything, no girl. He broke down in tears crying. He's like, God, just do something for me. And so he related that. They told him, you got to relate that crying that you mentally broke down in the mosque. That's the calling from God. And we all know in the next 20 years that Sonny's going to come back to the cross. We all know that, right? It might take him 20 years because he's an actual fucking idiot. He's literally a fucking idiot. Like, if I was hanging around Sonny, I would have converted him easily. I remember what it was like being in person with him, driving around. Easily, I would have converted him. But I didn't like to be around him because in my head, it's like, if you're too young, I don't like being around you. It's like, well, we don't have that much in common. I'll hang out with a older guy like Myron or Gary or whatever. Fuck Gary. But anyways, that's the thing. It's like I shouldn't have to fucking follow these guys around, you know. And I don't have that forceful thing like you gotta convert, and I don't have that bone in my body. Neither does Nick. But Sneeko, he has it because he thinks that the whites are out to kill him. Remember when he beefed the Groypers, and now he's convinced they're trying to get him killed. He just has that white people want me dead. He's tapping into ancestral DNA of like when maybe white people maybe one white person chased someone down in his family, chased down a Filipino or a black guy and said, "Hey, get over here, boy. Get over here, you little nigger." You know, maybe he had that like flash ancestral memory and now he associates that with if I can be cool with Nick, but subvert his people. Like there's a whole game plan to Sneeko's, and you could tell there's a game plan because Sneeko doesn't have a mind of his own. You know, like he doesn't wake up. Nick adds concepts to his game plan, like he's dropping cards. And Sneeko doesn't have concepts. He doesn't have a game plan. He wakes up and plugs into what is my opinion, and he plugs into the machine of Islam. That's a powerful ass machine with a bunch of thought forms that are corrupt, and you're telling me that he's not going to do heavy amount of damage while Nick sits there and goes, "Who could he convert? He just converted Sonny fast." And what about the fucking niggas that watch Sonny? Because remember, kids want community, right? Because community leads to loving thought forms, so you believe in God again, right? So hey, maybe I'll get the community in a mosque. It's like, dude, this is so. When I remember when Tate bowed to the cube, and I just remember, like in the movies, where you know that sound where it's like you know he's the evil bad guy. You know that sound effect that like that Inception. I remember Tate going like, "This is not a genuine conversion. Holy fuck, is it gonna have a massive effect? Like a massive fucking effect." And you're not going to see it until what? They'll say in 5 years, like they always say, Zherka, you're always right. In 5 years, you're about to see white boys join ISIS. I guarantee fucking to you because they're bringing community. They're bringing all the, oh, I'm fucking multiplying quicker. There's more people on this side, blah, blah, blah. And you got to remember, the white souls are, not that you should treat anyone different, but they're more individuated. They're more towards ego consciousness, which comes with being lonely. That's what Nick doesn't get. Like, smart people are lonely. Arabs have group souls because they don't have group souls, but they lean towards instinctual group identity because it's hard to be lonely. Humans who just take it on the chin and say, I gotta grow up. Everyone I love is gonna, slip through my fingers one day. I have to be my own thing. That ego consciousness that Arabs can't face, they can't face it. That comes with immense lonely energy that is pushed into your career and stuff or marriage or whatever. But the more evolved souls will be more lonely. That means those guys can easily tap out and say, you know what? Instead of progressing with my ego consciousness and evolution, instead of doing this hard ass Jungian shit, I'm gonna walk inside of a mosque. I'm gonna walk inside of a mosque. And it's scary to be a role model and not draw a line in the sand. Like I remember thinking, I'm like, we're anti-Muslim, but we're not anti-Sneeko. Nick, that sounds retarded. We're gonna be anti-Muslim, but the biggest 1 million follower Muslim channel, we're not gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a fuck how much Fortnite you guys play. I don't care what you guys do with Kanye. Like this game plan is retarded. If anything, can you be friends with Sneeko offline so we don't see that anymore? Can you do? And people are thanking me. They're like, "Yo, you pushed Nick into giving the best stream of his life," which I don't know if it was the best. It was probably one of his best because he just shits on Islam in this clip. It's you could tell he's not doing it with in a venomous way. He's doing it like, "Hey, get out of the country. You guys are doing way too much damage. You guys are not playing fair at all." It was just like the perfect speech. And in my head, I'm like, oh, I waited 6 months. I'll be honest, I waited like 6 months for something like that because it felt like every Nick speech was followed up with them expanding more. Because they're just speeches. Unless if you give a speech and Sonny's converting, what the fuck is going on? The speech has to activate people into saying, I'm going to make a Twitter account with the Crusader logo, and I'm going to support Catholic content, and I'm going to read. Some of you guys have to read Thomas Aquinas. You guys got to get into the game. You can't just be, oh, I want to watch online dramas. What the fuck are you doing? You're not helping at all. You have to get in the game, because I'll tell you this: how many times have you seen Arabic numerals or Arabic letters, and they got that little gay Palestinian flag, which we defended those Palestinian children, and they still turned on us. Those dirty hook-nosed motherfuckers. Those dirty. Hey, Zherka, are you racist? I am not racist. Now I'm racist. Do you understand me? Now, bro, it's been years of like, okay, we're following Nick's game plan, and what? His game plan is pushing us to be friends with Sneeko. Well, can't you just be mature? No, I cannot be mature. It's Sneeko. It's like, even if he was a Muslim, he's like watching his girl get smashed. Okay? Nothing adds up. And why Nick looks crazy pushing us in this direction? Well, he's not pushing my audience. Fuck no. We all say no here. But why he looks crazy doing this is because Nick doesn't even like Sneeko, bro. You think those guys, besides content, do they have anything in common? It's like a boy genius versus a fucking absolute monkey brain. I'm not being racist. Like, he is a monkey brain. Bro, I remember telling Steve, I'm like, yo, you should be Malcolm X, Black Power. Because that would be cool. I think all of us would say, yeah, that's kind of cool. You know, you did the Black Power thing. You rep the Black King. But Sneako's like, no, there's more Muslims. I get more money if I go this way. Bro, if Malcolm X was running around sucking off Arabs, it would look, nobody would remember him. Like, he chose the harder way. You know, we thought he'd go in that direction. And this is just, I want to say it's like 6 months overdue. I should have said something 6 months ago, but you know, when you think there's no way Nick's going to get softer, you know, it's like, how fun could Sneeko be? You know, everyone's like, why don't you, how come Zherka, you disappear from the internet and you're not as involved? And so Sneeko's a closer to friend to Nick. Because I don't want to be friends like we're in high school. Like, this kind of gay. The friendship thing is getting corny, bro. What are you talking about? I don't have to be friends with Nick. How about we're on the same team? Isn't that enough? I have to go fly out to fucking have coffee with him. But like, Sneeko's doing too much, bro. That's a little gay. Like, I gotta go have coffee. That's just retarded. If you support someone on Twitter, that's enough. That's enough. You don't have to do this Sneeko thing where he has to host everyone and fire up their channel. Hey, fire up your channel and host Nick. So, bro, I'm not even doing content. What the fuck? Why do I have to do that? Anyways, I've done a million, not even asked for favors, just like, here you go. The one Catholic channel. There's a lot of Catholic channels that I watch that I think they're cucked and soft. I was like, all right, favor after favor, just keep helping Nick. And the more I did that, the more he's just like, Zherka, you got to play ball with Sneeko. What did he say a couple months ago? He said, yeah, Zherka's always starting shit. And I was like, what? Don't get angry. Don't overreact. Don't niggerify. He's turning me into a straight nigger. Well, Zherka's just being mean to Sneeko. And I'm like, okay, he's younger. He doesn't get it, right? He probably doesn't even think that losing Sonny's his fault. Which I maintain he's a more Catholic channel than mine. Like, what the fuck? That's your fault. You should see it as like war, like actual war. I don't give a. You're not a regular guy. If you're doing politics, you're not a regular guy. You're moving pieces. What the fuck? Like, imagine if Trump sat down with someone who said, we took Sonny from you. Trump would be like, Sonny's a faggot. And he'd go home and still in Mar-a-Lago be angry. He'd still be boiling angry that they took him. They'd be like, those guys made me look bad. And so I remember I didn't even say anything when they're in New York, Nick and Sneeko hanging out and playing together. Because I was like, oh, this is cute. They should be friends. You know, just be friends, but don't let Sneeko do all this, chess around you. And Nick has this weird temperament that's, people cannot relate to this, but I can relate to this. He lets things go on over and over and over. He lets bad things happen to him 10 times in a row, and on the 11th time he says, no more. It's time to destroy this guy's life. That's exactly like me. I'll let Heel Mike fuck me over 10 times before I destroy him, right? And then I come in hot. Same with anyone in my life. And that's a horrible mindset to have in politics. Just, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. They're literally breeding in the middle of the greatest city ever made, New York. like Neo-Atlantis, New York. You don't even know that. How do you not know that? That New York cannot fall. Any other city can fall. New York cannot fall. How the fuck are let LA fall before New York? What the fuck are we doing? And it's weird if you're attached to the Americana energy, you love New York, right? LA is not that amazing. You love New York. If you love the American spirit, New York is real to you. It's not something that you're gonna have falafel with Sneeko and blah blah blah, right? Like New York should take out all the Balkanoids, all the Croatians, all the Albanians, get them all out of New York, leave it for Germans, Irish. Let's leave it to what it was. Let them build the technology and then they give it to the world, just like they gave the internet to the world. That's the game plan. So everyone can individuate and have a better lifetime. That's the name of the game is you might feel cucked saying, oh, Zherka, your totem pole of white is lower than this guy's. How the fuck does that hurt my feelings if I'm reaching a higher level in society because of it? When I touched the internet, I went to a higher plane of existence. That's the whole point. And if you guys saw what I see, you guys would be like, whoa, what the fuck? How about we stop the immigration and let the whites dominate? Because when they dominate, it's not one country dominating. They're actually dominating for the world. Like white people think in case of alien attack or something. They're thinking team player thoughts. You're not getting fucked over. You know what I mean? And you don't know what I mean. You're a fucking idiot. None of you do. Like, I got so many comments saying, I support you, Zherka, but what if I can have an Arab buddy? And it's like, really? They're outbreeding you, and now's the time for you to play. What are you playing? What are you playing? Tetherball with an Arab? They don't even know what tetherball is. They eat weird foods, bro. They eat weird foods. They drink their tea with lime, not lemon. They do weird color shit, bro. Color nigga shit. Like, they, bro, they tried to gaslight you and say eating a pizza is the same as eating rice with your fingernails. And I'm like, hey man, no one's racist, but if we're gonna start this is the like racial Olympics. It's like that post Manny Pacquiao's dad got angry at him when he was a kid, so he ate his dog, and everyone's like, Zherka, you're a good Christian. Don't fucking attack Filipinos. Don't attack Sneako's people. I'm like, what? Dude, I pulled a knife in a video game, hypothetically, but I pulled a knife on a dude in Albania that was rude to a dog with a rock. Imagine if they ate that dog or that cat in front of me in fucking Haiti or somewhere darker than the niggas in Albania. Bro, I'll say this, man. Countries that are evil to dogs. Have you seen people are like, yo, you're so fired up because Sneeko keeps talking about dogs. It's like, bro, I have a kitten. I don't even have a dog. I have a kitten, like a perpetual kitten. She will never be a bigger size than a kitten. I've got a really expensive, flat-faced kitten. Okay, and just Stinko posted this thing on Twitter where he's sitting, holding a kitten, and he's like, "Cats are better than dogs," and I'm like, but all of his arguments about dogs can be applied to cats, bro. You don't have to talk about fleas. You can talk about worms. They bring worms and stuff like that. So I know he's lying. I know that if it's the same logic, dude. And I just know that if my, knock on wood, if my cat was sitting on Sneeko's table and we heard like, "Rrr," and it's like, what the fuck was that? And it's Sneeko's stomach growling because he's hungry. Do you guys really think that I'd be like, oh, this is my friend because Nick told me to be friends? Let me tell you this, man. I've done a zillion favors for Nick. He didn't even ask. I just like support, like, repost. You just close the fucking borders. Like, stop making America brown. This is our guy. Which is weird because you look at you look at the internet, it's like, who else is talking like Nick? There's no one else to support. And I'll tell you this, man, my biggest regret is that Jew lover, that guy who's paid by the Jews, Tommy Robinson. My biggest regret was fucking cutting him off because we're this part of the dissident right. That is the dumbest shit we have ever done. Let that fucking Jew dog get his Jew money. That guy was so effective. What the fuck are we doing? That was retarded. Who cares? He's at the end, Mossad's gonna fucking end that guy anyway, right? So just don't meet him in person. But we could have at least liked his tweets. What the fuck was wrong with that? Yeah, he's a fucking agent. We could have still fucking he's still doing something. Just don't go to the rallies, don't get arrested. But we could have liked those tweets, man. And it's weird. I grew up watching Tommy Robinson, and I remember thinking, like, I'm not even British. I don't have blue eyes. I'm not. But there's something about just invaders in your town. They like literal squatters that is so cocked, man. He's so. And remember, the UK was always shit. So who cares? That's not an emotional thing to talk about. The new UK has fallen. It wasn't even shit before it fell. Let's be real. New York was always awesome. New York is all the Chad energy in the universe. All of the most highest level intellects would meet in New York. All of them, including, I'll say it like this, man. I would rather hang out with Jeffrey Epstein than an Arab guy, right? Than a nice Arab guy. Because at least Epstein doesn't marry 13-year-olds. Yeah. Like, find me that email where he married, listen, man, it's one thing to be a creep. It's another thing to need to marry someone at an age where they can't even enter ego consciousness. They can't even say I am. They can only say I like. They can say I like chips. I like, and so that's a joke, fuck Jeffrey and all that. But yeah, so I'm not just disappointed. I'm more like, some people are like, Zherka, you've done so much for Nick. Why would you draw the line at Sneeko? And I'm like, if you need an answer for that, you are a disgusting animal. Unfollow me immediately. And yes, if the nicest guy, he defended us, he's such a good guy, Nick. If that guy is going to force me to watch Sneeko clips, I'd rather just, hey, man, this is my stop. We're done here. I'll just watch you as entertainment. This is me and my boys. We're just gonna watch you as entertainment because it's been 6 months of forcing us to smile at Sneeko clips, and it just feels like they're playing chess while we're being nice, sincere people. That's why if you look at my tweets, I haven't been mean to Arabs. Like, I get fiery sometimes, but I don't get that mean. And now it's like, I love New York more than anyone else on earth. I think I'm going to go down right here. I want to go down right here and say, I want to mark onto the earth of the ground, starting today. If New York falls because of Arabs, don't ever fucking blame the Jews. Because guess what, man? If you Thanos snapped right now and blinked all Jews out of existence, what the fuck do you think? What do you think those Arabs are going to do? Say, I'm going back home. The Jews aren't giving me money anymore. And yeah, it was their game plan, but you got to understand, man, we're past that. We're in 2026. They're your neighbor now, right? And they're going to eat you. They're going to eat your eyeballs for juju beans. You don't even get what's happening anymore, okay? It's kind of like, well, the Jews brought the seven-headed dragon here, and it's like, Nick, you have to fight the dragon. What the fuck are you doing? Well, no, the Jews brought the dragon here, Zherka. So? It's still a fucking erratic, non-thinking, organized dragon. It doesn't go away just because you pointed out the problem of who brought the dragon here. The spellcaster brought in the dragon, and now Zherka, put your sword away because I like playing Fortnite with Sneeko, the guy who has 1 million followers, converting people like Sonny Faz. That's our guy. Get the fuck out of here. Like, we're not doing this, bro. My audience is not doing that. We've been too loyal. If we gotta play Fortnite with Sneeko, this is the line in the sand. Fuck never. And it's not a sad thing, really. It's a grown-up thing. It's a grown-up thing to acknowledge that the dragon is at your doorstep, and the Jews barely even exist right now. They barely exist. Even if you implemented everything you're trying to do, it would take so many years. You have a dragon on your doorstep, or you're talking about the Jews. It's over. But well, they brought the dragon in, Zherka. And what video game? What do you think Link won't fight the dragon because Ganon brought it in? There's no video game in history that works like this, right? And people are like, "Well, can you be friends with a Muslim, or you're just a bigot?" I'm friends with Myron and his brother. They're Muslims. The guy finished a master's degree on his religion. That's like the highest level Muslim. And he's saying they're not supposed to be doing this on the streets of New York, especially in a Trump year. You know how bold that is on a Trump year, the first year? Does anyone realize that this is like Joe Biden level circus? And I keep looking at TikToks. I'm trying to find people. Not even Tommy Robinson gives a fuck about it. Maybe he's occupied with Europe. So how come no one gives a fuck? Like we just started the year and we're letting this happen. It's just like some moms I see on TikTok that are on my side. And I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like, what are they going to do? They're women. They're not even going to help us. Yeah. So can you be friends with Muslim? Of course you can. But if they're ever subverting you, you know how they do that thing where they push you into their, what if you just convert now, nothing happens. If you just convert, have you seen those clips? If you just convert right now, nothing happens. Like if you just say these words, then dude, that's fucking twisted, right? They're trying to erode and dissolve your free will to join their faith. And their faith is, what is it? Okay, let's just break it down. They worship Muhammad, not Allah. That's why throughout history they were called Mohammedans. If you read the Quran correctly, it's not about Allah. It's about Muhammad. That's why they named their fucking kid Muhammad. That's why they have that group stole instinct with every mo behavior. And if you ever think, oh, these guys are our team players, they don't even get along with Shias. They don't get along with their own kind, right? When have you seen a Mormon, a Catholic, an Orthodox killing each other in 2026 with swords on the street? Like, it doesn't happen. These Muslims kill each other on the streets fighting for who's got a better hook nose, right? And remember, they say the devil lives in the nose. Like in the Quran, it says the devil lives in the nose. Why would they say that if they're the hook nose people? It makes no sense. It's like, are you guys with the devil? Right? And they say a lot of weird shit and they throw, someone asked me, Zherka, you're anti-Israel. What's going on? Why'd you stop talking about it and stuff like that? And I'm like, it's over. Okay, it's over. Okay, first of all, Israelis don't even throw gays off the roof, right? They party with those homos, with those fucking, are they really that bad, right? The only evil part of Israelis is their Muslim blood, where they have to kill babies. That's all just Muslim DNA. Let's not pretend they don't look exactly the same. Like Jews and Arabs look exactly the same. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. They have a lot of mixed blood right there. Okay, like I got an uncle. He's brown eye, brown hair, and his wife is brown hair and blue eyes, and somehow the kids all came out blonde. And I'm like, oh, it's like not to be rude, but he squirted out a bit of that whiteness that he had in him. How did three kids come out blonde hair, blue eyes? But you don't see that from Israelis and Muslims. Like they just squirt out the same carbon copy NPC soul, like Bas Jihad, this, that, this. And it seems like Jews go towards ego consciousness at a rapid pace where they become like Epstein and start thinking everything is me, I need to rape, I need to. And the Muslims go into we consciousness. What are we doing? What are we eating? That's why they're always hanging around playing cards in a we format. Like they think of themselves as a group, which I don't know what's more primitive because it seems like the only person in the middle is the Christian, who says, I will help us. Right? He thinks like that. He thinks for the collective with his own free thought. And I know a lot of people are like, well, it does look like reality is just Christians as the good guys. It seems that way, but who knows? Aren't we all God's people? And it's like, dude, it seems that way because it is that way. The Christians are the good guys. Like you talk to a fucking shitty Mormon. It's not that bad. Talk to a shitty Orthodox. Jay Dyer ain't that bad of a guy. Talk to a Catholic. They're pretty cool. Talk to an Arab and they start saying, brother, can I lick you with my dawa prowess and then I'm gonna take you on a flying carpet to. And if you ever want to really understand Islam, go to their fucking country, you fucking idiot. Go there. And then you'll start sounding like a Jew immediately when you're there. You're like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? There's a fucking left-leaning liberal bitch on TikTok, and she went to Palestine to support the effort, and it like blew up because they scammed her in 3 different ways, and then she called the authorities, and the authorities scammed her as well. And her whole shop was not. They give her a certificate. You want to buy this shop, and it was just some dude in sandals, and she lost her whole life savings. And then she made a TikTok saying, "Should I stay here and support the cause with my tea shop or was it a coffee shop?" And I remember watching that video, and I'm like, "Oh man, am I in the wrong side of history, dude? Like I'm all for saving babies, but man, the idea that I'm empowering and emboldening these types of adults in Palestine that are like scamming the nicest person in the world. She was such a sweetheart. Like, she's an idiot, but she's a sweetheart. And honestly, I have that evil thing in me where I'm like, you leftists de- deserve to fucking get scammed that hard because you're too trusting of these people. But then you watch them like, dude, go watch them around the cube when their like spiritual prowess is entering levels of Kaioken. They're entering levels of Kaioken horny, and they're just like, I'm doing it, Akbar! I'm doing it, Akbar! 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 Over here! I found a woman by the cube! It's like, dude, how does God not exist around the cube for you guys? How the fuck are you turning into a beast, an animal, around the cube? Right? And they say, we don't worship a cube, we just pray towards it in every spot of Earth, plus do a left-handed halo path around it, and all of our spiritual energy goes towards it. That's not praying towards a cube. You guys are idol worshippers. You don't like cubes. And I'm like, dude, the religion of love and sacrifice has to put up with this. Like the religion that says your father died for you eternally. So you're covered because you just can't get it together until you fully evolve and are close to him. That religion of love is being preoccupied by the Sneeko show. Today, I'm going to convert more Groypers. The people don't realize there's like, have you seen defective Groypers that leave the movement to just do whatever? They just do whatever and they just kind of turn into, I think one of the biggest faggots was Jaden McNeil, right? Was it him? There's a few other names I can't remember, but just raw faggot energy. And these defectors don't think that they don't go to Islam. Like, bro, one day they're going to go that. I'm sure some of them have. It's like just the idea that Sneeko's making you laugh and entertaining you. And then we saw Sneeko do it to Sonny. If he could do it on camera, imagine what they're doing off camera. And here's the crazy thing is they don't think it's evil. Everyone else, even a Chinese guy says, yeah, you don't push someone into faith like that, where you're rubbing on his leg and I'm making you smile. And was this Sheikh Uthman, right? Is that another one of Nick's friends, Sheikh Uthman? Zherka, hey, Zherka, thanks for 1,000 favors. Thanks for having our back, but don't make me choose. To make you choose, bro. They're literally on the screen. Why the fuck are they on the screen? If I mute 10 Arab channels in a row and they somehow squeeze into a Nick stream, where the fuck do you want us to go, my nigga? Twitter ain't that big. So yeah, man. Hey, man. Love and unity, right? I preach love and unity, guys. I want you guys to flourish, but really, for years, I've never told you guys what to do because I always think you'll get there eventually. Clearly, you guys are stupid. Make Twitter accounts, make accounts all over the internet, pushing the cross to the top, and do your fucking part. It takes 8 minutes, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. You don't even have to watch us. It takes 8 fucking minutes, bro. Just do the posts. Could be add a spiritual shield on Twitter because it seems like it's I insult one and then my algorithm says, oh, you insulted an Arab? Watch Kagebanshin no Jutsu, they multiply and they're everywhere. And I'm like, hook nose, hook nose, hook nose, hook nose. I'm hooked. I'll just fight these guys. I'm not gonna go to the swimming pool. I'm gonna argue with these guys on Twitter all day. That's not my fucking job. Dude, my job is to remind people I don't promote the Christ like a regular modern Catholic channel, Protestant, Orthodox, or any of that. Remember, I'm the only one that says the Christ is here for us, even if you're not a Christian. I don't think those guys are allowed to even say that. I'm telling you that it's not, oh, I think this is the right answer. Oh, this religion might be. There's none of that. It's I'm not making a informed decision on which religion is logically the soundest. I'm not doing that at all. I'm saying through clairvoyant investigation, through my experiences plus the world's, Jesus Christ is God of Earth evolution, and everyone telling you to play Fortnite with Muslims. Hey man, that's awesome. Do that. Not on a political channel. What is this shit, bro? What the fuck is this shit? We're not playing Fortnite with these guys. Actually, you know what? These guys don't even like us. They don't even like us, dude. They've never liked us. That's the truth. They have these guys besides Myron and his brother. Have any of them ever liked us? None of them. Like they even have, even when they're friends, they make their little on the low jokes, their sneak disses, and it's like, okay, Zherka's gonna sneak this back. Yeah, Zherka's not doing this alone. Everyone else just fucking turning the cheek. Like, what is this shit? So, anyways, I'm gonna get a pina colada. I'm gonna enjoy my day, but I give my life story. I give my life story because I want to remind people that, dude, man, just because you work hard in life doesn't mean you're not gonna disappear from living around these people. You know, like, do you think for the rest of my life I'll avoid New York just because it went to shit? No, no, I love New York. I just have to go there with a fucking frown now. I have to be like, man, they have so many countries to do this at. Why are they here? Right? Like, at least you'll find Jews say, I love America. They'll like kind of confuse themselves about that, but the Arab does not love America. And the dragon's here, you know? So you can do your whole show about Jew, 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 but I think, you know, the turkey's cooked, the dragon's already in New York, and any American city can fall, and I wouldn't be that surprised, but not New York. That's like a nightmare. That is a nightmare thing. That is like enough for me to say, I don't even like Twitter, man. This is just every time I'm scrolling on the feed thing, right? I'm just seeing all that slop. I always come across the prayer, the collective group soul prayer, because we don't have ego consciousness yet. We're evolving at a much slower pace than everyone else. They don't even ride horses, right? They're not even they don't even have Hollywood good looks. Like, who's the Arab in Hollywood? Like, not one of them. You know what I mean? There's fucking Jackie Chan beat them to Hollywood. So fuck them. And yeah, it is strange when the Albanian guy is getting online and saying all this. Like, it should really be Trump, man. It shouldn't be me or Nick. It should be Trump saying, "Get the fuck out of New York. That's my city, bitch. We're not playing Fortnite with you. Get the fuck out. You want to play Fortnite? Put your headset on. You're not allowed in the country. We'll talk to you from the headset, you fuck." And everyone's let us down. All right, let's open it up for the community. No stupid people today. Like, I'm not even in a troll mood. I wanna have a pina colada right now. Yeah, go ahead. Minisi, what is your gripe? Speak or get pushed.
Hey, what's up, Zherka?
Damn.
So, I wanted to go back on the whole Sneeko thing, how you said, like, these people, they act a specific way because they have an individuation problem, right? So I was wondering, what do you think it is that, uh, what do you think the issue is for Sneeko? What do you think he has within him that he's suppressing, that he's avoiding to individuate, which pushes him to fall into this group consciousness thing?
Yeah. I mean, his is such a simple case. It has to do something with a girl, because you can see in all the Sneeko clips, a girl says something about skin color. He goes into a depressive frown immediately. And so something happened to him in grade school or something where, Sneeko also sometimes thinks things are racial when they're not. And he has this thing that's like, I am fucking up my evolution because I am a mixed race. He has this thing where he like really thinks he started off on the wrong foot, and he didn't, bro. Everyone's working on their shit, like relax, bro. So he has like this hang up with the fact that he's not whiter skin or whatever, and that has something to do with his like grade school trauma, something like that. But it's also he wants to have an army backing him up, because remember, he went to Islam because the whole internet hated him, so he needed an army that'll defend him even if he's in the wrong, even if he's dating a stripper or whatever. This is perfect for him. And he logically put it out on the table and said, because let's be real, Sneeko fits way more with the red pill crowd. That's why he did so good with the red pill crowd, and he's doing, well, I don't know. He's doing more of a moderate kind of thing now. I don't know how successful he is, but I think he was really all over the scene with the red pill crowd, because he grew up with the internet. He fits in with the Nazi section, believe it or not. And yeah, you can be mixed race and fit in with that. There's plenty who have gone through that. And now he's stuck between worlds, because he started off as the only Trump guy, and now he's anti-Trump for reasons that don't even fucking make sense anymore. And all of this has to do with the insecurity that, oh, I'm not a part of the club. I'm not even a part of the club, you fucking idiot. Like when people say, Zherka, who do you want ruling the world? I say Germans. What do you think? I go on here like a fucking idiot and say, can I get a Croatian and an Albanian guy? We need a Croatian president and an Albanian president. Like I've never, that's like the dumb, that's how we go backwards in the world. So that's why Trump, that's why I got so pumped for Trump. I'm like, German DNA. This is he's linked to Atlantis. This is really good. And not that he's perfect, but this is really good. Like finally some law and order remember, 2007 was the peak. After that, I think Matt Walsh said it really well, that fucking cock. But after Obama ruined everything, you're still seeing the effects of Obama right now. And because Obama he was soft. It wasn't that he was black, it was that he was soft, but that softness came from the fact that he's black. Black guys have this thing where they want to lead themselves, but not the world. And white people have this thing where it's like they have that Steve Jobs thing. The more white someone is, the more they want to lead the world. Even if it's like, hey, come take my wife, they can get off balance like that. And everyone jokes about it. They know it's true, but it's kind of like, do you want a white boss or do you want an Arab boss? Do you want a black boss? Do you want a Chinese boss? Oh, well, you can have good people from all colors if you play Fortnite with. Shut the fuck up, bro. You want the white boss. You want the white guy. Because the white boss, it's not even that he's being the nice guy, it's that he knows he has an intuitive energy that what goes around comes around. So he just gives you your fucking paycheck without snaking you. That's the truth. That's why, like, look into your past. Have you been snaked by white people ever? When you see a white lady at the mall, at the kiosk, is she conniving? Is she doing something to any color? No. And if you're darker, they like you even more. What the fuck? So it's like anywhere you go with this, the whiter the skin, it seems like in the individual, yeah, you could have a bad white guy, but in the collective, your chances are really high that, white people are just kinder, sweeter, I want to say more evolved, but that's illegal to say because eventually, through the scope of time, everyone is supposed to get there. So you're not supposed to judge. But yeah, some souls chase each other around with bamboo spears. That's a lower level of consciousness. That's more group soul, instinctual, and not ego consciousness. Right? Ego consciousness puts a tie on and goes to work. It's very different. And do I think Sneeko is a genuine conversion? Well, if he's known for being a chameleon, then what's genuine about him? And I don't mean that. I don't mean to say that he's evil. I mean to say that like he's a child. What are you gonna spank a child? But like, you know what I mean? It's not that he's evil. He's just his soul is very immature. A mature soul says, "I am Albanian, but I want Germans in charge." Now, most Albanians would be like, "Oh, I don't know. That sounds cucky, bro. I think can we try an Albanian? We don't have time to try. We tried a fucking black guy with Obama. Look how that went, right? What's blacker than that guy's the fucking Albanian. We don't want to try that shit. So a lot of people don't realize that your ego has to be put aside. If your ego consciousness is turning dark and in on itself, you have to put that shit aside. You have to put that shit aside. Like you got to put your ego aside when you talk to your mom. She's a lot more liberal than you. So yeah, you just like adapt to what's happening in the world. Now, this idea that we have to like put our ego aside because a 1 million follower channel is converting Sonny Faz and Italian boys, and Zherka gets thousands of emails saying that you're the reason I didn't convert. You're the reason I didn't go that way. And I read these emails, I'm like, dude, I want to be on vacation. I don't want to do this part right now. I've already done enough. I want to be on vacation right now. And every time I want to lean back, I go, oh, there they are multiplying again on my fucking screen after I muted 50 of their accounts. How the fuck are they doing that? Oh, it's because they have, what, 10 kids each? They're fucking gumball machines. Which, by the way, is another low IQ trait, is having a bunch of kids is like an extremely... Oh, Andrew Tate is telling you to have a bunch of kids because he's a fucking nigga, bro. He's a fucking nigga. He has kids and disappears on them. That's the fucking truth. Okay? Bald father. Like, come on, bro. And remember, Tate Tate snaked his own Islamic base. They don't even like him right now because he said, England has to remain white. Like just like the Dalai Lama said, and everyone. Like, are we forgetting that Tate did it it was a strategic option, and then he said, there's no one gonna follow this shit. They're just gonna protect me, and then Sneeko, Sonny Faz. I can't think of more names, but I know they're bubbling there until I call them faggots, and then they go, oh shit, Zherka is. But I don't know why I can do everything wrong and still have the most fucking aura on the platform. Everyone else looks like they're playing Fortnite with these. I can do everything wrong, and young men will still email me saying, talk about the Christ, do that. Because you know what? It's about being genuine, dude. Okay? Is Sneeko's conversion to Islam genuine? Does anyone buy that shit? There's not. He converted when he was dating a stripper for a year, and everyone's saying Zerka's a sinner because he talks about his sins, but Sneeko hides them, so he's a good guy. And everyone's like, well, why don't you just leak Sneeko? And I'm like, why would I leak him? He's a buddy. He's red pill right now. Who knows? I said Sneeko's final form is going to be transgender, and it was weird. Like if Sneeko had like a lot less followers, then it wouldn't be that big of a problem because who would he be converting really if he had, you know? But he has this thing where Sonny Faz didn't even want to convert, even with all that influence. They backroomed him. I was the only channel who reacted to it, and I went soft. I went easy on that fucker. I should have gone hard because if you ever meet a kid without a father figure in their life, and the imam steps in as the father figure, that is pedophilia. That is rape. That is psychic damage. That is so fucking low to do that, to bring an imam that's rubbing your knee on camera when you don't have a father figure and you're having. And remember, I predicted young men when they're entering ego consciousness at 21 years old are going to have a huge crisis. It happens to everyone. Some people it's more than others. If you don't have a father figure, you must have the father archetype. I'm not saying archetypal energy like it's not real. I'm saying it has to be fulfilled by an imam or something. And, Sonny snapped and said, holy shit, I'm going to die. I've been 21 years on earth. I don't know what I'm doing. I lost the views, the money, the everything. This is too tough. And he snapped, and Sneeko saw him bleeding and said, this is a good move because his audience will become my audience. And this is perfect. And strategically, it is a perfect move. Let's be real. If you look at how Sneeko moves in the industry, very few times that he does something for a friend. When you see how Nick moves in the industry, his green eyes are glowing and he's like, what can I do for my friend? Maybe my friend needs me. And it's like, that's not your friend. That's a shark. Are you mad? That's a shark. And Nick doesn't even have the excuse that he's too young. He's like 28. He should be like, you guys are kind of getting to Sony. You guys are using me to get to the youth, the fragile youth. And I think Nick thinks that the youth are watching him, when it's like, dude, the intelligent youth are watching him, but the regular, everyone else is not intelligent, so they're watching something like Clav for entertainment. That's how the youth, they go to entertainment first, and Sneeko dominates entertainment. So they're going to go to Sneeko before they go to Nick. You think they want to hear Nick's spiel? You think it requires mental energy to watch a Nick stream? That's why it's so good for you. It's so healthy for you. Even if you disagree, it's just healthy for you. But do you think a young man that's not entering ego consciousness is going to download Nick? Hell no. Hell no, dude. They're going to entertainment. They're going to clap. They're going to Sneeko. And Sneeko does this thing where it's like, hey, guys, I'm doing a meet and greet. And he's done this many times where he tries to get the fans in the mosque. We're all going to the mosque, guys. And which is weird. I would never do a meet and greet to have like an agenda around it. And I make it sound like it's evil because have you ever seen Sneeko do something that's not agenda driven? Right? Like it, I've never seen it once. I've never. Remember, he just turned on Nick for no reason, and I'm like, oh god, they're back to being friends. That is the gayest episode of my life. But you know, for half a year, I'm not going to say anything just to be a good friend. And then I'm like reading psychology articles here saying being a good friend does nothing for someone. You can't save someone. When have you ever been a good friend to someone and they still kill themselves? So what is this? We value this friendship shit way too much. You know, if this was army times, we wouldn't say, "Oh, these are the guys I play cards with," and no, we talk about the mission, right? If we're shinobis, we're fucking ninjas. We're talking about the mission. We're not talking about friendship. But you know that liberal energy entered Sneeko and Nick, and we're all kumbaya friends. Dude, they're praying on the streets of New York, and you have one ally, Zherka, on Twitter, and you're fucking that up with him because you think Zherka's adding pressure. I'm not adding pressure to be a bad friend. I'm saying, look what they're doing to you. Every clip, they're doing something, and I'm not. What does Andrew Tate do? He'll see Nick suffer, and he won't say anything. He'll play it political. I don't want to play it political. This is like I see it as instinctual too, right? It's like what's the first thing that Muslims are going to do if they ever came into power, right? As stupid as Nick would look, they would put me and Nick right there and they'd say hang them. And Nick would look at me and go, he would look up at me because I'm older and he would go, "Oh, maybe Sneeko will pull in that favor. We can pull in that favor right now." And I'd look down at Nick and say, "Shut up, little nigga. You know, you've done enough. You've done." I would. That's how angry I'd be because I'd be angry at myself. There's like, why did I let it get to this point? When they're hanging out around the Kanye thing, that's when we should have said, bro, this guy's sinking his fangs into you. Now, if Sneeko didn't have an agenda, it would be awesome. But this idea that he cannot make a move, I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He cannot make a move. He cannot make a move without something adding to the Muslim agenda. There's not one thing Sneeko does. When Zherka is on Twitter, is every move of Zherka's to push someone towards being a strong Catholic? Probably not. I'm genuine. You know, sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm off, sometimes you know, every single move Sneeko's recruiting, it's like because his money is attached to it, all of it is attached to it. And if you've ever wondered why Sneeko has so many ups and downs, why he's always suffering, it's because he doesn't make genuine moves in the world. Like, you know, the last time I pissed him off, he's like, "You come over." If this is the fifth time I'm asking you to come over, and I'm trying to tell him like he has evil energy around him, so that means it's in him. Never think that evil energy around someone does not penetrate them. That's not how that psyche works, you fucking idiot. And I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, yo, this is not how you navigate in the cosmos at all, right? You can't just be around 10 Muslims that have that look in their eye. They have that look in their eye um, like we're waiting for the day Nick does a stream with Sneeko and 5 Muslims, and Sneeko gets up and goes to the bathroom. Like those guys aren't gonna look at him like a shark. They're gonna look at Nick like a shark. And everyone who has that little brother energy, like, yo, that's our guy. Nick's our political channel. You guys are all gonna be like, I can't do anything about it. And you guys are all gonna be like, whoa. Even the right wing guys can get a little naive because Nico's a master entertainer. He can start juggling and, hey, look at me, I'm a fucking dancing monkey. And you know, Nick has his slave master blood, so Nick goes, fucking slave, yes, dance for me, slave. They have that relationship where it's like brown clown and blah blah blah. And how could you call me brown clown? And they have that relationship of who can distract the king? Only the fool, because the king has spared the fool. You know, they have that relationship. So it's like, and a lot of people are like, well, is it Sneeko? I genuinely believe Sneeko's more dangerous than any of the Arabs he's around, like the Werner. They actually seem like they believe in God compared to Sneeko. Sneeko's more on a mission that's like straight from devil energy. It's just like, these are my come meet me here. We're going to this temple. And the others, it seems like like Werner had moments where he wasn't agenda driven, right? I talked to him, my dad talked to him, we were around those guys. He had moments of being a human, that big guy. And I was like, oh, wow, this is shocking. But, he's also older. Sneeko didn't have 1 second around me when we're in Europe. He didn't have 1 second that wasn't agenda driven. I couldn't even light a cigarette without him saying, do this, do that. Do help me here, help me there. And I was like, whoa, dude, you are like sent from the devil. Like, you cannot, if a human cannot sit still, they're being driven by something, man. And it's like, it's cool that he's that ambitious to go to the top, but it's also like, dude, what happens when Sneeko's at the top, right? It's the caliphate is forming. That's, if a successful Sneeko is not an entertainer anymore, it's something else. And so people are like, how could you let politics ruin a friendship with you and Sneeko? I was like, dude, if you had many followers and your friend had many followers and each of our followers are fucking trying to kill each other, do you think you're going to sit in the middle of that and say, yo, this is a good idea? No, you say, we'll go this way, you go that way. Right? It's like, I don't pay his bills. He should go that way. The fuck? That's where he has money. So, and people who think I'm being too harsh, you got to remember, when I turn my phone off and I give it to my editor, he's blocked over thousands of people. You guys will get blocked too. So don't think like, it's been years I haven't unblocked anyone. Don't think that your comments aren't immediately getting blocked. Immediately. Like, do you think I'm building a Muslim channel here? I have Muslim supporters who pay me a lot of money. And I kick them out when I find out they're Muslim, away from my cult, because I feel it doesn't align perfectly. It has to align perfectly. And the money thing is not fun if it's in the back of my head that some dark-eyed nigga is just plotting in there. You know what I mean? So when I find out you're a Muslim, you're out immediately. I'm not being racist. Hey, if you want to build a fucking sandcastle, you want to build it with sand. You don't want to build it with fucking shit, right? And there's something about you guys that you're cool until Allahu Akbar. One of you says that, and it's like the magic conch shell in SpongeBob, and it's one of those things that's like, I don't want that in the back of my head ever. And a lot of you guys are like, well, just go to Dubai. Tommy Robinson he's kind of hardcore like you, Zherka. You like Dubai because he liked Dubai. And it's like, even a place that accepts me and welcomes me like Dubai, I still would never go there. There's a reason I've traveled the whole world except there, right? Not that the people are bad or anything, but anything at lower levels of consciousness, and just wait if a riot pops off. It's very different than a riot in the US, let me tell you that. When lower levels of consciousness run towards their group blood instinct, they can be hypnotized. One speaker, like a Mohammed Ajab, absorbs the intellect in the room. When Zherka speaks, he absorbs your intellect. When Nick speaks, he absorbs the Groiper intellect. When Mohammed Ajab speaks, he absorbs their intellect. And how do you give it back? With a sword. That's how they do it, with a sword, you know? And this is not like a call to war. I just think, hey, keep having babies, doing your thing, grow on that side, we'll grow on this side. Because remember, they need 50,000 souls for one white soul. Not that we're worth more, they're worth less, or any of that, but it's just like, what Arab guy is on Steve Jobs' level of consciousness? Like, none of them. It's the game is really unfair towards our side if you really want to go there. You know that, right? Like, it's really one-sided. But we're not supposed to give up that side either. Why? They can just have their turn? No, for the next 300 years, this is a American thing. The world will be American. If aliens came down right now, they'd say, what is Earth's culture? Not country culture. What is Earth's culture? And it would be Hollywood. It would be American culture, you idiot. That's what they'd see first in any channel. So don't forget who runs the game. And it's like the idea that, oh, if we run the game, we can just let them multiply in New York. Man, you think I would give a fuck about LA? I'd be like, I don't give a fuck. It bothers me, but I wouldn't spend time on it. New York, that's fucking evil, dude. That is fucking evil. All the thought forms, all the strong concepts, everything that built New York is pure American energy. It's not Mexican energy. And it's like, dude, how does no one give a fuck? Like, no one gives a fuck. Wait till you're scrolling on your fucking TikTok feed and you go, you know what? They shouldn't be praying right there. They should go into that mosque across the fucking street and they don't do it. And they have that smug face. They have that smug face when they do it. That face like I can't get pussy, so I'm going to religion. Next caller, go ahead. Who do we have, Jake?
Yo, is my mic good?
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah, dude, I got a lot to say about this, but I'm gonna try to keep it short. But dude, I
Nah,
don't
keep
know.
it long. Keep it long. We want to
Okay,
hear.
so this whole fucking Muslim thing has been pissing me off for quite some time. Like,
Test.
and especially like Nick's reaction. You know what I mean? Like, when you like see
Hey, can
Nick
you
and
hear
he's
me?
kind of like irritating you and like just with his opinions, you like Zherka, you said it. You're like he's kind of going soft. Um, and I mean that shit's been pissing me off too. But um, yeah, I was glad to see that he posted that fucking or he said that in his live last night, that long ass 9-minute clip or whatever. And even then, I was kind of thinking it was kind of the same opinion as you. Like, I think it was he could have gone in harder. And I feel like even a lot of the groypers, like, I love the groypers, but like, I feel like some of the groypers think they can't disagree with Nick. Like, you can disagree with Nick, you can like get on his head. That's gonna motivate him to fucking go harder. Like, look at what Zherka did. Zherka was pretty much pressuring Nick into like some type of reaction.
Well,
To like,
I know his nature. Like the one thing we have in common. Before I became a maniac, I literally was him, but a gamer version. He's like an intellectual version, and I know Nick's the kind of guy that if he has dinner with someone, everything's just fine. If even me, I had dinner with Sneeko, and we had a blast. He dazzled me. He can dazzle people, and it's like you're kind of that more introverted nature we have, where it's like nothing went wrong. We had a blast. That's my friend.
yeah,
That thing Sneeko doesn't actually have. That's why he turned on Nick out of the blue. It was like a year and a half ago, which is very weird to turn on someone out of the blue for no fucking reason, just so he can get his YouTube channel back. And I'm
dude,
like, yo, what the fuck is going on?
100%.
And, and people are telling me, they're like, oh, it's their beef. Leave it alone. I was like, dude, you don't get how this works. There's a lot of people who watch me. There's even more who watch Nick. And who knows how many people watch Sneeko. Just on Twitter, it's not 3 talking heads, you fucking idiot. It's not 3 friendships. It's a lot bigger than that. Okay? It's
Yeah,
huge. Like, for example, if there was riots on the street, Nick and I would have to say, hey guys, Nick would say to the Groypers, don't kill Sneeko, right? I'm a Christian. Don't. It was just jokes. Don't. Zerka would say to Dark Maga, guys, don't do it. Or even the generals, cocaine crusaders, nope. But if it's the other way around, I'm not saying Sneeko would say kill those 2. I'm saying that he wouldn't say anything.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah. And it's not like they don't play fair, bro. That's what he doesn't realize. Like, dude, the main reason I came to Christ is because I also was one of those who I was like, oh, maybe Islam is cool. I should read the Quran. And I like, started.
What the fuck? You were a Sunny Fast
Bro,
fan?
I'm telling you, but no, actually, I'm the elite Sunny Fast because I'm an Italian Catholic. My dad is a Catholic. I knew nothing about the religion, whatever, grew up. I unbiasedly looked at both and I see like Muslims straight up lying to get like one conversion, or they'll lie about a hadith or some shit and get exposed. And like even Sneeko, I wake up to Sneeko saying, like reacting to the Nick clip, and he's like, "Oh, when was I boasting about the Muslims in New York?" It's like, dude, everyone everyone saw that clip of you going, "Yeah, I'm gonna wear my fucking thobe and this and that," and he just blatantly lies and tries to like act like he didn't say that. And another clip, this is a funny one too. A few months ago, I was watching an old debate you did with I think it was Muslim Lantern, if you remember that.
Yeah, that guy's just pure evil.
Yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. But like, dude, some Muslim channel like reposted it on YouTube, and at one point they bleeped something out, and I was looking at your like mouth trying to figure out what did they bleep out. It wasn't a cuss word. What was it? And they literally bleeped out the words Sam Shamoon, and I was like, ain't no fucking way. I go to the comments and everyone's just like, "Oh, Zherka's a retard, this and that." And I'm like, bro, your own fucking people bleeped out. We would never bleep out like someone saying, "Oh, don't watch a Muslim Lantern." Like we all know Muslim Lantern is a fucking retard. You know what I mean? But these guys are like dirty as fuck.
They are dirty, and it's like, and it's consistent dirty. You can even, I used to watch before I was even on the internet. The only thing I'd watch is some Speaker's Corner debates, and I'm like, it's not just the Christians losing these debates because they're being polite and not getting a chance to even speak. It's also the Chinese guys. It's every color was losing to the Muslims because they're cheating, and I'm like, oh, other races are just more polite, right? They could never do that to me. Right? If you ever see me on a call with a Muslim and I choke, no, it's them choking. What the fuck? And in my head, I'm like, oh, that politeness, that wolf-like instinct to just be an asshole, because the Chinese guy and the white guy don't really have it, they are always gonna get dog walked by some fucking dude playing. They do their 21 questions type shit. Have you seen them ask 21 questions in a row to get to a different point of the argument? And it's like, dude, this is not intellectually rigorous. This is actually monkey behavior. And here's the truth, man. Why would you ever need to argue with a group of people if they're flying to white countries? Don't we look stupid arguing? You, you're flying to a white nation and you're saying that nation doesn't have the truth. I'm just here for something else.
Yeah,
What
it's
is
They
so
only
what are
care
you
about
disrespectful.
here
survival.
for? They don't. These people are fucking monkeys. We have to be retarded to debate these people. If Zherka flew to Saudi Arabia to say, "Here's what I want to change about it," everything, they would laugh me off the streets. They'd be like, "Who the fuck are you?" But we have to listen. Another thing, I I totally scrapped Sam Shamoon. I love Sam Shamoon, but I scrapped him because he was mean to Nick this one time. So I scrapped him. I was like, get away from this guy. That's a horrible fucking strategy. This idea we're scrapping our best players? Fuck no, we're not doing that. Not Jay Dyer, who won that fucking debate easily. We're not scrapping him, even though he's an Orthodox fucking whatever he does. We're not scrapping Sam Shamoon. We're not scrapping Tommy Robinson. This scrapping every fucking player is fucking retarded. The fuck?
Yeah,
I'm like,
same.
it's been years of me just having the Nick channel, and Nick channel's turning to the Sneeko channel. I'm like, no, this is fucking weird. I have one fucking political thing I watch. I barely watch Trump. I didn't watch that State of the Union thing. It's just kind of boring for me. I'm like, no, this is I can so easily get crowded here. I'm not doing that. I'm doing it my way. Where Sam Shamoon, we're gonna have him on. We're gonna have Jay Dyer on. I don't give a fuck if it looks like the fucking Avengers of the Christians. We are not doing this whole one channel thing. This is retarded behavior. The Muslims aren't even doing that. None of them. And we won the Jay Dyer debate. We literally won. Jay Dyer, even though he's Orthodox, he won that debate, right? And I'd rather some fucking idiots go to the Orthodox Church than fucking Sonny Faz's way. Everything, and I was like, I'm not the social guy. I'm not going to organize this. No one else wants to fucking organize it. And the Christian channels don't even beef each other that much. They just stop talking to each other. They're like chill about it, which is even more stupid. Like we got to deal with all this. Like we're gonna keep fucking and having kids and kids and kids, and you guys are gonna Zherka. You know what? Jay Dyer is not with Nick. He's an Orthodox. They had a debate. He's cool. Not don't follow him, even though his content is good right now. You know what, Zherka? Don't follow Sam Shamoon. He said something rude about Nick. This is the most retarded strategy we have ever implemented, and it's my fault because I come from like a brotherly background. So if I see someone as a friend, like a brother, I go, "Oh, Nick's my brother. Nick's my dude. Nick is another person on the other side of the world that needs help. Nick needs Jay Dyer, Sam Shamoon. We got to get the fucking Avengers going here, you know? Because remember, my whole method is to bring in the normies that will never go to Christ. The normies that are nightclub bouncers, bartenders, whores. That's my crowd. Nick's is the political crowd. Jay Dyer's is the Epstein crowd, right? The Epstein, they're talking about Epstein thing. He's covering it well. Which is weird. A lot of Orthodox guys watch Nick. You know, we shouldn't fucking kick them in the teeth right now when New York's being taken. But it was funny, you know, like when Nick shits on the Balkans, that should be every episode. That should be literally every fucking episode. He should get under our skin. But yeah, this is crazy. It's like I was like, okay, he finished his generational run. What do I want to see out of 2026 in the first year of Trump? And I'm like, the first time 2016 we saw Christian revival energy. Where the fuck is it? And I'm like, okay, you know what? My next spaces, my next streams this year, 2026, I will have Jay Dyer on. I will have Sam Shamoon on. I will have, give me names. Who else am I missing that I actually fuck with? We're having all of them on, man. We're doing it. We're doing it the real way.
Maximize influence is a war between influence and primitive against ascension, essentially.
Yeah, and you know why we don't team up as Christian channels? Because we don't need to. We can still win. We can still beat Muslims just like with one hand on our own. That's why we don't team up. But I don't like that. I like the Avengers idea of like 2016 felt like such a Christian revival. You know, if anyone was a part of that movement, it's like, dude, the whole world, even the fucking atheists, everyone was just like free. It was a circus, a good circus. Like, even the non-jesters were jester. Everything was awesome. And this just feels like depressing, sad. Um, Not to take away from Nick's speech. I'm not just being a nice guy. That speech was perfect about Islam. It's just it needs this cinematic movie needs other characters. It doesn't need me. I want to be on vacation. It needs Jay Dyers. It needs Sam Shamoons. It needs more colors. And if we
God
can get
logic.
everyone, yeah, if we can get everyone on the same page, or that'll never happen. But same chapter at least. That would be great. And yeah, we got to go back to having fun, man. We got to go back to having fun because this idea that Muslims are just going to tell people you can eat rice with your fingers, and they actually look at you in the face and say that's the same as a hamburger. What? Like people are like, why don't you like Mondani? What did you find on him? There's nothing. I didn't even research Mondani. I knew he was going to be a Jew dog week one. That's why everyone's like, "Oh, you're right."
You can
But
see in his smile just how he looks. You're like, this guy's a fraud.
No, the fact that he did that photo on purpose with the rice, he knew what he's doing there. As in that's like a call to action. That's like, hey guys, take over New York right now with our fingernails. Or the fact that he's a fucking liberal cuck, but really he prays 5 times a day. The most dangerous people are these Palestinian flags that support gay rights. They're a fusion of two cancerous movements. And yes, I'm against babies dying in Palestine, but the idea that those old men in Palestine I'm supporting sounds fucking retarded to me. Sounds fucking retarded. At least if I supported the fucking Jew Epstein, he was trying to make black people chill. That doesn't sound so bad. And people are gonna be like, it's because you got a Jewish manager. That's why you're saying all this. I don't trust my manager as far as I could throw him. Steiny, I don't trust him at all. I just take the money. And every time I touch Steiny's money, I start thinking to myself, maybe these Jews aren't so bad. Maybe they're not. No, that's not what happened. That's obviously a joke. But I'm not going to get into it because, like, you have to be an idiot to think. Did anyone see it in my face that I'm fed up for the last year of like Let's team up with the Arabs, and they're eating with their hands, and they're trying to marry a 13-year-old. And well, she had her period, right?
No, this
She
is
had her.
war. Fuck that shit.
You know what's funny is even if you went by their logic, you're still in 2026 where consciousness evolved to the point where 13 is gross. So would you gonna go away from how consciousness has been evolving? Do you not consider, well, we're just gonna go back to 2,000 years ago. It's like, bro, 2,000 years ago, the trees look different. Consciousness looked different. The contours on your TV would look different. The way you see the world would look different. Consciousness evolves with man. It's not just been stagnant. That's You're fucking retarded if you think you can do that. And yeah, there's no science to any of this. There's no fucking science to any of this. And you know what's the craziest part is 1 year of my community spamming me in every group chat. Do something, Zherka. Do something. And I'm like, no, I'm like the most loyal to Nick. If I do something, it's like drawing a line in the sand. Bro, it's a sneako. It's a line for sneako. That's more than justifiable. If you bring in the diseased zombie, he's been bit by the zombie. Nick brings him home and he goes, Zherka, I'll do a whole speech attacking Islam. Shut the fuck up and let me do my job. You fucking idiot. You fucking what do you say? You numbskull, let me do my job. Why don't you go back to the Rosy Cross? You do your thing. I'm like, bro, even after that whole speech, we don't want to hang out with Sneeko, right? None of my audience wants that. I've been holding them back. And to be honest, it's like, even if Sneeko was not a Muslim, he would not be cool for us. He's had
Sneeko
other,
can never
he's
relax.
had, he's had worse takes as an atheist too. I don't know if it's worse than Islam, but this is not going to go well for him. Like I predict, it's not going to go well for Sneeko. You guys are going to be shocked in 10 years for Sonny and Sneeko. And I'm not saying this as like a race warrior. I'm not inciting anything. I'm saying this as love and sacrifice through every single tradition, including New Age and all that stupid shit. Even everyone has talked about love and sacrifice. Do you know what a desire is? If you want something, you desire something as a human. It's not a sin, like relax. It can be, but when you desire something, it's because desire has to transform into the opposite, to give. Desire transforms into sacrifice. You desire to live, but guess what? You sacrifice yourself for your family. That's Jesus Christ. That's how evolution works. And you're going to see, even for your job, for your family, one day you're going to desire to spend your money on something, but you're going to give all that money to someone in your family who has cancer. You're not going to think twice about it. You're going to sacrifice the desire will transform into sacrifice. So from getting something to giving. The Christian mysteries is in your blood. That's how you evolve. And even Muslims, blacks, everyone has it. It's not just Christians, like the way everyone, follow the Pope's advice on that. It's everyone has it, but who's tapping into it the most? Don't let those guys fall from the top. The world gets very dark if you let those guys fall from the top. And when you see your buddy go on a generational run and you're like, okay, now he's invincible. Now we're good. Now we're promoting Sneeko. Really. And Nick answered it like, Zherka, just because I hang out with Sneeko and you're not gonna make me choose. And it's like, bro, it's been a year. I didn't fly out to say let's have dinner. I just said, hey, let's not fucking eat rice with our fucking hands. How about that? And I don't like the idea of them multiplying around him when he's like walking around with no security. Hey, we're gonna multiply Muslims around. Hey, they're cool, bro. They're with Sneeko. It's like, no, I don't want that clip. I don't want, you represent Zerka's 300,000 followers too. You can't fuck that up. You have to represent the whole pie. We've been good for the whole. Hey, you gotta be cool with Andrew Tate. He's a fucking Muslim pimp, dude. We're done with that. We're done. It's getting too much.
Yeah, Sneeko, he's not even like he really is a YouTube kid. He's like a snotty like YouTube kid. And I started watching Sneeko when he was like he was doing the push-ups and shit on his stream, and he was like one of the only people out that were actually like saying something red pilled, saying something interesting. So I was like, okay. But he has like none of that energy anymore. Like he doesn't even like when I see old Sneeko clips and I see new Sneeko clips, I'm like, it's not even the same guy. This guy's like a demoralized, like faggot, dude. I don't even know what he is. You
Someone
know?
needs to do a before and after. His face looks exhausted compared to when look at
Yeah,
when
it's
Sneak
because
was
he's
red.
not
When he was
pro-life
red
anymore.
pill, his skin was glowing. He was filled with energy when he was red pill. And now it's just like Alim Halam, Salim Salam, little boo 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 bee bob.
I
He
believe.
posts he posts the boobity bob one on purpose because he knows it's laughable, it'll get the most views. So he's kind of like also staking his own he's also staking his own religion too. And I've never seen someone more afraid than Sneeko. Like I've had conversations with him, and he seems like he really something happened where he got left out. He doesn't want to be left out of the world. He's not like me, who I don't even smoke for the last 2 years. I'll light a cigarette and enjoy being alone. I'll be like, okay, they want to kill me. They want to kill me. That's written in the stars for me. Like the
I think
Christ is my Lord
Nico.
and Savior. That's it. Him, he goes, I'm gonna rewrite the stars of the world hating me. I'm gonna just force the world to hamdulillah, hamdulillah. Like, bro, what the fuck,
Yeah,
man?
and when he came out with the Jewish ancestry shit, that was legit. It wasn't even weird. It was legitimately creepy, bro.
It
Like
was, yeah.
he
It
had a
was creepy
smile.
that you have to lie to prove that you're something that you're not, that is the opposite of what you built your platform. Like, you built this platform against the Jewish thing, and it's just
Then he cuts.
everything is a circus, man. Go ahead, Zintoni. Long time no see. Just get in the topic.
Hey, I don't know what the topic is.
The topic is Muslims praying in New York. How do you feel about that, white woman?
I just moved to New York. I was more checking in on you.
No, you're in New York. This is perfect. Are you
Oh,
Jewish?
I am.
What the
Oh
fuck,
no.
dude? Of
Well,
course you're
Oy
fucking chilling.
vey.
Of
a
course you're
little bit.
chilling till they fucking gang bang you, bro.
What?
Yeah, you're gonna get groomed like Sonny Faz.
Zherka, do you remember
No,
me?
Zintani. You're gonna get groomed by Sonny Faz. And
Uh,
before Nick tells you, hey, Andrew Tate and these guys are cool, Andrew Tate is who inspired the groomers to groom Sonny Faz. So Zintani, you cast spells, right? You do black magic. You're Jewish, right?
what? No.
We know what you Jews do. Come on.
Zherka, whoa, do you
Yeah.
remember me?
I remember the Talmud too. Yeah.
I was the first interview you did.
Yeah, and I just
Yeah.
remember thinking, "There's no way you're Jewish. You're actually kind of chill. You
I
weren't."
don't I don't look Jewish. If I am Jewish, it's like very, very small percentage. I'm like the last one out. I
Unfortunately,
didn't get the nose, but
yeah,
my
that's
mom
not
had
good
it.
enough. That's not good enough. Sorry.
Good enough for what?
Just the idea that you're gonna be speaking on my platform as a Jewish woman. What do you promote
Okay.
Israel? Do you promote your Jewish agenda?
For you, whatever bit you want me to do, I guess. Yeah.
It's always
Uh,
a bit to these
Jewish
people,
pride.
It's a bit so I don't go to jail, but
Jewish pride,
really,
Jews rise up.
Zintani,
I wanted to
do
check
you
in with
feel
you.
unsafe around white people?
What?
Do you feel unsafe around white people?
I have a picture of us when we met up. You weren't like this in person. You were very nice.
What the fuck does that mean? You're saying I've changed?
I'm seeing to see. I saw you unfollowed me a while ago, which is fine. But I
Why
just
would
wanted
I
to say,
follow you if I'm not gonna hit it? Like, bro, why would I follow
why
every
you did
human I
not talk
follow?
like that to me.
Every human
Something
I've
happened to
ever
you.
followed. If I hit follow, it actually means I hit.
What
On
happened to
some,
you? You
that's my
used to be
black
very
DNA,
Oh,
nice.
that's
brother.
valid. That's
That's my
valid.
brother. The niggers of Europe, bro.
Typical woman
Oh my
derailing the
gosh.
topic.
Well, I
Zintani,
just wanted to
you
say
hang
I've
out
seen you
with Mark.
around.
Don't you hang out with the Albanian Skrelly? So you hear this stuff all the time.
What? Martin's my friend. Yeah, we're
He's cool.
friends.
He's awesome. He's like a little white nerd, and everyone's like, "Yo, Albanians aren't white. Then why are you sucking off Skrelly? Explain that."
What?
You know what the fuck's
You
happening,
were
bro.
Relax,
being
Sit down.
child.
gross
Relax.
and nasty. I just wanted to say it's been a long
Now you
time.
sound Jewish.
It's been a long
Relax,
time.
child. It's
I've
all
Now,
seen
good.
you.
what do you
You've.
want me to be? You want me to be Irish? You want to be? Hey, let's be friends with Nico. We're not doing that today.
What happened to you?
Here's what happened. Okay, I got
I
sun.
should have protected you from whatever happened to you. I
I
didn't
need
know
a.
you
Caught your
were.
pussy
I
wildin'.
I need a feeding
She
for
needs
sure. But Zintani,
you need her
have you ever
protection.
been fed up with the race of people praying in New York, or does it not bother you?
I stay up in my tower and I like don't go down to where the rats are, so I don't know what goes on down there.
What the fuck? And I'm
Well,
the
Jew,
racist
that's
for
Jew,
calling
Jew,
them
Jew, Jew.
rats?
I'm not. No, no,
Is
no.
that like
The rats are the pores. They're all sorts of colors.
the
I just don't go
goy?
down there.
Are you calling us goyim?
I don't even. I only found out this Jewish thing recently. Maybe.
And
I
did it?
don't like degeneracy, you know, Zherka. The way you're talking, this is like poor people stuff.
Oh God!
Poor people speak like this.
What
Oy
about
vey,
Uncle
oy
Jeffrey,
vey.
And I
huh? You
don't think
think
you're
of
poor,
Filthy
Zintoni?
so
filth.
I don't know
I'm
why
Filthy
you're
filth.
doing
I'm
this.
definitely not poor. I have more money than you. Who's paying for your apartment?
Me, currently.
Okay, what do you do for a living?
I'm living above my means. I
So
was
what do you
working in
do?
the
Yeah, how do you make money?
where we broke off, I was working in the music industry. So
And that's where you're getting your money from?
where I was, and then I made a bag on crypto and my investments. Do you not remember that about me? I was a autistic weirdo, and everyone thought I was weird, and I'd talk about
No, you
What?
Bitcoin.
were normal in person. You were not autistic. You were normal.
In
You actually had social skills. That means you're around a lot of men.
No, but the Twitch people, like that community, they always thought I was weird, and they would say that weird girl who talks about Bitcoin. I
That's
was
because
not.
you're too into your ego consciousness. You
You
think
were
you're
one of the
better
cool
than no.
kids, and
I
I
was
was
cool
not.
because I thought I was better than you. You think you're better than Destiny and those people. That's why they're afraid of you. You are a narcissist, true or false, which is a good thing. It's a good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fuck
that's what
yeah, I'm a
people think it is.
narcissist. Narcissists rise up.
Listen, Zintani, I'll say this, man. Is it actually like you could see it from your window? Everyone's praying in unison. They're hallelujah. Are they
Where?
doing
Right
that?
now? I can go out on my terrace and see for you.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
might
Well,
cut out of the Wi-Fi though. But I can go see. What am I
that's.
looking for? People praying?
I don't know about the word people, but just look for something like
The
that.
rats?
You know,
Put your burqa
they're
on.
they're the size of Master Splinter now. They're
That's
huge.
what I'm saying. There's like weird stuff in New York for sure. I hear the honking, but it's like down there. You know, I don't go down there.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's add some more. Um, Bro, groypers are a part of everything, and now they don't want to talk. Bro, guys, you guys got to get in here and say, no, I disagree. And come on, everyone argue now.
If Sneeko knew how to relax, like he'd be a lot better off, in my opinion. He's just all tension. That's all he is.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fear in him. A lot of, like he doesn't lean back in his chair. You ever see Nick lean back in his chair and then like say something really, really funny? Sneeko doesn't lean back. He leans forward and goes, this is what I'm afraid of. I'm filled with fear.
Mm-hmm. Would you
Yo,
say Sneeko has a he's not connected to the Christ force anymore? Like the reason he's degrading and he looks drained all the time is because he's lost all goodness, which would be like, I guess goodness could be authenticity, fun, love. That's why you said you miss the days
Yeah.
where it was all fun,
Well,
all gesture, and that was like
well,
kind of like pro life, right?
yeah,
It's kind of
yeah.
like pro Christ basically.
I wouldn't
It's
say
like
he
an
lost.
infinite
I,
source
I,
of
I,
energy. You don't degrade, you just build.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't say he lost the whole Christ force, but a lot of it. That's why he looks like that. But the part he's holding on to is the individuation part, that the Christ allows faces to go from every group looking kind of the same face, to different faces. Every human has a different face. That didn't happen before the mystery on Golgotha. That didn't happen before the Christ. So the one thing Sneeko's doing that's that's considered healthy for a soul is that he's individuating. He's becoming his own thing, but does he look exhausted? It's like, bro, Zherka looks inexhaustible. That's all we do is my community, my thezerkaofficial.com. We just talk about the Christ, right? And remember, we kick out Muslims. We're very elitist up here.
Yeah, I remember you said one time, I forgot what video it was. You said everything good as if God, it goes upwards, it evolves, and everything that's bad peels off and dies. So that's
Yes. Okay.
probably, so you would say in a way that's probably why Sneeko looks drained and he feels drained. It's because it's not a life drive, it's a death drive, right?
Well, here's the thing. If it's morally progressing him, it's still towards the good. That's why religions kind of are all like they're all pieces of the puzzle, but all the macro pieces you actually need are in the Christian mysteries,
Yeah.
right? Which involves sacrifice. It doesn't just mean you claim Christ. You could sacrifice yourself for the greater good. That's also entering the mysteries. But is an American soul like Sneako's going to lower levels of consciousness like Islam? Which is not an insult. There's even lower in Africa, right? There's everywhere is lower. It's not a value judgment. It's more like if you're born in America, you adopt better thought forms. Everyone knows that. That's why even Muslims evolve in America. That's why everyone evolves in America, right? But yeah, to go Sneako's going the other direction. That's why you're going to see a lot of problems. Same with Sunny Faz. And what can you do? It's like if Zherka went back home and switched religions, I would be going away from Zherka energy. Could you even imagine a Zherka that doesn't have the American flag behind him and pumped up? No, with the
No.
cigar, like this is the right direction. That's why I feel so cozy here. But man, if I turned into some fucking Buddhist Hindu or if I went to Albania and joined the Muslims, like, do you really think I would look inexhaustible? I would be tired. I'd be like, man, what the fuck? If I was born in an Arab nation, I wouldn't get that tired. I have to evolve with those, whatever those thought forms are, the cube thought forms. That's better than nothing. They get even worse without those. So I do thank all religions for being guardrails of morality and evolution. But I do panic if I see, oh, that's my buddy going to a lower step. And I'm not saying that a Muslim can jump steps and it's good. It could build a shadow, go one step at a time and eventually evolve into the Christ force. Don't just jump it and then hate Christians and blast the fucking church up, and don't build a shadow doing weird psychotic shit. One step at a time, baby. And I say this to atheists. I say that when you're taking it one step at a time, it's fun. But if you ever jump, I'm just switching religions. These guys are forcing me to switch. He's rubbing my leg. Sheikh Uthman. Look what happens to Sonny, bro. It's sad.
Yeah, because the way you described it to me, it sounds like people who do all this stuff, they kind of cuck themselves. Because, like you said, Christ is eternal. Christ is like the same as saying life energy. And when you have that, it's like you can never be exhausted, right? You're like basically connected to an infinite source of energy that's inexhaustible. It gives you leverage in this life.
Yeah, and you got to remember that there's no better way than to go towards love. Even if, let's say, nobody had the answers. I would, and technically nobody has the answers. You can't just listen to Nick or Zherka and go to the Christ. That's not how it works. Everyone who tells you that's how it works, like we read the emails and we go, we converted this many people. That's not how it works. That's not even genuine. You have to do it from within, right? We can kind of help you in a bit, but really we can't do anything. Eventually, it has to be all on you. If you ever say I'm going to the Christ because Zherka told me to, nobody on Earth evolution benefits from that. It's got to come from within, right? And everyone goes for different reasons, believe it or not. But
Yeah.
just remember the way the Christ walked towards death, just fearless. And I'm telling you right now, everyone listening to this is living that mystery where you will all die one day. I'm telling you that religion that's telling you, hey, there's a devil in your nose and you gotta rip a wing of a fly and all that shit, the Buddhist, everyone's fucking it up. Dude, I'm not even those people that say in the past, those Christians who say in the past this would work. No, in the past, Buddhism was a great way to evolve. Amazing before the Christ. So I wouldn't, in the past, I would be promoting that. But in 2026, the best way to evolve is towards the Christian mysteries. And you're going to see that whether you listen to me or not, you're dying anyway. What you're going to die with no love, no sacrifice? You're going to just play video games and wait to croak? You're dying anyway. What choice do you have? You're going to go to fucking, what are you going to go to? Where are you going to go? You're going to go to this fucking we're going to pray 5 times a day. And dude, this shit is so cope, man. Especially if you're born in the West. It's just cope.
I
And
feel like to the
I
normie, that
I have anger, bro. So I have anger. When I see Sonny defect, my instinct isn't, oh no, a soul gone. You know, as much as I want to help, eventually I come to a point where I say, fuck off. Because I'm just human. I'm not a, who do you think I am? I am human, so I say, fuck off. Fuck off. You let someone exploit your father figure issues like that, just fuck off with that shit.
Yeah, and then for him to go from like sucking your dick on stream, like, how do I get a girlfriend, bro? And then he's like attacking you like a year later. It's like, nigga, you're a cat, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you didn't get one.
I feel like to the normie, all this shit might sound very black pilling, but to me, it kind of sounds like a white pill because you're basically saying the point of life is be your best self, chase your dreams, or die. Like, there's no other choice. You're supposed to chase your.
Well, there is another choice. You can build up a neurosis and get depression, anxiety, and live the other kind of life
Yeah,
where
that's
it's
basically
not.
death, though, right? Like, I'd
Oh,
say
that's
that's
worse
worse
than
than.
death.
Yeah,
That's
it's
way.
worse than death.
Yeah.
Death drive.
Yo, Zherka.
Yeah, hit me.
Yo, unrelated, man. I got a question. What's between you and Gary, man? What's happening there?
Are you a numerologist? Because you're getting
Yeah,
permanently banned.
me. Hold on, wait. Hold on. I'm not like
Listen to
Gary.
me,
I don't do
bro. The
that
joke
shit.
Check the
is
bio.
over. We laughed. We made money together. It was fun. It was cute. But it's cope. Everyone knows it's cope. That's why when you guys hire me for private one-on-one calls, we're laughing about numerology. We ask anyone who's ever fucking hired me. Ask my students. We're all laughing at you guys. We're laughing.
To be
Snap
fair,
out of it. Are you a double? It's fun to tell a girl, hey, you're a number 11. It's great content. If I was live, we'd continue to do it. But
Zerka.
we're not live. We're on a
I'm not
spaces
gonna lie,
and you're
it's much
talking about
easier.
No,
numerology.
I get Zerka. I understand what he means. You know, it sounds ridiculous. There's a lot of more important things in numerology, especially you know,
You're a cat.
yeah.
So what, doesn't that mean you're selfish by nature?
Yes.
So why would we trust a selfish person?
Well, by nature, I'm so. Look, here's the thing. Your birthday doesn't determine you.
Fucking
Your
dumbass.
birthday doesn't determine you, bro. It's what you make of your birthday determines you.
Well, what happens when you lose all your money like every other
So you're
numerologist?
basically saying perception is reality. It's not really about the numbers.
No, what's your name,
Exactly.
kid?
Yes.
Black. Hey,
Exactly.
Black Pill. You know, one day you're gonna meet the Christ in all its glory, and you're gonna say, "Oops."
No, I'm Christian though,
Okay, bro.
dude. Listen, numerology is just a tool. It's not determinism. What Gary teaches is fucking bullshit.
No,
I
no, I
agree.
don't
Why?
think, dude, I don't think numerology is evil or any of that stuff anyone says. In my opinion, if numerology is evil, technology that makes you sin like a motherfucker and go to those websites, that's even more evil. Like, we can slippery slope that shit, but I'm telling you right now,
Exactly.
I'm not saying it's evil. I'm saying it's retarded. It's literally
No,
fucking retarded.
Yeah.
I get what you mean, man. You know,
And
No,
seeing
I
modern.
get that you don't actually bet your own money. You would never bet your own money.
I mean, I got you know. Listen,
Yeah.
I definitely
Yeah, how
understand
much
what you
money have
mean.
you made betting on sports
I don't
with your
sports bet, bro. I don't bet. I don't do that shit.
All right, do you predict the future?
No, there's no such thing as predicting because it's determinism bullshit. It's false.
Bro, first of all, read what Steiner says on numerology and all that stupid shit. It's hilarious.
Mm. I mean, no, I 100% get what you mean. I just use it.
Yeah, if you're not going to trust the Catholic mystic, and I'm not even talking about the canonized ones, I'm talking about like someone like Swedenborg. If you're not going to trust a man like Swedenborg, who the fuck are you going to trust on earth? You know? Start with Thomas Aquinas, see who you can trust. Don't ever start with Gary the numbers guy. You know, come on,
yeah.
man. Some of you guys are hungry for the wrong knowledge. And it's weird because people are like, why don't you do numerology in your private life? Why just on stream? Because the fucking chat's exploding with fucking high viewers. We're having a blast. You think offline I'm gonna turn it off and be like, you know what's weird? Offline I still ask only not men, women. When I meet women, I still have this impulse to ask them, what animal are you? The only part that I kind of I don't even believe it, I just enjoy it. The only part that I indulge in it, where it's like, I know this is stupid, but this is my stupid. The only part I love is the animal one because it's like when a girl says, "Oh, I'm born in the year of the dragon," for some reason she gets so much more attractive. It's like, "Oh, it's a dragon," right? And if she says like an ugly animal, I go, "Oh, fuck, that's an ugly one," and there's nothing to talk about. Same with like when a girl says, "Oh, I'm a Pisces," and I go, "You were in my star circuit," and it's just weird. The whole world, I think I'm like besides Alex Jones, I don't know if Alex Jones is considered one. Although Alex Jones talks about the archetypes and all this weird Christology nobody believes in, where he just mixes it with the Jungian stuff, but he makes his own thing about it. He doesn't use it as like a psychological lesson. And but by the way, the archetypes are not considered the gods or the hierarchy or the angelic hierarchy in medieval Christology. You're an idiot if you're confusing that. But or anything organizing principles of how thoughts work and any of that. Like, don't confuse that. But I just remember thinking, I'm like, wow, if we're gonna if we're gonna blur the lines of entertainment and truth, first of all, you're an idiot if you can do that. Like I've seen so many Christian channels say, "Don't be careful." What do you mean the truth stands out? It's like obvious. Zherka can fucking do a tarot reading, and he knows it's fucking retarded. I'm not fucking doing black magic because I let some bitch in Vegas say, "Oh, you're born here," and we're laughing at her. You fucking this is the last time I'm saying it because it kills the content. It literally kills the content when we make fun of people like Gary. Like the whole point is to really, oh, and yeah, I'm born in the skunk year, and now what's happening? That's the whole point of the fucking thing,
That's why I'm
right?
stinky.
Yeah, it's like, and we've done this for everything. Like we're not cowards who go, oh, stay away from that. That's, and I do believe that there's black magic that can happen, but not with guys like Gary, not with like low level soldiers. I could see that from like there's a left wing and a right wing for esoteric masters on Earth right now. It's an advanced lesson, bro. That's who I'd be afraid of. I wouldn't be afraid of fucking salesmen ever. I don't think I've ever been afraid of a salesman taking me to hell. I think if anything, they have the ticket to hell. Um, Speaking of ticket, bro, we have to get into a purgatory. We got to talk about purgatory. I feel like no Catholic channel ever talks about that. I'm like, you guys are fucking retarded, right? That's huge. That's massive. But stay on topics. The topic is New York, Arabs, and Sneeko. Just stay there. And I'm wrapping it up soon because you guys are doing a horrible job. I'm killing it. You guys are doing a horrible job. This is another Shkreli. Is it Shkreli? Shkreli? Is that Shkreli? I don't know. How do you pronounce that? I know it's Albanian, but what the fuck? There is Shkreli. I just haven't met them before. Besides that guy. Am I saying it right, Zintani? It's been years since I fucking talked to him, bro. And he's like, Zherka, I don't know you. I'm like, my nigga, then don't put me in a spaces. The fuck? His people know me. Yeah, what up, Brady? Yo, is that a Samoyed?
It is. I
Yo,
looked
that's one
around.
of the
I
cutest
saw.
dogs ever.
I didn't see one praying Muslim though. Maybe I'm in the wrong side of town.
You keep a Samoyed in an apartment?
Yeah. Well,
Maybe
the
maybe you
terrace
are the
is.
Muslim.
Well, the terrace is huge, so she can run around whenever she wants.
Oh, you're getting piped.
What?
Sorry. Intrusive thought.
Zherka, you were so kind and
Zintani,
nice.
what's your
Back in the
numerology?
day, something
What's your
happening.
What
I'm an
animal are you?
11. I'm a pig.
You're an emotional 11?
Oink
I'm
oink.
an 11 pig.
You're a pig?
I like it. I didn't like it at first. But I can get down with like a barnyard bash type of
Yo,
vibe, you
Zintani, do
know?
you like rolling in the mud?
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of lazy. I don't know if pigs are considered lazy, but I'm kind of a pig. Yeah, I like good food. I like.
Is that Arnold? Pigs are Arnold Schwarzenegger, Elon Musk. That's all I know.
JW.
Oh, really? All right, let's add
Hey,
people.
Zherka.
Hit me.
It's Shkreli, by the way. We're from fucking Malsia Mala, so it's Shkreli.
Right, but I thought he would change the pronunciation because he sounds like a white boy from New York.
Do you want
I
me to
think he
tell
is a
him
white boy
to
from
come
New
in
York.
here?
Right. Are you
I got a
also
question
Albanian?
though. I'm from no. Both of my parents were born in Montenegro, so my
Because
dad's from
here's
Lucian.
my confusing part, bro.
Yes.
Ever since I got on the internet, I was like, I'm global. I'm a sensation. I gotta find people like me. I'm like the only,
Yes.
I'm the only Christian Albanian channel. Dude, where are Christian Albanians? There's
Right
no,
here.
they
Right
don't
here.
exist.
But we're not. I'm not a Catholic though. I once was. Both of my parents are Catholic, and you just brought up purgatory. In my
Dude,
opinion,
hold on.
purgatory.
You're an Albanian who ditched both of your Catholic parents and Skenderbeg?
Absolutely, because purgatory is the biggest scam in the history of Catholicism by far. If you read the Bible, it's very explicit that God is either going to tell you, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," and you're going to go to heaven, or "Depart from me, I
Wrong.
never knew you," and go to hell. There's no text signifying that there's a purgatory or a middle ground. Like Christ died for 100% of your sins, not 99%. There's not like this middle ground where I can redeem myself in the afterlife. It's heaven and hell, and that's it. That's literally, so I
Right.
disagree with purgatory completely. It's not
So
even in the scriptures at all.
you're an ortho Albanian?
I'm actually Protestant, I think. I'm like a Charlie Kirk type of,
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yo, Anthony, do you
What? They
think
exist?
but
We
I'm
Anthony?
I'm from
Charlie
America though. I'm not from
Kirk.
Albania. That's why I'm from America, so I'm Americanized.
Are
An-
you're born in Montenegro?
No, Michigan. I still live here, but I'm born in Michigan.
Do you speak Albanian?
Absolutely. But I
So
speak
wait.
Geg though.
Don't dox yourself, but what's the church you go to? What's it called?
Oh, I'll dox myself. I don't give a fuck. It's St. Paul's Albanian Church in in Rochester
There's
Hills,
an
Michigan. But
Albanian
I
Protestant.
don't go
Yo,
there because
that's
they're
where
a
I
Catholic church
belong.
though.
That's where I belong. The Albanian Protestant energy. You guys get to party all the time, right?
Oh no. They're Catholic. That's why I don't go there no more. I don't go there no more. But I used to go to
Oh.
that one. That's a Catholic church, St. Paul's.
So what's yours?
Oh, I don't even go to one. I got to tap in. I got to start going to one. But right now, but
What
I'm
the
sola
fuck?
scriptura right now. It's Bible only, but I do have to find a church.
No,
So yeah,
you're the one you're breaking down scripture
yes.
on your own. So when Jesus says, they ask him, what sins did this blind man commit? And Jesus says none. So you're breaking it down like, holy shit, he's just born blind because God hates him. That's how you interpret scripture?
No, I don't think that God hates him, but yeah, I do interpret. I think that we.
Could it be that he was born blind because he sinned in his last life? Or are you too Protestant to get down?
No. There's no last life. There's no
Yeah,
last
yeah.
life.
No, he's just born blind. God hated him.
No. Unfortunately, that's the reality that some people face. You're born disabled, visually, physically,
That's
or whatnot.
hilarious.
That's not because God hates you, but you might have a different calling. Like there's this
Well,
one.
you're consistent with Catholics, Orthodox, Protestant. You guys are all consistent on that. The only people that object to you guys would be the mystics, right? Have you noticed that? But that's too fucking far down the rabbit hole. God made him born blind.
Yeah, but what are you though? Because you talk about Christ, but what
I'm
are you?
Zherka, dude. I'm sacrificing myself for the truth. What are you?
I follow Jesus Christ. Do you follow Jesus Christ?
You said you don't even go to church.
But me going to church it doesn't diminish the fact that I'm a Christian and I follow Christ. Like I can go to
So
church
do you at
7 days.
least have a Bible study 2 hours before bed to calm you down and shit?
No, not 2 hours
What the
before
fuck are
bed.
you doing? So
I,
so what
Did
part of your
Jesus
day
told
is
that you
involved?
have
I'm
to go
not.
to church?
But you got to realize I'm not
What the
saved by
fuck?
works though. I'm saved by grace. I could go to the church 7 days a week and I could still go to hell if I don't really believe in Jesus Christ. That's the point.
That is crazy that you believe that.
How? I believe it's by grace through faith. That's what the Bible says. And unlike Catholics, unlike all these Albanians, they think
So
works can
let me
save
get this
you.
straight. So can Epstein be saved?
There's a probably 100% chance likelihood that when he died he didn't believe in Christ. So no, I don't think he was. However, in his dying moments, if he turned to Christ and like actually felt convinced.
Wow.
That's crazy, dude.
Same with Hitler
So
and with
so
That's
let me
everybody.
actually
let me let
crazy.
me just let me get that
But
let
they
me get
didn't
hold
and
on
they're
let
in
me get
hell.
that let me get the Protestant messaging here. If his thinking and feeling
Yeah.
is towards the Christ, but his will, his actions are making a baby's butt bleed, raping it, he goes to heaven.
If he's making a baby's butt bleed, then he actually doesn't believe in Christ because your works are like evidence of how much you really believe. They're evidence of your faith. So the faith saved you because of the grace of God. And you can't just say, "Oh, I'm a Christian and I live in fucking Detroit. My name is Daquan and I'm in 8 Mile and I'm killing
Yeah,
niggas and
but
shit." That's not how it
you're making a
works.
Catholic
Uh-oh.
argument. You're coming towards the works now.
No, no, not necessarily because it's not the works that save you. Works just show how much you really believe. And if you really believe, you're gonna do good things. That's the point.
Yeah, what you're saying effectively is works is downstream from thinking. Thinking, you think of a rose, it inspires a feeling of beauty for you to will yourself to pick it up. It's all downstream from thought. Yes, that's faith. Faith is thought. What you're saying is Catholics got it correct.
Yeah, like
No, because
faith and works is the infinity symbol, basically. It's not like
Zherka, you're gonna
simple.
break that
here's the
dude.
thing. I know Catholics don't have it correct because Catholics are the same as everybody else in regards to works, like Islam and Jews. You think you can do enough things to get into heaven? These Muslim niggas, they glitch it. They have Ramadan and they pray, and their prayers are worth 10x
Yeah, but
more
there's
during
more
Ramadan.
nuance
That's a
to it.
scam.
You're just
That's
being
works
rigid.
are a
There's
What
more
kind of
scam.
argument
nuance
is
to
that
it.
if they got the wrong religion?
Well, but they believe in works though. They believe in a works-based gospel,
Of
just like
course.
everybody else except Christianity.
Anthony,
Catholics are
Anthony, I have a
works-based too.
question. So
Yes.
all I have to, I'm not dissing you. I'm asking. So all I have to do is just believe that in Christ, and He will get me to heaven, right?
If you truly believe in your heart, if you truly believe it, you're gonna your heart is gonna be changed, and you're gonna feel the inclination to do good
Hold on, hold
things,
on, hold
and
on.
then you're saved.
But
Yes.
that's a physical effect. If I just know Jesus is the Christ by grace, Jesus is going to get me to heaven. That's your argument, right?
The Bible says if you confess with your mouth and believe Jesus is Lord, you will be saved. Yeah. Do you
Okay, so
disagree with
here's my
that or no?
question then. Don't demons do that?
No, demons don't believe in Jesus. They
Oh, I
believe
heard
that
that they
God
don't
exists.
exist.
Demons are very aware that God and Jesus exist. However,
Uh-huh.
they don't worship him. They know he's there, but they don't
Anthony.
worship him.
No,
No,
no, they
because
know he's
if you
Lord.
listen to The
They know he's
Exorcist, they
Lord.
can only move if Jesus says you're allowed to possess this person. You're allowed to tempt this person. Listen to The Exorcist. Listen to Protestant deliverance
Yep.
ministries. That's what they say, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Perfect.
You
I'm not a
believe in
fan of
one
these
God.
Joel
That's
Osteen
good.
ass
Even the
niggas.
demons believe so.
Exactly. Even the demons do believe. Yeah.
Okay, so you just like ruined your own argument.
No,
You
no.
just admitted that you just
They
ruined your own argument.
hold on a second.
The
They believe.
demons
I
do
said they
believe in
believe in
Jesus,
his
so they should go to heaven, but they
existence.
don't. So how do people go to heaven?
Hold on a
By
second. Muslims
thinking,
believe in the
feeling, and
existence of
acting.
Jesus too, but they're not going to heaven. I didn't say believing in his existence is a whole different thing than believing he's the
Yeah, but
Lord and Savior and Son of God.
The Muslims don't believe the nuances behind it because they can't even get past the fact that he's God.
Muslims are just fucked, so let's ignore Muslims. We're talking about Christianity and Catholicism. You have to believe that
What are you
Jesus
talking
Christ
about,
is your
bro?
Lord and
What are you
Savior.
talking about? I'm Muslim.
Who's Muslim?
I'm Muslim.
Then you're cooked, nigga.
Damn.
First of all, you show like how the Christians are treating the Muslims, and I read the message that Muslims multiplying is not cool, and you open your truly face. Is this a real Christianity?
I
I
can't
was
understand
told,
you. Are you
What did you
English
say? I
speaking?
can't.
You have too
Yeah.
thick of an accent, my nigga.
of course, English is not my first language. I can talk different languages, including English, including Russian, including Turkish. So I'm trying to, as a Muslim, I'm trying at
Are you
least.
a white Muslim? Do you have white skin?
What do you mean white skin?
Are you Russian? What's your ethnicity? Because if you're white, then you should be ashamed of yourself. If you're a white Muslim,
Are you consider
Isn't
Habib
it
as a
crazy
white?
how
And
you
I don't
guys
know.
put so much standards on us? It's almost like you see us as superior, right? So you expect us to act superior.
superior. You guys are Islam is a brown man's religion. A brown man can never
No,
be
no, I'm not
superior. What do
talking to
you?
you. I'm talking to the Muslim.
Brown man religion?
Oh,
Yeah.
Brown.
No,
Are you
because
white though?
I
Tariff, I have
noticed
a Muslim question. I have a Muslim question. Did you see that Sneeko? Nick said that Sneeko prays to a cube, and Sneeko said that Catholics pray to a woman. What do you think about that? That Sneeko used the mother of Jesus Christ as an argument to you as the insult that you guys pray to the cube. What do you think about that, Tariff?
It's a good question.
So first of all, let me give the background. Who am I? Right? I'm a Sunni Muslim. So if you know, the Muslims also dividing in the Shia, which is more in
Don't you guys kill each other?
no.
Oh,
So
I was
I'm just
thinking
giving a background.
Yo, Zherka,
Muslim.
could you
Doesn't know
bring
about that.
Noxter up?
Who's that?
Isn't he like your cousin or something?
What, dude? If anyone says that online, they are dick riding, bro. What the
No,
fuck?
he doesn't. He does sound like your cousin though. He's like an Albanian Christian.
So
Hey,
are you
you
guys
trying to get
done
kicked
to
out?
interrupting me, or should I be quiet?
Yeah, Tarif, what are you trying to
Yeah,
say,
please
bro?
be
You're
quiet.
too polite to be around us. Like, what are you trying to say?
No, I'm trying to say, like, why you guys hating and like us? I don't understand
Oh,
that
because
point.
you're literally in the streets of New York doing weird shit. We don't like the weirdo part.
thank you.
So first of all, it's not me. It was on the New York doing the
Oh, so
thing.
you're against it?
I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, you
First of
don't
all,
know? You magically
no.
don't know anything?
No, I don't, because I'm not in the U.S. right now. That's what I'm trying
But
to say.
you see it on the feed. What do you think of that? Is that cool?
I didn't see. If you explain me, I can explain probably my
No, we're
position
not
about
here to
it.
explain. You know what's going on.
If your assumption, like I know that, I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on
Okay,
neither.
we'll play your game. What do you think of Muslims praying in the middle of Times Square when they have a mosque across the street?
So the praying, I think like if there is a mosque, it's better to pray inside a mosque. It's not like a showing that the religion or something. That's my honest position. If it's like you become a Muslim to show up everybody, or you're just making PR, it's not a good way. That's my position to your
So
question.
you agree it was like super performative and disrespectful to the Islam faith, even to the Islam faith, let alone to America. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying my position. Like, so the religion is like, you're keeping yourself. Like, you're not showing everyone, hey, I'm Christian, hey, I'm Muslim. It's more about you and the God.
That's what we're
That's a
saying.
real Islam.
That's what we're saying. We're
What you
saying
mean we
that
are
it
saying?
was more performative that they did it in Times Square. Why didn't they just go in the mosque, We're not hating on you. We're saying it sounds like you agree with us.
I don't know what you're saying, but that's my position, which I
Oh,
said it's
brother.
better.
Well, I guess he's one of the cool ones.
That dude is brain dead as fuck. He's a cool brain dead retard.
So you're calling me a retard now?
He's gonna blow.
Oh shit.
You can laugh
Alhamdulillah.
at anything. Like, I'm just saying, like, the true Islam is like this. The
Why
media
did
is
you
showing you
convert?
the different.
Yo, Tarab,
I
why did
didn't
you
convert.
convert?
I was born as a Muslim.
Oh, why
If
do you
you
stay? What's your argument for Islam? Why should we convert?
I'm not converting you. First of all, I'm not here to convert anybody. If you believe to Jesus Christ, if you're a Christian, it's up to you. Because
But I'm
everybody has
asking you,
what I believe
why do
is.
you believe it?
Why do I believe it? First of all, it's logical.
You believe it because you were born in Saudi Arabia, nigga, not because you were evangelized to. Because Islam is 99% of Muslim niggas are Muslim because they were born in a brown man's country and
Yeah,
literally in the Middle
that is
East.
true.
None of you niggas came to Islam because somebody preached the Quran to you guys. You guys were
Sonny did.
born in that
Sonny
religion.
Faz did.
Yeah, he's a
This
joke, and I don't
this
know.
guy is
He has
this
white
guy is
skin.
idiot.
No, they
First
put
of
him in the
all, I don't
back
know why you're
office.
so
They didn't
Yeah,
idiot,
they
bring him in.
diddled
Anthony.
him.
He
He
was
got
held at
diddled.
gunpoint, nigga.
No, it's trauma by satanic sexual abuse.
And that's why
Yeah,
Christianity is different because a lot of people come to Christianity unlike Islam. Nobody goes to that weak ass religion, bro. I'm like,
First
Yeah,
no
first of
even
all,
disrespect.
Chinese
that's
guy.
your
Have you ever met a
assumption. That's
Chinese
not a
guy who goes to
statistic or
church? Like
fact.
even Chinese people come on board.
Did you
Exactly.
see China outlawed Islam the other day? That shit was so crazy.
Yeah, they're badass as
First
fuck,
of all,
bro.
Anthony is, I don't know,
Maybe the
crazy.
tankies were right. Maybe
I'm
they were right the whole
vindicated for
time.
having yellow fever.
But also, how many Chinese Muslims are there? Like, I can't imagine,
A
like,
lot,
first of all,
a
going to
lot.
China.
that's
Second of all, going to
hilarious.
China and then seeing.
There are more Muslims than the Christians. And this guy, Anthony, I don't know his name. He's crazy. He assumed that I was
But
born in
Taraff,
Saudi
imagine
Arabia.
you're
Like,
at your mosque and then you see a Chinese man walk in, like, also saying the prayers in fluent Arabic. Isn't that just a wild sight to see?
Thank you, Tyrov. Don't lie. You're gonna look at him like he's different. You know that. You know that. He's not the same
They'd
as
be
you.
like, ni hao.
You guys look at non-brown Muslims as different. It's just the truth. Like Lily J and Sonny Faz and these niggas. I know you guys don't really accept them
you're
like deep
weird,
down in your
brother.
heart. No, I'm
You're
not weird.
weird.
Islam
Like,
is
you're
for
just.
brown people only. Christianity is
Well,
universal.
Where do
they
you?
do.
You can
They
be a
do
I'll give
say.
you.
sub-Saharan in Africa,
I'll give
60
you
IQ.
$1,000.
You could be a
I'll give you
sub-Saharan in Africa,
$1,000.
retarded, and be a Christian, and I won't look at you different. But if you're a Muslim
Stop
and you're Chinese
insulting
and
me
if
and
you have white skin, you don't
stop
look the part
insulting
at all,
me
G.
and
You don't look the
don't
part,
don't
G.
show my
Anthony,
don't
what do
show
you think about
yourself like
St.
this.
Padre Pio?
I'm gonna be honest, nigga. Like I said, I have no idea about these Catholic post-Christ
But you
missionaries.
sound like you're from Jersey. You gotta have Italian friends. Italian's favorite person after Mother Mary is St. Padre Pio. What do you think about that?
I'm not
Because
Italian,
he
and two,
stood
I'm
up
from
to
Michigan.
Muslims also. He also went into mosques and was like, you need to convert like a badass.
Hold on, osmosis. I feel like this guy's cool. He's one of the cool Protestants.
Who, me?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to educate him.
I'm an
It is.
ecumenical, and what I mean by that is I used like 4 years ago when I first converted to like Protestantism, I used to think that if you didn't accept that gospel, you were going to hell. So like every Catholic was damned. But over time, I've grown to realize, oh, like according to the Bible, if you believe Jesus is Lord, you'll be saved, and that obviously is going to include some Catholics and some Orthodox, of course, and Protestants alike. I'm not. I don't think if you're Catholic you're fucked. I just think you're wrong because the gospel isn't
No,
the
I get
gospel
it.
that I
I
get from the
get it.
New
And you're
Testament.
closer along than most people. It's not even because I'm a
No, but
Catholic.
listen
There's a
to
lot of Catholics that don't believe in Catholicism.
what about in the 1500s when they were selling tickets to heaven? The highest bidders were guaranteed the highest positions or like a surefire position in heaven. Like
I
that is
know it's
another
pretty
reason I can't
badass.
believe in Catholicism. That's a joke, bro. I'm
It was
sorry.
pretty badass.
They were selling tickets to heaven, bro.
My colleague, there is no logic on the Anthony's. What he's saying basically is you just need to believe and that's it. What's the point? Logically can explain Anthony. What's the point of God to creating the humans then?
The
If you
point
just
is this:
logically,
nobody who has ever lived deserves to go to heaven because even one sin will separate you from the presence of God. So the reason I can be saved, and the reason even like a Jeffrey Epstein, which he wasn't obviously, but even if he decided to convert last minute, is because of the grace of God alone. It's nothing we did because if
Right.
we look at what we deserve, we all deserve hell. So I don't deserve it. Epstein didn't deserve it. But the thing is, if you put your faith in
so
Christ,
here's the
because he's
question then.
so good, he'll save you.
Here's the
That's it.
question then.
Yeah.
Here's the question then. So let's assume like I killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
I smoked the
I
weed,
believe
I
it.
drink, for example, all right? And then at the end,
Average
what I will
Muslim.
say,
Yeah,
I'm just
average
saying.
Muslim.
Average.
So you cannot logically explain your position, right? So what I'm saying is I was like doing a lot of things, right? And then what happened is at the end I'm just telling to my friend, hey, just kill me. And before killing me, I will say like I believe in Jesus. So does it makes me to go to heaven by your logic?
No, but it makes you a lot closer, right? Imagine you say, "No, my nigga,
No,
I believe in
no, like there is
Muhammad."
see
You're gonna
there is,
win,
he cannot explain even the logic
Yeah,
of
I
bro.
what
will.
I'm
Yeah, I
No,
will.
saying.
First of all, the
here's the logic.
hypothetical you gave
Here's the
me would
logic,
never happen in real life. And
bro.
number
Here's the
two, you could commit like, dude, a guy that's committed 100 different murders versus me only telling one lie in my entire life. We deserve the same punishment if the God of the Bible is real. Okay, we both deserve hell. Even though he committed way worse shit than I did, we both deserve hell. Like I said before, the only reason that we can be saved is because of the grace of God and Christ dying on the cross.
You're
So,
just
yes,
saying
if you
not
commit murders and do
answer my
these things,
question.
if you turn away from that lifestyle, accept Jesus, feel conviction in your heart, and repent of your sins, you will be saved. It's just like the thief on the cross in the New Testament. He was. I'm sure the scriptures don't say, but I'm sure he was a not so nice person. You know that he was getting crucified for a reason. But in his dying moments, he turned to Christ and said, "Lord, remember me when you enter your kingdom." And he said, "Today you will be with me in paradise." Nobody is excluded, nigga. Nobody said. I don't like. You can't do too many things that will separate you from the presence of God. Like you're not irredeemable ever. Nobody's irredeemable. That's why Christianity's beautiful. It just is. Like nobody's irredeemable. Hitler in his dying moments, like I said, if he decided to find Jesus Christ, he could have been saved. But I know you have a problem with that because you're a works-based ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, he did a lot of bad things. He can never be saved. That's why works-based religions are ass. All of the religions in
No,
the world, with the
the
exception of
Muslims doesn't
Christianity,
say
are ass.
Muslims doesn't never
You
say like
sound
that.
like a
Bro,
nerd.
you niggas
Wait,
do prayers during Ramadan
You
that
sound
have
like a
10x.
nerdy
He's
there
killing
bitch.
is.
it right
Okay,
Shut
now.
up,
hey,
Let me explain the
whore.
Zitani,
logic. Let me explain the
you're a
logic.
woman, and you should have no
Sounds
Anthony,
rights
like
Yes.
ever.
a
You should have
Yes.
never had
angry
rights in your
white
life, okay?
nerd.
You
Based
need to repeal
Anthony.
the Ninth Amendment. You should never fucking speak in
Anthony,
public ever again. The fact that
There
women
you
have
go.
microphones in 2026 is a fucking
what
joke, nigga.
what the
Put
fuck
that
are you
microphone
talking
down,
about? Like,
nigga. Put that microphone down, bitch ass nigga.
I gave no woman authority
Who
over
is
look.
that
man.
speaking?
I
Anthony
gave
Shkreli,
no
nigga, and I'm
woman
The
telling you
father.
as a
authority
woman
over
to shut the
man.
fuck up and listen
First
to
of
men when
all,
they talk,
I
nigga.
Oh
look,
God,
need
you
look, look.
look
your
like a
You're not giving.
goofball. You look like a
You're not
nerd,
giving me
I
dude.
answer.
gave. Hey,
unlimited
listen. What did Saint Paul say?
power.
Yo, what did Saint Paul say? I gave no woman authority over man.
Thank
Yep.
you, never.
You
Yep.
are exactly the kind of guy to hate women. It looks like
I
that.
don't hate anyone. I have no
It
enemies.
looks
I
like you
love
I
We
no,
you.
it
actually
looks
dislike
love
like
you
you're
them.
so
We
every
can say
much.
we
Zitani, I
guy.
love
dislike them
you.
I
sometimes,
actually
but
love you so
I
much, and I
tell you
want to
to shut
protect
up for
you.
your own good because I
Thank
love
you.
you. I don't hate
Thank
You
you.
you.
sound like a nerdy.
Thank you. We
You
actually love
sound
you
like
so
what you look
much
like.
that we want
Anthony,
to
Do I
deprive
really?
you of
Do I
your
really
rights so you
sound like
don't
a
Anthony.
make
nerd?
fucked up
Quick
No.
decisions.
question to you, Anthony. Quick question to you.
I'm not a
Yeah.
nerd. What are you talking
You
about?
can't
Is it
protect me from
more?
anything. Look at those arms.
this is
You're
a
not
Jewish
protecting
woman speaking,
anybody.
guys. Just
Let her be.
I mean, this guy is not the king of the
Okay,
pack.
okay, we get it. Okay, we get it. Question,
Why do we
Anthony.
let women
Look,
talk? We're so fucked up.
No, no, no.
Anthony.
It's not just a
But
woman.
you
Why are you
guys are
discriminating the
following
woman?
this guy. You
Why are
guys,
you
Nigga,
you guys
discriminating
hey,
the
need
listen to
woman?
help.
this. How about this? You can be a conservative Christian woman who really believes in Jesus Christ, but as a Bible
She
believing Christian
doesn't.
myself, you still shouldn't have the fucking right to talk over me. That's the
Oh
Yo,
point,
my
nigga.
Anthony.
You
gosh,
can be
calm
tapped in and you should still
down.
shut the fuck up. How about
What
that?
is
Anthony,
wrong with this
she's
guy?
Jewish. She's not
Yo,
even
this
Christian,
nigga's
bro.
so fucking based.
He needs
Holy
help.
shit.
He needs a hug.
Anthony,
Bro,
No,
do
you
you
that's
sound
have a
our
like you
that's
news?
our
take
new boy.
Do you
ashwagandha with
have a
your
news show or
monotone ass
something?
voice. No emotion.
Anthony, do you have like a news show or something?
No, I just started Kick literally 1 month ago.
Okay,
I'm about
Anthony,
to
good,
the
turn
bro.
up on
Sunny
these
You'd
Bank
niggas.
be
on the
good at
crack.
that. You should start covering
I
shit,
just
bro. You
started
got a
Kick
good
streaming a month
voice
ago. I'm
for
about to
it
turn
too.
up on these bitch ass niggas and like
And,
Zintani and then fuck
with
these women
what
that tell me what to do,
content?
nigga.
Because you say the N word and you're white.
Yeah, yeah.
You're a woman. What content are
Is
you gonna
that your
produce?
niche?
You're a what? You don't have a dick and balls. You have no testosterone. How are you gonna tell me what
I'm
content?
not competing with you.
Zentani, to be
Hold on,
fair, you
hold on.
got Zentani, you got to be fair. Anthony, at least he's keeping the interest up. When you speak, we all want to put a 9mm in our mouth and blow our
Thank you, and
fucking
shoot
You
brains
yourself.
out.
guys, but you guys are incels. It's fine. But
No,
this guy shouldn't
There
be
she
your
goes,
leader.
Join
whining,
the
bragging
Zherka
about
lab.
sexuality again. All
at
they
least
talk
he's
about
making
sex,
it
sex, sex.
interesting. Listen,
So
at
you
least
guys need
he's
like a hug.
hold on. At least he's
You need
making
dick.
it interesting.
He's like,
When
calm
Zintani
down.
speaks, I just can't focus because I'm bricked up the whole time. Like holy
What is
shit.
interesting about this man?
I don't
Zintani,
know.
can
You're
you give me
made, but
some
let's go back
crypto
to Anthony.
advice?
Go
I'm
back to
looking to
This
get
Anthony.
into
guy
crypto. Can I get some
reeks
crypto
of
advice, please?
Get
poor.
off of this mid Jewish woman. Let's
He
God bless her, but
smells like a
Zintani, you're too
poor.
distracting, bro.
He
Stop.
looks like a poor.
He looks like a
Would
And
you
poor.
he
would you
speaks like a
guys
poor.
would you guys hit
yeah,
it
that's
though?
the Italian in me. It's okay. But you're Jewish though, so don't forget. Let's not
Would you
mix it.
guys would you guys hit it though?
Oh,
I don't know.
100%.
But she kept her mouth shut. I think so, maybe.
That's all there is to
It's
it,
a
though.
nice day.
It's not an option.
Yeah. No, nobody's asking.
Who said it was an option?
Zika, what
Zintani,
happened to you, man? You
what
used to be
happened to
so
me? I've been
cool and
rolling around with
nice.
the pigs. I've been in the mud with the insults.
Oh,
I
you
hate
gotta
women
get
now.
out of there.
Well, no, you know what's weird? Hating women brought me more women. What the fuck?
Based.
Probably not good women though. You're intelligent.
Whoa,
Like
whoa,
I
whoa.
remember you.
Every soul on earth is actually good. You just got to pull it out of them, dude.
See, like Zerka at least can achieve something. Anthony, it's not gonna happen for you.
Hey, Zintani, why are you
Damn,
not?
Unfortunately.
Hey,
nigga.
why are you not changing the
I
Damn,
think
tonality of
bro.
your
Anthony
I
has
can
a
voice?
You a
tell
bright
just from
Jewish
future.
looking at
bell,
you.
little
Bro, you are
Anthony
Like
has a
so
bright
fucking
future. I don't
monotone.
know what you're talking about.
Thank you, bro.
Zerka is
Wait, I have a real question.
choosing
Hold on, hold
to
on.
go
I
down
got
a
a real
bad
question.
path, but you don't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
any
yeah.
path to
Okay.
take,
Anakin,
For
you're
sure. Got
going
it.
down
unfortunately.
a
You
Yo,
path
take
I
dick for a
cannot
living, Jewish ass
follow.
bitch.
yeah, hold on. Zintani,
Oh,
Zintani, what
gross.
the fuck is neuropsychopharmacology? Do you
The
sell
study of
coffee?
the effects of drugs on the brain.
It's
AKA
Kabbalistic
another fucking
magic.
fake degree.
So she's a Jewish pharmacist. Is that, do you
Nootropics
sell
better.
coffee or
Nootropics
what?
No,
better.
no.
Nootropics better. Herbs better. Get mugged.
All right.
The line of questioning is asking if I do OnlyFans or prostitute myself. The answer is no.
Thank
I
God.
have
No, no
never
to which one? No to which
prostituted.
one?
Both. I've never
No, you
prostituted.
can't. You can't say both. Sorry, that's not how this works. Okay, you're
I have
not.
never done
No,
either.
no. We don't fall for Jewish tricks. You can't have your cake and eat it too and put us in debt. Which one is it? One or two?
I've never prostituted myself. I've never gone on OnlyFans. I've never.
Would you like to start?
No.
Zintani, how much?
See, like this is the thing, Zerka.
No, come on,
You
listen.
can
We
lead,
just gotta know. We gotta know. If you
Zerka.
were on the market, how much would you cost? What
Zintani,
would you like?
Zerka,
please.
a lot of
What
I'm
do
an
you
money.
value
incel,
How
yourself?
Too
much is a
please.
much.
lot of money? Is it
Zentani,
Five
what do you
billy.
value
Zintani,
I
teach
want.
me
yourself
I
crypto.
at?
want
Then we
5
can
billy.
talk,
but how much?
please.
5 billion.
I
That's a Jewish
said
number.
5 billy.
That's a
Five?
Give me
Jewish
You
5
think
number.
billy.
you're worth 5 billion,
Yo,
little nigga?
Zintani, let my
Come
nigga
on,
hyper
I
hit.
think I wouldn't
you
want to
are worth
do it
five
unless it was 5
billion.
billy, but I'd crack at 5
Zintani,
billy.
Zintani, you don't even
Cat,
know how
bro.
much five
Such cat.
billion.
Please,
Do you know how much
Zerka,
5 billion actually is?
please don't call me me the N-word, sir.
Oh my
Me?
God.
Yeah, you just called me a racial
And what you
slur.
No,
gonna
I,
do
I didn't
about
call
it,
you a nigger.
nigga?
You
Yo,
did.
nigger, what are you gonna do about it, nigger?
Zherka,
Guys,
you
I
know,
have a real quick
all these
question.
retards, you
I
could
have a
lead
real
them
question.
wherever you
Zherka, what
want.
did
Where are
Why
you
you
would I
acting
leading
like
leave
a
them? That's my
saint in front
wolf
of this
pack.
bitch or
Where are
something?
you
That's my
Like,
taking
wolf
them?
pack. Hoof, hoof. This is the wolf pack, Santani. You in the fucking lion's den, little Jew, little Jewish lamb, little Jewish lamb. You're in the lion's den, little
I
nigga.
know, I was your first your first
Whoa,
interview.
whoa, whoa! What does that mean? Careful, careful.
That
Yo,
was your first
kosher
interview
pussy isn't
Oh, okay.
safe here, bro. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah. Ugh.
on your Twitch channel before anything happened. You don't remember that?
Yeah,
So are you
I mean,
saying you're
feel like
responsible
you
for
did
his
drug
success
me,
or
but
what?
okay.
What'd you say?
I
Are you
felt like I got
responsible for?
drugged that night.
I'm not
When I was
talking to
around you,
anyone
I
except
felt. I'm
Zherka.
not saying you did it. I'm saying I felt like I got drugged that night.
When you interviewed me?
Yeah, when I met you in person, I felt like someone put something in my drink.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I felt. I don't remember it, and I don't. Do you remember that night?
Yeah, you were cool.
It's not a blur to
You
you.
seemed shy.
Okay, I just gotta ask. Did we fuck?
No, what the fuck?
Okay, but
No.
yeah, you gotta ask. I don't remember.
No.
I have a question to
Gross.
Anthony. Anthony,
Zintani,
quick
why are you
question.
living in the past?
We never nothing sexual, but you were nice, you were respectful, cool, fun, intelligent. You know, I don't know what happened to
Guess
you.
that's cool.
Something happened to you. I should have protected you from whatever happened, but
Ye-
I didn't know.
Can you protect me
Something
right now, today?
obviously you were going through something. Are you
Protect
Okay.
going
him,
through stuff?
Zindani.
I want to come to New York. That's what I want.
I'm not gonna have sex with you, Zherka. I'm
No,
not
no,
like
no, no. I
that.
want something better. I want to
We
push
can hang out.
well, something a little better than that. Can we push the Arabs out of New York?
Yeah, we like start pushing. If it's like
Yes,
not something
yes.
we go to
That's
jail
exactly what
for,
I want. Push them out.
we like can we gently push them? Or
We'll talk. We'll talk.
yeah, we can do something. I don't want to go to jail though.
Yeah, me neither. I don't want to go to jail. I just want to go up to their face and say, "Du fucking reeks here, nigga. It fucking reeks." The fuck?
Yeah, maybe if we like, I don't know if I'd be down for that. That doesn't sound like me.
Hey, you
Okay,
guys
well,
fucking see how boring women are when they talk? This bitch makes me want to kill myself. It's really getting
that's
fucking out of hand
that's
now.
my
It's
friend.
crazy.
Who
That's
is
my
that?
friend, bro.
Who is that speaking?
Me, dude,
That's
you talk
Albania
in a
number two.
monotone
These
voice,
poor
bitch.
people, man.
He's a
What is with
Christian
these
Albanian.
poors?
That's rare as
How about
fuck.
you
He's like
teach these guys how to make money?
money. Then how
How
do
about
I
I
I
teach
teach you how
them
to
can
money?
suck
I
If I
can
this
teach
dick,
them how to make
hear
bitch?
money, then how do I
the
take their money? That
poor.
doesn't make any sense. If I want to steal their money, I'm not going to teach them shit.
These guys need help. You're their leader, you know.
True, but I'm leading them off a cliff, bro. I'm about to
Oh,
join. I'm gonna join the Mormon church. I'm fucking evolving, bro.
Fuck.
Zintani, I wonder, what is
yeah.
your body count?
It's very low.
How low?
I don't say that shit online. It's much lower than like anyone I know.
Can you count it on fingering on your hand?
I know this like thing, but I am not with the modern times. I've always been kind of on my own, and
Why do I kind of believe you?
it's true.
She has that librarian type of energy. It's probably
No,
true.
she seems like she's at a higher level of ego consciousness to where if it gets too noisy, she'll be like, "I don't want to have sex. It's too noisy here."
Yeah,
You're
when you were around or we were around each other, I was very quiet because the people you were around were like very sexually active. I was not so much. So I was usually
who the fuck was I around? I don't even remember.
quietly.
Who were?
We were
Drop
around
the
each other
names.
in person
But the
in the
names. Drop the
same.
names.
I don't remember their names.
It's Twitch people, right?
Twitch people, yeah.
Yeah, they. I was shocked how much nerds get down. I'm like, I thought we are all flirting for fun. I didn't know
Yeah.
people go to conventions to have weird freak offs at
Yeah,
Destiny
yeah, yeah.
and stuff. I
And I
remember.
would always be alone. Yep.
I remember Destiny and them inviting me. I'm like, in that tent over there. Okay, what's happening in that? Oh my god. Oh my god, people have freak offs at TwitchCon. And I was like, dude, I'm just running around with one girl. I don't do this stuff. Like, I'm not a part of this. Yeah, I'm a degenerate in my own solo mission, not like with groups of naked people. I don't want someone seeing me. Like, what if I didn't train hamstrings? They're looking at every angle of me naked. That's like too much, bro.
Yeah, I remember you as like quite reserved. Um, I guess off stream, but then on stream but you were always like intelligent, respectful, kind.
Aw,
You were never weird. I'd
aw.
never seen you be weird,
You're
but you're being weird now. I don't know what happened to
absolutely,
you.
you are so kind right now. You don't have to be that kind. That is, aw.
I'm just telling
Wait,
the truth.
Zintani, why is this guy Tommy saying this bitch Zintani was on another space yesterday? She's been blocked from every dating app, i.e. Tinder. She was scamming dudes out of money. Is that true?
Zindani,
What
DM
I
me.
was
the
Please
not.
DM me. Please DM
fuck?
me,
I
Zindani.
wasn't scamming guys out of
Yeah,
money.
just the other day on that JW space, she was talking about how horny JW was making her, and like she was
What
like
the
begging
fuck
him.
are you
She was
saying?
Whoa.
like begging him to take his shirt off. She was like, "Can you please do
That
this
wasn't
for
Zindani,
me?"
me. That was
please DM me.
Skittles.
Please
That was
DM
not
me.
me.
Wait, did you scam the guys though out of their money, or what's up with that?
No, I am banned on all
I'm
the
pretty sure that
dating
was you.
apps.
I don't know though. I
Why?
could be
What
wrong.
the fuck?
I did not ask JW to take his shirt off. I did
Are you
not say I was
sure?
horny for him. I'm 100% sure. Thank you though.
Okay, okay. I believe
Um,
you. Believe
I'm
all women.
banned from the dating apps for trolling men, not for scamming out of money.
Yeah, but you can't just troll. You gotta throw some pussy, bro.
You can just troll. Well,
It's a joke.
the
It's a
thing that I
joke,
would
dude.
do,
It's a joke. You know I'm a funny guy.
I would try to see how crazy you can act and men still want to have sex with you, and as it turns out, you can get very crazy and they still want to sleep with you.
Did you at least not doing that, or were you just trolling?
No, I was just messing with. I never met up with any of
That's
them.
like
No, but did you nut
peak
from far
loneliness.
away? Did you nut from far away?
No, why
No,
would
you
I? What are
didn't
you
nut from
talking
far. You
about?
didn't double click the mouse with like some Skrelly shit. Come on.
Did I nut from far away?
Did you enjoy it? Did it charge you when you were manipulating people with your Jewish prowess?
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah.
So you got a sexual charge
She
for it.
hesitated. Her
Okay.
voice
It
was
wasn't a
shaking.
sexual charge, Circa.
Okay. Well, what if I'm jacking off right now?
That's gross. What happened to you? I feel bad for you because you used to be so
She
cool.
smiled and
He
giggled.
used to
Let's
be so
fucking
cool.
go. What the hell? Why are you laughing?
Something must have happened to you.
Why are you smiling and giggling when I said I'm jacking off?
I should have been there to beat someone up or something. What happened?
You know, you can beat something.
Gross.
It's a jester. You know I'm a jester. Come on. It's a joke. Don't report my channel. Don't report my channel. I am the only Christian on earth. I mean that too. Like, I'm the only one who's thinking long term. Everyone else is having fun on Twitter. Why can't I hear her? This is a fucking
I'm here.
miracle. Oh, Zintani,
Yeah.
I want to know what's it going to take for you to go on a date with Anthony, my boy, my Protestant boy,
What's it gonna
Reformation.
take? What's it gonna
That is
take?
never gonna happen. It is just never gonna happen.
Come
He's
on.
scared. All of that rage, you know. I
You
don't
know,
It's
trust
called
that.
high
Masculine.
love
That's
and
testosterone.
hate.
You
lust.
wouldn't know shit
That
about it,
is
nigga.
Zentani,
crazy.
That's
love and
You
hate
guys
are
are
DST,
just
bro.
two
crazy.
He's
sides of the
losing
same
follicles.
coin.
The
You
follicles are
secretly
falling
love him.
out. Hey, but I
Zintani, are you
just
one of these
listened.
girls?
I
No,
just listened to
I've
this bitch
never been
talk.
hit by a man. I
Oh
don't want
God,
to be.
Zerka, if you ever see her, nigga, open up that right hand, please, right across the fucking face, because this shit is pissing me off. I just listened to her talk for 20 minutes. It was only about sex, nigga. That's all women bring to a conversation. They
Dude,
literally
just drop kick
cannot
the
What
bitch.
talk
is
about
with
anything but
these
sex.
nerdy
Let the
white
Floyd
boys saying
talk.
the
Let the
N
Floyd
word?
have her
What's
Look
with
moment.
the
at
women
him.
telling me what I can and cannot say, bitch ass nigga? You're a woman.
Hey, he my fucking.
Look
Hey,
at
that my
these
white boy, nigga.
guys,
I
man.
gave him the pass type shit.
Yes.
Hey,
Let
I
the
gave my nigga
hate
the pass
flow
type
through
shit.
you.
Fuck is he talking about?
Fuck is you
That's
talking
my
about,
white boy.
nigga?
I gave him the pass type shit. That's
Ew.
my nigga for real. We
Appreciate it.
straight from the sham-box type
What?
shit.
Hello?
Zintani,
What?
please
Hello?
DM me, please.
No.
Right. Zintani, are you one of these women who take birth control and you're like attracted to these feminine type of guys? Is that you?
No. I've
Have you
never
have you heard
taken
of
birth
that?
control.
Have you ever
The
been
birth
bit?
control is just don't sleep with men.
So
Oh.
you're just born with the hormonal imbalance. That's just a
But don't they
Jewish
say
thing.
Jewish women have a very high drive?
Yeah, they do for sure.
Question mark?
We're
Zintani,
Jewish
are
women
you
with big racks.
trans? Can you answer that for us? Are you
Soho,
trans, woman?
Tribeca, three Jews,
No,
Tribeca,
I'm not
Coke
trans.
money, Coke money. What's up, Zintani?
Man, Zerka,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is reversible.
This is reversible. What do you mean
Can
by
you
that?
get back to the way you were?
The way I was when you met me, I was barely famous. Look at me, I'm on the
Yeah,
leaderboards,
but
man.
you seemed so intelligent and like
Shh.
sound of mind.
Calm down. That's Moloch speaking. You are listening to a demon in your head because you're Jewish and you know you're Jewish. You're just lying to us.
Hey, what has anyone learned from Zintani in the past 45 minutes of her talking? I'm curious, real quick.
That it's not gonna work between us.
That you're
Yes,
poor. That you're
yes.
poor.
If you want
Not
me to be
compatible.
unironic, I learned that she's trying to turn Zherka back into a faggot by gaslighting him.
Yo, I was never a
Oh
faggot. What
shit!
the fuck is going on,
He's
bro?
not.
What
Yo,
the
He
fuck
ban
is
that
going
guy.
on?
Who
Get this
said that?
fucking
Ban
faggot
that
off the
guy.
call.
Ban that faggot.
Who said that?
No, not back, not back. She's trying to
No, you
sabotage
already
you.
I think it
hurt
was
my
Tarov. It was
feelings, bro.
Tarov.
She's trying to sabotage you. I mean, she's
sabotage
trying to
what?
turn you into one. I mean, that's what I meant. It's
Very
like you
good.
said. It's
Very
like you
good.
said in that one video. You said, you know, she always tries to train you to be the guy that
Mmm.
she cheats on. You know what I mean? And I'm
Yup.
seeing that.
Yup. Mm-hmm. Now she's laughing in emoji.
Yeah, because I exposed her. She doesn't know what to say. She's speechless.
I don't. I'm not trying to
Zintani,
train you, Zerka, but
do you
something
like
has
Min's
happened.
voice at least? Do you find his voice appealing?
I no. I don't.
What's wrong
These
with it?
guys, they're lost. It seems like it's because of you. Why are these guys so lost?
Little
You're
nigga.
Jewish. What do you mean lost?
You're the lost tribe.
You don't
Lost in the
believe in
desert.
Jesus Christ.
You are lost. You are the lost.
Like you're literally a Christian who didn't get its software update, and the software update was Christ.
Yeah, you're 2,000
Exactly.
years backed up.
Nice. Is that it? Anything
Then
else?
Tony, I'm just curious. I do have
Like,
a. I
dude,
do.
Windows
Hold on. Hold
Eleven
on.
is not
Hold
that
on. Hold
bad.
on.
You
Hold on.
don't have to
Finish
stay
on
on
her.
Let's
Windows
hear
Finish.
ten.
it.
I
Finish.
got a
Finish
question,
her.
Zintani.
Rebuke
What
me.
the? No. What the fuck did you expect from joining a Zerka live? I'm just curious. Like, what were you looking
I don't
for here?
know. I
Clearly, the
haven't
man
been in
doesn't even
here.
follow you back. I know you wanted some clicks, some attention. It's cool. We're giving you the attention. We're having a fun time. We're laughing. We're laughing at your Jewishness and all that. But what do you? When was the last time you've tuned into a Zerka live? Because I
Years
feel like you.
ago. Years ago.
And what made you join today?
You haven't
You
nutted,
miss
have you?
him?
Someone posted his space in my group chat.
And what do you like about it over here?
Well, you're still
Yeah. How's the
smart,
temperature?
Speak
How's the
up.
but
temperature?
Speak
you're
up. You're
still
talking too
smart,
low,
but
dude. Zintani, you're talking too low. Like you're on monotone.
you you
Speakers go up.
you can't
Are
hear
you
me?
maybe drawn to the freedom impulse in this side of the internet?
That's game. That's perfect game. Are you drawn to it?
Drawn to what? The freedom impulse? What do you mean?
Yeah.
We're breaking her life.
I
You're
let
breaking
my
her.
nuts sag.
We're breaking the microcosmic fractal that you've been stuck in.
Zintani, are you entering levels of ego conscious that are unheard of, or are you more with the Jewish group soul?
No, I'm just an 11 pig.
W. Hitler.
W. Hitler. That's my voice. Is that Protestant?
No. But he agrees, probably.
Nice. W. Catholic Hitler.
I think Hitler was like for both Protestant and Catholic, if I remember right.
Zintani, did you find Hitler attractive physically?
The shock humor. You're better than this.
Did you
You're too
incarnate?
smart for
Wait,
just
Zintani,
shock
what would you
humor.
do if you
You know,
incarnated
you used
in
to.
1933? Would you run? Would you run and be like, shit, he's here, he's here? Or would you fight? Would you join the Jews that, well,
I don't have enough Jewish in me to look Jewish.
yeah, but you have just enough in you to go to
I
hell?
just got the IQ. The IQ and the
Holy
tits.
shit.
The
It seems
tits?
like the
Zintani,
tits
actually,
and the
that's a
Yeah,
great
IQ.
point. I actually
self-promo.
wanted to
W
like ask you
self-promo.
about this. Are you gonna show us your tits at some point today?
Yeah, we've been waiting for
No. And you guys sound like you're 15 years old.
No,
How
this.
I
old are
just
you
like what are
guys?
we
And what
doing
if
here?
we are?
Like you're talking, like what? Come on, like
That is
Like, you can
No,
actually a
I'm not.
decent point
I'm
right
not
there.
going to post my
pop a
tits.
titty for
oh
the
boo!
boys.
Everybody say boo in the chat. Boo, Zintani.
I mean,
Zintani,
as a woman,
what if
if
we
all
just
you're gonna
ran
do is
up and
speak,
what if we ran up and just rip your shirt off on some like fuck you bitch?
This is. How old are we in here? What is the age? What
I've
is the
missed you,
age?
dude. I've missed you. We've grown.
You don't remember me. There's no way you. I was quiet. I was a
No,
quiet
I
person.
was thinking of it. I was holding my black impulse, right? Lower totem Albanian. I was holding my impulse when I was looking at your blouse.
What?
Do you want to go on a date with
Bro, we're
Nick?
just doing content
Okay, what if
You
we
were
set you up
never
on a date?
creepy with me.
Hold on, Zintani. Since Nick Fuentes betrayed me, do you want to go on a date with him? But don't tell him you're Jewish.
I don't want to go on a
Ultimate
date with
subversion.
any of this.
You wouldn't date
We
Nick
can hang out though if you want. If
with
you're
Nick? Can
normal,
you
are
can
you
you can you
normal
hang out with Nick, or are
when
you
you're
gonna
not
be
on the
weird?
internet?
Would you hang out with Nick?
I don't know.
Okay, because I don't think you're his type. He likes Asian women. It's like barely human Asian people. What the fuck? Have you ever seen an Asian person and said to yourself, "Whoa, they're attractive"? Like never.
Yeah, no.
Especially a Chinese Muslim.
That doesn't even exist. Why do you keep mentioning
I
that? I've never.
mean,
Because why did they make it illegal, bro? Why are there like
They're like, this
temples
is
in
too
China? I
retarded.
thought that shit was so
Yeah,
wild.
yeah, true, true.
That's all.
Okay, let's add Brizo. Brizo's been doing his push-ups for you. Okay, Zintani, talk to him.
Yo, Zentani, do you have a butt plug in right now?
What the fuck is this call?
yeah, because when you talk, it sounds like you have a stick up your ass, you know. So we're wondering.
Wow, incredible.
This is the
Zintani,
same
I
girl that was.
swear we were having an
This
intellectual
is really good.
conversation.
I don't know how I can combat this.
You were fingering yourself to JW's little, whatever you call it, whatever little. When he was talking about love is fear, you were fingering yourself.
HGH.
No. The alpha male is here to take our woman.
Skittles, I don't know why.
This is kind of sad.
Why are you still
What's
here then,
sad about it?
Zentani? You love this.
I don't
Zintani, you
know.
were
You're
doing
enjoying
What's
it.
Bible
sad
study
about
and
it?
I don't
stuff.
know,
You
Everyone's
but
can't.
laughing except you.
yeah, it's mildly concerning. But I wish you the best, Zherka.
Do you
Okay.
keep it hairy?
Who the fuck was that? This.
Who the fuck was that guy? That was a chick? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. All right, let's bring people in.
Hey,
Alan.
watch how the quality of this conversation just improves over the next 20 minutes because this bitch left. I need you guys to pay attention to that.
Nigger.
I hate niggers. I hate niggers.
Nate Higgers in the chat. Okay, let's add this guy. Neil. Go ahead, Neil. Speak. I'm a Groiper, and I think you should be cool with Nico. Stop fucking DMing me that shit, bro. That shit pisses me off.
Yo, who was that chick?
To be honest, I thought she was a figment of my imagination. I didn't even know it's Negro. Like, what the fuck? They still follow me?
She was mid, bro. Let's be honest.
Zherka, I'm gonna
You
fuck
would
with you. I'm
hit.
gonna go
You
watch
would
some
hit.
Jewish
You
porn.
would hit. You know you would hit. Come on.
I need some
I
Xanax.
would
I need
hit
some
that.
inhibitors,
Bro,
bro.
Zherka, did you notice how she tried to like guilt trip and gaslight you?
Yeah, but it's kind of hot. Like when women are evil, it's kind of dude. When women are evil, it's kind of like, oh, this is more interesting, right?
Like a
True.
Yeah, it's
dragon.
kind of like flirting.
Yeah.
It's like a
No,
white pill
it's
because you
like
don't feel bad for being mean because
no,
you
yeah.
know
And if you
they're
hit her, it's like, yo,
yeah,
she's evil. I had to
exactly.
hit her.
Because you
It
know you're
becomes
It's
more
justified in
fun.
justified.
your heart. Like
Don't
no
hit.
matter what you do to her, you're justified.
Yo,
Because
chill. You
she's
don't have a
hitting your
chance to
soul. She's
prove.
hitting you in
You have
within.
nothing to lose saying that as an anonymous account.
No, I have my face on my fucking Twitter.
Oh, that's brutal.
Do you? Let's see what you look like.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you need to kill yourself, bro. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yo, what the fuck?
I didn't even open it.
You need to get, are you gonna give me the rope in the chair? Cause
No, dude. After I found out how weird people are online, I stopped making that joke a long time ago. Because apparently, some people actually do it. They'll just go jump.
Oh, that's
Yeah, bro. Be
crazy.
careful with. Imagine being connected to that karmic stream. Like you made
Yeah,
someone
right,
jump.
right.
Nick Loki says that a
Well,
lot. Like when he gets angry, he's like, "Kill yourself, nigga."
in a
Yeah.
video game.
I think
In a
we
video
should
game.
Well,
beat
it
women.
depends how much someone idolizes you. If you're like one of those people online, you shouldn't be saying it. But if you're a gamer, that's fine. Like, a gamer can't do no harm. Like, nobody wants to be a gamer. Like, no one on earth wants to. Even gamers don't want. Do you think Asmongold wants to continue gaming for the rest of his life? Like, he has no
I would
choice.
kill myself if I was a gamer.
Bro, Asmongold has
That's
a
when I
hard
would.
one. Asmongold has enough money to do things, but he doesn't have that like vigor to, what's he gonna do? He's trapped in that room. Like the your success will become your cage, 100%.
Zerka, I have a question. Why haven't you dabbled into like some of the Christian theologians and even like the spiritual deliverance, like Protestant kind of realm? Like, why haven't you collabed with them at all? Because I always thought that would be interesting to see you talk about incarnations and everything,
Right,
like
right.
to like Father Ripper or like an
Yeah,
exorcist or something. I
there's
don't know.
one rule to, when people are finding their oversoul and what they can self-remember to, you're never allowed to force it. So for example, let's say you get really unlucky and you feel a bond with Joseph Smith from the Mormon Church. You explore that, but you're gonna ruin your life with that. You're only allowed to explore what you have a bond with, a memory bond with. You're not allowed to explore, like Zerka's not allowed to explore Aristotle if he feels nothing reading Aristotle. That's not how it works. That's why there's so many people who bring you towards truth in history. It's not just Plato. It's not, the pre-Socratics and all that. There's so many characters that can push you towards the truth, but you never force it. For example, if I could pick, I would just devour only Thomas Aquinas. That's like the highest level Catholic mystic on earth. I would
Right,
just go that
right.
way. However, let's say I go through all of his work and I don't inspire one person, I don't convert anyone, then it didn't hit me. But let's say I read Swedenborg, which is a very different kind of Christian, but he's doing the same thing. He's bringing people towards the truth, the beautiful, the good, right? The Trinity. And you have to play with the cards you're dealt with, right? You have to play, you can't just force it. For example, some people have a connection to the Orthodox Church, and it's sad. They got to go through that. Some people have Protestant connections. Some people have wild connections. Like a lot of atheists will have a connection to some dude in history, like maybe Friedrich Nietzsche. And now, as great as that is, there's a lot of truth with what he says. It's beautiful. The Overman is awesome. But eventually, you're supposed to evolve. Like if you go 28 years of your life and you go through philosophy and the intellectuals and all that, and nothing points you back to the start of the game, Christianity, you are so fucked, in my opinion. You are so fucked because there are souls, don't get it mistaken, there are souls that will finish 72 years on earth as atheists, right? They are stubborn, but that's what they're choosing to do. And they're fulfilling their freedom impulse doing that. And it's kind of sad because it's good that they're evolving that way towards individuation, but it's also bad because it's like 72 years is a long time for zero Christology. There's retarded numerologists who read how many numbers are in scripture. There's Christology channels about how many, this word is repeated 30 times in a row. And there's all sorts of schizophrenics around Christology for every avenue. If you can't find one avenue that interests you, I would love to, this is like a Jungian lesson, don't force it, but that is just sad. That is, the worst way to live life is pretending the Christ doesn't exist. Because what do you have to just delete everything that happened up until now and watch Speed? So when people ask me, yo, is everyone going to make it and stuff, it's like, I don't want to give a straight answer, but everyone's given a lot of time to make it. But you don't know how stubborn man actually is. And if you force someone towards a religion, do you know you're doing way more harm than good? And you only realize till it's too late. But do you know who can force people into a religion where it's good to do that? It's in Islam. It's actually written right there. Like all of Christology is about don't judge, as in let people find the truth on their own, help them out, but don't judge. Do not judge because you're always doing things too. Everyone's always doing something, right? Don't judge, don't judge. Now you look at the Quran, bro, they practice taqiyya, which when Muslim scholars say, "Oh, he's not considered the great deceiver, this is wrong," I know a lot of them are lying there, but I can almost give them that one, that they're trying that hard. But for the tequila one, you have nowhere to run. It just means you can fucking lie to convert someone because they're always in a state of perpetual war, which is the opposite of love. It's fear-based thinking, very low,
Right.
instinctual. And there are good instincts you can have that evolve into moral imagination, moral inspiration, moral intuition, and you're literally 72 years old and you've fulfilled your incarnation. You've done as much as you can. That's great. But then there's people telling you you can commit tequila. That's like committing fraud spiritually.
Right.
That does not belong in Earth evolution. And it's not found in Buddhism. It's not found in Taoism, which, if you don't know what Taoism by now, it's the Eastern Christian mysteries, but they lost the Christ. They don't understand it. But yes, the Taoists that meditate all day, pray all day, that lived righteous, moral lives, right? These were, they evolved from the Essene tradition. You need that Taoism spirit of meditation and prayer all fucking day, even when you're doing things. That, the mindfulness, that must be within the Western thinking base, just logic, logic, logic. That they go hand in hand.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of like spiritual deliverance like channels and stuff, which I get you were saying. It's like if it's not coming to you, you're not attracted to it, sure. But there's a lot that like Christian codes and whatever to like outcast demons and like invoke the Holy Spirit. And I just think it'd be a very interesting conversation to put Zherka in front of like an exorcist or
Yeah.
like even like an
I would love to
Orthodox
do
like.
that.
Okay, cool.
Do you have anyone in mind? That would be the best content
I
ever.
can send you a list of
No,
people
a
and then you
big
can check
name
them
that's
out in your DM.
big on YouTube. Someone huge.
No, yeah, I
Yo,
have like
Zherka.
10 that have like 500,000
That would
subs.
be
Like, yeah,
awesome because I'll just sit down and say this, like my greatest sin, the darkest thing in my heart. Like if you want to dig into my heart, here's the most
that's
evil
what
thing
I was
about me.
thinking.
This most evil thing about me, and I know it's relatable to my cult, but I don't know if it's relatable to everyone. No,
No,
check
but
this
that's
out. The
what
most
would be interesting
evil,
is because it's
the
like an
most
outcast.
evil thing about me is no matter how much good I do, no matter how much I evolve, something about me always takes a step back into I want to be better than other people. And I'm talking about like, have you ever, if you ever seek spiritual wisdom with the sole purpose of being better than everyone you see at Walmart, dude, that is not wisdom. That's like and we
It's
all do
Luciferic,
this.
right?
Well, it's I'd say it's more cold, right? It's more
Oh
evil
yeah,
than
yeah, yeah.
Lucifer. Lucifer's like dreamy and stupid. I would say it's cold and calculative. Like the idea that, the elites, they're convinced without a shadow of a doubt that they want to plummet testosterone levels because they know they're going to get reborn and they're going to choose their packs. Everyone else gets shittier bodies. And they're convinced with that. Just like the Greeks were
Right.
convinced, just like the brown people, everyone was convinced with that. But you, me, and everyone else, we are told something completely different. And people are like, well, maybe you're confused and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you can sit down and instinctually feel it to your bones. Look into many Catholic Jesuits, what they said about reincarnation. Google it, chat GPT it right now. They said nowhere in the Bible it says it doesn't happen. And I'm like, wait a minute. If I fuck this one up, if I fuck this one up because I'm following some modern fucking Christian, where the fuck are the real Christians? We go back into medieval times. Look what the fuck they spoke about. Everyone's fucking raping their lives because because of YouTube. Fuck no, get in the literature. And I'm telling you right now, it's not for everyone, bro. Like this is too much to bear. But I'll tell you this, man. When I walk into Walmart and I see those faces, I'm like, dude, some of these people incarnated as exhausted souls. Have you ever seen a family at Walmart? They're so exhausted. Have you ever seen a lazy person? That's a soul disposition that over many times they keep fucking up. That's how they're shaped. Then you see energetic souls and they've shaped their subtle energy body better. And I'm like, there is so much science to this, but but by the time people figure this out, they said what? In 250 years, people will be at Zerka's level of consciousness, which I am early as fuck. And I would get killed and murdered if I spoke about this in a public. Imagine I go to town hall, and if I
Right.
went to town hall and started speaking like this, unconscious souls would be like, murder him, kill. Christians would say, murder
Right.
him, kill him. And I'm like, yo, just save this for myself for years. But there's something in my heart that's like, bro, as much as I want to be better than people, dude, you gotta know you could be in a really dark dream situation. Like there's so many fucking humans on earth that make fun of bald people on Twitter. And I'm like, be careful what you're doing because that energy is going to reverberate back to you and you're going to lose your hair. You got to know how to move in the cosmos, you idiot. The horrific shit happens if you don't see this as the mirror, right? Same with when Jews talk about some people are NPCs and they're talking about consciousness. You know, when they say some people are just
Right.
animals and Nick's like, whoa, this sounds like they're onto something. They are onto something that, not that you should believe what they're saying, but they're onto something when, yes, humans are, the guy in Africa that kills you with a spear is at a different level of soul evolution. And when you find out all of Earth evolution, every human has a different step, different. It's a huge hierarchy system. It's the opposite of like a communist system where everyone's equal. You're equal as in equal to evolve. You're supposed to all evolve. But bro, I'm telling you, don't think you are fully safe in front of a black guy in the middle of African bush with a spear and he looks at you and you go, I'm a Christian. Nothing's going to happen. Dude, look into spirit science. Everything you've been told is inverted. It's on its head. I'm not saying this to drag you to hell. I'm saying this, don't go into the bush of Africa like those liberals and they get slaughtered and killed. There's people who instinctually know this, like Nick. He goes, I'm not going to Africa. What are they going to break my skull open? Now, Nick knows he's not sounding like a Christian there, but instinctually he knows souls are at different levels of evolution. And that's what it means to commit evil. Evil is just misplaced good. It has to wait to evolve. That evil power you have, right, of hurting someone can be used for other things, but you have to wait. You have to work with it. And I'm like, dude, how come no one, like, if we really pull it down to what is Zherka talking about? Is he just evil? Is he crazy? If you really bring it down with your experiences, everything you go to, holy fuck, is 8 billion people on Earth fucking up? And I'm not saying they're fucking up because a lot of them could be moral and they're going the right direction. But I'm saying they're fucking up. Like when they go to Walmart, they don't know what they're seeing. When you see faces at Walmart, you're seeing faces render. And at the end of evolution, everyone is angelic. And you're supposed to see people's higher selves, their higher soul. But it takes so many contradictions. That's why the people you love the most have huge contradictions about their channel. Every human has many contradictions. Every day you're on earth, you're meant to purify more and more. And here's the trick. If you force purification through discipline, dude, if you're forcing it, it builds a nasty shadow of bad thought forms. You get fucked over. So you're supposed to purify as you age. Meaning, let's say you're running around with bitches. It's supposed to phase out as you get older. It's not supposed to just stop because you're suppressing it. That's so fucking dangerous. And in Jungian psychology, they say you're repressed. It's bad. And I'm telling you right now, this is not to promote sin. I'm saying in your head, you should be like, oh, I'm 30. By the time I'm 40, all of this should be phased out of my life, and I'm going to go at this pace. And let's say you set a pace of like, I'll have 3 bitches a month, then 2 bitches a month, then one. This is so much easier to progress in than fully stopping whatever you're doing. I'm going to just stop going out to the club and socializing and ruin thought forms. And now I hate the world. I hate God. Dude, the name of the game is don't repress, but don't get run over by your instincts. Don't turn into a bull. Because a lot of people say, okay, I'm not repressing. I feel a lot better now. And they degenerate so fucking hard so much. And I look at them like, whoa, I'm responsible for that. I'm responsible for taking this guy into fucking hell. He didn't get what I'm saying. He didn't understand to stay in the middle. And people don't understand that it's not like a ticket booth of morality, dude. In future Earth evolution, as we're evolving with the embryo of the Earth, this is not a lie. Look into this. As we're evolving with it, why do you think you breathe oxygen? Is anyone going to tell you why you breathe oxygen? You breathe oxygen to remind yourself that in future higher worlds, you cannot breathe the air when you tell a lie. That's why you're here to practice purifying so you can head towards that way. And there's many levels to this, much more beyond the stars. And it's a much longer game than you think. And you're meant to enjoy all of it, even the hard parts, because you should know that you are eternal. When you're walking in the middle, you don't turn into a casted off shadow and just fucking dissolve. When you're in the middle, in the Christ force, and you're morally progressing at your pace that you chose, not God, not anyone. You say, this is how much I can do every day. And then Zherka goes from a bouncer to whatever he is on Twitter. Now he's one of the leading voices on Christology, even though they're calling him evil. You're supposed to see Zherka purifying. And you're supposed to see it in my face too. You're supposed to say he has less baggage. He has less worries. Holy shit, he looks healthy. He looks really fucking healthy. He's going in the right direction. Now you see people who are hiding shit all the time. There's baggage on their face. They're getting uglier. They're degrading. And everyone doesn't realize that this is like this Christology means works is huge, so long as your thought forms are pure. Like you can't do a good deed. For example, it doesn't count to give a homeless guy $100 if you don't recognize him as a soul. If you just throw the money on him, which bro, we've all been guilty of this. If you throw money on something like take a bump, right? We've all been guilty about this. And dude, it doesn't change your subtle energy body. That's the golden ticket you keep in afterlife. That's the thing you're taking forward. So, for example, if someone comes in, robs your mom, puts a knife in her stomach, and she gets cut and she's bleeding, she's screaming in front of your eyes, your subtle energy body from the trauma, there's a fucking tear by your astral body. There's a shock tear. Now you're fucked. That trauma leads you to it leads you to fuck over so many more people after that because you're fear based. You accumulate a lot of these, not just before high school, if you know what I'm saying. And there's so much of this you must purify and purify. That's why as you get older, you're actually meant to become more boring. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about 55, 65. Eventually, you're feeding pigeons at the park. And if you do everything correct, you can hear the pigeons speak.
Zherka.
Shut the fuck up. In etheric sounds, you can hear the pigeons like Catholic mystics. And a lot of people are like, well, if you're right, then all the wise people that are pure, they're all contributing. They are. However, if we just look at it historically, who has pushed evolution the furthest? It's gonna sound really fucking evil, but it's the Catholics. The Catholics have pushed Earth. They are leading the chart. Every single Catholic, whether mystic
The
or,
chosen
or
tribe.
canonized saint, have done more with their thought forms than all of a nation combined. And people are like, you're just saying that because you're Albanian. You don't want the Orthodox to win. That's not what I'm saying it. I'm not saying it because I don't like the Protestants and stuff. I'm saying look into history of who pushed. For example, Alexander the Great pushed the world forward, right? He put order into the world, but he did that with the Holy Spirit even before it was a thing. But it was always a thing. It's eternal and it's been written about. Or, for example, why did Thomas Aquinas finish Aristotle's work? Because he is Aristotle, you fucking idiot. And that's not me taking you to hell, you dumb motherfucker. Look into the stuff I say. Expand your consciousness because you're in 2026. You should have had this fucking update from not the final prophet, but pretty close. You should have had this update in 1920. And no one's going to give it to you because you're not allowed to just push this in someone's face because you'll always look satanic if you do that. You're supposed to go to Walmart, look in people's faces and say, they're not done rendering. And you look in the mirror, you're not done rendering either. And the more you think of your higher self, the more you actually feel a freedom impulse of, I want to do, no, I will to do the right thing. I will it into the world. Because the right thing cannot happen from compulsion or fear. Oh, God told me to do it. No, it must come from the Christ within. That's why Paul is the most important. That's why Paul must be focused on the most. That's why Paul is in the later parts of Scripture, right? And if you really want to get into it, I can point you to other places, but I'll always be called a heretic, even though Catholic Church would be like, oh, we love, Catholic Church always said we love Steiner's work. It's not fully aligned, so But what did those priests say? They said to him, "Yeah, we teach this, but in a less complicated form. So ours is more effective." That's what they didn't even they didn't even condemn him or anything. They just said, "Hey, we're doing the less complicated way of teaching." And in my head, I'm like, "No, I think the modern Christian takes are so fucking poisonous. Christianity lost the most important thing about afterlife, which is purgatory." And I'm telling you right now, you are so stupid if you don't know you're all going through purgatory or what's called purification. You
100%.
you are
Zerka,
going to
bro.
freak the fuck out when you see the shit you've done. I'm telling you right now, stop thinking bad guys go to hell. Bro, you will be purified in the desires you have, the burning desires. If you don't understand genuine Christology, not me making shit up, not me trying to sound like Alex Jones. If you don't understand this stuff, you are so fucked because you're going to think, well, what could I be storing in the back of my head? You're storing a lot of evil. For example, I always make this. You know what? I'm not going to go into it. I feel like every time I get in this rant, but I have this vision in my head. I have this vision in my head that it's like, holy shit, for years you held back because, well, you know it's the truth, but the public ain't ready for that. And there's many people who have told me, they're like, Zerka, you're gonna come out and sound really crazy. I'm like, I don't mind. I've always sounded crazy. No, they're gonna kill you for it. And that's why if anyone gives you a Catholic sermon today, a Protestant sermon, an Orthodox, nobody gives a fuck. It doesn't offend any. It doesn't. But if you give genuine Christology, you get a million emails saying, I'm going to find you and kill you for telling me that. Because it's linked, it's in your gut instinct to know that you've been here before, that you've had a past life. What do you think it means to be born again, you fucking clown? You know it's in your gut that you've been here before and you fucked up that many times. And yeah, you've learned, you're evolving, but how slow is this evolution? And everyone, 8 billion people on Earth, why did they choose? Why didn't they wait another 500 years like the other souls? Why did they choose right now to incarnate into? Because you want the hose. You want this technology life of stupid people who complain about modernity all day. Why did you choose to incarnate right now? Why didn't you pick another time in history? Because you want the modernity. You want the iPhone. You want Chat GPT. You want to you finish way more. Like, for example, when in history can you get more spiritual work done? For all of human history, it was fucking impossible. You'd have to join a temple, stay there 20 years, blah, blah, blah. This is the first time in history. It's all at your fingertips, and you're fucking letting it slip because Jay Dyer is entertaining you. Or this person saying, that's a little too much. These guys who die for Christ, they're not canonized. So, Zerka, you're going too far. I'm like, don't go to them. Read the other works. Read the canonized works that actually align, right? Why don't you dig for the truth? You don't dig because you don't give a fuck about the truth. But Zerka's evil. I'm evil? I don't even give a fuck about you people. I come on these spaces once every couple of weeks to see who fucking killed themselves or not. And I feel a burden. I'm like, this is going to sound like the most evil thing to say on earth. And if anyone else said this to me, I would pull my sword out. But I'm just going to say it, right? And I'm not making content. I'm not back on YouTube. I'm not doing none of that. This is not for content. I am the only truth teller on earth right now. Right now in this call, I am the only truth teller that got the balls to tell you this shit. But why do I have the balls? I'll tell you why. Okay? From a young age, I was terrified. I was like, how come every temple I go to, I genuinely want to learn, but nothing ever happens? How come every priest I talk to, they leave me scared? And then I find out Christianity's evolving. It's like a baby still. We've got so much more to do. And if Christianity's evolving, why am I on the last update that's talking about things for instinctual marriages when the new marriages are not karmic and instinctual, they're emotion based? Like a lot of Christians are convinced this modern marriage is a genuine Christian. It's not. That's why you evolve from it. For example, all this married talk. Marriage means who you're piping, you fucking idiot. It doesn't mean who you buy a fucking ring with. That's not what marriage means at all. It's who you're piping, you idiot. That's why Catholics are so strong, because they're literally telling you it's a mortal sin, as in you're going unconscious, you're missing this step. Everyone else made marriage into something really fucking weird. And you think everyone's going to be punished that they piped outside of marriage? No, that's the prodigal journey. That's why Jesus says, hey, we celebrate the soul that found their way. We don't, that's why it takes the prodigal son takes so long, and he sins and he pisses away all of his money, and he's Hunter Biden. He's celebrated when he meets life, eternal life in the Christ. And the prodigal son journey, that story is, Christians just think you snap your fingers and become one. Do you know how much evolving and purifying you have to do? Even if you do everything right, do you know how much of this you have to do? And here's the thing, your life is a movie when you start. Your life is an adventure. You start understanding, yo, I went from 100 women to maybe 5 a month, now 3, now 2, now some months none. Oh, in this winter I avoid them, and I like studying, and you become bouncer Zherka into whatever I am right now, and I'm the only truth teller on earth, and I'm crazy. And what they say, they said he's gonna be like, for example, my channel blows up in 200 years when this is common knowledge forever, and my channel is gonna explode. That's why we have the internet, so we can come back and check what we've worked on, and which I won't be coming back for that time, not for a while, but which is sad, and I'll be someone else, right? But it's crazy to me that's like, holy shit, I get to look back in my self-remembering journey and see I was Zherka, and I was 250 years, that's what they're gonna say, I'm 250 years ahead of everyone, and not just for basic knowledge, for deep knowledge. And that makes me not just feel better than everyone at Walmart, because there's this evil about me that I have to be better. I have to be ahead in anything I do. But this thing when you're very far ahead and you go, dude, they need you, you know? It gives inexhaustible energy. You want to help the world when you're like, what the fuck is Sneeko doing for the world? And I'm not supposed to judge that, but I'm telling you right now, he doesn't have an instinct to. I'm a retired guy who goes on spaces, right? I go on spaces and I give all this for free. Why do I give it for free? This is not business. This is soul architecture. And I'm so ahead of everyone. That's why I look like this. That's why I'm 6'5". That's why I'm so. When you guys don't look, you guys don't even have a jawline of an angel. You don't have nothing is evolving with you guys because you guys are with the herd. I'm risking everything alone. And I always thought I'd be angry about it, but I'm on the other side. I'm like, whoa, I'm better than you people. And that's fine to admit. You know, it sounds evil, but I'm better than you people. And that's also my personality talking. I want to grow that. That personality has to fuse with my inner soul. That both of them have to merge into the third thing. And I'm like, I'm not just better than people. I'm hundreds of years ahead of them. And I'm not Alex Jones just making shit up. I'm, not to diss Alex, but you know what I'm saying. And this shamanistic journey is crazy for me because it's like you guys are all gonna have your own journey. And by the time we're all done this, you're going to see your jawline and your level of evolution versus mine. And you're going to be like, this guy's becoming Giga-Chad. And yes, I believe that I will be ahead of you guys because the one flaw I have is I can look at people and say, they cannot actually empathize with. When you guys go to Walmart, you don't feel bad that everyone's at a lower level of consciousness. It doesn't break your heart. It doesn't do nothing for you guys. And it was strange. It was strange that Physiognomy channel. I asked them, "Hey, do my face. I want to see if you're good at this, because I want to see what history wrote down for this knows this blah blah blah." And I was shocked when he said, "Off of my face appearance, he's done. There's like thousands of years of work since Aristotle, like Western physiognomy." And I was shocked when he said, "Zerko's not a liar." And I was like, wait a minute, dude, I could be such a good liar. What the fuck does he mean by that? But that was like for trolling and jokes. He meant genuinely. Circa's facial features show that he hasn't developed towards the lying impulse that much. And that could be for many reasons, but it's because I'm tapped in. I actually when we talk about serious matters, I'm nothing like these influencers you follow. You know, I'm nothing like them. But I also want to get away from all the. I want to go on vacations. I don't want to do this shit. I don't even want to do the job sometimes. But that's so cool that like the older I get, the more I go towards this converging point in the middle of myself. What do you say? That lower lip shows he's fully certain of himself. The upper lip means fully honest. And I was like, man, this stuff's so. But is it? I mean, Aristotle talked about this. And I'm like, no, no. I have to walk towards the true because that's actually my genuine nature. But I love to troll. I fucking love to. But that trolling brings in so many kids watching my shit. And before I die, maybe a couple of years, I don't know, what are you guys predicting? Before I croak and kick the bucket, I'll have a whole generation of Swedenborg level mystics just spreading the Christ, and I get to absorb all that. It's like my work is never finished. And it's fucking awesome. But you know, you get lonely when you go, you can't communicate this with the world. This is schizophrenic. This is crazy. It's like, are you hearing voices? No, I'm just better than you and the influencers on Twitter. Zherka, are you saying you're better than the Christian channels? Way better than them.